Hello everyone and welcome to the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships. Event is underway and the broadcast will be up shortly, but we wanted to talk a little bit about the event and we have on special guest, a little bit of a familiar face here, Adam Doricott, to talk a little bit more. Honestly, already the atmosphere here, incredible. Largest event, like how are you feeling?
It's kind of crazy. Like we were here back in, I think, March. We were in a different hall that was smaller, but we filled that. We came in and then we were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna fill it. TCG's over 2,000. You guys are on, what, 6 rounds tomorrow? So even from my little view where I sit now, there's gonna be so much to watch and I'm kind of excited.
It's incredible. I missed out on Charlotte last year and in walking in here, the event is huge. And it's so packed. There's so many people here. I think this is just so cool for the growth of the game too, because TCG, that has been so many players for a long time, but VGC starting to kind of creep up there, starting to get there.
I mean, you've got a way to go, right? Like we're talking 2,000s. You guys are in the 800s, which is really good though, because I remember like 2 years ago we were at 2,300. We were excited about that. So both games growing super cool. The room is jammed. Just looking around, I'm like, how do we even get anywhere? But it's pretty cool. Like I think having the extra rounds is going to give you guys tomorrow as well. Those record numbers that we always talk about, like, oh, you have to go like, 4-1. No, it's now 5-1. So it's a brand new challenge. But yeah, the fact that we've grown so much, we have so much going on at all of these events too. It's pretty cool.
And for VGC too, I think it has been so exciting to see just this growth of the game going along with Scarlet and Violet. And now we're in Regulation F. We had Portland, which was already such a fun event. But going into this one, we have seen so many like older players, older generation players coming out, showing off their stuff. We have so many more players growing. How is it in TCG? Like, how is that end of things?
The fact that we've had phenomenal regionals every time has been really, really cool. Like we've had names that you expected to win. Last event in Portland, we had like Zheng who won, and it was like a winner that probably should have won one before and was obviously able to come out and finally take one down. I've seen names, so from where I sit, I have a tiny screen of VGC, so I can keep an eye on what you guys are doing. And I've seen some of your finals, some of your games, names that I think kind of the similar story, right? You're like, oh, this player's been around a long time. Where is that big win for them? And finally seeing them get it's been really cool.
So then on your little screen in the corner while you're doing production, what has been that biggest thing? Is there anything that's really stuck out to you that's been happening over on the VGN that kind of has you, maybe I should go back?
Well, I'm pretty sure every time I look up, there's a new Pokemon involved. Obviously, last time I casted for VG was at Worlds. You guys just added Ogerpon, and I'm like, okay, you've now got a 4-form Pokemon, that's cool. Again, a lot of discussions about Urshifu, weirdly enough. The whole choice between Rapid Strike, Single Strike, and watching people use that Pokemon to the advantage. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I feel like you're just changing every tournament too. Like your top 12 graphic looks different every single time. Pokemon I thought that were gonna go away, like Golden Go, I still see people playing it. I'm like, didn't we deal with this in like Regulation A and B? Like what is going on?
And Fluttermane, we got it. It's still here.
Yeah, I keep seeing it. I'm like, when are people gonna find a counter to it? Is there one? I don't get to watch enough to know, but I'm just not sure that we've got a good answer to it yet.
Talking to the new Pokemon too, we've gotten our new fun Paradox Pokemon, the Walking Wake that we've been waiting for. Hasn't quite been standing out maybe as much as we would have liked, but we got the Raging Bolt. That one's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought everyone talked about Walking Wake early on and was like, oh, I'm cooking a team up around it. And I was checking in like last weekend, I was like, not seeing it, and then I'm like, huh, what's this one? You didn't tell me about this one. And I did see quite a lot of Raging Bolt out of the corner of my eye. I'm glad that you're getting like new Pokemon in. Like TCG's spoiled because we get rotations all the time when we add new sets. Well, not rotation, but we get additional things. I'm glad that each regulation you guys are just adding new fun stuff.
And then how is it on the TCG end with things being added? Because I still heard that Mew VMAX still kicking around, and I mean, how has that been with the rotations and things still kind of sticking around through that time?
So with the addition of the new sets, there's like we added Paradox Rift, that obviously changed a bunch of stuff. We added a bunch of new cards. But yeah, Mew VMAX still works. We're finally learning that Giratina V-Star is a really good card. It's been around for ages. I think the last time I cast TCG, I predicted it as my caster prediction. It did really badly, and it was the mirror in our last finals in Portland. So it's really cool. I think the set we're getting in a couple months and the rotation, unfortunately, your Mew VMAX is going away. We're finally getting rid of it. It's rotating how that whole set is going, so that's going to be a bad time. So I'm kind of I'm kind of glad to see it go. I know you're not, because I know you're a Mew fanatic. But no, I mean, the decks change every single time. We have this hard pivot of like, Charizard's the best deck, what's beat Charizard? And people try and guess and deal with it in that way. So it's pretty cool.
We do have to bring this back to VGC and start getting underway with things on our end. But before that, I'm going to put you on the spot. I want to know your prediction of who's going to win on the VG end of things this weekend.
Who's going to win? One player. Ooh. I'm going shock value. Joe Brown leaves the desk, takes it all.
Joe Brown is competing.
I know he is. That's why I went with Joe. Joe. Just any Joe as a prediction. That gives me a good couple options in there.
I think that's a good call, honestly, covering your base as well. So good luck to all the Joes out there. As for us, I think it's time to get started with our intro and get our broadcast underway.
5, 4, 3, 2.
The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Berger.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
All right, friends, it's time for real this time to get the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships underway. The largest regional that we've gotten to see. The atmosphere, it's electrifying, and I cannot wait to get started. And I really cannot understate how big this hall is. I had to run back over here
It's
so I
giant.
can talk with you two. It is, I'm a little bit winded, I'm not gonna lie, but so excited to see all the smiling faces out in the crowd. I'm Sierra Dawn again, but this time I am joined by Gabby and Evan, 2 of our casters for this weekend. Gabby, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. It is very cold outside, which was great to wake us up in the morning.
So brisk and
And-
nice.
Yeah, and I'm ready for a couple of fire-type Pokemon, maybe Incineroar, to kind of heat things up, get things going, and ease us into the morning.
You know that it's cold outside if you're praying for an
Asking for an
Incineroar.
Incineroar.
I know, right? Evan, how are you doing? You got layers. You
I got
seem like
layers.
you're toasty.
Yeah,
Layers.
so I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, so it's I know if it's going to be cold, I gotta layer up. I gotta get ready for it. But I'm doing good. I'm really excited about this. I think that the Regulation F meta has shifted dramatically and rapidly and frequently since our Portland Regional Championships only a couple weeks ago. So I think some of the friction of all those meta moves is going to heat us up over the weekend here.
I'm so excited for all the Pokemon action we're gonna see. And of course, if you at any point are watching this like, oh man, I'm missing out. I wish I was at Charlotte. There are still so many events coming up, plenty of opportunity to come out and compete. The weather's only gonna get warmer and we're going to so many cool places. Knoxville, only 2 weeks away.
Yeah, it's so close. I need to find a team for that because I'll be competing in that regional championship. So I'm trying to see what does well here, and we'll see what happens.
Don't forget, you also have, I believe Vancouver is just a couple weeks after Knoxville, and then we're going over to London, and then the following weekend we're actually going to be in Orlando, Florida. So we are just zooming throughout the season, but I think, Sierra, you were saying earlier, we're basically at the halfway point right now.
It's about there. I'm looking at the screen. We're about that halfway point, but hey, if you don't have enough championship points yet, you still have plenty of opportunity to earn them, and there is so many chances, so many opportunities. And of course, if you can just take that regional championship title, that's gonna earn yourself a cool world invite right there. So we're looking for our Masters here at NA, that 500-point benchmark to try and hit. And we do have a lot of locals and stuff too for opportunities.
Yeah, I believe if you max out your locals, you still need about 250, 300 championship points to qualify for Worlds. So it gives you a nice leg up, but you certainly have to be showing up at regionals and doing well as well.
Yeah, you can't qualify entirely based off of your local showing, so you do have to come to a regional championship and either win the whole thing or come to a few and have some good placements there. But you should do it anyway, because the regional championships are just fun to be at. It's, you know, fun to compete. You've got this huge hall here full of Pokemon trainers and people who love Pokemon, and it's just one of the best things in the world. Like it's such a fun experience, and I'm a very competitive person, so I love to mix my fun experiences with a lot of competition, and this is kind of the perfect venue for that.
I mean, you'll find that here this weekend as well. I think this is the largest regional championship we've had yet so far. Over 2,000 people competing in TCG Masters. For VG, I think we hit the extra round of Swiss for day 2 with our numbers.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
Over 800 people.
Yeah. It's getting harder and harder to be getting one of those Worlds invites by winning, that's for sure. But of course, the Portland Regional Championships just happened, and we got to see a new victor over there.
Next up on the road to Worlds, we traveled to Portland, Oregon. With the new year came a new regulation filled with more Pokemon, familiar favorites, and a surplus of ingenuity. All eyes were on the new Pokemon and how they'd shake up the metagame, and whether Stellar Terra would be a game changer. But the biggest question on everyone's mind? What and who is going to win the first ever Regulation F event? Day 1, we saw a lot of variety in teams, with priority moves taking the spotlight, such as Extreme Speed, Sucker Punch, and Thunderclap. Day 2 is where we could really hone in on what the meta would shape up to be. Fluttermane earned an S-tier rank as the past Paradox Pokemon on the block, but Raging Bolt wasn't too far behind. Other Day 2 meta staples included Qianpao and Dragonite, both Single Strike and Rapid Strike Urshifu, Wellspring Ogerpon, Incineroar, and Entei. The finals of Portland came down to Chup Across the Fourth and Alex Underhill. They both had a shot to grab another regional championship title. For Chuppa, this could even be his second regional championship title in a single season. Chuppa played comfort with a new and improved Dondozo team, and Alex wanted to pioneer the Regulation F meta with a new take on bulky offense. Game 1, Alex took an early lead with a quick KO onto Chuppa's Glamora and a smart save of Terrestrialization. Game 2, Chuppa evened the score, taking a positional advantage in the late game. Game 3 came down to the wire as Glamora and Raging Bolt entered into a 1v1. A final Thunderclap sealed the deal for Alex, and he won the Portland Regional Championships. There's still many more events in the 2024 season, so check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out how to participate in a future event near you.
I cannot state enough how crazy this finals match was between Alex and Chuppa. The ultimate endgame with the Thunderclap mind games and Alex Underhill coming out on top. It was so good, and this team so incredibly strong.
Yeah, it's incredible just how well Balance as an archetype is doing in the metagame right now. I think the metagame is really, it's wide open. There's so much you have to worry about. Just having like a good answer to a majority of things is working out great. But, you know, Chuppa as well showcasing that Dondozo and Tatsugiri is still a huge threat. And I know that there was some talk in the grassroots scene about it, like going into Portland, but to see it take second, I mean, you know there's going to be more Dondozo in the field this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this in Portland a little bit, but when you see a player like Chuppa decide to bring Dondozo, that's when you know that Dondozo is a real threat.
Yeah.
There will be people who are always going to be bringing Dondozo until the end of Dondozo being legal for the regulations. But if someone like Chuppa is bringing it, you can expect that Dondozo is a good matchup, and, you know, obviously Chuppa making it to the finals there. But Alex with a really interesting sort of day one version of the meta team here, just going for, you know, it is kind of balanced, but really it is just extremely aggressive in terms of its priority usage. And, you know, a Chin Pao team is hard to be, you know, too defensive when you have a Chin Pao on the team. And Alex's team really hit pretty hard, and we saw it doing crazy damage, sometimes too much damage in that finals against Chuppa.
Yeah, this team is crazy, especially too, we gotten to see with our past regulations, especially nearing the tail end of Regulation E, we saw a lot of tailwind and the need for that speed here. But of course, having that priority was so good, and that was the winning team to put him on the map here. Chuppa being denied that 2-time hitcher on our NA Regional Championship thing, but hey, there's still so many chances here, and we've had really strong winners so far this season.
And I want to say that at least three people here I know are competing, I think.
Yeah, I think there are 4 here.
Yeah, like there's a chance that we'll see a repeat winner this weekend, which is also crazy to think about. And I think in round 2 of the tournament, which is where we are right now, Chuppa's actually playing Giovanni Costa, which is something that would have been incredible to feature on stream.
It's so much competition out there to try and take that title. And of course, these strong players going to a bunch of events. Riley Factura, he has been the face of consistency so far this season after winning that first event, and has still been on a cooker ever since there. I believe day 2ing all of them, just falling short of Top Cut last time around, and other strong names too. I love this that we get to see where people are moving up on these championship rankings, because of course we are looking at stipends here, we are looking at travel awards, and of course there is going to be players, the top ones here, that will be able to get a bye for that first round of Worlds.
Yeah, it's not as, I would say, rewarding as previous years where you'd skip day 1 of the competition.
Definitely.
That's certainly something worth talking about as we get closer to Worlds, but even just being able to sleep in an extra, 40 minutes that morning, I feel like is a huge advantage. And, you know, people are still in the running. You know, there's still a ton of championship points out there. Just because you're currently 9th, 10th, 11th on the standings right now doesn't mean you could just find your way into the top before Hawaii.
Yeah, and I think it's actually really interesting looking at those standings. Riley's been at the top since Pittsburgh, has not given up that spot. Joe has really claimed that number 2 spot as well on the standings. And both Riley and Joe are running basically the same team and have been for a while. No one else has really been picking up on that team. It's really just been, it was Riley for the longest time, and then Joe picked it up. And now they're number 1 and number 2 in the standings here in NA. And they're kind of doing their own thing, and no one seems to want to follow it, even though they're clear number 1 and 2 in the region. And I don't know, I'm kind of baffled by that decision in a lot of ways.
I think too, when you're looking at teams though, that there's going to be a comfort element, and especially when you're looking at Riley, the fact that he's been pioneering a team like this for a while. Riley does his own thing, but does it extremely well. Like, he loves everyone else's, oh, well, this inaccurate move is really strong. But he's like, I'm going to just go for consistency. I'm not going to worry about that extra damage. I'm just going to hit all of my moves and never worry about it. And I think, too, that could be a team that's a little bit more difficult for the player base to be picking up on if it is something that is really kind of tailored to that one sort of play style.
I will also say as well, you know, you mentioned consistency. I think that's really the huge thing to talk about here. You know, yeah, Riley missed out on cut last week in Portland, but he's still got points. He's still consistently adding to his total. I think a lot of people look at the top 8 when they're trying to make their picks for, okay, this is the thing I want to run this weekend. And if you just miss out on cut, then you maybe hide that tech and it's not as visible until you see the opening slide in the morning and you're like, oh wait, just kidding. He has over 1,000 CP.
Yeah, but Joe still made cut too, using the same team.
That's true. Hey, it's not just all about NA though. It's not just all about NA. Of course, we have to be looking at our players over in EU as well. We haven't gotten quite as many events, but still, this has been such great competition, and we do have Liverpool coming up actually next weekend. Another opportunity for someone to get their invite over there.
And that's going to be exciting as well, because I think Liverpool is one of the larger regional events for the EU region. I know that there's a ton of players flying in for it. There's a ton of players in the UK in particular who are very strong, and that's kind of their hometown regional. I can't wait to see just how that tournament's going to shake out and how things are going to change, because if you think about it, it's only going to be, what, like 5 days for people to find a new team after this event concludes? That's a lot of pressure.
Well, I think it's also, we've seen only NA so far in Regulation F.
That's true, yeah.
We do have a more global metagame than we've had in sort of the earlier days of the video game championships, but Europe still often brings sort of a slightly different look than we see in the North American meta. So I'm really excited to see what our friends across the pond have been cooking up, because we're going to have two events of NA regionals. I want to see what Europe is doing.
Well, you'll definitely get your chance in a week. You have to wait a little bit for that. And of course, looking at the top players that we have over there, Marco Silva at that top spot, of course, getting a bunch of championship points after that LAIC victory here. And hey, they're still looking at over there. They're competing the same things that we are over in NA for those stipends, looking for that day one worlds by the first round. So a lot of good competition.
A lot of incredible competition, and also a surprising amount of movement, given that there hasn't really been a big regional championship over there yet in Regulation F. So shout outs. I'm assuming most of those players are hitting their locals. I know Barris was in Portland a couple weeks ago, but just goes to show you how important locals are. It could give you 2 points ahead of the next person next to you to get you into top 4.
Yeah, the locals maybe won't get you that full invite, but hey, definitely can be that difference maker between you and a couple of really cool benchmarks there. Of course, those are just some of the areas that we're looking out for. More so talking about the NA part. If there's people traveling here, I'm definitely keeping an eye out for that. But of course, other things on the forecast. Some really fun meta changes happening kind of going on forward, which is a little bit of rise in usage of this single strike Urshifu. We've gotten to see a lot of dominance from that rapid strike in the past, especially paired up with the Tornadus, but hey, both forms very viable.
Yeah, and I can answer this question. Is single strike Urshifu on the rise? Yes. Dramatically, yes. This Pokemon has been totally overshadowed by the rapid strike version. Largely in the Regulation E meta because of the Tornadus Tailwind teams, getting so many multipliers on top of the surging strikes. You can run Mystic Water, you can run Terra Water, you can run Rain Dance, and you kind of break a lot of calcs that way. But this Rapid Strike Urshifu has really become indexed into the meta at this point. Pokemon are, like, if you're building a team that doesn't have a good answer for Rapid Strike Urshifu, you have built a bad team. And a team that will lose pretty regularly because that is still a really common Pokemon. That being said, Single Strike Urshifu still has all of the good bits of being an Urshifu, still hits through Protect, it still has a move that always crits, but now it's a Dark type, and especially with the rise of this new Iron Crown and DD team, being Dark type is extremely valuable and has access to a more powerful priority move in Sucker Punch.
I also think that the fact that Helping Hand is a lot more accessible, it feels like, for teams, does mean that the single striker Shifu can also break calcs like we saw from the Rain Dance boosted, Mystic Water boosted, Terrestrialization, Rapid Striker Shifu in previous games. I mean, it's not necessarily as powerful at the end of the day, but given that it's relatively unchecked in the metagame, I feel like a lot of people just bring Fluttermane and assume that'll be enough, quote unquote. Spoiler alert, it's usually not enough. Means that you can just position it very well, and especially if you're running it with like Choice Band, it just does so much damage. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, Evan, I want to go back to something that you said, which was the fact that Sucker Punch can be used on the single striker Shifu, and we have definitely seen a rise in the priority moves out there. Of course, it's always been a game in Pokemon about our speed tiers and stuff, but hey, you don't have to worry about those speed tiers if you have all these priority moves on your side. And of course, we got to see a lot of them featured on Alex Underhill's winning Portland team. Honestly, the priority is getting out of hand, but I don't really see the Farigiraf and the Aditi quite stepping up yet.
I have thoughts about this, if that's okay.
Yeah, go.
I do think that running Indeedee or Farigiraf is the easiest way around the priority moves because you just shut it down.
Yeah.
You just make sure that, okay, you can't click those buttons, it's fine. But the fact that those Pokemon struggle otherwise to sort of deal damage, maybe to find a spot in your team, is something worth calling out. I think Giovanni Costa was onto something when he was running like a more offensive Farigiraf on his winning team in San Antonio. I feel like we're going to see the metagame sort of shift to that now that a priority team essentially won Portland and has been the biggest threat so far in Regulation F. But it's also just a weird form of speed control at the end of the day. Like, I think trainers are forgoing stuff like Tailwind, forgoing stuff like Trick Room to just deal damage based off the priority tiers. And I think that's great, but, you know, Sucker Punch, you have to deal damage in order. Your opponent has to select an attacking move to deal damage. Extreme Speed can work as long as you're not a Ghost type. Like, there's weaknesses. There's chips in that armor. And I think that it's only a matter of time before everybody sort of solves that problem and we move away from it for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much an early meta kind of thing. We see this every time. Ever since Regulation B, when Chen Pao came out, the Dragonite Chen Pao combination really does a whole lot of damage, really hard to actually counter until you decide to counter it, right? Ghost types, steel types do really well into that. And I think you're totally right to call out that Tailwind offense is sort of on the decline because of this. Like, Tornadus was one of the most impactful Pokemon in the Regulation E meta. It is still around, don't get me wrong. Tornadus ain't going nowhere, but it is nowhere near as dominant as it used to be. And things like Extreme Speed, like Sucker Punch, you know, also call out Grassy Glide from Rillaboom and potentially Ogerpon. You know, there are plenty of ways to get around Tailwind and Trick Room, but, you know, I think you're right to call out that Indeedee and Farigiraf can often be liabilities on a team and just sort of be there to block the priority spam. That being said, you know, Farigiraf isn't a really good Pokemon. So if Farigiraf starts showing up on our usage stats, as it has last in Portland, it showed up on day 1, didn't convert into day 2. But once you start seeing it, that means there's a big priority issue in the meta right now. And I think it's going to still be really prevalent. And Indeedee probably a little bit better just because it has access to Follow Me, has access to Helping Hand, and also is an offensive enabler with the Psychic Terrain for Iron Crown teams to use Expanding Force.
Or Metagross.
Or
Metagross.
Get
Give
away
me some
from the
Metagross.
I have to say, though, we didn't really talk about one of those priority modes, which is that Thunderclap on this Raging Bolt that we've seen. So another one of those Pokemon that's really popped up, as we do have these new Paradox Pokemon being added in. Raging Bolt, of course, was the one making the biggest splash. Gouging Fire and Walking Wake, a couple out there, not quite as strong. And of course, Iron Crown, kind of that fitting puzzle piece for the size spam.
Yeah, I'm still a Raging Bolt doubter. I'm sorry, Alex. You made it look good in Portland, but you're right. Thunderclap is a new priority move. It functions similarly to Sucker Punch, or exactly the same as Sucker Punch, except it's electric type and it's special instead of dark type and physical. So your opponent still has to be attacking you in order for it to go off. That's why we saw such a tense end game in the Portland finals, where Alex was trying to guess, when will this Glamora at 1 HP fire off an attack? Because he could pick up the KO with Thunderclap if it attacked, or the Raging Bolt would be knocked out if it went for a Thunderbolt and Glamora went for an attack. So you end up with these kind of 50-50 mind game situations with it. It's definitely a Pokemon that has good stats, good bulk, good typing. Dragon Electric is very good typing. I want to see... I feel like a jerk saying it. I want to see more out of you, Raging Bolt. 1 championship isn't enough. Worst Pokemon have won championships.
This Pokemon has more championship titles than you do. I don't know what you're talking about over there.
But what's the worst Pokemon that has ever won a championship? You don't have to answer it now,
that's a great
but
question.
You set yourself up for that question.
Hashtag play Pokemon to suggest.
All right. Hey, even if you don't think the world of Raging Bolt, of course, looking at the Pokemon that we do actually predict here that we're going to be seeing popping up, there is definitely a couple of those paradoxes on there. Of course, that Iron Crown listed for a couple people, Rose and Aaron there, Of course, I swapped it out on mine because Slitherwing's the one that really holds the crown here, but
Of course.
some great picks here.
Yeah, I want to shout out the Gouging Fire pick as another one of those new Paradox Pokemon. So I help run locals in my area, and I don't know what happened, but last week everybody just decided to pick Gouging Fire, and it's insane. It gets Howl, it has Burning Bulwark to act as a protect that can burn. Like, I think there's a lot of potential there that hasn't been explored that'll be explored this weekend.
Yeah, I absolutely think Gouging Fire is poised to have a good weekend here. And I'm really excited to see how that works out.
Yeah, it definitely, we are still early on in that format, so hopefully this is going to be the weekend that we get to see it pop off. And of course, we're looking for some player pop-offs as well, as we do have so many talented players out there in the roster. Paul Ruiz making the journey out. I'm so excited to see him play. And of course, we have the return of Wolf Glick. Carris as well. He is the reigning Charlotte Regional Champion. And there's honestly a list of 50 people that you could have slotted out here. This is going to be such a stacked weekend.
Yeah, we could even just list off 4 other world champions that are out in the field. Brendan Zheng, Juniors World Champion, Carson Confort, James Evans, and Toller Webb, Seniors World Champions out in the field. So we couldn't fit them on the graphic even if we could.
Well, maybe we'll get the chance. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see a lot of them later on. But for us, we're actually going to head over to Rosemary and a special guest.
Thank you so much. I'm here with a very important person to the VGC stream, and that is one of our very own casters, Joe Brown. You are here competing in Charlotte. How does it feel to be on the other side of things?
It's pretty different. One, you got to wake up a little bit earlier than usual, so that was a big adjustment for this weekend. But it's really cool being out on the floor and like over 800 players in the Masters division. It's usually we're stuck backstage, and we might come out a little bit during the, maybe an off round when you're not casting or something. But now to be actually out in the field, sitting with hundreds of other trainers where we all have the same, common interest in VGC, it's really cool.
The last time that you competed, because you've been on the stream side of things for the last 4 years, was 2019. So how does this experience compare to back then?
Yeah, I don't want to like flex or anything, but I've been too busy to play because usually we're casting, right? So you don't get too many opportunities as a caster to be open to play. So it's pretty cool. It's so different than how 2019 was, right? Obviously that's pre-Sword and Shield and everything. So that was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, that format. Maybe I think it was like 300 trainers in the Masters division compared to 800 today, and the game has just grown exponentially so much. Like from when I started in 2014, my first regional, if we got 300 players at VG, like VG regionals were free. They were like, you paid to play TCG, and then you could play VG regionals on Sunday at the venue. So going from free and maybe hoping to get 300 players, you're like, wow, how are we ever gonna get bigger than this? And now we're at 800, and we're like, can we ever get 1,000 player regional? Like TCG has 2,000 players. Like it keeps growing. It's great. It's great.
It is great. Like, Charlotte's sold out. So I feel like when you take a look at that and how many competitors are here, did you ever think in a million years that you might play 15 rounds of Swiss?
That's actually crazy. When I saw that announcement, like, I was like, oh, I hope I can handle 15 rounds. I don't even know if I can handle 9, It's been so long since I played 9 rounds that fingers crossed I get the opportunity to play 15, but that's a lot of like mental strain obviously on a player. 15 best of 3 matches, whatever that is times 3, that's a lot.
It is a lot. So what are you running this tournament?
So I came into this tournament looking to have fun. Okay, that's my excuse because I'm 0-2. So I'm saying, looking to have fun. I'm running a Metagross Whimsicott team because Whimsicott's one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I nicknamed it Ryota after Ryota Atsubo winning the World Championship. And Metagross has a lot of synergy with it because they kind of work well together. Metagross is one lacking status speed, so if you get a priority Tailwind and help Metagross do a lot of damage. The other really core part is Chien-Pao, because Metagross with Chien-Pao makes a lot of things. Like, for example, Bullet Punch doesn't one-hit KO a Flutter Mane naturally, no matter, a bulky Flutter Mane, I should say. But if you swap Chien-Pao on the right turn, then Bullet Punch with Sword of Ruin is enough to one-hit it. So that's kind of the plan. It's like Metagross Whimsicott lead, Whimsicott sets up Tailwind, gets knocked out. Qianpao comes in, sets up sort of Ruin, and then you just let Metagross, have a field day there. So it's been fun. Like, I've lost my first 2 matches, but there were definitely accountable things. Like, one turn I should have terrestrialized when I didn't. So it's not like I got lost to a crit or anything. So these are all things I can improve on. And like, I think those losses are better than like if you get crit, because there's nothing you can do, right? Or a rock slide flinch or something like that.
I love that mentality. So you're looking at your losses as ways to improve, but also you're still having fun in the process.
Right, for sure. And I think, like, my first round opponent had an Archaladon, and I didn't have too much prep against that in all the times I've been playing with friends and building this team. So it was like an interesting idea that even though I lost that match, I'm now better prepared for the next time I face an Archaladon if I end up facing another one this weekend. So the other benefit I have is I have 4 shinies on my team. Of shout outs to my friends. Shout outs to my friends that have helped me get shinies on all the eligible Pokemon, not Qianpao and Ogerpon, obviously. But I think, if the team looks good and I'm feeling good, like that's, 2 + 2 is 4 right there. Like, just the perfect working.
And it's always a 50-50, 100% of the time.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, every time I get hit by a Sacred Fire, because I have 2 grass types, Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Whimsicott, and the Sacred Fire, and I'm like, Sacred Fire, it either burns or it doesn't, 50% of the time.
That's an actual 50%.
That one is truly a 50%, not Rock Slide or not Play Rough misses, or do I have an inaccurate move? I almost ran Icicle Crash on Qianpao with the 90% accuracy, but it's like stronger because I'm like Stellar Terra on Qianpao. I want to just like do as much damage as possible. But I'm like, that 10% is going to happen.
It always happens to you, especially when you are expecting that you need that to hit. I feel like is when we end up having that bad luck against us. But you make a really good point that you played against an Archaladon that you were not necessarily expecting to have to play against, or you didn't have as much prep into. How much variance do you feel like you're going to run into? We have over 800 players, so many different things in the meta. What's your take there?
Yeah, I think the meta is really open right now, honestly. Like, the day 12 or the day 1, I'm not sure what all the top 12 Pokemon are on that graphic, but you could probably imagine there might be 20 plus Pokemon that are really highly viable right now. And it's so different. It's a breath of fresh air compared to the last couple of formats that we've had, where so many Pokemon were at, 50%, 40%, 35%, 33%, that like, that 12th slot could be a little bit lower. Like, you could have a lot of Pokemon that you weren't expecting that might be in like 12%, 13% of the field. And when you extrapolate that, like 12% of 800 players, that's a lot of people that brought that Pokemon,
Yeah, I love the math lesson that we're getting here from you, Joe. We're going to give you a chance to go get ready for your round number 3, because that is coming up shortly. So any final thoughts and words you'd like to say?
My goal coming down Charlotte this weekend was to win 1 game. So I got 1 round, I should say. So I got 7 more rounds to see. Like, this was just a really cool experience because I had the opportunity. I had off this weekend. I wasn't working it. And Charlotte's like not too far of a travel plan from Jersey. So, no matter how I finish this weekend, like, I'm just having fun playing, being out with my people here, Rosemary. You know what I mean? The regular VGC players out there with our plushes standing on the table and everything. I feel like a part of the community this weekend.
I love that. Well, you're also a part of the community behind the desk, too. But, Joe, thank you so much for your time. We're going to send it back over to the lounge.
All right, real talk here. What do we predict Joe Brown's final record is going to be?
Oh, that's so cruel, Sierra.
Oh, I mean, okay. So looking at his team, I am feeling a strong 4-5, but I want it to be a 5-4. I want it to be a 5-4.
I think you'll notice on our caster predictions, no one took Whimsicott, no one took Metagross.
I wanted to take Metagross.
But you didn't.
I know.
And I think there was a reason for that. I'm gonna set a bar for Joe that I think he can clear and prove me wrong.
Okay.
I'm going 3-6 for Joe.
Oh, dude. No, it's actually really funny, though. So I got to compete at Portland last weekend, and I did blow my expectations for myself. I ended up going 4-5. Won my first couple, mental boom. It went downhill from there. And I've definitely been telling Joe, like, hey, you just, like, as long as you don't do better than me, you know, even though I did really bad. So I think
I think Joe's got it in him to prove me wrong on this one.
Honestly, though, I mean, okay, so the last time I competed, there were only like 7 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
So the fact that you were able to go 4-5 and deal with the mental fatigue of those final 2 rounds, I mean, I don't know if I could do that, honestly. I might sign up for a regional towards the end of the season. I'm waiting to figure out my life in that moment. But I don't know if I could do the 9 rounds.
Yeah,
I feel like
tough.
I'm going to be sitting down at round 8 being like, I'm so sorry, my opponent person. This is my emotional support Fuecoco. I'm just going to hug him and cry. And I just want you to just let this happen, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the rounds, it's also best of 3.
Yeah.
I remember my first real regionals tournament, 2011. Don't do the math. It was defeat 5 trainers, win a prize, basically. So like the first 5 rounds, you got you to the winner's lounge, at which point you then qualified for the national championships. And then there were 3 or 4 rounds to be the champion.
And that
best
was
of 1.
Yeah.
So to win that tournament, you would maybe win 9 games of Pokemon. That is the first 3 rounds of Swiss.
We need to be a little nice at the end, though. We are sending you our energy. Best of luck, Joe Brown.
I believe in you, Joe.
Joe Brown, if you're nearby, we love you.
I think he just popped backstage, but you know what? Maybe our predictions were a little bit harsh, but we definitely hope that you'll win out the rest of your rounds. We'll get to see you in day 2, an opportunity to do all 15 rounds there. But hey, there is going to be a lot going on this weekend. We want to know who you are supporting. If you're cheering for Joe Brown, what players you are looking out for, as well what Pokemon you're looking out for, how you just joined the event. You can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon over on X, and there's a chance that we might feature your post on the broadcast as well. And of course, make sure that you're following the channel so you are notified when we go live with any of our broadcasts, because there is a lot coming up here. But hey, before we get started, any final words from either of you?
I think we need to talk about Metagross.
we can talk offline about that.
All right, we'll talk offline.
All right, we'll talk about Metagross later. As for now, it's time to go talk to our casters of our first round, Aaron Zheng and Rosemary Kelly.
Thank you so much, Sierra, Gabby, and Evan, for giving us a great introduction to our stream here at Charlotte. It's going to be myself and Aaron on the casting desk for this one. We're so back.
We're so back.
We're so back.
It's been, I think, 5 months since Worlds, so it's pretty surreal. And boy, the game has changed a lot since then.
It really has. It really has, though. We've gone through a couple regulations. How are you feeling about Regulation F so far?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because the first tournament of this format was literally, like 2 weeks ago, and it was like right when the format first started. And some of the brand new Pokemon already have had big performances. Raging Bolt, of course, won the Portland Regional Championships. Entei might be in the best place it's ever been in a VGC format, which is kind of crazy to say. And I think there's been a lot of meta developments, especially in the last week leading up to this tournament. And so I have my eye out on a couple of different Pokemon like Iron Crown, as well as Blood Moon Ursaluna and Frigoraph and Trick Room in general. But it feels like there's so many different compositions and teams that are viable right now, so I'm eager to see what ends up on top.
I know. I can't wait to dive into the details of what we have here for our day 1 meta usage. But before we get into that, I think it's really important to address the fact that we have 800 players here in the Masters Division. Can you even believe that?
This is the largest VGC tournament of all time. It was previously Orlando Regionals, which took place last year, and before that, I think it would have been Newark Regionals, which had over 700 players back in 2010. So fun little history lesson there. But we have surpassed 800 players. And so, yeah, this is the largest tournament of all time in the VGC side. It's a testament to how much the game has grown. So I'm just so excited, right? Like, there's also going to be an extra round of Swiss as a result, right?
Yeah.
So, like, man, making top 8 in a tournament of over 800 players, like, competing in this field is going to be so cutthroat. Like, events have already been really intense, where even with 11 wins and 3 losses, you aren't guaranteed to spot in that top 8, and it's going to be even harder for this tournament. So, most likely to advance, like, you can only afford to lose 2 games, maybe a third one, depending on how the numbers shake up, but it's going to make for a really wild finish here.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly on for our competitors here in Charlotte, but in case this is your first time tuning into the action for a regional, let's check out this format video to give you all the details. This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
It's going to be an amazing weekend of competition, and there's also a lot of prizing on the line. We updated our prize payouts for the 2024 season, so the Masters players are playing for a lot.
Yeah, I always look at this and I'm like, the game has grown so much because when I competed from 2011 to 2017, I think if I added all of my victories from regionals together, which were 5 wins, it would still be less than first place today.
Oh my gosh.
Which is kind of wild to think about, right? So it is really, really cool to see. And of course, there are a lot of championship points to go along with the mix as well. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think the payout is really heavy, but it's towards the top, right? You have to be in the top 16 to actually secure any of those, you know, prize dollars or the booster packs. And so to make top 16 in a tournament of over 800 players, like that is really, really difficult.
Yeah, I can't even imagine the pressure for this weekend, just knowing like, okay, if you go undefeated today, that's amazing, but that's not enough to launch you forward into Day 2 where you're going to be playing an extra 5 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
That's actually wild. No, 6.
6 rounds.
Oh, 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge tournament, right? You have 15 rounds of Swiss to play and then a top 8, top 4 in finals. And so whoever wins the tournament will have, you know, went through 18 rounds of best of 3s, right? That's up to 54 games of Pokemon, which is so wild to think about. And also, you know, kind of comparing to the old days, we used to have single elimination best of 1 regional. So back then, if you were a regional champion, you'd win maybe 7, 8 games in a row, and that's it. Now you are playing so many more games than that potentially to make it all the way to the top. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, it's just you treat each round as its own. I think it's really overwhelming when you come in and you're like, oh my gosh, I have to play so many rounds. So it's just like, you know, play one at a time, see how it goes. And next thing you know, 9 rounds have passed by. And so you just gotta, it's really a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, well, especially if you're playing like a stall team or something where you're definitely gonna be sitting there for a couple of games for every single set. But one thing that I really want to go over here is the meta, because as this is the second regulation event for Regulation F, it's so exciting to see what's actually going to make it into our top 12. And even when you get down to sort of the bottom of the top 12, right outside of that is just so much open possibilities for what could even join these Pokemon.
Yeah, totally. I think the first thing I think about when I look at this graphic here is what are the new Pokemon that were introduced in Regulation F? So Incineroar, of course, returns, but there's been a lot of discourse about Incineroar recently because it actually underperformed at the Portland Regional Championships. So a lot of people are like, okay, is Incineroar nearly as good as before? The meta has kind of priced it in where there's a lot of inner focus right now. So both Dragonite and Entei are pretty popular. Dragonite actually did not make the top 12 here, but Entei, of course, did. You know, the 3 kind of brand new Pokemon in this format are Entei, the Incineroar, as well as the Raging Bolt, which of course claimed the Portland Regional Championships as well. I think one thing that's been interesting to notice is the rise of Single Strike Urshifu. To see it so close to Rapid Strike Urshifu, I mean, they're just 0.5% away from each other, is a testament to how quickly Single Strike Urshifu has risen. And I think Rapid Strike is still quite good. There's a reason why it's in the top 12, but I think it is a little bit more difficult to use, especially with Ogerpon now being a Pokemon as well.
Yeah, Ogerpon redirecting that away feels really, really bad if you're that Rapid Strike Urshifu player. But I think also when you think about Single Strike Urshifu in this format, I feel like it's because it's answering a lot of things that actually aren't represented on this top 12 graphic. You're really looking at the Psy-Spam teams, so Iron Crown and DD really feels nice to be able to have something like the Single Strike Urshifu just to be able to wallop it.
Exactly, yeah. I think we are in a meta that's still really wide open because of how early on in the format it is, and so there are a lot of balanced teams where you just kind of pick a combination of 6 of these, for example. But Hard Trick Room is an archetype, right? It's been an archetype that's existed for a long time, but I feel like in early metas, when people don't have their strategies figured out as much, it's really a little bit more reliable. And so, like you mentioned, yeah, I think the single striker Urshifu is super good against that. One of the archetypes I have my eye out on in this tournament is Iron Crown plus NDD. Speaking of Psychic Spam, that's not necessarily Hard Trick Room, but it of course utilizes Iron Crown, which is a really effective attacker. And if you don't have a dark Pokemon, like Expanding Force, even if something resists it, still does so much damage. So actually having even one dark type or one dark Terra on your team can be really crucial in making sure that Iron Crown or any other Expanding Force user doesn't get to just spam free damage over and over again.
It's why Qianpao feels so nice in that matchup too, but I think one of the hesitations of bringing the Qianpao into that matchup is like Iron Crown still has Tachyon Cutter, so your Qianpao's just going to go down to that. You also might even get recoil from a Rocky Helmet from the Indeedee, so while you get rid of the terrain, you also don't necessarily have a dark type move on the Qianpao right now that can bypass the psychic terrain to be able to hit.
Totally, and I think one of the interesting things here is what Pokemon have already been good that continue to be good. You just talked about Qianpao, seeing at number 3 here, not super surprising, but yeah, it is just a staple with Focus Sash and its ability and its speed, incredible. Fluttermane's at 62% usage, which is pretty darn high. Like, I think...
I was avoiding it.
We gotta talk about it, right? We gotta talk about the Fluttermane in the room. Like, I think that it just continues to be such an effective attacker, right? Like, you're one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. You deal so much damage across the board. What's interesting is seeing different variants pop up. I feel like Choice Specs was really common in previous formats and continues to be quite good, but I've personally seen more booster energy sets pop up. That, plus special attack booster energy was actually what won the Portland Regional Championships, and plus speed booster energy is something that I've seen people also been using. Some people can use it a little bit more support-oriented, where you have moves like Icy Wind for speed control. Other people just prioritize using it for damage and maximize how much you can do. But yeah, I mean, 62% is honestly higher than I would have predicted for this Pokemon. So Fluttermane continues to be so good and so dominant.
I remember one of the very first events that Fluttermane was legal and viable for the regulation. I think we ended up seeing it hit something like 70+%.
Yes. Yeah, this is not the highest Fluttermane's ever been.
But
So
that's
it's decreased a
wild.
little bit, but yeah. To be on 62% of teams is a testament to just how much of a staple it is in this format. And I think I'm actually really interested in looking at the bottom 4 Pokemon here. Landorus Incarnate's a Pokemon that I think a lot of people realize was really good, but in my opinion, it's not the easiest Pokemon to use just because it is a little bit frail and you are weak to actually a lot of the Pokemon in this top 12, right? You're weak to Ogerpon, you're weak to Qianpao, you're weak to Rapid Strike Urshifu as well. But I think people have really liked Landorus just because the combination of Earth Power and Sludge Bomb is such good coverage, and it's very hard for a Pokemon to reliably take damage from the Landorus. And Substitute's a move that's also been popped up recently on this set. You can replace Sandsear Storm for it, and just makes it a little bit more difficult to beat reliably.
Yeah, especially if you can get speed control up as well, then Landorus can outspeed with that coverage, and if you get the substitute up, it's really difficult to break it, especially if one of your more super effective attackers does go down. One thing that I'm really interested to talk about, though, is actually the Farigiraf.
Yes.
So I know that the Lounge touched on this. There's a lot of what we would consider to be priority spam, so extreme speed, sucker punch. There's a lot of teams that rely on those moves. That Farigiraf can really help to block, but what I'm more focused on is the partners for Farigiraf that that are kind of enabled by having the Farigiraf on the team.
Totally.
So like Blood Moon or Saluna.
Yeah, I think really good point there. When you think about priority spam, the team that won Portland Regionals had a ton of priority. Like Choice Band, Extreme Speed, Dragonite, that was something that immediately became good once it was introduced in Scarlet and Violet with Terra in particular, and continues to be super dominant. Entei with Extreme Speed exists as well. Fake out users like Incineroar as well as Rillaboom exists. You mentioned Sucker Punch earlier as well. That's something that Qianpao might carry, and so being able to block all of those moves is a really, really big deal. So Farigiraf, just for its ability alone, is really valuable. But like you called out, Rose, the partners that are paired with it can be really strong. And so I think Farigiraf plus Blood Moon Ursaluna in this tournament is something I have my eye out on, because I think people realize, wow, like Blood Moon just does so much damage. Hyper Voice being able to hit everything. Like, if you actually look at the top 12 Pokemon here, right? Like, these Pokemon can't reliably take a Hyper Voice from Blood Moon. And so I think that that's an archetype that has been rising in popularity very quickly in the last week or so. And I think Furgraf is a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily need Blood Moon in particular. Like, I think you can actually just throw it onto a lot of teams because of its ability alone, right? Being able to scare your opponent away from clicking that Fake Out or Extreme Speed in itself is a big deal.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm excited to see if there's any people that can kind of come up with a reliable strategy. The only thing that jumps to mind looking at that top 12 graphic is maybe terrastalizing the Wellspring Ogerpon. You get the special defense boost and really hope that the Assault Vest on one of your Pokemon is going to be enough. But we are getting ready for our first round of Swiss here on the stream, and it's a community choice. So check out the poll in the Twitch extension. Make sure you are getting your votes in for what you want to see on stream. And we've got some really interesting choices here. Chi-Yu versus Chi-Yu, Raging Bolt Chien-Pao versus Iron Crown. We also have Incineroar versus Gouging Fire and Chi-Yu versus Gouging Fire.
It's a lot of fire there.
That's a lot of Chi-Yu.
3 Chi-Yu, 2 Gouging Fire, an Incineroar thrown in there, and then Iron Crown and, you know, Bolt Chien-Pao, which is very different. I think Gouging Fire is actually one of the other Pokemon I'm really curious about in this tournament. Like, the archetypes that I have my eye out on going into this are Gouging Fire, it's Iron Crown plus Indeedee stuff. I think Dondozo is interesting because it just finished second at Portland Regionals, and these newer version of Dondozos I think can be a little bit tricky as well to face. And then also Furgraf plus Ursaluna Blood Moon. So yeah, to see Gouging Fire immediately come out here and to see a bunch of players use it, as well as the Iron Crown, like, I'd be happy watching any of these matches.
Yeah, same. I think like Gouging Fire, let's talk about that a little bit, right? Because one of the variants that's really risen in popularity is Howl Gouging Fire. And so you're looking at that Howl being able to boost up the attack of itself and its partner. And I feel like once you get that off the ground, it can be really difficult to stop a steamroll.
Totally. And one of the items that people will use on it is booster energy with that plus speed. And so you're able to outpace things like Flutter Mane, like Chien-Pao. You normally, you know, surround the Gouging Fire with other physical attackers, things like King Gambit, Urshifu, Rillaboom, for example. And Howl is really nice, right? Because you boost both your attack as well as your partner Pokemon's attack. And so I think it's interesting because you use it kind of to set up other Pokemon, but like a +1 Heat Crash still just does so much damage if you're able to get it to that point. And then people have been using Breaking Swipe as well, which actually does meaningful damage since Gouging Fire's attack is pretty high, but of course also notably decreases your opponent's attack stat. And so I think that's probably going to be the most popular set that people are using today, but I've also seen like Clear Amulet Dragon Dance, which is fun, where you bypass the Intimidates from Incineroar, from Landorus, you're able to get a Dragon Dance off, and then at +1 speed and +1 attack, you just do so much damage. And on those sets, you can run Dragon Claw instead of Breaking Swipe, so you deal a little bit more damage and can actually threaten with one-hit knockouts onto Pokemon are weak to it after getting that boost.
For sure. And I think the other thing that makes Gouging Fire scary is its signature move, which is going to be Burning Bulwark.
Yeah.
So if you're able to get the Protect Up and you get a critical burn onto a physical attacker, that's another great way to be able to stunt some of the damage from the incoming team.
Absolutely, and we are in a format right now with so many physical attackers that will use contact moves, right? Dragonite, for example, Chien-Pao, for example, and so it's really scary to go up against these Pokemon, and I think using Gouging Fire is interesting because having played with it a little bit myself, what I realize is a lot of players are just scared to target into it, right?
Yeah.
So when you have something like Howl or Dragon Dance, you can take advantage of people being passive and be like, okay, you're definitely going to go for Burning Bulwark right now. I'm not going to target you. And just one turn of a Howl or Dragon Dance can punish that passive play so much. And so when you're going up against Gouging Fire and you're using these physical attackers, you really have to make the call. Do I think they're going to go for Burning Bulwark? And do I take the risk of getting burnt potentially if they do?
That's such a big risk to take because your game could be over in just a blink of an eye in that way. And then on the other side of things, just to go back over to the other fire type that's on this poll that's in a hot commodity is Chi-Yu. That's a Pokemon that I feel like has a much better place in the meta than what we saw it in Portland. Portland, its usage was very, very low, and even heading into the end of Regulation E, we saw a huge drop-off for Chi-Yu. So why do you feel like it's rebounding right now?
Yeah, I think, when Water Urshifu was as popular as it was in previous formats, like Chi-Yu kind of fell off a cliff, especially when like Ting Lu was introduced as well. It just, a bunch of like Pokemon that are really meta or staple in the meta make it difficult for Chi-Yu, but I think now that some of those are falling off, Water Urshifu usage is still high, but it's like decreased a decent amount. And of course with Chi-Yu, you can have your own Water Ogerpon, which I think is a really nice counter into Urshifu, because you can go for Follow Me, redirect those Surging Strikes away. And yeah, I think we're in a format that currently is still more physically oriented, so people are preparing really heavily for the physical damage, but Chi-Yu, of course, can then take advantage of teams maybe not being prepared as much on the special defense side. So it's always interesting to follow like the rise and fall of Pokemon as that is developed, but yeah, I do agree with you where I think like Chi-Yu is probably in the best place it's been in a while.
And I also want to point out that Snarl is such a nice part of Chi-Yu's kit, and especially when you are dealing with some of these more special attackers, like even just looking at Psychic Spam, Snarl is such a nice answer to have against something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think being immune to Psychic Spam in general is already a big deal, but also to deal really good damage. Like a Choice Bag Snarl is so strong into so many of these attackers, right? And so, like, it would be amazing into something like Indeedee plus Iron Crown, for example. But I believe we've actually selected our next match, our very first match for today. The community choice match is going to be Nathaniel Berger against Justin Carris, who is the defending regional champion of Charlotte Regionals. Justin took home the regional championship here last year, and it was his very first regional championship victory. We were just talking about Psychic Spam. He is going to be bringing Iron Crown into this matchup.
Yep, so thank you so much to everybody that participated in the poll. It's the Raging Bolt Qianpao versus the Iron Crown. That is what got chosen for the matchup here, but you can also see some of the other choices that we missed out on, which are honestly all fantastic matches across the board. These were so good.
Yeah, there are so many huge names here in VGC among the rest, but I'm sure we'll get a chance to watch some of their games later on. But I think this would be a really fun matchup, right? It's Bolt plus Qianpao that won the last regional championship, and we're up against kind of a newer archetype with Iron Crown plus Indeedee here. And so I think this will kind of set the pace for, is Iron Crown, you know, does it have the potential to win this tournament? I think it was very underplayed at the first tournament. I know Justin's been working on this composition a lot in the last few weeks as well. He's put in a lot of practice time, and he's going to be going up against what should be one of the more kind of standard archetypes. And so it's a matchup I'm really excited for.
Yeah, and especially when you look at Nathaniel Berger's play history, while Justin Carris is a veteran of the scene, the defending Charlotte champion, Nathaniel Berger, this is his second time at a regional, and the first time was the last Charlotte regional. So it could not be any more of a David versus a Goliath situation here.
Yeah, I think I'm already just thinking about the matchup. We don't even have the team sheets available to us, but one of the most interesting things I'm curious about, and we'll be able to confirm this once we get the sheets, is the Qianpao, right? Because Qianpao makes the decision to run either Ice Spinner or Icicle Crash, and you know, Spinner was really popular, but then at the World Championships last year, it feels like Icicle Crash started picking up a lot more usage. Of course, it's a really interesting trade-off where Icicle Crash does not make contact, and so people were using it to get around Rocky Helmet. It's valuable with Gouging Fire as well. We were just talking about that. You don't have to risk getting burnt, but of course at a trade-off where Icicle Crash can miss. The benefit, of course, is that it can flinch and it's a little bit stronger. Ice Spinner, on the other hand, 100% accurate, but of course does make contact, so it's going to struggle a little bit more against Rocky Helmet, a little bit more against Gouging Fire, but specifically in this matchup, when you have it against Iron Crown plus Indeedee, being able to break that terrain is a huge deal, and you're immune to, of course, Psychic type attacks. And so, looks like we just got the team sheets here, so I'm curious if it is Ice Spinner on the Qianpao.
The one thing that I think is really interesting as well is that the Qianpao, because this Indeedee is Rocky Helmet, there's a really interesting interaction that can happen, that if the Qianpao knocks itself out to the Rocky Helmet recoil, the terrain stays on the field. So that is something that could potentially play a role here, especially when it is in fact going to be Ice Spinner on that Qianpao.
Yeah, so this is already, I think, going to be a really interesting interaction. There is also Snarl on the Entei, and so this team looks, you know, very similar to the team that Alex Underhill used to win the Portland Regional Championships. But yeah, I think critically, Snarl, something we were talking about earlier as well, and can be quite good because, of course, you do damage and also reduce the special attack of Pokemon like Iron Crown. And so, yeah, this is going to be a matchup where I think Justin actually has to face a lot that can give him trouble. There's also a Rillaboom on the opposing side, so there's terrain control via Rillaboom, there's Ice Spinner on Qianpao, plus Qianpao just being Dark type, being immune to Psychic type attacks, and then there's also Entei, and with the Snarl and the Assault Vest. And so, you know, with Indeedee and Iron Crown, it's a dream when you don't see like any of those, but with all of these on the composition, like, you have to be a little bit smarter about, you know, how you set up the Expanding Force and when you actually go for it versus going for some of your other options.
Yeah, and plus with the Wellspring Ogerpon as well, we just talked about how the embodied aspect, when you do terrestrialize it is going to give you a special defense boost.
Yeah.
So there's so many ways that you can mitigate the damage that's on Justin's side. So I'm really in this matchup looking at like the Entei, the Wellspring Ogerpon, the Rillaboom, and the Qianpao having like the most impact. But I think you could also make a pretty strong case for the Flutter main that's on Nathaniel's team as well. I don't know what that booster energy is going to give to the boost, but it kind of seems like to me it might end up being like a special attack boost.
Yeah, I think what is going to be interesting in this game is also kind of paying attention to speed control. I think for Nathaniel's team, one of the things that I noticed when Alex Underhill won with basically the same team, just I think Nathaniel has Rillaboom over Dragonite, is that there isn't actually that much speed control. You're kind of relying a lot on priority and just Pokemon being relatively bulky. Justin's team does have Tornadus. Tornadus plus the Rapid Strike Urshifu duo that's really terrorized VGC for quite a while now, and I think like that duo specifically is maybe a little bit weaker now, but still continues to be quite good, right? Like there are a lot of teams that are just not prepared for it, and so Justin in this matchup can definitely get a big speed advantage by going for the Tailwind with his Tornadus. And as always, you know, with Flutter main usage being as high as it is right now, one of the things to pay attention to is whose Flutter main goes first, because if you both are the special attack booster energy and you know, you don't Terra, then whoever's faster can just threaten a knockout with Shadow Ball immediately onto the opposing Flutter main. And so, yeah, I think how to train Flutter main in this format is so important, especially when 61.7% of the field's using it. If you're able to get that speed advantage is a really big deal. And I believe we actually saw like modest max speed win the Portland Regional Championships. So now one of the things I'm curious about are people going to go even faster than that, right? You can run Timid Nature to outcreep the modest max speed versions.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that matchup for both of those Flutter main, but I think also I'm wondering, do you feel like Raging Bolt comes? Another thing I want to point out here is that this is going to be the Calm Mind set, and it only has Thunderclap as its electric type attack. And so I wonder, like, do you feel like there's an opportunity here for the Raging Bolt to set up some Calm Minds in front of Justin's team?
Yeah, I think if you look at Justin's team, so Justin's team, I don't think we have the teams on screen, but we have the sheets for you all, so we can just read it out. It's going to be Iron Crown, Tornadus, Ogerpon, Heartflame, Flutter main, Urshifu, as well as Indeedee. So there actually are a lot of special attackers, right? Like you've got Urshifu as a physical attacker. Urshifu's okay into Raging Bolt if you like get a close combat off, but otherwise it's really awkward because you're worried about getting hit by a Thunderclap. Looks like we finally got the teams on screen, so you can see. So it's a really interesting question because, like you pointed out, there is only one electric type attack on Raging Bolt. That's Thunderclap, and Indeedee with that Psychic Terrain can, of course, stop Thunderclap. But I do think there is potential for the Raging Bolt here. I think the problem is you might want to Terra to get around Flutter main, for example, because otherwise Flutter main can do a lot of damage with those super effective Fairy type attacks. But it's a Terra Grass Raging Bolt here. So if Raging Bolt goes for a Terra, then suddenly that opens up a new weakness to the Ogerpon on the opposing side, which of course can't threaten it with an Ivy Cudgel. But we finally got the teams up for you all, so let's quickly talk about things.
Okay, so just to rehash some of the important points on Nathaniel's team, we're looking at this being one of the more classic teams that people have probably prepared for a lot in this meta. We saw like the Flutter main, the Ogerpon, Raging Bolt, Entei, and Qianpao on Alex Underhill's team. The Rillaboom makes this a really interesting matchup where you do have the opportunity to add in that terrain, but there's so many answers that Nathaniel has here that Justin's going to have to be prepared for.
Absolutely. And once again, fun fact was that this is Nathaniel's second regional championship ever, with last year's Charlotte Regionals, which Justin Carris, his opponent, won as his first regional. And so, yeah, I think it's really fun to always watch newer players come up because in the last season, we saw some new players who attended regionals for the first time and won the entire tournament.
And on the flip side of things, it's almost incredible that this was the only regional championship victory that Justin has got. He's such a seasoned player with so much experience in this game, and I'm kind of shocked that we can only say that he has one regional championship win.
But definitely looking to defend his title here, of course, rocking that Iron Crown plus Indeedee combination, which is really, really scary because of Expanding Force and just how powerful it is, but otherwise running some incredibly strong combos as well, right? Tornadus plus Rapid Strike Urshifu is something that has really made its mark in VGC throughout the last couple of formats. And then you've got Fluttermane plus the Heartflame Ogerpon as well. So really just 4 incredibly powerful attackers between Crown, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, as well as the Urshifu. And of course, Justin is looking to defend his title here. It was a big tournament last year, but this is the biggest tournament of all time.
Yep, so a little bit of an extra layer of difficulty on top of this one. But if any player is prepared to have to deal with a team like Nathaniel's, it's Justin. You know he's put in the hours, the prep work, and this is a team that he's going to have an answer for. Just knowing how many of these pieces just won the last regional and how many of them are still floating around as like the force part of the team.
I agree. Yeah, I think Rillaboom being on this composition over Dragonite, which was kind of the team that won Portland Regionals, actually changes the dynamic a good amount because Rillaboom is really good into the Indy plus Iron Crown stuff. And so I'm actually curious if Justin wants to prioritize Iron Crown Indy early on. Like, I think it could be valuable to close out the game with, but there's so much that it has to worry about. I'm actually looking a little bit more at Justin's Heartflame Ogerpon as well as Fluttermane. I think the combination of those just do so much damage, right? From the Daniel side, you're probably thinking, well, I needed something to beat Indy plus the Iron Crown, so I want to bring Rillaboom, I want to bring Entei, I want to bring Champao, but I think Flutter and Ogerpon actually have a pretty good matchup against most of those. Entei, I think, is going to be a really interesting Pokemon to pay attention to because Ogerpon can't do very much damage into it, Fluttermane can't deal much into it either, and it can also take an expanding force from Iron Crown. One thing to note is that it's actually Terra Blast Water from Iron Crown, which people normally use to beat Incineroar, but that can be valuable into Entei as well. So yeah, I think like out of all the Pokemon that I have my eyes on, I think like a well-played Entei can give Justin a lot of trouble, so curious kind of how he tries to solve for that. You know, your Rapid Strike Urshifu is probably one of the best answers, but you're staring down a Rillaboom on the opposing side, and Ogerpon as well, a lot to think about.
Yeah, and this Entei actually is going to be Terra Normal. I think a lot of the AV Entei running around have switched to Terra Grass, so you don't necessarily have a good way to resist any of this damage anymore because you don't have that defensive Terra type. But we are about to get into game number 1. We will have to see what these leads are between Nathaniel Berger and Justin Carris. What have they decided to bring to this matchup? And you called it. Justin's going to bring the Heartflame Ogerpon and the Fluttermane, and on the other side, Nathaniel's going to lead with the classic, the Entei and the Wellspring Ogerpon.
Yeah, so we were talking about all of these Pokemon, and they immediately come out onto the field. I think really good choices by both ends. I think Nathaniel right now in a solid spot just because this Ogerpon provides a lot of redirection support. One of the interesting things about this spot, though, is do you want to go for a Terra with Ogerpon? Because if you do, then you suddenly open yourself up to being weak to Grass-type attacks from the opposing side. The Terra, of course, does help by giving you a special defense boost, but you could just go for something like a Spiky Shield or a Follow Me here immediately. But without that special defense boost, suddenly you take so much more damage from Fluttermane. And so, all right, we're going to see, I think, a really safe play here of just Spiky Shield plus Sacred Fire. Like I mentioned, the reason why I think Entei is really good here is because it's quite good into both of the Pokemon from the opposing side. So even if Justin were to make a hard read and double up on Entei, you still don't do that much damage. And so he realizes, okay, time to switch out. And there's Urshifu. That's going to be the best answer into Entei in this matchup.
Yeah, but is it going to be a risk that gets that kind of pays off here? Because if Entei's going for the Sacred Fire into that slot, there is a 50% chance that that Urshifu could be burned as it's come onto the field. So we're about to find out.
Oh,
we're going to see that Ogerpon get a little bit of chip damage for the Spiky Shield with the Sacred Fire into the Urshifu.
Does it burn?
Oh,
no burn.
It gets
okay.
Away.
I think a burn there would have been so huge immediately, right? Because like that's your best anti-answer, just kind of chunked away and rendered relatively useless, but huge to not get the burn there. I really like the play from both ends. I think Nathaniel realizing I'm in a really safe position right now. Sacred Fire just does so much in a Flutter. I'm sure he was happy to see the Urshifu switching because he's thinking, well, if I get this burn, I'm just in such a good spot immediately. But now there is a lot of offensive pressure coming from the opposing side. The Ogerpon just protected, right? So you could pressure that slot with the double up, like close combat plus the Ivy Cudgel, for example, would be a really strong play. And so then the question here is, do you want to stay in? Or Fluttermane, of course, can take that close combat, but this is risky because Justin could make a crazy read here and go for Surging Strikes onto Entei.
Yeah, that would be absolutely nuts. So how is Justin going to respond to the switch in? We're going to see the Fluttermane hit the field and get a confirmation on what this booster energy is going to increase, and it's going to be the special attack. So that could be a huge turn. U-turn, though, a nice coverage play. You also get to reposition the Urshifu and keep it out of harm's reach if it does have to take another Sacred Fire, but Justin is going to be able to reveal another Pokemon here, unless you want to bring your own Flutter Mane back out into the field. But it's Indeedee that's the 4th and final here for Justin.
Yeah, so U-turn I think is kind of the safest option there, right? You guarantee damage. If Ogerpon stays in, you do so much because it's actually super effective, but this double up is really safe, and ooh, does so much to Flutter Mane, does not get the knockout, but that's still a ton of damage.
Yeah, Flutter Mane's still going to be really fast in this position as well, but the Sacred Fire into the Indeedee still does about half damage, gets the burn this time around. And that it does mean that this Indeedee's on a timer for how much it's going to be able to stay on the field and help.
Yeah, a lot about this matchup, in my opinion, is basically Justin wants to get to a game state where you can use Urshifu and just Surging Strikes everything, but that's not easy to do because of the Pokemon that Nathaniel brought into this battle, right? Like, protecting Ogerpon is a really big deal, so Nathaniel really smartly switches out the Ogerpon, realizing, okay, I'm looking to kind of trade damage right now. Ends up being a pretty positive trade, right? Sacred Fire does so much, and this Entei is still just not really threatened right now by very much.
Yeah, and it's so safe to go after the Indeedee here because you know it's not running Protect. It's just going to be Dazzling Gleam alongside 3 supportive options, so you're getting guaranteed damage down no matter what. The Hearth Flame Ogerpon on Justin's side is going to go for the Terrestrialization, and this is where things can get a little bit tricky. The Embody Aspect boost for this particular form is going to be an attack boost with a Helping Hand as well. It might be dishing out a ton of damage if it's able to get that damage off.
This is a really clever play by Justin. I think normally you don't expect this to do very much damage, but it does correctly target the Entei. I mean, this is boosted by the mask, it's boosted by Terra, you've got the Helping Hand support, and that's so much damage. Forget using Urshifu to cover for it. Indeedee faints now, but I think that's a fantastic trade for Justin as he realizes, okay, you know, it doesn't look like Entei's really threatened by much right now, but I actually have a pretty creative way to burst it down, basically. And so I think that was really, really smart. Now you can get a free switch in back into that Choice Scarf Urshifu, and that's exactly what Justin opts for.
Yeah, that's an amazing play, and especially knowing that Nathaniel doesn't have too many answers for that Hearthflame Ogerpon outside of just damaging it. There's no way to really mitigate it. Sacred Fire is not going to burn the Ogerpon, and you also don't have Intimidate. So fantastic choice for Justin to lean into the offensive capabilities of this Ogerpon.
Yeah, and if you actually look at Nathaniel's team, like the best answer is basically that Ogerpon that he has in the back, right? But how do you get it out to a point where it can actually threaten the Ogerpon? I think that's what's scary, and it's probably going to be slower as well if I had to guess. And so, like you said, Justin recognizing, wow, like Ogerpon on my side is actually really good. I'm just going to go for damage, and the lack of speed control is, I think, what's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Nathaniel right now. So you can see, yeah, it's really hard to figure out what the right move is to make in this position, and I think in order to win this, he's got to be able to get the Wellspring Ogerpon on his side out in a good spot.
I agree with that. So you're going to just see the switch in now as Entei leaves the field. Does that pay off? It's Ice Spinner to get rid of the terrain from the Urshifu, so that's going to be what it locks in with the Choice Scarf, and it is going to be the fastest thing on the field for that reason, and it gets rid of the Psychic Terrain for later.
Yeah, you know, this is a lot of damage that Wellspring Ogerpon takes. I was saying the win con is to try to get it out in a good spot, but that is just... Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, like it's neutral damage because of the water and the grass typing, but you see how much that's going to do with just the double stab and then also the fact that you get that attack boost.
Yeah, I think the way Justin maneuvered this game was just so clever because it looked like Entei was just in such a good spot, right? But I think the scary thing is that the Ogerpon on the opposing side, especially once it goes for that Terra, there's just not much to actually threaten it for super effective damage from Nathaniel's side, right? Like, Nathaniel doesn't have anything that can really get a one-hit knockout onto it other than his Ogerpon, but your Ogerpon is threatened so much by the opposing Ogerpon as well, right? And Justin kind of just naturally has more speed to work with in this matchup as well. The way he played with Choice Scarf Urshifu was really clever as well. And Ice Spinner, I think, a really cool move because it would have covered for Rillaboom switching in as well. So it might seem a little bit weird to see Ice Spinner on a set when you've got your own Psychic Terrain, but it's a really nice fourth coverage move. Also allows you to hit something like Dragonite for super effective damage. We're going to see the Terra come out from Rillaboom, so we'll see if Rillaboom can pull off a comeback right now, but I think Ogerpon is just so well positioned on Justin's end.
I agree with that. We're going to see the Rillaboom Terrestrialize to the Grass type, so it's going to get an additional boost to its damage for this Grassy Glide. The priority is really nice here as well because Urshifu did lock into a non-priority move. It is going to go down, but this leaves this Rillaboom so vulnerable, and I don't think this Entei is going to be able to do enough here to pick it up, especially because this Ogerpon's going to move first. It's just going to target down the Entei too, so there's really nothing now that's going to be threatening that Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think Rillaboom there maybe had the opportunity to consider going for a Fake Out, for example, knowing that the Urshifu, at least on the opposing side, is choice locked, but I wouldn't be surprised if Justin just locked Ice Spinner into the Rillaboom slot and say, hey, if you don't have terrain anymore, you're just not threatening me at all the subsequent turn. And so Flutter Mane comes out, and I think this is Justin recognizing the matchup, right? Saying, okay, I don't think Iron Crown's actually really good here because you have so many anti-Iron Crown options. And look, right, like Rillaboom was brought out into this matchup to kind of stop the Psychic spam, but it's caught in a really tough spot because you're up against an Ogerpon, and Ogerpon just completely crushes it. And so I think one of the interesting things to pay attention to as we get into the second game, as Grassy Glide comes out, and yeah, that just chips at the Ogerpon. But one of the main things I'm curious about is, do you drop some of your Iron Crown plus NDD answers in order to deal with this Ogerpon a little bit better?
And then does Justin just bring the Iron Crown?
Yeah.
NDD, kind of reading that 4D chess state. With the Rillaboom going down, it will be Justin Carris taking the first game of this best-of-3 set. And what a great answer. And I want to go back to what you were saying before, where Nathaniel's team on paper looks like it has the stronger matchup. But when you think about the intricacies that Justin can bring in terms of the speed control, as well as just the Hearthflame Ogerpon, how does Nathaniel even adjust to stop that?
Yeah, I think Hearthflame Ogerpon was a huge issue in that last game, right? Especially after it goes for the Terra. And so then the questions are, how do you actually deal enough damage to this Pokemon, right? Because it wasn't threatened at all. It's fast, exactly, and it's able to dish out so much damage across the board. So, Rose, you were asking about Raging Bolt earlier on before we got into this battle. I'm actually looking at it a lot right now. The main reason is because Raging Bolt does resist both of Ogerpon's attacks, and it's not a Swords Dance Ogerpon either, right? So you deal a decent amount of damage with Raging Bolt. You can also tank damage in return. You can potentially go for these Calm Mind setups as well. And so I think naturally, if I were in Nathaniel's shoes, I would immediately start thinking about Raging Bolt. It doesn't solve all of your problems per se, but at least can match up a little bit better against Ogerpon, whereas there was just kind of no Ogerpon answer in that previous game.
Yeah, you still have to find a way to deal with the Flutter Mane. I feel like that's the one piece of Justin's team that makes the Raging Bolt feel a little uncomfortable to bring just by itself as an answer. But we'll have to wait and see if the Raging Bolt is something that Nathaniel does want to lean into as an adjustment. Otherwise, I feel like you just kind of look at being a little bit more offensive with the Entei, maybe trying to lock into something like the Stomping Tantrum and just try to hit into that slot repeatedly, maybe overcorrect in some ways, because that Ogerpon was definitely troublesome.
Yeah, I think one other solution could be bringing Champao. You get that defense drop, and you can try to angle for something that's like Stomping Tantrum into the Ogerpon, into something like normal Terry Extreme Speed to try to finish it off. I think the problem with that is basically you're still up against a potential NDD. Like we saw Justin bring in NDD just for kind of redirection pressure and just to have like a bulky forward switch in option, right? And so I think NDD makes it a lot harder to just reliably click Extreme Speed. This Champao also has Sucker Punch instead of something like Crunch, right? So it's Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, Sacred Sword, Protect. And so yeah, I think like Justin probably feels pretty comfortable with his 4, but I'm curious if he decides to think about bringing Iron Crown instead, saying, well, you know, maybe you drop Rillaboom, and if you do, then Crown suddenly becomes a lot more effective. But I think the 4 that he brought feel really powerful right now, and from the Daniel side, like even if you make some adjustments, I'm not sure it's like the easiest matchup to go against. And so Justin really recognizing how strong Hearthflame Ogerpon can be.
Yeah, a lot of Nathaniel's game plan as well. Like for that game number 1, especially if you're not really sure what Justin's going to bring, I think like the Ogerpon and the Entei always feels like such a safe lead to bring. And so we're going to see that lead get run back here for Nathaniel, but Justin's going to go ahead and lead with the Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Urshifu.
So quickly flash there, we actually saw Champao in the back. So this is interesting, right? Because it's like Entei theoretically could apply a lot of pressure here immediately. The question is like, I think Urshifu is a very safe U-turn onto the Ogerpon slot. The other thing to note is that you have Ogerpon out, and like the previous game, what went wrong for Nathaniel is that his Ogerpon just fainted as it switched in, but Water Ogerpon's actually pretty good into the opposing Ogerpon, right? And so, yeah, I think Nathaniel recognizing, hey, like I lost that trade really poorly last time. Ogerpon on the opposing side's a really big deal, and he's opting to play a lot more offensively this time around.
Yeah, it's going to be the Terra Normal onto the Entei, so at the very least you're not going to take a super effective Surging Strikes from the Urshifu across the way, but you are still left vulnerable to something like a close combat.
Oh, no Spiky Shield!
Wow, that's a huge play here for Nathaniel to be able to get some damage down into this Ogerpon. It's going to do about 40%, but the U-turn in response is so much damage onto Nathaniel's own Ogerpon when it's going to be the critical hit to make it hurt even more.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a Horn Leech or Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon slot, that likely just faints. I mean, it should faint, right? So it's a question of whose Ogerpon moves first, and I would normally expect the Hearthflame Ogerpon to be faster here. So that was a critical hit. Curious, you know, how much of a difference that makes, because U-turn still would have done a lot, right? So let's see what option Justin opted for here. But I think if it were Horn Leech, oh wow, it's actually faster. Okay, but does it get the knockout?
Ooh, it's so close. Is that going to be quite enough? So the Ivy Cudgel gets a chance to hit in retaliation. So Nathaniel's Ogerpon is down for the count. And what a critical piece here for Nathaniel to lose so early in this game.
Yeah, and the problem is now that the terrain is also set up, right? So you can't click extreme speed nearly as easily. That was a big speed interaction, though. I think it's going to be one of the interesting trends to pay attention to in this tournament, which is basically how fast are Ogerpons in general. I would normally expect Heartflame Ogerpon to be faster, but Justin clearly opting for a much bulkier variant here, actually able to survive that double up as well. But Fluttermane now out in a decent spot where it can pressure with a Dazzling Gleam to finish off Ogerpon. You can just go for something safe like a Sacred Fire onto the NDD slot and a Dazzling Gleam with the Fluttermane. And looks like that's what Nathaniel's considering here. From Justin's end, then, I think it's interesting to, the NDD can't protect itself, and so you can go for like a Dazzling Gleam. You could try to Trick Room if your fourth option is a solid Pokemon that can take advantage of Trick Room. But yeah, I think NDD's caught in a pretty weird spot right now, honestly.
Yeah, I could go for something like a Helping Hand, but it really doesn't do very much. And the Follow Me as well, you're seeing that Nathaniel's already called the targets correctly, and Fluttermane should just be faster. So Ogerpon goes down for the count. Whether or not the Sacred Fire is enough, though, to be able to knock out the Ndidi, I think is the question at hand.
Oh,
the
and it misses! Oh, no, okay.
The delay. I almost got me, too. Oh, that was a close one. But Ndidi does hang on with a sliver of HP, so it's going to do just a little bit of chip there with the Dazzling Gleam.
Since the DLC, there's sometimes lag on these moves I can miss, and as a player, it gives me so much anxiety, and as a commentator, it also gives me so much anxiety, but...
I felt the same.
Critical turn there as the Ndidi actually does not faint, right? And so, one thing that's big for Justin is that you have cleared the Ogerpon. So now Urshifu is just safe to go for Surging Strikes very easily. And so... yeah, I think Ndidi not fainting there, it makes this tricky as well, right? Because the Urshifu just threatens Surging Strikes onto Fluttermane, so you can actually pretty easily just go for Surging Strikes and then go for Follow Me with Ndidi. The fact that there was no burn on Ndidi means that it also hangs on, and so critical survival so far for Justin in this battle. But okay, he's actually going to make the switch here, and so this, of course, opens you up to the risk of getting burnt, but Iron Crown is the final Pokemon here. Wow, okay.
Wow, so it's going to go onto the field immediately. We're going to see the Booster Energy activate the Quark Drive, so the special attack boost does come through. It's gonna have to take a little bit of damage, but we're just gonna see a Terrestrialization first here from the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I think the Urshifu is just in such a good spot, right? If you're able to clear Ogerpon, and Nathaniel actually didn't bring Rillaboom in the back as well as Champ Power, right? Like, Surging Strikes is just looking so powerful right now. I think Justin actually making that switch because he wants to conserve Ndidi in case the last one is Rillaboom. We, of course, know it's not, but Justin doesn't know that. Surging Strikes on a Fluttermane, just such a safe play to make here, gets the knockout. And Entei, of course, can't threaten with Sacred Fire right now, so let's see if it's able to get a burn.
Yep, Sacred Fire into the Urshifu, did not burn it the first time around,
but it gets
it this time. That's a huge way to be able to keep this Urshifu in check for just a little bit.
Yeah, really nice call there to actually target the Urshifu, right? Of course, you could try to go for the safe knockout onto the Ndidi slot, but here, getting the burn is really crucial. I think if you don't get that burn, the Urshifu just clears everything, right? Like, if the burn doesn't happen, then you can very easily just Surging Strikes into Entei for a guaranteed knockout. There's the boost of your Terra as well as Chien-Pao dropping the defense, and so very critical time there to get the burn. What's scary, though, is this Chien-Pao doesn't have Crunch, it's Sucker Punch, and so you actually don't threaten the Iron Crown with very much here, right? And so Crown now actually in a really good position to go for really anything. I think you can Tacking Cutter into the Chien-Pao, you can just go for Expanding Force as well. Knowing that Entei can't protect means that Justin can double up onto that slot. I think that is a decent play to go for. And so, yeah, you can try to double up on a Crown and go for the knockout there, but Crown is looking really scary right now.
Crown could also just protect.
Yeah.
So, like, you could double into the Iron Crown and just see the protect.
Yeah.
So Justin with such a safe play, meaning that this Urshifu has a little bit more room to breathe. While it is burned, it can still go for these powerful Surging Strikes, and it's going to be about half damage to this Entei.
Yeah, it's still honestly a lot with the Water Terra as well as the defense drop from the Chien-Pao. Chunks away at it significantly, and by going for this protect, we know that the Sacred Sword is launching into that slot. You know, Iron Crown putting on so much pressure because of Tacking Cutter being able to knock Chien-Pao through Focus Sash. So Justin correctly calls that it'll be a double up onto that slot, and I think that should essentially seal the victory for him at this point. So really nice play and great call, Rose.
Yeah, I love to see the protect come through. And even though you have like the Psychic Terrain that's going to expire soon, the preservation of that Ndidi makes this matchup so much trickier. Iron Crown also tends to be kind of that fast. So I feel like you're still not necessarily guaranteed to even get the damage down onto the Iron Crown because you don't know how it's trained yet. Haven't seen it in your matchup.
Totally, yeah. And I think with Indy being in the back and this being the last turn of terrain, like Justin should have this basically locked up, especially with Urshifu still exerting offensive pressure, right? But like you called, being able to conserve that terrain, like makes Champ House so sad because it's running Sucker Punch, right? So, you know, Sacred Sword actually doesn't really do that much damage into Iron Crown. I definitely would not expect it to do over 50%. And so, yeah, I think even without that prediction last turn, I feel like Justin was probably still in a good spot. But now with Surging Strikes coming out, I think Entei might just faint from this. Let's see.
I think you're right about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get a little bit of a low roll there for the first one, but the third one's definitely going to pick up the KO. And so Entei not going to have a chance to try to get some damage down onto the Iron Crown. Even with the Snarl, you pressure that just to drop the special attack, but sadly that answer is off the table. It's just going to be Champ Pound now, and it's not enough with a single Sacred Sword. So the Tachyon Cutter, one hit, and you're going to get the Focus Sash proc in the second one. Justin Carris winning the set 2-0.
Yeah, and that's going to take it. I'm mainly thinking about, like, would Nathaniel have had a shot at winning this game if he predicted the Iron Crown to go for Protect and just doubled up onto the Urshifu slot?
I think you get the Urshifu KO.
Yeah, you get the knockout with Sacred Sword and Stomping Tantrum, and then Indy comes out, but the scary thing is that terrain is, like, slowly expiring, right? So then you could probably go for Follow Me with Indy. And actually, yeah, because of Follow Me on Indy and the fact that Champ Hao was running Spinner and Sacred Sword, it's like, Champ Hao kind of just loses its Focus Sash there immediately. I'm mainly curious, like, does a Sucker Punch from Champ Hao even get the one-hit knockout on a Crown? Because then what you could do is, like, Follow Me, Expanding Force. You trade Indy for Entei, and then it's suddenly, like, Champ Hao against a... the Iron Crown, and then I'm curious, like, how much does Sucker Punch actually do to Crown, right? Is it able to get a one-hit knockout? Because
it depends.
Yeah, like, I think
if it's adamant, yes, it can definitely get the knockout, but if it's not and it's Jolly, you don't get that KO.
Yeah, I think, like, that was Nathaniel's win con to play for, right? Where it's like you hope to actually get the knockout onto the Urshifu by doubling off into it, especially because of the way, like, terrain worked at the endgame, right? Like, we knew that Indy only had a couple turns left, but by doubling up onto the Crown, then it just means that, like, Indy can reset the terrain. I mean, it didn't even need to get to that point. Urshifu would just be able to win the game, basically. But yeah, I think, like, Nathaniel made some nice adjustments. I think recognizing, okay, like, the Heartflame Ogerpon was too much of an issue. I'm going to bring my own Ogerpon. And actually finding out the speedrun for actually was a really big deal, because I'm not sure if Nathaniel was expecting that. I'm not sure if Justin was expecting. I mean, they both know how their Pokemon were trained, and so nice to aggressively target down Ogerpon on turn one, but Ogerpon isn't the only threat on Justin's team, right? In this game, it was very much about using the Urshifu to kind of clear after that early game.
I don't know if Justin was expecting that much damage either when you saw the critical hit come through, but I think also that reaction could have been to the fact that you did see the Ogerpon on Nathaniel's side move first, but the fact that you did get that survival, just what a key piece to get rid of.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that the critical hit on turn one probably didn't matter since Ivy Cudgel from the Heartflame Ogerpon on the opposing side is pretty strong.
Be enough,
but yeah.
But you never know.
You don't, yeah, exactly. And the fact that Heartflame Ogerpon was actually able to survive that double up was a really, really big deal. So it's a testament to the fact that it is probably a little bit bulkier than normal, right? And so if you get that knockout on turn one, the game is really different because then Ogerpon Wellspring on Nathaniel side is conserved. And that means you could just use it for Follow Me pressure and you can switch it in onto Surging Strikes. But as soon as Ogerpon goes down, Justin realized, okay, now it's time for Urshifu to just go for Surging Strikes Water Terra. I think that Nathaniel made a really nice play of going for the Sacred Fire to try to get the burn on Urshifu here and did get the burn, but Urshifu is still just an absolute monster. And Champ Hao being the last one over Rillaboom, I think in this game actually punished Nathaniel a little bit as well. He made the adjustment because Rillaboom wasn't doing very much in that first game, so it made a lot of sense, but Justin kind of felt like one step ahead, bringing Iron Crown as well, making that adaptation, and yeah, in the end, because it was not Rillaboom, inability to change terrain, inability to pressure with a super effective Grassy Glide made things more difficult.
It really did. So major credit to Justin for identifying that Iron Crown could be brought into that second game and be such a powerhouse. So yeah, what a great way for us to kick off the stream though. I feel like we got a chance to see two really meta archetypes go head to head, and I at the very beginning was going to give Nathaniel kind of like the leg up in terms of the matchup potential, but Justin really outplayed.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see Iron Crown actually come out in that final game. As I was like, please bring it, please bring it, please bring it. Just do it one time. And Iron Crown actually made an appearance there. So I think one of the scariest things about playing against Iron Crown in a best of 3 is not knowing when your opponent is going to bring it, right? I think like Justin brought the perfect 4 Pokemon in the first game, and when you have that game advantage, you can use it really and catch your opponent off guard, right? Because they're like, oh my gosh, I brought all of my tools to try to deal with Iron Crown, but Iron Crown didn't even come out, so I don't think they're going to bring it now, and let me drop some of my tools, and Justin was actually able to kind of take advantage of that with Rillaboom now no longer being brought. And so it's one of the more fascinating dynamics of Team Preview in a best of 3, and it's so scary because Crown is a Pokemon that commands so much respect, right? If you don't bring even 1 or 2 of your best answers into it, it can really just go off and put in so much work. Wasn't like the MVP for Justin in that game, but I think it was still a really nice final Pokemon to have, especially against Chien-Pao, just threatening with that Tachyon Cutter. And, you know, we were talking a lot about Farigiraf leading up into this match and talking about its kind of hold on the metagame, but Indeedee is also something else that can block that priority, and poor Chien-Pao just not being able to go for that super effective Dark-type attack onto Iron Crown because of Sucker Punch.
I haven't seen a lot of Chien-Pao with Crunch, but I feel like after this regional, we might see that tucked onto the Chien-Pao over the Sucker Punch, just because of answers like that Indeedee and the Farigiraf. I think the other thing that made this really difficult is that the Iron Crown was in the back. Like, I think you were talking about that even before going into that second game where you said, well, Justin could bring it, but if it's in the back, it does become even more pressure in that way.
Yeah, it's just so scary, right? Because I think, like, it reminds me of compositions where it's like, when I see Iron Crown in Team Preview, I'm like, okay, I have to lead in a way to at least pressure it or like not just lose to it immediately.
Yeah.
But then when you lead in a way and Iron Crown doesn't even come out, you're like, okay, well, now that feels bad.
Yeah,
and in the first game, it didn't come out at all. In the second game, it was in the back, right? And so there are a lot of different mind games that even just having Iron Crown plus Indeedee on your team kind of creates. But yeah, I think like Justin also just has really powerful Pokemon, right? The way he kind of switched from using Ogerpon as the carry to Urshifu as the carry from game 1 to game 2 was really good awareness. And I think Choice Scarf Urshifu just really powerful. And I think that U-turn makes it all the more scary. A U-turn is honestly really, really nice here because of how it threatens Ogerpon for super effective damage, right? So I think one interesting thing that Daniel could have considered in that second game on turn 1 was actually going for Water Terra with Ogerpon.
Yeah.
Because suddenly U-turn isn't super effective and you would have resisted Ivy Cudgel. But of course the scary thing there is then you take super effective damage from Hornleash, and I'm sure that's what he's trying not to go for. But I do wonder, you know, it's like if these players played again and I were in Nathaniel's shoes, I would consider actually going for Terra with Ogerpon immediately, knowing that it's faster than the Ogerpon on Justin's side. But that speed interaction in itself was such a big deal.
So it is, and you couldn't even figure that out until that second game. So definitely some information to bank for later if you do run into this matchup once again. But we have our winner, Justin, in the lounge. So let's head over to hear from him about how that match went.
Hello, I am here with the winner of our round 3 here in Charlotte, Justin Carris. Strong 2-0 performance, obviously 3-0 on the day. How are you feeling about this tournament so far?
Feeling amazing. Glad to be back in Charlotte. I worked really, really hard. Had this team pretty much since like day 1 of the format. Team building group has been great. You know, my guys, Toller, Yotam, helped us put in a lot of work. We were like on 5-hour calls for like multiple nights. So feel great. I'm happy. I'm excited. The energy is awesome. And yeah, I'm glad I'm 3-0 so far at least.
You definitely have a really interesting team. I know you've previously mentioned on Twitter that Psy-Spam isn't too great. Obviously, this isn't a Psy-Spam team, but you do have a couple of elements with this Indeedee and this Iron Crown. So what makes this team different enough to where this is the strong choice coming into this event?
1, I'm running it is the first thing. 2, it is a Psy-Spam team. And it's okay. Psy-Spam used to be really like not cool. You know, they were sitting at that lunch table by themselves. Like, I get it. It's an easy type of team to play, but now we have Iron Crown, and Iron Crown is so cool. Like, literally one of the coolest Pokemon designs. I love it. I like Cobalion too, so Paradox or Future Cobalion is awesome. This team, it is a Psy-Spam team, but it's a well-rounded Psy-Spam team. It doesn't have to lean into the Trick Room element. That's the thing, in my opinion, that always held Psy-Spam back, is you only have 2 mix-ups. You're going for Trick Room, or you have like maybe 1 fast Pokemon and you try to like, you know, do like a follow me, helping hand Indeedee strategy with like a Dark Ursh. But now, because you don't have to burn that turn of tempo going for Trick Room, like you can have an offensive Tailwind mode with Psy-Spam, or you can have like, you know, Scarf Ursh or whatever. So that's kind of the whole idea behind what we did, but it's an amalgamation of things. It is a Psy-Spam team. And again, you know, like I feel like it's really, really strong.
Well, this Iron Crown, too, this is what the chat voted for. They wanted to see the Iron Crown. We did get to see a little bit in Game 2. Was it brought in Game 2 because optimal, or did you know that everyone wanted to see it?
Oh, I just brought it for the fans. Like, I knew it's not really that great in that matchup. I figured out a game plan. Like, that's what took me so long to come up with it. I don't mean that as a disrespect to my opponent, because, like, it's still good as a mix-up. I thought maybe if they brought Raging Bolt, like they would be really strong to just you can't use your Raging Bolt comfortably. And yes, I mean, it's still strong. I like implementing it as much as I can because a lot of times people don't respect it enough. And I usually bring in a lot of my pieces that are strong into the side spam counters. That's the point of the Ursh, is dark types are great into side spam, but Urshifu beats the two most common, which are Incineroar and Chien-Pao. So yeah, yes, I brought it for the fans. I brought it for myself too. I'm a big fan of Iron Crown, so it's strong.
Well, I'm definitely excited to see it go for a run here in Charlotte. And you are the reigning Charlotte champion, being able to take it down last year. So do you feel any pressure coming to this event with that title on your shoulders?
Not pressure, no. I always have high expectations for myself anyway. And last time when I came into Charlotte, I was I don't even know if I wouldn't say it was meditating or anything, but I was trying to channel as much energy as I could. Because just something about the vibes, they were feeling really good last time for Charlotte. And I felt all right, if I have things are going my way in a lot of cases. I was if this is how the tournament is going to go, I need to put my maximum effort into winning. Usually I put my maximum effort into winning as much as I possibly can before the tournament. But Charlotte taught me a lot last year about riding momentum, understanding that this is the game we play. Sometimes things will go in your favor. I had a lot of luck go my way last year. And this year I was okay, I want a clean win. I want to win every single set that I possibly can. And I want to just have a good time. I have not had a better prep cycle probably in my entire career. It was very jovial. We were hanging out, goofing off, playing other games. So many things that we did in this prep cycle and in our calls with my friends. It was just so much fun. So I just want the manifestation of our work to be worth it.
Well, you've talked about some of these frenzied team building partners, so I'll give you an opportunity to continue any other shout outs before I let you go.
Yeah, obviously the main shout outs go to my two rocks, Toller Webb and Yotam Cohen. They're always in there grinding out stuff with me. Matchups, we do tons of work on all of our documents and our damage calcs, and it's just such a great dynamic. There's the hot, the cold, and then the balance. I feel we work really well together. The building is awesome. Could not do any of this without them. Shout outs to Dan, shout outs to Max, shout outs to Sempra, and shout outs to Tang, all of my other friends. I don't think I'm missing anybody. We have a couple new members, but I'm sure they'll be on stream later at some point.
We'll make sure to complete the shout out cycle then, but congratulations, best of luck going on forward. As for us, time to head back over to our casters and view of our round 4.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I love hearing from Justin because I feel he has such a straightforward mindset when it comes to the game. It's okay, I know the damage, I know the matchups, and I'm just gonna play some clean Pokemon.
Totally, and I know he said he wanted to bring Iron Crown for the fans, so Justin, thank you.
Thank you.
I was very happy to see Iron Crown make an appearance because we had hyped it up so much, and I was we have this set and Iron Crown doesn't even make an appearance. I'm gonna be so sad. But he did call out kind of why Iron Crown he wanted to make or bring it into that matchup, and it's a shame we didn't get to see it go up against Raging Bolt, of course, which is one of the brand new Pokemon in this format as well. I think Calm Mind Raging Bolt is really interesting. The set that won Portland Regionals wasn't Calm Mind. It was Safety Goggles, and I just aimed to do as much damage as possible with Draco Meteor, as well as Thunderbolt and the Thunderclap. But I think Calm Mind Raging Bolt as a Pokemon has a lot of potential. It kind of just stays on the field, sets up, and heals back a lot, especially with leftovers, and this team having Rillaboom grassy terrain as well for further recovery. But I think naturally when you're using Calm Mind Raging Bolt and you don't have Thunderbolt, you're oh, well, there's an Entity on the opposing side and a Fluttermane. Can I really bring this Pokemon out? Because it requires so much time to set up. But I'm just very, very happy that Iron Crown made its first appearance here today and got a victory on stream.
I have a feeling we're going to see more Raging Bolt too.
Oh, for sure,
we'll be very satisfied with some of the Pokemon we see on stream, I think, by the end of the day. But as Justin said, he brought the Iron Crown for the fans. Well, guess what, fans? If you're watching from home, we want to hear from you what you think the best Pokemon in the format is right now. We've got 8 choices for you here, which are going to be the top 8 from our day 1 meta usage. And let's chat through this, Aaron, because I feel there's some spicy matchups here.
Yeah, it's funny because I think when I look at this, I'm just thinking, well, who wins between each matchup, right?
Yeah.
It's Fluttermane versus Single Strike Urshifu. Well, I think I would give the edge to Fluttermane since Urshifu takes so much damage from it. But, if you were Focus Sash Urshifu, you Wicked Blow into Sucker Punch, for example. Incineroar versus Tornadus is kind of a weird one where, you don't see those two fight against each other that much, but Incineroar can do a lot of damage with Flare Blitz and normally a Citrus Berry. Chien-Pao against Raging Bolt, right? Like Chien-Pao definitely gets the edge there because of the super effective ice type attacks into Raging Bolt, and then Ogerpon Wellspring into Urshifu Rapid Strike. That might be the most one-sided matchup where Ogerpon can just Terra and go for a Horn Leech onto Urshifu. But I'm trying to think about like doing this in terms of just picking who's gonna beat like the other Pokemon, but who's just like better between the two, you know? But it's
I'll
so
give
hard.
you a little bit more insight here. It's for which Pokemon you think is gonna win the tournament. So does that change anything for you outside of just matchups alone and how these Pokemon ended up matching against each other for the seeding?
Interesting. Well, you know, I gotta say, I think Fluttermane's probably a favor when 61.7% of the field's using it, right? Like, more likely than not, we'll win the event. I think from these, it's interesting. I think, like, in terms of volume, you just see a lot more Fluttermanes, you see a lot more Urshifus. I do think Wellspring Ogerpon still continues to be one of the best Pokemon in the format, but I actually wonder how heavily people are preparing against it, just because it made such a big mark. And I think like the combination of Wellspring Ogerpon plus Entei in particular is something that a lot of people were using. And so I think, you know, seeing Scarf Urshifu with U-Turn, for example, is one way to pressure it a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. If I had to pick one, probably Fluttermane.
I think I'm with you on that one. I wonder if like a good... like a well-navigated single strike Urshifu could take it, because wasn't Gio's single strike on his San Antonio winning team?
Yep.
So I think like a well-positioned single strike Urshifu maybe will surprise some people. That poll is up right now, and you can vote on that matchup. Do you think Fluttermane is going to win, or do you think Urshifu single strike is going to win the tournament? That's what we're trying to figure out, and we would love your input on that. And then we of course got some other spicy matchups in there that we'll have to revisit a little bit later throughout this weekend. We'll continue to vote on that community bracket. So very exciting to see what people are going to pick. I would definitely also vote for Fluttermane for what it's worth.
I do think this is probably one of the best spots that Single Strike Urshifu has been in, and it's funny because I feel like talking to a lot of high-level players that prepare for this event, they're all like, I hate playing against this Pokemon. It's so annoying. And its usage rate has just gone up so much, right? Like, as you saw in the usage stats for day one, it's like 0.5% behind Rapid Strike Urshifu, which I think is fascinating, right? Just because Rapid Strike Urshifu was just so much more popular. And so I think, yeah, Single Strike Urshifu, just generally consistent. You run Focus Sash on it most of the times. You can run something like Choice Band or Choice Scarf as well, but I think it's one of those Pokemon that just really likes having Focus Sash, and Wicked Blow is just a wickedly good attack.
Yes.
Like, it's, being able to threaten, like, Trick Room in particular, being able to have an immunity to Side Spam, which we just saw on stream. I know actually talking to Justin, he specifically was like, oh my gosh, like, fighting against Single Strike Urshifu is just annoying, and makes sense when you're running Iron Crown and Indeedee, right? And so it's one of those where it's like, there are going to be a lot more Fluttermanes. There's like, what, 3 times more Fluttermanes in this field than Single Strike Urshifu, but I can definitely see Single Strike Urshifu taking the tournament. To be honest, out of those 8, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 4 of the 8 end up on the winning team, right? It's just, those are just some of the best Pokemon in the format. But it'll be interesting to see. I think one of the other things I'm curious about with Single Strike Urshifu is what Terra you use, because Stellar Terra is something that people have been talking about on that Pokemon.
We actually saw that at the Portland stream. We saw somebody run Stellar Terra Urshifu, and so you've got the Terra Blast, which is just so impactful, but you also are able to get just a little bit of an increase to the damage the first time you use any of those moves, and they're all such great coverage options. It feels like a really strong Terra choice to have.
Totally. I think like it's often a debate of, do I want to run Dark Terra, which just allows Wicked Blow and Sucker Punch to be stronger? Do I want to run Stellar Terra to increase the damage of... I think increasing the damage of close combat in particular can be really valuable, just because it kind of changes damage calcs and gives you the edge and be able to secure one-hit knockouts that you otherwise wouldn't get. Or some people like to run a defensive Terra, like Poison, for example, as well. And it kind of depends on, of course, what item then you're running on Urshifu as well. I think like Poison makes sense on maybe like a bulkier set or a Scarf set, whereas I think like Dark or Stellar make more sense on like a Focus Sash set, for example. But yeah, I really hope we get to see some Single Strike Urshifus, because I'm curious what people are kind of putting it on their teams for and how it matches up into the meta right now.
It'll be really cool to find out. I feel like we'll see a lot of variety there, the Raging Bolt sets, all of the above that we've really talked about so far, but we still want to hear from you in the community, so we've got a couple of tweets to be able to show off here. That's a +1 is here. Let's have a champion time. You can see the Charizard plushies there. I love the call out. So yeah, best of luck, Philip, for your run today.
It's funny seeing Charizard after it like dominated VGC in so many different years, and it basically is completely non-existent. But of course, yeah, Charizard has had very, very good performances, both with Mega Evolutions as well as Dynamax and Gigantamax. And I think one of my favorite things about VGC is just like how relevant some Pokemon get and then how non-relevant some Pokemon get. And it's funny because like we just saw Entei, and yeah, I think Entei's like been in the best place it's ever been in VGC. But this is a Pokemon that has existed for so long in the history of Pokemon.
I've seen some Sun teams try to make a use of Charizard because like you still have the solar power boost.
Yeah.
It's still so frail though, which I think is a really difficult place to try to make Charizard work. But I've definitely been on the receiving end from a couple of air slashes or 2 or 5, and that's never been super fun. But regardless, Philip, best of luck here on your regional run. We've got another one here, so it's going to be from Jeremy Jalen. This weekend is going to be insane. There are so many Pokemon trainers here, not just for VGC where we have over 800, but I heard TCG is also hitting some record numbers.
It might have been 2,000 players,
Oh
Rose.
my gosh. So we have like 3,000 trainers here when you include Go too.
Totally, and I think even in the seniors division in TCG, there's like over 226, 227 players, so they are going to have a day 2 for TCG as well in seniors. And so
wow.
It's surreal, you know, to reach these record-breaking numbers across all the different games. And Pokemon is just really in a great place right now. And it's amazing to see so many people come out and watch these tournaments and, of course, compete in them as well.
I see, like, the spectator areas are actually full. They're, like, people are filling up all the seats here in the venue. So we definitely have a lot of people that are here to cheer on some of their friends or family that are competing at the event. So this tweet is going to be from one of our very own TCG casters, Jeremy Jalen. Let's take a look at the next one. Serena says, hello, Pokemon fans. I'm so excited to watch the regional championships today and would love to draw some more
Oh my
fans.
gosh.
If you'd like your own drawing, feel free to comment a reference and your favorite Pokemon. I see the Piplup right there and immediately actually thought that you had been drawn already.
These are so adorable. I
They're
love the
so
style
cute.
of them. And it makes me happy to see multiple Piplups, actually, you know, on the second row there as well.
Oh,
but
true.
Yeah, that's... it's so incredible to see the artistic talent of fans in particular, and so Serena, this is amazing work. But you know, I think one of the coolest things about a lot of the regionals recently is I've seen a lot of fan art from the VGC side, especially from like the players that make the finals and the Pokemon that make it that far, and so I know how much it means to the players. You know, as a player myself, like every time I get art, I think it's like the most surreal experience you can have, really. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, huge shout out to all the artists out there because it really makes everyone's day here, like behind the stage, and for all the players that are out there as well. It's one of the coolest things that can happen.
Absolutely. We cannot wait to see more of your art, so keep it coming with that hashtag Play Pokemon, and maybe we'll get a chance to feature yours on broadcast. Ooh.
Look at that.
The Squirtle watch. I have this watch.
Really?
Yeah, I do. It was part of the Fossil collection that they released on the Pokemon Center. And they came out with one that was like this metal chain link Gengar. That watch goes so hard, but the Squirtle one is beautiful. About to start, Squirtle watch always goes hard. Let's see if we can make a run today. First ever regional for me, so super excited to be here. Major thanks to my boys, Nicholas Moffitt and Luca, for helping me out. Well, Nate, best of luck on your run. Thank you so much for sharing. I hope you have a great first regional experience.
Either way, win or lose, you have the watch, so I think you're the real winner. That is a really cool watch.
Yeah, you walk away a winner no matter what here. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, keep the tweets coming. We love being able to show those off. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Incineroar and Hisuian Arcanine fighting it out. Hisuian Arcanine and Incineroar, it doesn't matter who wins between those because the viewers always win regardless. That's so true. This is a, I don't know. There's actually a lot of Hisuian Arcanine in the field right now.
There are, yeah. It's, I think one of the most interesting discussions in this format is Incineroar versus Hisuian Arcanine versus Entei. So it's funny to see all of those Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree. I think like Hisuian Arcanine though, if we can like sit on that for a little bit. Hisuian Arcanine felt like it fell off a cliff in usage at the very beginning of Regulation F.
Yeah.
And then as we kind of saw some of the discourse about Incineroar, people are like, wait a minute. Stab rock damage is really, really strong. So we're seeing a rise in usage of things like Hisuian Arcanine that gets Rock Slide, or like Glamora, even by itself, getting Meteor Beam. up there in the ranks.
Yeah, I think the format's really interesting because fire typing is just really strong, and so people keep talking about like the fall of Hisuian Arcanine, the fall of Incineroar, like Entei is the new king, but like I think all of these Pokemon like have a role in the format, right? Like it's not like they just completely replace each other. And I know like Incineroar, like everyone started talking about it once it came into the format because it's Intimidator, it's bulky, you know, it doesn't suffer from 4x weakness from water or ground, for example. It's got Fake Out as well. But like you called out, like rock type damage is really good. And a lot of the Hisuian Arcanines that were winning were choice band sets, right, on tailwind compositions. And so I think there's still a place for it for sure. I think that people are maybe discounting it a little bit too much. And so we've moved from like everyone using it to no one using it. I feel like we'll probably like end up somewhere in the middle. Exactly, yeah. But there are other fire types as well, right? I mean, like I'm curious, like if Entei continues to like kind of stay steady at where it was. I mean, it won the first regionals of this format. Chi-Yu is something you and I were talking about earlier. I think that's probably been also a little bit too underplayed. So I feel like I expect to see that rise a little bit as well. And it's in a good place and one of the better places it's been in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there are a lot of good fire types and people are still very much prioritizing Incineroar and Entei right now. But if you told me a team with Hisuian Arcanine or Chi won the whole tournament, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either. Maybe that is exactly what we're going to get, but we have so much more action ahead of us today and tomorrow. Make sure you follow us on all of our social media channels so you can get updates on when we go live, as well as when we get updates for the game and for events and all of that good stuff. We're going to be taking a short break to get ready for our round number 4, so don't go anywhere. You are watching the Charlotte Regional Championships. I love that Quaxley has to be the responsible one in the group. When you look at the 3 Paldean starters,
Was
it
that
is
responsible?
Quaxley.
You made the others trip? That was so mean.
Okay, that was actually a little mean now that you put it that way. Sprigatito and Flickhook are just trying to have a good time. You know, Quaxley can't have any of those shenanigans happening, but we're going to be up to some fun here on the Charlotte Regional desk. It's going to be Aaron and myself back on the casting desk for this next round. And we already started off the day great, so what's on your bucket list of things that you still want to see on the stream?
That is a great question. We were talking about gouging fire.
Yeah.
I don't know if I actually believe in gouging fire, so I want to be convinced. I want a great player to show me this is why you need to respect this Pokemon. This is why it's so good. So gouging fire is up there. I'm curious where people have landed on Dondozo after Chupa Cross got second at the Portland Regional Championships with it a few weekends ago. And I also want to see Friggraph plus Blood Moon Ursaluna because that was one of the top comps coming into this tournament. So those are my top 3. But what about you, Rose?
Okay. I want to see our Chaladon. I have that on my predictions. I feel like our Chaladon, people are starting to really figure it out. I think originally when you looked at the start of Regulation F, you kind of go, okay, well, our Chaladon has to be on a rain team.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore because I feel like you can still run more of like a supportive set, and I think that our Chaladon is starting to take on a bit of a new form that maybe we will see it without the Pelipper and the Urshifu, even though that archetype is still pretty strong.
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite teams from Portland Regionals was an Archaladon team with Pelipper and Urshifu, and when I tried it, I was like, this is actually really impressive. Like, Pelipper feels like such a good partner for it. And I think Wide Guard, in my opinion, is one of the most underplayed moves in the format. Part of the reason for that is because there just aren't that many great Wide Guard users, but Pelipper does get access to Wide Guard, right? And so not only does it set up our Chaladon for those Electro shots, and I think the other thing is I'm like, at +1, this Pokemon does so much damage already, and you can keep chaining Electro Shot boosts as well. I'm also curious if people have moved on from Assault Vest or Chaladon, which I feel like is still probably the maybe most consistent set. I feel like there is potential for other items on that Pokemon as well as other and other sets, but yeah, I don't know. I was really impressed when trying it out. I think the main thing that it struggles from is just like getting burst with a lot of damage immediately, right? Like a Flutter Mane, Fairy, Terra, Moonblast plus something else. Maybe you trade and you like knock out a Flutter Mane, but then like one more special attack really does a lot. And so I think like pairing it with redirection support, pairing it with ways to heal it up can be really interesting as well. But I would love to see more of it because, yeah, I think that's probably been one of my favorite archetypes that I've tried out so far in this format.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I feel like maybe there's still some room to see. Well, actually, I would love your opinion on this. So I feel like I've seen a lot of different movesets. Like if we're thinking about just Assault Vest specifically, I feel like you always run Electro Shot. You always have Draco Meteor. But how do you round it out? Because what's your take on like Heavy Slam over Steel Beam, or you even see Body Press over like Focus Blast?
Yeah, I think the set that finished in top 16 at Portland Regionals is probably the set I've liked the most, which is Electro Shot. It actually had Dragon Pulse over Draco Meteor.
Okay, I like that too.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because like Draco allows for really big burst damage, right? Very nice insolent things that are weak to it, and you can often just secure one hit knockout with it. Whereas if you run Dragon Pulse, you might be weaker. But part of the theory is with Archaladon, like you want to stay on the field for a long time. You want to get those Electro Shots anyway. So it feels kind of bad to like boost your special attack once, twice, use a Draco Meteor, but then just like get rid of those boosts. But I think you could definitely fit either slot or either move onto that slot. I think Flash Cannon versus Heavy Slam is also an interesting debate where it's like Flash Cannon is going to be a little bit more consistent in terms of damage across the board, but Heavy Slam is really good specifically to beat Flutter Mane. And Flutter Mane is the #1 Pokemon, right, in terms of usage rate. And so it's one of those decisions where it's like, do you want something that can just deal okay damage across the board, or do you want something that threatens specifically one Pokemon for a knockout?
Yeah.
The other interesting thing is because our Chaladon runs like, Dragon Pulse, Body Press, Electro Shot, like you often actually don't need Flash Cannon because like the other moves give you enough good coverage anyway, and like there aren't that many good fairy types in the format other than like Flutter Mane, right? And then I think for the final move, like, yeah, Body Press is really common just because it combos nicely with Stamina, in particular with our Chaladon's ability. I think Snarl is something I've seen people talk about as well.
I have seen that, yeah.
Yeah, like there are a lot of viable moves on it for sure, but I think the Electro Shot, Dragon Pulse, Body Press, Heavy Slam set feels really consistent, and it gives you good coverage basically against everything that you're going to run into.
Yeah, I've always really liked Body Press and Heavy Slam over like the special attack. Oh my gosh. I know I said Steel Beam, but I'm like, that wasn't it. And then you said it, and now I forgot again. What is the Steel special attack?
From our Charlotte?
Yeah.
Let's not Steel Beam or Flash Cannon.
Oh, it's Flash Cannon. Sorry,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
the one. I was like, that's the more common one. I don't know why I said Steel Beam.
Well, Steel Beam was really good on Duraludon,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Like I
that's
think
what it was.
back in the era of Duraludon, like it was actually probably one of the coolest moves because it gave you such burst damage like you normally wouldn't expect. And so it's so funny that like Duraludon was introduced, actually won like OCIC back in 2020 as well, but then it just kind of got priced out. You know, it was really good with Dynamax, not as good without Dynamax now.
It's true.
So they had to give it an evolution, but yeah, I think it's evolution still feels a little underplayed to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, maybe we'll see a couple running around. It has been Urshifu and Pelipper as its best buddies, so maybe we'll get a chance to see it on stream. But I think also I have to get a hot take from you.
All right, let's hear it.
Where's Iron Hands? Where does Iron Hands fit for you? Like, we were talking about this at the Portland stream.
Yeah.
And if we're going to go to kind of some of the other kind of classics, where's Iron Hands for you?
Iron Hands has been one of the best Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet VGC, and I think it is actually a little surprising to not see it break the top 12 anymore. But I think it's a little bit harder for it to thrive in a format when Incineroar is on, like, you know, quarter of teams, a lot of Intimidate running around, and some of the brand new Pokemon that were introduced, I think, also just have pretty good matchups into Hands, right? Like, Hands doesn't threaten with that much damage. You know, we just covered Iron Crown on stream. Hates going up against that. Landorus Incarnate's been rising. And part of the reason it was rising even in the previous format was because it was like, hey, this is actually really good into Hands, really good into Arcanine, really good into so many of the other Pokemon. And Landorus actually is in the top 12 in usage rate for this tournament as well. So I think Hands is still really good, but with where the meta is right now, it might not be as consistent because there are a lot of teams that just threaten it for so much damage.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think when we did our tier list, we put Hands at like C tier.
Oh, okay. Okay.
B or C, I don't remember, but
Yeah.
it felt so bad and it felt so weird to even say that about that Pokemon, just knowing how impactful it was in our previous regulations.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm curious about is, can we move away from just Assault Vest Iron Hands, right? Because that's been such a big staple, and I've like fought against, there's one set I fought against that was like Booster Energy with an attack boost and Stellar Terra, and you have coverage between like Fighting, Electric, and Fighting, right? And so it can also run like Ice Punch, right? So like the concept of like a really offensive Iron Hands is really interesting to me, right? In the metagame where you have like Chien-Pao Dragonite, like, or even if you just run Ice Punch on Iron Hands on the Assault Vest set, I think that's a kind of a cool mix-up where you can thread in Dragonite, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the other scary things is Entei is also in the top 12 of usage, and like Entei against Iron Hands kind of just gets the fish for those Sacred Fire burns, and Entei is often gonna get those burns pretty early on, right? And then a burnt Iron Hands feels so sad. Like, it just really can't do very much if you're the Assault Vest set, right? And so, yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Hands also kind of sees a resurgence at some point, but with a lot of Pokemon in the top 12 right now, just giving it some trouble, like Landorus, like Entei, it's not shocking that it's fallen off a little bit.
I remember too, just talking about different sets that we also, I think, what was it? Did we sell like a leftover set or something with Sword
Leftover
Stance?
Sword Stance was definitely a thing at one point. We've seen like safety goggles variants. I want to see more Belly Drum Hands.
Yes,
I think that is really interesting.
That too.
You know, there was a Japanese team that had like Belly Drum Iron Hands with Inity support, and then you had Cresselia and Torkoal in the back, and the Cresselia would Psych up. And it was physical Cresselia, max attack with Psycho Cut. So it's like a unique way of having coverage, right? But I thought that concept was really interesting because it kind of solves for some of the problems that Hand suffers from right now, which is like Intimidate's a big issue. Clear Amulet Iron Hands is something like got top 8 at the Toronto Regional Championships many formats ago at this point. But I thought that was a really cool mix-up as well, just to kind of stop all the Intimidates and be able to actually dish out really good damage.
Yeah.
I think being able to block Intimidate from Incineroar is so nice, right? Because it's like then they don't decrease your attack, and then you threaten them with a potential knockout with Fighting type attack, and you can run, of course, Close Combat instead of Drain Punch for even more damage. And so having a way to threaten Incineroar, I think, is really interesting. But I think inherently the problem with Iron Hands is if you're not running Assault Vest, Flutter Mane is such a big problem, and Flutter Mane's, once again, on so many teams.
Yeah, I don't think Iron Hands would particularly like taking a Terra Fairy Moonblast, but maybe we'll see some innovation when it comes to that Pokemon. We do have Sierra in the lounge to go over some predictions, I think. So let's go ahead and head over there and see what the lounge has got for us.
Oh, we definitely have predictions over here. Welcome back, friends. I'm Sierra. Gabby and Evan are joining me. We do have our Pokemon predictions, and we didn't get to go quite in depth as maybe we would have liked to before. So this is our opportunity as our players are getting squared up for round 4 to dive a little bit deeper into that. And already, too, Iron Crown, we got to see it on stream.
Carris was very big on, hey, this Pokemon is good, this archetype is good. So congrats, Rose and Aaron, on that one.
Yeah, saw it on stream and it looked good. Iron Crown looking really good in that second game. Really strong adaptation by Justin to bring it in that set. And also got to shout out the Ndidi that Gabby predicted, of course, a major partner for that Pokemon.
Yeah, I also think it's very interesting about Carris's team where he had Ice Spinner in particular on his Urshifu with the Psychic Terrain setup as well. I feel like there's some strategies there where like maybe you want the terrain up for you, but you don't necessarily want the terrain up when your opponent has a Psychic type Pokemon to take advantage of it. So there's a lot of playability with that team. So I'm really hoping we can get to see him again on stream, either later on today, tomorrow, whenever, just to see how he maneuvers around that scenario.
It's definitely really interesting to see how trainers are adjusting to Regulation F. Of course, this is our second Regulation F regional now. So being able to see a couple of the picks that are out there is quite interesting. And especially too, what interests me with being able to see this Ndidi, because Carris did talk a lot of that Psy Spam in the past. It can be a little bit weak because it kind of is a little one-dimensional, but it's in such an interesting place right now because of the new tools added with Iron Crown, as well blocking that priority that is a very early meta thing.
Yeah, as someone who was very much on the Ndidi Armarouge train, but way back in the day, I will say one of the downfalls of those two Pokemon together, that core, is that you really need speed control on your side. And unfortunately for Armarouge, Trick Room is really the easier option for that. There's just some great synergy, especially when you throw Torkoal in there as well. But Iron Crown is a very fast Pokemon, and I know we saw Justin's Booster Energy boost that Pokemon's special attack, but one strategy I've seen is you can run Booster Energy to boost speed, and then all of a sudden you've addressed really the one major downside to Armarouge as a Pokemon. So I do think that Iron Crown is kind of unsupported or unexplored right now as a Psy Spam user. I do think we'll be seeing a lot more of it, and I think it'll persist throughout Regulation F. The big question to me, though, is when do people start running like your Assault Vest? When do people start bringing those really bulky, specially defensive Pokemon again to shut it down? Because that happened almost immediately after Armarouge sort of had its moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, I think the most important upgrade for the Ndidi expanding force teams is that Iron Crown is a real Pokemon. Armarouge, kind of mediocre, all things considered.
You're not wrong.
It's not a real Pokemon, though?
Well, Iron Crown can do things that aren't just expanding force. And I'm going to be really excited to see, I think especially with Iron Crown, the decision, sort of like we've seen with Fluttermane, are you going to be booster special attack or are you going to be booster speed? Because they play very differently. And booster speed, of course, doesn't need to worry about Tailwind support, doesn't need to worry about Trick Room, of course, because it wants to go fast, goes first. But it doesn't hit quite as hard as booster special attack. And with this type of, especially if we do see more Assault Vest teams rise up, you're not going to be dealing the damage that you really need to with expanding force. Although you do have access to things like Helping Hand to boost it as well. But I think you're right. Assault Vest again was one of my top Pokemon for Portland. I think it's a really good item right now, especially because there are lots of really strong special attackers out in the format. And I want to go ahead and shout out the Glamora on my side. We've seen a lot of Glamora for the last few seasons on Dondozo teams as toxic debris or mortal spin bots. Like, that's all it does. It just gets poisoned down and then lets the poison damage tick and allows Dondozo to clean up. But I don't think people remember that we started in Regulation A with Emilio Forbes running Choice Specs Glamora that just dominated that first regional, deals so much damage. And now with Meteor Beam, you have the option of running Power Herb, which a lot of these Glamora in the field are doing, to give you that boost and allow you to still have the spiky shield and switch moves, and you're dealing just so much damage with that Pokemon. And we're seeing a really high-performing Tornadus, Chi-Yu, Glamora team at the top tables right now.
I was going to say as well, Glamora, I think, is almost a better Nihilego, dare I say it, just because it does have a bit more flexibility with, it can get that Meteor Beam boost, and then it can deal pretty much super effective poison type damage to Fluttermane is insanely powerful. I also think it's great to just see people play around with that Pokemon, that typing, that otherwise, Nihilego felt very one-dimensional, but Glamora isn't.
Yeah, Glamora is just so cool as a Pokemon, so definitely do not enjoy going up against it because it'll either one-hit KO me or it'll poison all of my stuff. But
I respect seeing it out there in the field. Of course, we'll have to see who shakes up to have the best predictions here by the end of it. I'm super excited, and make sure, of course, to let us know what Pokemon you are looking out for this weekend. But as we get squared up for our round 4, I thought we could feature a couple more posts. There has been a lot of posts going around and only so little screen time to show them, so good stuff. Eric, heading to Charlotte. Good luck to everyone competing. I hope you don't run as cold as it is outside. It is cold outside. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
brisk.
Brisk.
It's cold.
It's below brisk. It's cold, but I do feel like the competition is starting to warm everybody up, which is great. And I have Foy Coco to help warm me up, so that's also great.
You know it's bad when backstage we're all grabbing our winter jackets because it is definitely cold inside as well as outside. Eric, hopefully your run is definitely doing good though, not cold at all. For our next post, husband and wife regional round 2, just a few more friends. Oh, the line to get in is electric. Let's do this. Best of luck. Being able to compete with a partner is so cool. Being able to just you have your friend group, but being able to share in that special hobby with special someone is really cool.
Especially when maybe you're having an off round, maybe you're just, you missed your Bleakwood Storms, having that non-verbal communication with your partner, I just need a hug. Best feeling ever. So best of luck to you two. Hopefully this is one for the memory books.
And hopefully they've put a bet on it. Whoever does the best, the other person has to be doing the dishes.
For a month.
Or dinner. Or dinner tonight. That was one that I always did.
Yeah, there you go. That is a good one. So best of luck. Hopefully both of y'all get super great records there. For our next post, closest I'll get to any of these this weekend. Ready to lose my first 3 rounds. Oh no. Well, hopefully you've won at least one of them. Honestly, that's as close as I can get to those medals too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing about the World Championships is seeing the trophy case. And you always have to make your pilgrimage to see the Pikachu trophy and say, well, what if? Maybe. It could happen.
Someday.
Why couldn't it happen?
Because you're too busy crushing it on the caster desk. You're not allowed, neither of you, sorry.
Oh, I'll take that. But, we have had some caster competitions with some medals in the past. Just saying, the regional medals are right there. We could also have them.
This coming from the reigning Halloween pumpkin carving champion.
Yeah, just
I was thinking
jealous.
actual battles. I'm like, I haven't lost a set yet.
Yeah,
oh, that's
you got
true.
The
We have to have
too.
our rematch at some point.
We do. I will bring Slitherwing again.
That's okay.
Don't bring Fluttermane or you're no fun. Thank you. All right, for our next post here, we're here. I can't believe it. First regional. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm glad to see that you've made the jump into your first regional. The first regional is always just an extra special memory to be able to go from probably playing Pokemon online or maybe more so at your locals, but then going into a hall that for us is this biggest regional ever and see everyone else that shares in this passion. So cool.
This event with 3,000 plus trainers across all age divisions and games as your first regional.
Yeah.
There were nationals that were smaller than this when I was starting.
Back
that's
in my
so
day.
cool.
Yeah, and it's also just exciting to see how many first-time regionals attendees we've had throughout the season. People are flocking to these events, and to be able to sort of see the magic of your first regional through their eyes is super special.
So best of luck going on competing. Hey, first regional buff kind of real too, because we did have 2 first-time regional here. This one coming out from Jody. A great nicknaming scheme. Good luck with that one. But
you see,
so good.
This is like when you see Jeremy show up on one of these. If you see Judy showed up on one of these, you know you're getting a really good tweet here.
I mean, let's be real though. I feel like if I had somebody in my life who would peel my oranges for me, it would make my life better.
Foy Coco doesn't. Foy Coco just burns them.
No, Foy Coco eats them.
Chomp,
Just
chomp.
one chomp, it's gone.
Shout out to producer as well when we posted this tweet in the Discord. Definitely he wanted to make it known that he always peels oranges when asked. He was very, very adamant about that one. But
the broadcast team will always peel oranges.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Evan's going to be the designated orange peeler from here on out.
We're probably going to have lunch after this. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty sure I didn't see any fruit over there, but I would peel oranges.
All right, so you're really safe for that one, but definitely appreciate those posts being shared. And hey, you have that opportunity, #play Pokemon all weekend, because we want to know your nickname schemes. We want to know if you would peel the oranges or whatnot. So definitely make sure to get those posts in while you can. But it's for us, round 4 up soon, so let's hop to it.
I love knowing that us as a caster family, we would peel oranges for each other. I think we're all on that train.
I think they're speaking for everyone, and I'm not sure if I'm at the level where I'm ready to peel oranges for all of you. Sorry, Rose.
You wouldn't peel an orange for me?
I would.
Okay. Oh, I feel so special. I feel so special. I would peel an orange for you too,
Thank you,
Aaron,
thank
so
you.
We got each other's back if we need it. They were also talking about nickname schemes because we showed off Jody's, who's competing at this event.
Those are quite the nicknames.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite nickname scheme you've used for a team?
Oh, I normally like nicknaming my Pokemon over like things that I like. So whether it be like songs from my favorite artist, or when I won nationals in the seniors division in 2012, I was a big fan of Legend of Korra, and so they were all nicknamed over characters from there. But yeah, you know, nicknames are a fun, expressive way to, and I feel like it just makes your Pokemon feel more like, you know, you feel more connected to them. So
I agree.
I'm all for the bit.
I have a ritual before every single regional that I play in, and that's to play with my Pokemon. Like, I'll give them like the baths in game, and like I'll feed them sandwiches, because I feel like if I show them that love and appreciation before we get into the actual game, they will perform well. They will hit their Draco Meteors, and they will hit their Heat Waves. And I will get the burns when I want them from Sacred Fire.
I don't do that, so maybe I should take a lesson from your book, or a page from your book, because I could use the help.
Sadly, I think in a lot of the games that you've played, they didn't have that feature, so I don't know if that would have helped you in some of those legendary moments, but in the future.
In the future, I'll start doing it now. I'm really excited for this next game, though, because we were just talking about our Chaladon a lot, and we were actually looking at the caster predictions, and Gabby talked a lot about weather in particular. We've got a lot of Pokemon that the casters have predicted for this tournament. We've got Pelipper, we've got our Chaladon, we've got Baxcalibur. We also have some fun ones like Torkoal, Jumpluff, and Walking Wake. Now, I think Walking Wake, a lot of people call it like the most overhyped Pokemon from the DLC, because the usage rate is actually pretty high. I feel like it was probably hovering around like 10% usage rate, not at Portland Regionals, but just like on online play. So it's pretty high, right? Like that's odd, probably in the top 20, 25 in terms of usage, but it did very poorly at Portland Regionals, like very, very poorly. So people were like, is this Pokemon all hype? Is there any substance behind it? I think that it still hasn't really been figured out. Its damage output is just absolutely ridiculous on the right team, and so I'm really excited to see it being featured here. And for us to have a Sun versus Rain matchup with all these brand new Pokemon
in
this
2024
is awesome. Like, I can't wait to watch this one.
Yeah, me too. I think like what makes the weather really interesting is that weather, just as an archetype, has gone through so many iterations, even in just the past couple of months.
Yep.
We saw a lot of manual Sun when that was still really strong, so Torkoal definitely coming into the picture for that. We have Whimsicott now that can also use Sunny Day. We have Tornadus that gets access to both Sunny Day and Rain Dance. We also have Pelipper just to be able to like set the rain. We still have some sand. Like I've seen a couple Tyranitar teams running around. So it, like all the weather is here except for snow.
Poor Ninetales.
Oh no.
I think the problem is that snow could be good, but when there's so much other weather that exists, and I honestly think the biggest problem for snow is that like manual Rain Dance and Sunny Day is actually pretty prevalent, right? It's like Tornadus and Whimsicott are like the two primary users of those. So you combine those with these other weather users, and suddenly Ninetales just struggles so much more, because the whole point of Ninetales is, hey, I bring it out, I set up Aurora Veil, you're going to be in a tough place, but the threat of any weather just stopping it, and like if you don't get that Aurora Veil up, Ninetales actually feels really useless, honestly. So not the time for snow right now. I'm personally wondering where all the Excadrills are, because I think Tyranitar is underplayed for sure. And Michael Zheng, who was the Sacramento Regional Champion in a couple formats ago, he actually finished with a 10-4 record at Portland Regionals, with actually bringing Tyranitar and Como back into the format. And I think
super unique
Tyranitar is actually in a pretty interesting spot right now as well. We keep talking about the prevalence of Psychic Spam, while Tyranitar matches up really well into things like Indeedee as well as Arm Rouge, for example. Its matchup into Crown is interesting, just because Iron Crown, of course, can go for Tacking Cutter, which is super effective. And so I don't know if Tyranitar like necessarily loves that, but you do get like the Sandstorm special defense boost if you're running Assault Vest as well, further increases your special defense. But yeah, I think you know, weather in general just is in a really interesting spot right now. I feel like I see more manual weather from Rain Dance Tornadus or Sunny Day Tornadus than I do from these actual Pokemon with the abilities to set up the weather. So it'll be really fun to see how this dynamic works out.
I miss Politoed.
He's here.
Oh,
no one's using it.
but...
Poor Pelipper is just overshadowing it. And I think, you know, it's funny as an old school VGC player because Politoed was so good back in the day, like 2012, 2013.
Politoed, Ludicolo.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's just kind of fallen off a little bit. Also, I think like Pelipper having access to same type attack bonus boosted Hurricane is a really big deal because it allows you to heal or hit Water Ogerpon, and that's a really big deal because Water Ogerpon is actually one of the best Pokemon in the format right now. So, I'm really excited for this matchup. To have like Torkoal against Pelipper in itself is already a big deal, but we've got the Walking Wake, we've got the Jump Bluff, we've got the Baxcalibur, we've got the Archaludon, a lot of unique Pokemon here sitting at 3-0.
Oh yeah, we also have a northeast matchup between these two players. We got Stefan Mott, who is the reigning Indianapolis Regional Champion. He's hoping to defend that title at the upcoming Indianapolis Regionals later on this season. And he's been rocking this Sun team since the very beginning of Regulation F. So he's gotten a lot of practice with it in online tours. He did end up taking it to Portland, did not have the finish that he wanted to with this team. So he's really hoping to get the run back here. And you can see how all these pieces fit together with the Photosynthesis boost coming through from Fluttermane, Walking Wake, and Raging Bolt. And of course, you have the Chlorophyll ability on Jump Bluff that also synergizes with Torkoal.
Yeah, there's so many things to talk about here, but Walking Wake, just one of the strongest attackers you can have in the game, and Photosynthesis plus Sun activating and then increasing your damage output of Hydro Steam and Flamethrower is so nice. Jump Bluff, of course, won the Portland Regional Championships when Joe used it, and we see a pretty similar set here. The other thing that's really interesting is I feel like I've seen a lot of Protect Fluttermanes with Choice Specs recently, so it's a really interesting trend, right? The idea is that you can bring it out, bait and attack, because people will often double up onto Specs Flutter to deal with it, but with Protect, it's actually a little bit scarier to go for that double up immediately. On the opposing side, this is actually the same 6. We were talking about this before this matchup, but there's a team that got top 16 at the Portland Regional Championships using Archaludon, and these are the exact same 6 Pokemon. So I'm curious if there are actually any adaptations because the moves and the items and the Terras all look more or less like the same, but of course the idea is that Archaludon is incredible, especially with Pelipper providing rain support. However, one thing that's going to make this matchup really interesting is you can just switch in Torkoal at any point if the rain is set up, and suddenly if you click Electro Shot, it will take 2 turns to charge instead of that immediate charge.
Yeah, so it is a little bit risky, I think, to bring their Archaludon here. I think the other thing you have to consider is like Raging Bolt, I think on Stefan's team makes this matchup just a little bit trickier too, because even if you set up the rain or you have like the Urshifu on the field, you can just go for something like a Thunderclap, and it still has Magnet as its held item, so that is something else to consider. I do think that Caleb, though, has a lot of really interesting pieces. I think the Baxcalibur is the one thing that sticks out to me specifically that feels so nice in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting because Glaive Rush is so powerful here, but I think the speed interactions are what I'm really curious about, right? Because like Baxcalibur isn't necessarily the fastest Pokemon. Walking Wake can be very speedy. Raging Bolt is kind of in a weird mid-tier speed range, and so I'm curious how the Pokemon are trained essentially. But yeah, I think like Baxcalibur puts on a lot of pressure, but you're often going to feel forced to Terra if you don't want to feint to a super effective Draco Meteor. There's 2 of the most powerful Draco Meteors on the opposing side with Walking Wake and Raging Bolt. So definitely agree that I think Baxcalibur is going to be a big Pokemon to pay attention to, but it can be really volatile as well.
Yeah. I think that Baxcalibur looks really good here. I kind of wonder if there's also a really great way to weave in something like the Amoonguss. I feel like that is such a tanky Pokemon to have on Caleb's side, and you don't necessarily even need to Terra it for it to be able to find value. You could just have, like, you also have your own Spore option, so a way to slow down the game.
Totally. I think if I'm in Team Preview and I'm Stefan right now, I'm thinking, I don't bring Incineroar because you have Clear Amulet Baxcalibur. That's really the only Pokemon I really want to intimidate, so I'd probably pick 4 of the other 5. I think Archaludon is still pretty scary. I think, you know, for both sides, you should probably bring your weather user, at least in game 1, just because you really want to shut down the opposing weather. So I would definitely immediately lock in Torkoal and Pelipper on both sides. And then it's a question of, like, who do you want to end up dropping? I think Fluttermane's really good for both teams here as well, because it just gets really consistent damage off across the board. So my main question from Caleb's side is, yeah, how much do you want to lean into Archaludon? Because it is still quite good, right? Like, Dragon Pulse Heavy Slam pressure is a lot. The problem is you're probably going to get outsped in this match, and you're going going to like eat up a lot of special attack damage before you can deal much in return. And I think that can be really scary.
I agree with that. I think like the one thing that I feel like our Chaladon might be good here is that it does have like the grass Terra. So if you worry about something like a Jump Bluff coming through, or for Spore, like you do have that defensive Terra type, but then all of a sudden you're so vulnerable because Walking Wake is Terra Fire. It has Flamethrower. You've got Torkoal that also has Overheat as an option, and Incineroar with the Flare Blitz and Sun also packs a punch.
Absolutely. I think for those of you watching, the most important thing to pay attention to in this matchup is weather. How are people going to use their weather users? And our Chaladon hits the field.
Okay, so we got the Archaludon and the Fluttermane here for Caleb, and it's going to be the Torkoal and the Walking Wake for Stefan to kick off this very first game in the best of 3. And now this is where I wonder, what does Caleb do in this situation? You've got your Fluttermane on the field to get the Photosynthesis boost, but it's going to be Walking Wake that actually gets the Proto boost first.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think like Torkoal here has Helping Hand support, so you could thread in with something like Helping Hand plus Draco Meteor onto our Chaladon immediately, right? Since that slot can't go for a Protect. But the question is, are you worried about eating up a damage from Fluttermane, right? So you can see Stefan considering the Terra here. Actually, okay, aggressively targeting down, looks like the Fluttermane slot. Caleb here, of course, could protect Fluttermane or just switch into Pelipper immediately on turn 1. And so, like, I think Wake applies so much offensive pressure here immediately, so Caleb kind of has to respond to it. But there's going to be a switch.
So going to be one switch, but it's not going to be the Fluttermane. It's going to be the Archaludon and Pelipper now hitting the field. So you don't need to necessarily worry too much about resetting the rain for your Fluttermane, because the Fluttermane on Caleb's side is going to be booster energy here. So while the sun disappears, you still get the Photosynthesis boost from the booster energy, and it is going to be speed, one of the fastest things moving on the field. Walking Wake also loses its Photosynthesis in the process, but Stefan is still going to go for the Terrestrialization.
Man, there's so many Photosynthesis boosts to keep track of throughout the course of this one, just because...
I mean, I even got lost by the Walking Wake and the Flutter. Which one went first?
Right, and then you've got the booster energy as well. There's just a lot going on, but it's the Fire Terra here, which is kind of a nice defensive play on turn 1. So Helping Hand comes out. Let's see if Fluttermane goes for a Protect, though.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, it's going to just be the Moonblast. And so you're not going to take too much damage, but it's going to be a special attack drop, which definitely does not feel good. But the Hydro Steam into the Fluttermane, special attack drop did save it.
It did, yeah. And it was a really nice Helping Hand play, because Hydro Steam is one of those unique moves, right? So you don't really mind the Pelipper switching in there. In fact, you actually prefer it. And so really nice play from Stefan's side, but does not get the knockout because of that special attack drop. And so committing a Terra there and not getting the knockout actually, I think, puts him in a much trickier position than if he had just been able to secure that knockout.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to see a pretty big play into the Pelipper. It's going to be an icy win, though. One of the nice things about having the booster energy Fluttermane is that you get a chance to choose your moves and switch them up. And so a speed drop onto both Pokemon. That means that the Torkoal is just going to switch out with the Eject Pack. You saw the click for the Overheat there, so there was a way for the Torkoal to also get out of there.
Yeah.
But it is just going to be a Jump Bluff switch in now that the Torkoal has ejected itself.
Yeah, crucially, Torkoal didn't protect there, right? So Caleb trying to go for the knockout, but of course, with the Eject Pack, you get switched out there. And so if it were actually just Weather Ball launched into that slot, the Pelipper here is Focus Sash, so Weather Ball would have just secured that knockout, and Pelipper actually survives here anyway. But I'm sure Stefan's very happy about that. Eject Pack normally being used so that you can overheat and switch out, but has a very niche use case here. And that's a really big deal, because so much about this matchup is conserving weather. So the fact that Torkoal does not get knocked out there is huge.
Yeah, super, super big to preserve it for later. Jump Bluff coming in as well. You have an option here to kind of switch out the Walking Wake if you want to. You are at -3, so it feels like this Walking Wake is a little bit worse for wear, but both Pelipper and Fluttermane are really low here.
Yeah, I think the main thing you can take advantage of if you are Stefan is knowing that the Pelipper slot can't protect, right? And so you're basically forced to switch or get knocked out. But it looks like actually hovering the option of trying to knock out the Fluttermane here, but ends up going for Pelipper. Of course, if you target Flutter there, you really risk Flutter protecting. And so the big question now is, does Pelipper respond and switch out? Because if not, and it gets KO'd, Stefan will have Sun up for, you know, the majority of the remainder of the end game, and that will make the game so much harder for Caleb. And no switch!
Yep. Wow, the Leaf Storm's going to connect as well. So that Pelipper is going to go down. No more rain for Caleb in this first game. But the Flutter Mane does get a chance to fight back. It's going to be an Icy Wind into both Pokemon.
wow.
There's no eject pack this time around, so Torkoal just gets to sit on the field, but Jumpluff still critically hangs on.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, and this Jumpluff is actually running the Covert Cloak as well, so it's not going to eat up that speed drop. And so Urshifu is revealed to be Caleb's final Pokemon, but an Urshifu in the sun doesn't feel really good, right? You don't feel nearly as powerful with Surging Strikes, and so I wonder if Surging Strikes actually is going to be the click here. I think Jumpluff's still actually exerting a lot of pressure. There is Aqua Jet from the opposing Urshifu. I don't know if that actually gets the knockout in the sun, though, so I'm really curious. Let's see.
Yeah, and then you're also locked into Aqua Jet for the rest of the game, potentially,
Yep.
If you're not able to get that Urshifu switched out. So it's just going to be a Tailwind to ensure that you do get that speed advantage. Jumpluff goes down to the Icy Wind as well, so a free switch in on this next turn for Stefan to be able to bring something into that slot. Torkoal really doesn't care about these speed drops either. It is always going to be the slowest thing on the field. And the Surging Strikes, this is probably going to be a, yeah, I was going to say it's probably going to be a survival, and then I saw the first hit, and I'm like, yeah, it's definitely sticking around.
Yeah. This is why maintaining the weather is such a big deal, though, right? Like, if that's the rain instead of the sun, that Torkoal is gone. But instead, it survives with a hefty amount of HP. Stefan sets up Tailwind, which is perfect for this endgame. Overheat should knock out the Flutter Mane as well. And now Stefan gets a free switch in. That Urshifu slot on the opposing side is completely vulnerable. There's no Protector Detect on it. It's a Choice Scarf set and Tailwind to set up. So Stefan can very easily switch in either Walking Wake or Flutter Mane and go for the one-hit knockout onto that slot.
It's going to be the Flutter Mane switch in here, and I think really critically, our Chaladon on Caleb's side that still has yet to see some action in this first game has Heavy Slam. So that is a way for this Archaladon to kind of keep dishing out some damage, but both of these Pokemon are so vulnerable, neither has Protect.
Yeah, and I think the theory here is Helping Hand Moonblast would cover for a Terra Urshifu. I wonder if actually Urshifu Terra is here, whether or not this gets the knockout with Helping Hand. Like, it is still really powerful, right? Choice Specs boosted, and so if it doesn't, though, this can actually get really spooky, because there might be a double knockout in return where you just go for Surging Strikes plus Heavy Slam. But I'm thinking, yeah, Stefan might still feel fine because he knows he has this Walking Wake in the back. But let's see. Here's the Helping Hand Gleam play coming out.
Oh boy. I feel like Flutter Mane in the sun is just absolutely thriving, but the
Does it
Dazzling
get the
Gleam
knockout
comes
on
out.
Urshifu? It does.
Wow, just a one-hit KO there. And our Chaladon does get the stamina boost, but it's against three special attackers.
Yeah, I was like, if there's any chance Urshifu survives that, then I think the game gets really scary, because you would, of course, opt for a Moonblast to make sure that knockout comes out, but it's Heavy Slam, and even with the Assault Vest on our Chaladon, it still takes so much damage. Like, special damage is just really powerful, right? So Stefan taking advantage of all of these different ways to boost his damage output on Flutter Mane, secures that knockout on the Scarf Urshifu, which is very nice. Walking Wake comes out now, we'll be able to just finish the deal up with practically any attack. You can just go Helping Hand Flamethrower here.
Yep, looks like that's going to be the lock-in. Our Chaladon can't resist it, so Flamethrower with the Terrifier in the sun. Walking Wake is really living its best life out here, but if for some reason this Archaladon survives, then Archaladon does get a chance to fight back, but no, it is going to go down with that final Flamethrower, and so Stefan Mott walking away with game number 1.
Yeah, let's talk about this game, because I think the key turn was when Flutter Mane went for Icy Wind, dropped the Torkoal speed, but Eject Pack activated.
Yeah.
I wonder if Caleb maybe forgot about the Eject Pack interaction, or was just looking for speed control, but that was an ability, that was the potential to just knock out Torkoal outright, right? Stefan kind of made a risky play, not switching out Torkoal, deciding to just stay in, and like that Icy Wind was such a nice move to see if you're on Stefan's side, because you're like, oh wow, like Torkoal actually gets saved, right? But if Flutter Mane had just went for like a Shadow Ball or a Moonblast instead of Icy Wind, the Weather Ball would have just knocked out Torkoal, and then suddenly Caleb has Weather Control in this matchup instead. And with Weather Control, it means that your Urshifu becomes so much more threatening. So that's why I was saying going into this matchup, I think a big deal is who conserves their Weather user. And in this game, Stefan managed to keep Torkoal around for longer than Pelipper and ended up winning the game. And I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, you even had the special attack drop onto the Walking Wake so early, but it was just kind of continuing to chip away at all of these big threats on Caleb's side that made it a little bit easier for you to kind of deal with the end game. But yeah, I mean, the Eject Pack, it's one of those really interesting item choices, because we've seen this a couple of times. This is the Eject Pack was what Joseph Ugarte used in Portland to be able to get the win at that regional, and that is where some of the inspiration for this team comes from, and it really has come in clutch.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting also is the decision to lead Torkoal, right? Normally it doesn't feel great to lead your weather user, but it makes sense in this matchup because Torkoal's just slower than Pelipper. So even if Caleb leads with Pelipper, you're still guaranteed the weather up, right? So I thought the Torkoal walking Wake lead was honestly really smart. You put on a lot of pressure immediately, and that special attack drop made the game harder for Stefan, right? If you get that knockout on Fluttermane immediately, it feels like it just opens up the game even more. And so we talked a little bit about Amoonguss and Excalibur before this matchup. Neither of those came out, but I wonder if you want to consider bringing either. Like, Amoonguss could try to, you know, Terra to get around a super effective flamethrower and get a single spore off. I think that could be a really big deal. And I think, like, Archaludon just struggles a little bit in this matchup because there's so much good special damage, right? So you're essentially getting 2-hit knocked out by so many combinations of Pokemon from the back.
Yeah, and Archaludon never got a chance to really get its engine going either. You want the electro shots in the rain, and so that was sadly an option that got taken off the board so early here for Caleb. But I agree with you. I do wonder if Excalibur is something that you might want to lead in this matchup. You do have like thermal exchange. Maybe you're able to get a little bit of a cheeky attack boost, or you're just able to force out a Terra super early.
Yeah, I think Archaludon as a lead could also be pretty interesting because like if you expect Torkoal to be led again, you could pivot in Pelipper immediately, right? And it also forces a Terra if Wake is let out. So it is going to be Archaludon this time around.
Yeah, all right, so...
Well, it was led previously, but we saw it switch out last time, so I'm wondering if the switch goes the other way around this time around, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think you're onto something there, because Archaludon still puts on a lot of pressure, and this time around, it's going to be Stefan that actually changes up this Game 1 plan. It's going to be the Torkoal and the Jumpluff to lead, and we will see if we're able to get something done with this Jumpluff.
Yeah, I think Archaludon might feel pressure to Grass Terra, right? I think if I were in Caleb's shoes, I would switch Fluttermane into Pelipper, Grass Terra to get around Sleep Powder, and then go for something like an Electro Shot and just try to do a lot of damage. But no switch here, okay.
Okay, all right, well, so you're able to stall out at least one turn of Sun, so maybe you're able to kind of work around that a little bit better and also see what Stefan is up to with these Pokemon. It's going to just be a Dragon Pulse because you do not have that rain active. It's still going to be a lot of damage, but it's the overheat into the Archaludon. That's about 40%, and critically is going to get that Torkoal out of there for a free switch for the Tailwind.
Yeah, so you can see they're kind of getting the Tailwind up. Normally, Jumpluff Torkoal feels a little bit passive, but this is exactly why you run a Jetpack. Right now, Tailwind is set up. Now you get a free switch into Fluttermane or Wake, and you could just switch Torkoal back in. The one awkward thing about the way the speed interactions work is that if you switch Torkoal back in, your Pokemon are faster, so you'll switch out first, and then Pelipper will be able to be brought out, right? So, but I think, yeah, Fairy Terra Gleam right now is just really, really scary, and you don't necessarily even have to consider switching, right? There's that Encore pressure, which you can go for onto Archaludon. I think Fairy Terra Moonblast to just secure the knockout onto that slot makes a lot of sense, and so, yeah, this is a really tricky spot for Caleb already because of the speed advantage Stefan has.
You also see the Jumpluff has access to Encore, so if you keep the Fluttermane in, then it's going to get Encored in to protect once again. And the Archaludon is still very vulnerable because it does have the Assault Vest. Stamina Boost is not going to help you in that scenario, so it all comes down to Caleb.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a really tough turn for Caleb then because I think Fluttermane should just secure the knockout onto the Archaludon, and the Fluttermane on the opposing side is just going to be rendered useless. And to be honest, I think it'll be really difficult for Caleb to come back from this position.
It is going to be a Terra, though. So let's see where that Terra goes. It is onto the Fluttermane, so it is going to go Terra Fairy as well. But yeah, with the Encore incoming, you can't really just keep the Fluttermane on the field.
Yeah,
forces to switch later.
This is just so tough. Now you're encored into the Protect, which is the risk, of course, protecting in front of a Jumpluff, and you lose Archaludon. You just committed your Terra as well, so that Fluttermane slot is going to be useless for a couple of turns. And so the other, I think, scary thing for Caleb in this matchup is the lack of Protect on a lot of key Pokemon. Pelipper doesn't have Protect, Urshifu doesn't have Protect. So if it is those two in the back, you can just so easily double target into a slot consistently. And I think Jumpluff and Fluttermane might be able to just roll over this one, but we'll see if Caleb made any adjustments. Like an Amoonguss could be key here, but no Amoonguss. It's Urshifu coming out.
Okay, so Urshifu, even with a Choice Scarf, though, is not going to be able to outspeed this Fluttermane and Tailwind, so it's still left really vulnerable. You don't have the Terra either because you committed it over to this Fluttermane, and that would have been the one thing that I feel like in this matchup, especially with the Pelipper, would have been really nice to have, but you kind of expect that there is going to be a switch here for the Fluttermane.
Yeah, I think the Sleep Powder from Jumpluff maybe could have tried to launch into that slot just to cover for a switch, but I think realistically Stefan is so far ahead right now. right, Urshifu is not a Pokemon that really wants to be out in this spot, but it's actually going to be Urshifu making the pivot, and Stefan did actually double up into that slot. So because of that, you will be able to secure the knockout of Leaf Storm Connects, and I think with that, the game is actually just over, because then the next turn you switch Jumpluff out into Torkoal, Moonblast into Urshifu, that's done as well. And this poor Flutter Mane just on the opposing side is still Encored and can't do anything. So nice play to double up onto the Pelipper slot.
Yeah, you get the booster for speed, but you still are able to get some good damage down into the Pelipper. I like the Encore too because it actually makes the game a little more predictable in that way.
Yeah.
Like, so I think that Stefan is really taking full advantage of that knowledge. Pelipper goes down to its Focus Sash. What if the Leaf Storm misses, though? That could happen.
Could add a little bit more drama here for sure, but no miss here. Yeah, fantastic targeting by Stefan there. He basically was covering for a potential switch out there. I'm also wondering if Jumpluff's Leaf Storm would just get a one-hit knockout onto Urshifu, because essentially then your play is really safe, where it's like even if Urshifu stays in, that gets knocked out, or your Moonblast just gets redirected into a Flutter Mane slot, and if it switches out, then it gets punished anyway. But like I said, now you can just switch Jumpluff out into Torkoal, go for Moonblast onto Urshifu. You don't even actually really need to switch here. Flutter Mane is just in such a good spot. So yeah, the key thing here is just having so many resources and just consistently getting the speed advantage against Caleb here.
Yeah, I think like that was just a really consistent first couple of turns, and Caleb wasn't able to quite find the answers he needed in this match, but the Encore will wear off soon, so maybe this Flutter Mane will still be able to get to do something if Caleb is able to keep track of those Tailwind turns.
Yeah, it's just probably a little too late because the Flutter Mane on the opposing side is actually also a faster variant, and so you just don't really do much damage with it. A lot of the damage from Caleb's team comes from Excalibur, comes from Urshifu, comes from Archaludon, but I think Stefan managing Torkoal the way he did was just basically flawless, and this was a perfect game 2 by him.
We've got the Flutter Mane. It's trying its best. The Encore is over though, the Tailwind is over, so like this is where I would see, yes, like you would be able to go for like a faster play, but I don't even know if the Moonblast knocks out here, and Caleb doesn't even want to go for those final couple of moves. Stefan Mott will secure the victory in round number 4 with a 2-0.
The Sun archetype looked really good under his hands there. That was incredibly impressive. The adjustment to go for the Torkoal Jumpluff combination instead in game 2, and then basically perfect targeting throughout all of game 2, going for the Tailwind instead of getting baited into going for Sleep Powder, really maneuvering that super well. Like, the one thing I'm curious about how that game could have played out is because we saw Tailwind, I wonder if Caleb turn 1 switches Archaludon into Pelipper, kind of like what happened in the first game, and then you go for Fairy Terra Flutter Mane with Moonblast. Is Jumpluff bulky enough to survive that? Since this Flutter Mane is actually not really that offensive, it's a speed booster variant, but if you're able to actually get the knockout onto Jumpluff, then the game gets really interesting, right? Because it's like then you secure a knockout immediately, the Tailwind doesn't come up, and then Flutter Mane actually outpaces everything on Stefan's side afterwards. But I think Stefan just made a really nice call on turn 1. Yeah, Caleb just kind of got trapped by that Encore, and Jumpluff looked amazing in that game. Like, able to put in so much disruption, able to boost the speed and deal damage with Leaf Storm.
I think what's really interesting about the weather versus weather matchups is it does come down to getting some of those reads right.
Yeah.
And so as we can kind of look and kind of isolate out that turn 1 play from Caleb in that game 2, there's so many different scenarios where that play doesn't work. And so you do have to kind of consider all of your options, and that's one of the things that makes these weather matchups so difficult is you have to weigh out everything, and even then you might not cover all your bases.
Yeah, totally. And we should talk a little bit about like the Pokemon Caleb didn't bring, right? Because the Moongus and Excalibur are interesting in this matchup, but I think the problem with the Moongus is that you're threatened immensely by Walking Wake with that Fire Terra Flamethrower. The Grass Terra is on Torkoal on the opposing side as well, so against Torkoal Jumpluff, Torkoal could just Terra immediately, and then suddenly both Pokemon are immune to Spore as well. And so fundamentally, what this matchup came down to is like who is attacking first, right? And Stefan was just moving first almost all the time. Caleb has one thing that can give him a speed advantage with that Icy Wind Flutter Mane. Pelipper also has Tailwind, but it was just never in a good spot to actually come out and click Tailwind.
Yeah.
And the strength of Pokemon like Walking Wake and as well as Flutter Mane boosted by this Helping Hand, boosted by Photosynthesis, means that it's a lot easier for Stefan to secure one-hit knockouts relative to Caleb's side, right? It's just from Caleb's end, how do you actually get those knockouts easily? It's pretty difficult. I think leading Scarf Urshifu also could have been interesting, where you have Urshifu and then Pelipper in the back. So then with Urshifu, you threaten with Surging Strikes, and if Torkoal is led, then Pelipper comes out immediately, and suddenly Surging Strikes is so strong into like the Torkoal slot, for example.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something else that Caleb could have considered. But yeah, I think like Sun is pretty underplayed, and Stefan made it look so good in that matchup.
Yeah, I think this matchup is a little favored for the Sun team, but I think that Caleb too, there's a good reason why Caleb was 3-0 heading into this round, and I think our Chaladon still has a chance to shine. I think one of the other things that made this matchup a little difficult is that kind of like when you have the speed control in one player's favor, you're really hoping that if you're on the other side of things, you have prio in some way.
Yeah.
And the only priority that was available on Caleb's side was like the Ice Shard on the back's Caliber, and then the Urshifu has Aqua Jet, which can be really difficult to weave in.
Yeah, I think like if you were to review the battles, the first thing you think about is, okay, how could I play differently? Were there any turns where I could have made a different move? And I think the key turn in game 1 was when Icy Wind from Flutter Mane came out.
Yeah.
You might have to just go all in and try to just weather ball that slot without going for Icy Wind. So you also could double up onto that slot with something like a Shadow Ball and Hurricane, which would cover for Torkoal manually switching out. But if Torkoal went down in game 1, then I think things look a little bit different. In game 2, yeah, I mean, Jump Bluff and Torkoal just felt so powerful, right? And I think it kind of starts from Tailwind getting set up, and then the Flutter Mane getting into a perfect spot was able to just spam these fairy type attacks, and it looks really cool. Like, I have seen very few people actually use Jump Bluff Torkoal with like Wake and Flutter Mane, and what makes it so scary is that like Torkoal gets ejected out, Jump Bluff is applying pressure with Sleep Powder and Encore, and then you have one of Wake or Flutter Mane doing so much damage, and at some point you can just switch Jump Bluff out into the other. You have two really strong attackers, and so yeah, I'm really excited to see how this team does, because I don't think I've really seen too much like it in this format so far.
Well, let's hear from Stefan and what he has to say about his team and his run so far in Charlotte.
Well, it's definitely cold outside, but we definitely have a little bit of sun out here. I'm here with Stefan after that round 4 victory.
Hi.
Strong victory, too. How are you feeling after that?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm 8-0 in games today because I just keep hitting favorable matchups, which is great. I played some really good players all day, but the matchups have just been really favorable. It's nice.
Definitely appreciate that once in a while, especially when you are running a team that is as volatile as Sun can be at time with all the inaccurate moves. But going into this format, when did you decide that you wanted to go for Sun? Have you been on it since the beginning, or?
Yeah, basically, coming into the format, basically leaving San Antonio, I was talking to one of my building partners, Jeremy Parson, and we basically decided for Portland, we wanted to find something broken, and we kept landing on things that felt fair, which wasn't what we wanted to bring into like a new format. You want something that's just gonna be a little favorable. And basically, there were 4 or 5 ideas that we threw around. We threw around Decorate Smeargle, like early days, Psy Spam with Iron Crown. And this is the one that just, I remember like landing at home being like, wait a minute, Portland's next. Joe won Portland with Sun last time. I feel like Proto Spam would be pretty good in this format. And then I DM'd Joe. He told me I was wrong, and I didn't listen.
Well, I definitely tried Sun at Portland. I was also told I was wrong. I had a not so great of a record there, but do you think then going on forward into it that Sun can be that broken team? Like, what's kind of holding it back most?
Well, you mentioned the inaccurate moves. That's really it. You know, like if you hit your moves, it has the potential to be the strongest team in the format because you're hitting really powerful moves with really powerful Pokemon with a lot of damage multipliers. And all of those damage multipliers do nothing if you miss the move. So I've been working very, very hard over the last couple of weeks since Portland to work on as many lines as possible that rely less on the inaccurate moves. I didn't click Sleep Powder in that set, even though maybe a couple weeks ago I would have tried to use that into the Flutter Mane. I didn't click Draco Meteor. I was using like Helping Hand Flamethrower and stuff like that just to try to get around the potential inaccurate moves. I did click Fissure twice. I don't know if it was my point of view, but it didn't get a chance to get used either time. But I did click it twice. I'm 1 for 0. I hit the only Fissure I went for today so far. So maybe today, you know, Fissure's a great move if you hit it. Like, speaking of inaccurate moves that are powerful, it's fantastic.
You told me before that you'll go for the Fissure turn 1 to get your opponent's head. I was waiting for that.
Okay. I actually so the reason I didn't do it is that I was talking about it with Cable before the game, and I was like, okay, if it's gonna be in his head, it's already in his head. I don't have to go for it here. I did it to VJ Suit earlier. Mostly just, if I click it turn 1, it's mostly because I just don't want Torkoal to pivot that turn. It's really not that deep, but it's great because he did a defensive switch and it just died, and then he was very sad, and that impacts your mental for the rest of the set. So Fissure's a great move. It's a really, it's mental warfare, which is important.
I mean, Torkoal can definitely put some work out on there. And I want to talk about another Pokemon on your team. That is the Walking Wake, because we got to see these new Paradox Pokemon come out, and Raging Bolt was all the rage. But Walking Wake, I think, is actually really cool. I think it's very specific to the type of team, but on Sun it works perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the biggest things that Sun has issues with is rain teams, right? And if we look back to the turn 1 of game 1 of this set, like Helping Hand Hydro Steam without photosynthesis, but boosted by the rain, would have still picked up that very bulky Flutter if not for the Moonblast drop. So there are, like, the ability to just continue to dish out really big damage into rain with Hydro Steam is fantastic. Just water in Sun that keeps, like, effectiveness is amazing. Anything's, oh, you want to bring a ground type into my Sun team? Have fun, bucko. Like, it's just really, really great at covering a lot of the things that Sun is usually weak to. And the things that Sun is usually weak to are kind of baited out, but countered by the Wake. Like, you think about the Raging Bolt as a counter to Torn Shifu, but the Walking Wake does really well as well, because I can just click Draco Meteor into that Urshifu. Like, I don't care if you set Rain, I don't care if you set Sun. I'm a Life Orb stab dragon with lots of special attack. It's gonna KO.
Yeah, it's definitely a super, super strong Pokemon. And final question, if you win the event, can I have your team for Liverpool?
Yeah, of course.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that one. I appreciate it. Before I let you go, get ready for the next match. Do you have any final words or shout-outs?
Shout-outs to the Small of Garden, my main building group. None of them are on this team because they don't like gambling with inaccurate moves, but they've been fantastic support for me. Big shout-outs to my lovely fiance, Nekra, who also helped me prep lines last night. And yeah, to everybody else who's helped me along the way, and you know, everybody who watches my stream and hangs out. You guys are also awesome. Everyone's been goats lately, and it's been really fun to play Pokemon.
I'm definitely glad to hear. Best of luck going on for the rest of the event. Do Sun justice. As for us, we're going to have round 5 up shortly. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. Nice to hear from Stefan about his run with the Sun so far. I hope it's still fun in the Sun at the end of the regional or the tournament today. But yeah, I'm excited to see more of this team. I wish more people were running it.
Yeah, I think it just looks really, really good. Like, and it plays honestly pretty differently from most teams I've seen in this format. So in my eyes, one of the most unique archetypes sitting at an undefeated record right now. I think a lot of the other teams that I've seen just scrolling through are teams that you expect, right? Either like Tornadus, Tailwind teams, balanced teams like the one that won Portland Regionals. Trick Room is something we haven't really featured on stream yet, but I'm sure we're going to get like a Farigiraf, Blood Moon, or Saluna team at some point as well. And so that's, you know, one of the other teams I have my eye out on. But, you know, Gabby was talking about weather, and we got both Pelipper and Torkoal in that one, and I think it's pretty rare for a matchup of weather versus weather to happen, especially this early on. And yeah, I think Stefan's execution was just really good throughout that course of that set.
I think the practice is paying off, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But we have a couple more things to get to before we get into our round number 5. First up is the community prediction bracket. Who would have ever thought that Fluttermane would come out on top of the Urshifu single strike matchup?
The question is anyone going to dethrone Fluttermane? I think Fluttermane has a very clear path to the finals here. You know, it's definitely the favorite in this, but I think, what are we doing now? Incineroar versus Tornadus?
I think so.
All right, okay.
So what's going to win the regional? Is it going to be Incineroar, or is it going to be Tornadus Incarnate? When are we getting Tornadus Therian, huh?
Also, where's Whimsicott? Like, I feel like we've seen so many Tornaduses, but, you know, everyone talked about Whimsicott, the brand new tool coming into this regulation. I think Incineroar is... It's a question that a lot of people have. Will it actually do better than Portland Regionals? Because a quarter of the field is using it right now, but a lot of people use it at Portland Regionals as well, and like very few actually made it into the final top 8 bracket, right? And so, and Tornadus is also interesting though, because I feel like Tornadus teams in general have decreased a little bit, and the field is wider now, so there are more comps for it to go up against. But, you know, a lot of people still prefer it on these hyper offense teams. We saw it didn't come out in the first stream game, but we had it with Iron Crown and Infinity, for example. And so, yeah, I think like Fast Tailwind is still really good. These Pokemon kind of do very different things, but yeah, I'm curious what chat ends up with, because I'm not sure.
I want to give a vote in both buckets, right? Because like on the one hand for Incineroar, it got a couple of upgrades we might not have expected Incineroar to get, especially after the seasons it had in Sword and Shield. You're gonna give Incineroar Helping Hand and Knockoff? Like, no way! You're gonna continue to give utility to that Pokemon.
It certainly can do a lot, and I think Helping Hand is actually one of my favorite moves to use on it, especially with all the ways to boost your damage output right now, like Booster Energy, Choice Specs, Terra, and like it just allows you to get knockouts and secure KOs that your opponents otherwise won't expect. And so, whereas Tornadus, I think, very similar to how people have been running it. One of the interesting adaptations about it is towards the end of the previous regulation, we saw people move away from like super bulky Tornadus and actually go back to like max speed, max special attack, Focus Sash with Icy Wind and Air Slash. Air Slash was something that people were using a little bit more just because, one, it's really stressful to use Bleak Windstorm, only 80% accuracy. And two, Bramble Gas was actually picking up a little bit more in usage in the previous format, but Bramble, I feel like, has basically been non-relevant so far in this format just because we're playing a brand new format, a lot of new Pokemon. There aren't nearly as many Tornaduses as you might have thought in the previous format. So yeah, I am really curious because I do think like Tailwind teams continue to be really strong. I feel like they have a wider kind of spread of matchups to go up against, but there's a reason why Tornadus dominated the previous format so much. It won like at least like half the regionals, it feels like.
Tornadus or Urshifu, we love that combination, or do we? Maybe you do in the Twitch chat. So make sure you vote on which Pokemon you think is going to win the regional. It's going to be Incineroar versus Tornadus Incarnate right now. You can get your votes in for the next few minutes, and then we will continue through that bracket and see what we get to. I'm really curious about the Tianpao and Raging Bolt matchup. That one is the one I have my eyes on because I think those two are really close. I think Raging Bolt could win again. Well, they both already won, so That's tough.
I want to see Dondozo, I want to see Gouging Fire, and I want to see Blood Moon or Saluna. Those, and Choreograph. Like those are some of my top picks, my caster predictions for this tournament. So we already checked out a couple, right? We've gotten the Iron Crown, we've gotten the Weather from Pelipper and Torkoal. So a lot of unique Pokemon appearances on stream already. You know, I expect the stable Pokemon to continue to be dominant. Urshifu, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Tornadus, Landorus, Fluttermane. You know, those are all kind of to be expected. But yeah, I'm really curious about these unique picks, and there's been a lot of hype behind things like Gouging Fire and Blood Moon, so hoping we get to see those on stream soon. I did see a lot of Blood Moons at 3-0 going into this next round.
Oh yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you on all of your bucket list items. I also want to add Glamora into the mix.
Okay, I like it.
Not on a Dondozo team.
Okay.
No Dondozo for me, please. I want to see what the Glamora can do when it's left on its own, because I think it still brings a ton of utility to the table, especially when you take a look at something like the Toxic Debris. But there's also so much more happening on this Twitch stream. It's not just the Charlotte Regionals. We also have some nice throwbacks where next Wednesday you can watch the World's 2023 finals for Pokemon Unite, which were so hype in person. Do you remember?
I do. It was... I think we were casting while it was happening.
And we heard them.
I was like, I can't hear myself right now because the crowd is so loud.
I would definitely want to go back and relive that moment for sure. And then there is, of course, a couple of episodes coming through from the Pokemon anime that you will also get a chance to watch, and a new episode of Beyond the Pokedex where we are going to take a look at Cyndaquil's entry. I saw the Pachirisu one and I was immediately hooked on the series.
Yeah.
I was like, I love this. More, please. Do one of Piplup, or maybe I missed that one, but definitely check those out, as well as, of course, the Liverpool Regional Championships. Sierra and I will both be there competing.
Oh,
and
very
so
fun.
I'm very excited about that one. Really wishing us the best of luck, as well as just seeing what the European region has to offer for this regulation in particular. I feel like when it comes to some of the different flavors of like where NA likes to go, where Asia likes to go, where Europe likes to go when it comes to their take on the regulation, Europe feels like pretty standard, but sometimes they also come out with some like wonky things.
Totally. Yeah, I'm just mainly curious how this metagame progresses, right? Like, we're still kind of fresh into it. It's only been around 2 weeks since it actually started, 2 or 3 weeks, and we're already seeing a lot of adaptations since Portland Regionals, right? And so that's one of my favorite things about playing a brand new format, when there's new Pokemon introduced, as well as, you know, new strategies and new moves. And so to me, I'm always curious, like, what are those sleeper picks that people have not really discovered yet, right? Is there something that can rise to the top? We saw Como and Tyranitar win a regionals a while back, and those were both like incredibly underplayed Pokemon, so there is still room for discovery. And I keep going back to Michael Zheng because it was such an interesting team, and he got top 32 at Portland Regionals, and that team had Latios and Magmar. Like, what?
I can't wait. I can't wait for Eviolite Electabuzz. That's another one that I think could definitely do it.
You believe in it? Okay.
I believe in the Eviolite Magmar and Electabuzz. I think Follow Me gives them a really new lease on life in the competitive scene. But we're going to take a short break as we get ready for our round number 5, and we've got a special interview with Gabby over over on the roaming camera. Let's take it away.
Oh! Oh. Okay.
Chuppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Tornadus gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass Core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strike targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before is Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Flutter Mane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Flutter Mane adjustment there from Chuppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the map.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and I've been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge. I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose. Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid. The most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zheng is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zheng takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with competitor Aaron Trailer. How is the event going so far for you?
I'm having a blast, honestly. It's just a lot of fun being here. I'm having fun with my friends. Yeah, I'm 3-1 right now, 3 wins, 1 loss. I'm just enjoying it, you know. I'm just so grateful every game I play to be here playing Pokemon. So, yeah, that's what I got.
Having fun and having a winning record while doing so, definitely some great stuff. Can I get a little team leak? Like, what are you running?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think, okay, I'm running Gouging Fire. That guy is awesome. Yeah, he's like a dinosaur version of Entei. And then I got all of Gouging Fire's favorite friends like Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Fluttermane. And yeah, it's, I've been playing Gouging Fire for a week or so, and I ran out of time before the event. I have a lot of work to do, and so I'm like doing work in between rounds as well. You get that, Larry, don't you? Larry. So, yeah, I was just very lucky. A friend helped me put this together, and I'm just enjoying playing Pokemon, yeah.
Gouging Fire is definitely a Pokemon that has, I think, a split opinion out there. I'm seeing people posting that it's kind of overrated. You're saying it's awesome. What do you think makes this one of the Pokemon to be using?
Well, I think each new Pokemon that is added to a tournament or like to a format, it always takes people a little bit to figure out the real pros and cons of the Pokemon. And so Gouging Fire doesn't play like most other Pokemon. It's really bulky. There's not a Pokemon out there that's really going to knock it out in one shot. And so that changes how you have to play with it and how your opponents have to play around it. And so I think people have been kind of figuring it out, and I guess we'll see how it does this weekend.
Well, we're still pretty early on in the format. Is there anything out there so far in the rounds that you've seen that's kind of surprised you, or anything that you've heard out in the fields you maybe don't want to go up against?
No, give me anything, you know. I like I can beat anyone, you know. It's like I got very little prep. I got a team full of Pokemon that I like, and I got a dream in my heart, and I got this guy on my shoulder. So, you know, like I just want to play anyone. There's a lot of Iron Crowns. I don't know if I agree with that. Iron Crown, like, you're talking about Pokemon that are overrated. Iron Crown, like, its options for hitting Dark-type Pokemon are, like, to run Focus Blast, which, like, good luck, or, like, a weird Terra-type, and they're all just really telegraphed, so I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, I would love to play some more Iron Crowns. That'd be great. Yeah, send them my way. Well, that's a little cocky, isn't it?
Hey, if you're feeling confident, you're feeling confident, right? If there's that one Pokemon you definitely want to be going up against, that'll be great. You're talking about hanging out with your friends at the event too. Before I let you go, is there any shout outs that you'd like to give for them?
Goodness, I mean, I have a ton like of people here that support me. I'm just very grateful for all of them. I gotta say huge shout out to James Evans. He just helped me when I was out in a tight spot. Karim Mukake, Matthias Luong, just very grateful for them. And yeah, of course, my friends Wolf and Aaron and Jake Major and all the Nuggies back home. So yeah, thank you for letting me have a shout out.
Of course, best of luck. Hopefully you go up against all of the Iron Crowns. I'm rooting for you. As for us, it's time to head back over to our casters.
Thanks, Sierra. It is so good to hear from Aaron out in the field at 3-1, but I am back here to help get us into our 5th round match. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined by my good friend, Gabby Snyder, behind the desk. Gabby, it feels like it has been a lifetime since we last cast together, and I am so excited to be here with you.
Me too. I mean, I was telling you this story. I might as well share it with the viewers at home. Evan was actually the first person I ever did more of the analysis commentary with back in the day, and it was literally my first event, and I felt like I was being thrown to the wolves, and you helped me tread waters. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, we're a little bit better at swimming now than,
I
than
would
back
hope
then.
so. We've gotten enough laps in at least.
Absolutely. Well, it's so cool to hear from Aaron out in the field there, looking slick in that jacket, talking to Sierra out on the floor, and I'm really excited to see what we're going to get from some of these players coming up. We are starting to get into those deeper rounds here, round 5, where we start getting people who are at least going to be guaranteeing a winning record, which, everyone comes into a regional with different goals. For a lot of competitors that we're going to be seeing, the goal is to win the entire championship. But I know for me, my first regional back, I was just like, please let me get a winning record. I just want to get to 5 wins. And we're getting there for some of these people.
I know, and it's such a long day as well. Joe Brown was talking about that earlier. Sierra and I, and you were there too. We were all talking about that earlier in the lounge. It's a long day of Pokemon. So being able to lock in your 5 wins early at least sets a nice floor. Well, it can't go worse than this. But, shout outs to all of those players who maybe haven't gotten a win yet or still struggling to find their footing. I think that competing at a regional championship, especially if your first one, is such a hard endeavor.
Absolutely.
If your goal deteriorates to the point where it's just play the day out, then I still think you deserve a huge victory because, again, this is one of the longest days of Pokemon that we've seen so far. And there's still 6 rounds of Swiss tomorrow to go? It's insane.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I think is really hard to get in practice too. So even if you are sort of losing a few more rounds than you wanted to lose this weekend so far, you're not going to get a replacement for this kind of in-person actual tournament practice, and building up that comfort level with even just the act of sitting down at the table, plugging your Switch into the dock and getting everything set up really helps. I know when I went back to compete, I just felt so nervous every round because it had been so long since I had sat down across from someone to play Pokemon like that. And it's wild to see that now you get 9 rounds each day here on day 1, and that upwards of 27 games of Pokemon to practice on.
I know, and you can't even really replicate that experience at your local, premier challenges or mid-season showdowns, because at worst, I think you get 6 rounds at those tournaments going into Top Cut. And usually, since they're smaller tournaments, they'll run quicker, so you won't end up with these situations where maybe you have a quick win or a loss, and now you're just sitting around for an hour until your next round. There's so many unique factors that come into play when you're here in person that you can't prepare for. So.
Yeah, and it's also just the environment.
Oh,
look at all of the people out here in Charlotte for this regional championships. Again, over 2,000 in TCG, over 800 here in VGC for the Masters division, and it's just a room full of people playing Pokemon, spectating Pokemon, supporting everyone who has come to compete in the tournament, playing side events. There is just a whole other level of the environment here, the atmosphere that you just cannot replicate anywhere but at another regional championship.
For sure. So if you want to compete in the future, make sure to check out the Pokemon website for that regional information. I want to give a special shout out while we're here waiting for the next round of Swiss to start to the side events, because I feel like going back to, personal stories about competing, a lot of times where if I had a bad event, maybe it just wasn't my day, maybe I made the wrong meta call, I feel like I could always cheer myself up by going and playing sides and then maybe earning one of those prizes from the prize wall. And it's a great way to, again, get that practice in this kind of environment that you can't really access anywhere else.
Absolutely, and some of the side events are just really fun.
The carnival games?
The carnival games are fun. It's one of those things, there's so many different ways to play Pokemon out here, and being able to celebrate all of that, have all the games come together and celebrate at the regional level is just something really special. And if you haven't been to one yet, plenty of people are out here. If there are 2,000 TCG players, if there are 800 VGC Masters here, plenty of people are doing their first regional here in Charlotte. And of course, next week we'll be in Liverpool for the regional championships up there, and then of course Knoxville just the week after. So
yeah,
if you're impatient, you got plenty of options.
Yeah, and I believe as well, if you are patient, there's still Vancouver about a month out, maybe a little bit more than 2 months, I guess, from today when we're broadcasting this. So there's still plenty of opportunity to figure out your travel plans, figure out, what team you're going to run. You might want to work on that for your case, though. Knoxville is only 2 weeks away, Evan.
Well, that's a great thing to focus on here, because we have been looking at some of the teams in Charlotte here.
Yeah.
We've already seen a couple of stream matches, and we're seeing a couple of the different archetypes that have popped up in between Portland and now, which has only been 2 weeks itself. It hasn't been that long since Portland, but we're already seeing entirely new archetypes popping out, and like Justin Carris made that Iron Crown team look really good, not even going for the Iron Crown in that game 1 of that set, and then bringing it in game 2, just making that slight adjustment, which I thought was just so smart and good, because it was just a 1 Pokemon difference. It was swapping out the Flutter Mane for the Iron Crown, and it changed how that game played entirely.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up too, because if you think back to the interview with Justin afterwards, Sierra did ask him about his opinion about size spam teams. And I can't help but ask myself this metaphorical sort of question of how much size spam do you need for it to truly be a size spam team? Because going back to the Armor Rouges of the metagame, you'd have to devote half your team. You needed the Indeedee, the Armor Rouge, and Torkoal in order to really make that core function. But what Justin has shown with Iron Crown's introduction in the Blueberry Academy and the new DLC that just came out, you don't need that. You just need Indeedee. And it's so much easier to make that team work with or without Iron Crown, I think, because of that. So I personally think that if Iron Crown is going to have a regional, it'll either be this week here in Charlotte or next week in Liverpool. I feel like after that point, people are going to adjust and probably make sure they have Ice Spinner, for example, to shut down that terrain, or Rillaboom, or however else we've dealt with terrains in the past. But still, right now, I think it's a good opportunity for that Pokemon to find success.
Absolutely, and I think you're totally right. The question is, how much size spam do you need for it to be? Because the Armor Rouge and Indeedee teams were teams. Like that was the point of the team. This Iron Crown version seemed like a mode. It is a mode. It is an option that's available for what is otherwise a relatively straightforward team. Has a bunch of different options there. Has the Flutter Mane, the Ogerpon that we're used to seeing. Has redirection in form of Indeedee. Allows for that Pokemon to be more useful outside of just setting Trick Room and activating the Psychic Terrain, while still getting all of the added benefits of Psychic Terrain for your Pokemon that aren't Iron Crown but don't want to take priority attacks.
Yeah, and honestly, if there's one thing that Ogerpon in particular has taught me recently, is that one turn of Follow Me, honestly, is enough.
So good.
Like, it's just such a nice tool to have on a Pokemon, and especially when you pair it alongside of, I think it was Choice Scarf or Shifu on Justin's team, or maybe a Flutter Mane. There's just so many options for it. So I do think that Indeedee is the right support Pokemon to have right now, and that's why I also put it on my caster picks. So
great pick.
Thank you. I tried.
I believe you also had the Pelipper on your picks, and we did see the Rain team show up. Obviously, Caleb lost that match, but is now 3-1, so still absolutely in it. And we did see an update to that Rain team that we had seen previously in Portland. So this Pelipper, and also you had the Torkoal. So you covered both aspects of the weather war here.
Yeah.
So what was your take seeing both of them going up against each other in that last round?
I was happy how literal my predictions came to be. I just think that weather is a really nice thing to have on your team right now, and I do think that rain and sun are the two weathers to be running. Yes, snow, you can use Aurora Veil, that's really cool. Sand, you can make Tyranitar work still with max special defense possible, all that good stuff. But Torkoal with its synergy with Photosynthesis Pokemon, and Pelipper with its synergy with Archaludon and Rapid Strike or Shifu in particular, I was thinking that, this is a great opportunity for them. Those Pokemon are still very popular in Regulation F. It's sort of a weirder pick that you wouldn't have seen in Regulation E, just because Tornadus was way more viable back then.
Yeah.
And now is the opportunity for these Pokemon to shine. So I do think that in a weather matchup, whoever knocks out the other person's weather setter is usually the person who wins that match. And I think that's why Stefan was able to sort of maneuver to that a little bit easier, thanks to also photosynthesis, activated choice specs, Flutter Mane with the terrestrialization. Just, that's, I think, the most damage you can do in the game right now. But at the end of the day, I do think that Pelipper, especially if maybe not led, kept in the back, swapped in unexpectedly next to an Archaludon, is a really fun strategy that people can experiment with.
Yeah, just getting that surprise electro shot can be big. I mean, we see that, people are investing Power Herb into Glamora to get that single special attack boost for that Pokemon. Being able to set up multiple electro shots, get multiple special attack boosts from the Archaludon can be really big. But, in that Rain versus Sun matchup, we really did see Stefan be able to control that by using the Eject Pack Torkoal, keeping that Pokemon safe, switching it in and out, and being able to pick off the Pelipper like that so that, Caleb just didn't have any answers to that. So good call out on, the Weather Wars and just sort of, Pelipper has a little bit less flexibility on that front because you're usually reduced to running the Focus Sash because it's otherwise just extremely frail.
Yeah.
Whereas the Torkoal we saw just completely tank a Surging Strikes from the Rapid Striker Urshifu in the Sun.
I know, and in addition to that, you could even run a defensive Terra type like Grass typing as well if you wanted to ensure that if there was a weird switch in or what have you, you still had that bulk. It's a really amazing Pokemon. It's one that I continuously come back to throughout VGC. And, along those lines, I have to ask you, Evan, before we move on, you have a Urshifu on your predictions. Was this an intentional double play, or did you specify which Urshifu you picked? Because if you went for the secret 5th pick for caster predictions, I might have to call a judge.
That was specifically a single strike Urshifu.
Okay, I agree with that.
Specifically a single strike, which did just come up barely 0.5% short of tying Rapid Strike in our day one graphic, which I honestly was not expecting. I was expecting closer to what we saw in Portland, with Rapid Strike being clear and far away the most common choice, and then single strike sneaking in day 2. But to see both of those Urshifu now lined up next to each other, as we've always said since Regulation D, when Urshifu, the World Championships last year, became legal, that the biggest downside of Urshifu single strike is you can't run Urshifu Rapid Strike on the same team. And now they're both finally at parity, and I think a lot of that has to do with people over-indexing for the Rapid Strike Urshifu. We saw Wellspring Ogerpon, the Wellspring Mask form, #2 in our usage so far at like 47%, just under Flutter Mane. That's a Pokemon that's totally fine going up against most Rapid Striker Urshifu. And then also in Portland, you saw the Dondozo, which had Rocky Helmet, had Grass Terra type, so it was always going to be resisting those Rapid Strikes. And, one of the ways that you would otherwise get around Dondozo is just click Rapid Strikes, Mystic Water, Rain Dance Boost to try and, burst through it.
Yeah, I think it was a 2-hit knockout if you were running as quickly as possible. And that is 2 Rapid Strike attacks, not 2 Rapid Strike punches that are part of the single attack. I know that we have to be a little bit pedantic about that sometimes.
Yeah, but Urshifu single strike just has the single strike of
true.
the Wicked Blow.
It's very straightforward, and I do appreciate that.
And then it goes through, doesn't take the Rocky Helmet damage from this new Dondozo, makes it much stronger. We also have now our standings ready for going into round 5. So these are the players that are currently undefeated at the top of the tables. And, immediately some names jumping out to me. I see Zheng is still there at number 13. Of course, we saw Stefan, Justin Tang's undefeated, Kyle Livinghouse, Aaron Clemens, Rajan Ball, Paul Chua is still undefeated, and this is only a fraction of the names that are undefeated currently.
I was going to say, with over 800 trainers in the field, there are many, many 4-0 trainers. These are just the first 16 that were given to us in the system, and so if your name is not on this slide, but you're out in the hall at 4-0, congratulations. It's really a brutal tournament. I mean, mean, I see world champions on here. I see regional champions on here. I see international champions on here. Like, you have the whole gauntlet in just one tiny snapshot of this tournament.
Yeah, every single type of champion is represented here somewhere, even just in the top 16.
I was going to say, because I know we have worlds, international, regionals, and I'm assuming that somebody in here has won an MSS and a PC.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the matches in the field and preview our featured matchup, which we are going to be watching here in round 5. Aaron Clemens versus Kyle Livinghouse. That's going to be a really exciting matchup. Aaron Clemens, of course, came in 2nd place at the Knoxville Regional Championships last year, losing to Justin Tang in his debut performance. While Kyle, we've seen him regularly over the course of this season, previously as the sort of big wheezing player, has now shifted to a new type of team. But some other incredible matches, including the person we just saw on stream, Stefan Mott, is going up against Wolf Glick.
Yeah, and still have the world and international champions here as well. Paul Chua versus Samuel Mowry, and Toller Webb versus Sohaib Mufti. Of course, Brian Collins and Yotam Cohen as rounding up this group. There were so many incredible matchups this round, and it's only going to get more intense from here. Because, I mean, just split this slide in half. They're going to probably play each other next round. Like, it just gets more and more intense the more we move on in the tournament.
Absolutely, and we're going to start getting ready for our featured match. That is Kyle Livinghouse versus Aaron Clemens. I'm really excited about this matchup, especially because Aaron was a player that we saw, like I mentioned, in Knoxville, running sort of the old look at the Indeedee teams, has updated that using the new tool with Iron Crown, but also going with another new tool, sort of probably an intermediary tool.
Intermediary?
The upgrade to the Indeedee Armor Rouge teams after Pokemon Legends Arceus Pokemon were allowed. Ursaluna back on the team. So we have the old Indeedee, the even older ancient Ursaluna, and then the future Iron Crown here on this new look for Aaron.
I feel like I need to just make sure, you know, where we are, because I feel like we might have just entered Area 0 with all the past and future paradoxes going on here. But you're right. The Ursaluna, it's not that Blood Moon form, so it's not the one that you can encounter in Kitakami. You do have to have access to Legends Arceus in order to get it. Really a very notable Trick Room pick, even going, you know, back to Regulation E. It usually has the Guts ability with Flame Orb, so it can boost its attack even higher, and then you don't have to worry about opposing a Moongus to put Pokemon to sleep. That being said, how did you not mention the Galarian Zapdos that is rounding out this team? As if you want to talk about a fast Pokemon that probably shouldn't be near Trick Room, Galarian Zapdos is honestly it.
Yeah, well, this is not something that we're unused to. This is not on Trick Room teams. Sometimes you'd see, like, the really early versions of this were the Choice Scarf Annihilate with Final Gambit. The Zapdos, the Galarian form of Zapdos does still have U-turn for that Choice Scarf, so is able to, you know, the way this typically plays is just like, oh, there's an immediate threat. Are they going to Brave Bird me for massive damage? Are they going to close combat me for massive damage? Or are they just going to U-turn out and, oh no, I have Trick Room in my face, and now Ursaluna comes out for free, and it gets the Guts boost from Flame Orb, and then it just starts earthquaking my team.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here, and I think the Choice Band Urshifu also sort of plays into that strategy, where if you do want to come out without your Trick Room mode, you just go in with the most powerful Pokemon you have. You also have that Tornadus Incarnate as well to provide Tailwind or Icy Wind support, and depending on how these Pokemon are trained, it's honestly even possible that you could get away with a couple of Icy Winds, maybe a Bleak Wind Storm Drop if you want to go that route, and then your Ursaluna or your Iron Crown doesn't necessarily have to worry about its speed. So Aaron just giving himself the most options possible coming into this, and you have to have experience to do that, and playing the video game since Red and Blue.
Me too, Aaron.
Makes me wonder if he actually made it to one of the mall tours where you could compete and win a Mew, because if there are regrets that past Gabby has, it's not entering those tournaments.
They were really fun. They were really fun. I was nowhere near as competitive when I was a literal child as I am now. But real quick, another couple things to shout out about Aaron's team with that Calm Mind on Iron Crown. We got to keep an eye out on that. and Choice Band on the Urshifu Rapid Strike, not the Choice Scarf or Mystic Water.
Yeah.
But here on Kyle Livinghouse's side, you're going to see this Tornadus and Glimora team that I mentioned a little bit earlier. A lot of top players have chosen this team alongside the Urshifu Single Strike that is really just sort of doing work here in Charlotte so far. A number of players at 4-0 running a very similar team. And again, that's that power herb on the Meteor Beam, giving you that free boost plus big damage from that nuke. And then having that +1 boost for Sludge Bomb and Earth Power and the ability to Spiky Shield is really big for that Pokemon.
In addition to that, you also have the Beads of Ruin ability on Chi-Yu to further boost your special attacking moves on that Glimora. So if Kyle wants to, it seems very straightforward to maybe lead Tornadus to get speed control up if you need it, or just go straight for Chi-Yu Flutter or Chi-Yu Glimora, depending on what type of Pokemon he's expecting Aaron to use in this matchup. Personally, I might stay away from the Glimora to start off this game number 1, given that due to its poison typing, you would have to commit your Terastallization to it if you wanted to survive a psychic attack. I guess it would have to be the Iron Crown here, but part of me wonders if Psychic Terrain boosted Psychic from Indeedee could also maybe grab that KO. We'll figure that out later. But in the end, you still have the Chi-Yu with the ability to support Flutter Mane. So I do think that if Kyle is not careful, Aaron could bring the Indeedee and Ursaluna and maybe set up a Trick Room after a Tailwind is committed on his side. So a very offensive start with Chi-Yu Flutter, with maybe Flutter Urshifu, Ogerpon Urshifu. He has a lot of options here. Would certainly start him off on the right foot.
Absolutely, and it looks like, you know, Aaron was most known for using that Armarouge and Indeedee, has the Iron Crown and Indeedee version on this team, but staring down both a Chi-Yu and an Urshifu Single Strike makes it really hard to want to commit to those Pokemon. Both of those Pokemon able to, you know, take 0 damage from an Expanding Force, and because this Iron Crown is Calm Mind, doesn't even have the option of going for like a Terra Water or a Terra Fighting to potentially, you know, take out those Dark types. So likely those Pokemon going to have to sit on the bench this time around.
It's possible. Again, I do think that Indeedee does have some value with Follow Me in particular, and also, again, late game Indeedee Trick Room into Ursaluna I think is always a very strong play for Trick Room users, but you will have to navigate there. So I'm also very curious about how Aaron approaches these matchups, like from a mental standpoint. I feel like a lot of times when you have Tailwind and Trick Room on the same team, you'll like favor one mode as your game 1 pick, and then you'll favor the other mode as your game 2 pick to really just keep your opponent on their toes. So another option for him to just sort of juggle through as we are waiting for players to select their 4 Pokemon.
Yeah, our players are getting ready to head into this first game of this round 5 matchup. It's going to be really interesting to see how these teams match up. Again, both have a Tailwind option. The Indeedee on Aaron's side actually is not carrying Psychic, so only the Dazzling Gleam for offense, opting instead for Imprison, which could otherwise imprison enemy Trick Room, but no Trick Room to speak of over on Kyle's side, so just actually some really heavy hitters here. You have the Single Strike Urshifu, you have the Choice Specs on Chi-Yu, and there's always the risk that when in doubt, just click the Overheat button. That's Choice Specs Overheat with Terra Fire as well. That's big damage.
Yeah, and especially if you are looking at 9 rounds of Swiss into 6 rounds of Swiss into possible top cut, you know, having those Pokemon that can just deal damage, having those Pokemon that can help you maneuver through otherwise difficult situations is so important.
All right, well, here we head into game 1. It is Tornadus and Urshifu Rapid Strike, the most common lead matchup of Regulation D and E, up against Flutter Mane and Glimora. You see the booster energy there on the Flutter Mane activating its speed, so it is now going to be the fastest thing on the field, except for Tornadus's Prankster ability.
An interesting start from Kyle for sure, leading 2 of those special attackers side by side, but Aaron can't necessarily guarantee a KO on either of these 2 Pokemon at this point in time. If the Urshifu goes for the Surging Strikes, he'd have to ensure Rain Dance, and then he could only hit 1 target. So I do like how he's opted for speed control here, because this ensures that he should be able to move first and keep that Urshifu safer for when Flutter Mane is off the field.
Yeah, that is the Choice Banded Urshifu going for the U-turn to deal a little bit of chip damage into the Flutter Mane and returning to Trainer, which is actually going to bring out the Iron Crown. Aaron has opted for the Ndidi and Iron Crown, not afraid of the Chi-Yu and the Urshifu single strike potential in the back. Just going to go ahead and try to set up the Tailwind here, outspeed everything, and pick up KOs anyway. There's an Icy Wind onto both the Tornadus and the Iron Crown. That critical hit dealing significant chip damage to that Pokemon, while only dropping the speed of the Iron Crown thanks to the Covert Cloak. Glimmora, though, overflowing with space power, boosting its special attack and consuming the Power Herb to fire off this Meteor Beam right at the Tornadus. The critical hit doesn't matter. That Tornadus is going down anyway. So Aaron gets the Tailwind up, only has to suffer a speed drop on the Iron Crown, and gets a free switch in here.
I was going to say that's almost beneficial for Aaron, since that Tornadus would have struggled to deal consistent damage moving throughout the match. You would always have had the threat of the Glimmora going for a KO after another Icy Wind's worth of damage there. Just having it removed from the field and getting the free switch in to the Urshifu with the Tailwind up and without the speed drop from Icy Wind is so important. It was just one knockout, but it has allowed him to pivot into a much more threatening mode of his team. And now, regardless if there is Psychic Terrain up on the field, Kyle really has to think about the positioning of his Glimmora and whether or not he wants to dedicate his terrestrialization to keeping it safe, or if he wants to just let it get knocked out this turn and maybe bring in a Chi-Yu or his Urshifu to try and deal more damage after it's been removed.
Well, speaking of more damage, that's going to be a terrestrialization from the Iron Crown, going for the Terra Psychic to boost further the power of an Expanding Force. No Psychic Terrain out on the field just yet, so there will not be the spread damage of the Expanding Force. Instead, the Glimmora will terrestrialize as well into the Grass type, both removing the Psychic type weakness and the Water type weakness, so getting full value on that terrestrialization. But Urshifu is not falling for it, just goes for Surging Strikes into the Flutter Mane, and with that Choice Band, it only takes 2 hits from the Rapid Strikes to knock out the Paradox Pokemon there. And here comes the Expanding Force from this Iron Crown. Now, with the terrestrialization boost, no Psychic Terrain further boosting, and with into the Grass type, Glimmora actually hangs on with just about 1 hit point and fires off a big Sludge Bomb, picks up the KO onto Urshifu. So trading the Flutter Mane for that Urshifu and big damage onto that Glimmora. Now, here comes the Ndidi to set the terrain.
A lot of great information there, though, for both of these trainers, as Kyle now knows that with the help of terrain, Expanding Force, even with the Grass terrestrialization, will not be enough to keep that Glimmora around. Seeing how it survived with like 1, 2, maybe 3 HP worth of its health remaining, to me indicates that that was most likely one of those variants of damage dealt per turn. So unfortunately for Aaron, Kyle maybe got a little bit lucky with that damage dealing, but there is no way that the Glimmora would be able to take a Expanding Force now at full power. That being said, though, Aaron is in a bit of a tough spot here, as you can just go for the Expanding Force, but the Tornadus should be able to set up its own speed control for Kyle, and it's possible that he could even just start dealing damage so that whenever his next Pokemon comes in, that Iron Crown is already within knockout range.
All right, Kyle's going to set up his own Tailwind now to get that Glimmora above the Iron Crown after that. Ooh, and a poison from the Sludge Bomb onto Ndidi deals big damage, plus the poison will be doing chip damage for the remainder of this game, which, to be honest, probably isn't that much longer, as a double KO coming out from that Iron Crown, the Expanding Force picking up both. But still, crucially, that Iron Crown has taken an Icy Wind speed drop, so that's why we saw Aaron considering going for the Trick Room that last turn, instead opting for the Follow Me. Now this Iron Crown has only 1 more turn of Tailwind, has a Chi-Yu coming out, and is potentially slower than that Pokemon.
It was a tough call for Aaron there to make. Do you go for the Trick Room, or assuming your opponent's going to Tailwind, or do you redirect damage? I gotta respect how he went for the redirection there, because Ndidi would not have been able to close out this game against a Chi-Yu. Now at least he has a shot to deal some damage here, but unfortunately for Aaron, his only non-psychic type attack is going to be that Tachin Cutter, which he will need many special attack boosts in order to match the damage being put out just by a snarl from that Chi-Yu.
Yep, and Chi-Yu's Snarl is going to make sure that Iron Crown never even gets an opportunity, especially with Tailwind running out. Kyle Livinghouse saving Chi-Yu, said go Chi-Yu before the battle, and it's Chi-Yu cleaning up for Kyle in game 1.
I really do love his positioning in that endgame as well, even though Chi-Yu was one Pokemon versus the dual Ndidi and Iron Crown combination. It had a spread move with the Snarl. It was also boosted by that same type attack bonus by Beads of Ruin. He was very confident that even if he was at a number disadvantage, that Chi-Yu would still have the damage advantage. And I think that endgame for him was just very solid, even though it may have looked like he was on the back foot.
Absolutely, and this is why Chi-Yu is looking really good right now.
Yeah.
If there is a world where expanding force teams are expected to be a major part of the meta, then Chi-Yu is a perfect counter to it. Of course, the dark typing being immune to expanding force. Even when it was Armor Rouge, Chi-Yu resisted the heat wave too. So really difficult to deal with it, and the Snarl just keeping you from actually being able to get that massive damage off over and over again. It looked like Aaron was going to be able to position pretty well for the turns of Tailwind against the Glamora and the Fluttermane, but really critically that Fluttermane got off that Icy Wind to drop the speed of that Iron Crown, which became a huge component of the end game.
I also really like how Aaron approached the Fluttermane matchup in this game, even though it didn't necessarily work out for him. Being able to get a little bit of chip damage onto the Fluttermane thanks to the U-turn in case Sun was set up later to ensure the KO from Rapid Strike, I think was just very smart positioning long term. Unfortunately though, losing your own Urshifu in that situation, and then just again this endgame against Chi-Yu against Psyspam was just not necessarily the best matchup. And going into game number 2, I think one of the biggest adjustments he has to consider here is Chi-Yu is a pretty safe pick into almost all of these Pokemon, barring the Urshifu, but Kyle has shown he can handle that one Pokemon. If you are assuming that your opponent's going to bring Chi-Yu, I don't think you can bring the Iron Crown. Maybe still bring the Ndidi if you want to have the Follow Me redirection support, but overall, that mode is just checked by a single Pokemon that's going to be a good pick regardless.
Yeah, I think that's correct. The Iron Crown just not putting off enough pressure with only the Tachyon Cutter and the Expanding Force. So your other options then are Ursaluna and Zapdos. Ursaluna commits you to Trick Room, and the Zapdos is Choice Scarfed. It does have the ability to go for Close Combat or Thunderous Kick for super effective damage against the Chi-Yu, but can be really difficult to maneuver, and you really want to be getting Defiant boosts on that Pokemon, and there are no Intimidate Pokemon on Kyle's side.
Yeah, in Ursaluna's favor at least, I think if you set up Tailwind and got a few Icy Wind speed drops, I do think it would be able to outspeed as if Trick Room was set up, but that is just a lot to commit to a single Pokemon, and given how much damage Kyle is showing in this matchup, I don't think he has the time to rely on that kind of strategy.
Well, it's going to be switch-ups from both players as Chi-Yu and Ogerpon are led by Kyle up against Tornadus and that Zapdos. So Aaron has brought the Zapdos here this time around, facing down Chi-Yu and Ogerpon. Actually, a relatively good matchup for that Zapdos.
Yeah, it can hit it super effectively with either of those fighting type moves, Thunderous Kick or Close Combat, or you can go straight for a Brave Bird into the Ogerpon, and if you're unsure if that'll do enough damage, you could also throw Bleak Wind Storm into the mix as well. So I think Kyle does have a tough choice to make here. Does he think that he should follow me, go for that redirection, let Chi-Yu start doing what it wants to do best? Or does he just go on the defensive with that Pokemon? And because of that, I think Aaron can very confidently lock in a KO this turn.
Well, that's a follow me from the Ogerpon as Aaron takes this opportunity to set up Tailwind. Just trying to get that speed control off as a huge Brave Bird picks up a one-hit KO on that Ogerpon. Follow me back to the Pokemon Center, Ogerpon, as it goes down. Zapdos taking a significant amount of recoil damage as a Choice Specs boosted Heat Wave will answer in return. So again, big trades on turn 1, but now we have Tailwind up for Aaron, and out comes that Choice Band Urshifu again.
And this might be the one turn of this game where Aaron has Tailwind up on the field, where Kyle has to play a bit of catch-up. He does send in his own Tornadus, which can go for its own Tailwind, but because Aaron already has his own Tailwind set up, he does have the time to go for a Icy Wind to guarantee a speed drop onto the opposing side of the field. So he should be able to maintain a speed advantage, and knowing that the Chi-Yu cannot protect itself this turn, regardless of if it's due to, you know, being a choice item lock or if it's because it's Urshifu is facing off against, that knockout is very much within Aaron's grasp.
Yeah, especially with a terastallization here to further boost the power of these surging strikes. That is a Choice Band Terra Water surging strikes coming out. The Icy Wind misses Kyle's Tornadus, which would have done good damage, and because that's a Rocky Helmet version, would have actually gotten this speed drop. Instead, Urshifu connects with the Chi-Yu and almost in one picks up the KO on that Pokemon. Instead, Chi-Yu will go down to the second hit, as Kyle not opting for the Tailwind just yet, trying to stagger as much as possible to get the maximum value on Tailwind for the final Pokemon in the back. Just going to fire off a Bleak Wind Storm that will pick up the KO on Tornadus and get the speed drop onto Urshifu, which means that Aaron is now down to his final 2 Pokemon as well, and took a bad speed drop there on the Urshifu.
It does look like Aaron brought that Ursaluna as one of his adjustments, so probably hoping that he could have gotten more speed drops onto the field. Unfortunately, though, the Ursaluna and the Urshifu are both going to be slower than this Fluttermane, especially after it boosts its speed with that photosynthesis. I think Aaron did a great job of trying to find an opportunity for this Urshifu to knock out that Chi-Yu to give himself an advantage, but knowing that the last 2 Pokemon on Kyle's side of the field is that Fluttermane in particular, makes things a lot more difficult. He does have options. The Ursaluna can go for some good damage with Facade onto the Tornadus after it activates that Flame Orb. It can also deal ground type damage to the Fluttermane on the opposing side of the field. But he's going to have to pick which Pokemon Kyle targets here, because Kyle can only knock out one thing, and if he thinks the Ursaluna is going to protect to get that Flame Orb activation, you fire this Moonblast into the Urshifu.
Oh, and that is a Moonblast into Urshifu, which goes down because of the Bleak Wind Storm drop. Kyle did not have to spend a turn setting Tailwind. That Fluttermane is just going to outspeed Ursaluna, though, fires back with a Headlong Rush into Fluttermane, not able to pick up the KO. That Fluttermane holds on. No Guts boost from the Flame Orb means that Kyle just gets to tank it, fire back a Bleak Wind Storm, and deal over 50% to that Ursaluna.
Had that Headlong Rush knocked out the Fluttermane, we would be looking at a much different endgame here, where Facade should be able to lock in that knockout against Tornadus, but instead, Moonblast knocking out the Ursaluna. Aaron did such a good job of finding that opening in the end, but unfortunately could not deal the damage to close it and bring it to us to a game 3.
Yeah, such a close matchup there. If that had been done just a few more hit points, more damage onto Fluttermane, Aaron would have been in pretty good position to potentially force a game 3. I don't know that it would have cinched it though, because that Bleak Wind Storm drop allowed Kyle to fire off an additional Bleak Wind Storm into the Ursaluna, but man, that was really close. That was really tense, but congratulations to Kyle really navigating this incredibly offensive matchup here. Just, you know, KO after KO after KO, just doing some slight positioning to get into that position where you're trading the proper Pokemon at any given time, and Kyle did that perfectly.
I was going to say, it is so important, especially when you're running a hyper-offensive team, that you are just on the ball for all of your positioning, for all of your knockouts, your switches, because you only have so much health to deal with. You know, the more offensive a Pokemon is, the less likely it is to have the HP or defenses it needs to stay around for a few turns. And you know, Kyle just, I think, showcased why these teams are so effective. You don't necessarily need to pivot if you can guarantee that with your attack or 2 attacks that you get, you knock out the Pokemon that are critical and you just have that line fall into place.
Absolutely, and I think we do have to shout out the Chi-Yu here, who was the MVP, I think, for Kyle across both games. Even after this Galarian Zapdos was able to pick up the KO, Chi-Yu was trading so well, dealing big damage to the Tornadoes, cleaning up the KO on the Zapdos. It did go down to these surging strikes here, but the damage had been done and set Kyle up for a big speed drop here on the Bleakwind Storm coming up that allowed the Flutter Mane to just clean up in the background.
Yeah, it was a very well played game from Kyle, and I think as well just having, again, that one turn of Follow Me to ensure that the Chi-Yu could knock out that Zapdos, especially after Brave Bird took away most of its health, was just so critical. And I do think that this battle showcases why the Water Mask Urshifu in particular, or excuse me, Water Mask Ogerpon in particular has been doing so well.
Absolutely.
Great matchup against Rapid Striker Shifu. You can run Follow Me, and it still feels like a good use of your time.
Yeah, Ogerpon was basically on the field for less than a turn.
Yeah.
Clicked Follow Me a single time, but that was what cleared the Chi-Yu to do big damage.
Exactly.
Aaron played that correctly, called it right, went for the Brave Bird, picked up the KO, and it didn't matter because all that mattered was that Ogerpon was being targeted that turn.
Yeah, what a incredible battle. So shout outs to Kyle. Congratulations for winning that one. But, Aaron, not out by any means. I mean, losing your round 5 means that you still have a great shot of going that critical 2 losses maximum to make it onto day 2 of the competition. So still very much in the running.
Aaron just needs 3 more wins to make it into day 2. Of course, would like to win out for 4 more for the better record heading into day 2 Swiss. Kyle, of course, now at 5-0, only needs to win 2 more out of the next 4 matches, which is a really good place to be. You always want to be at the undefeated spot. But I think both of these players have really good shots at making it far. Kyle's showed a mastery of this team. It looked really good in that matchup. And I think Aaron also had a bunch of really interesting techs on his team. And this Calm Mind, Expanding Force, Tachyon Cutter, Iron Crown didn't look so great in Chi-Yu, so Aaron's going to be hoping to dodge the other variants of this team that are out there and dodge Chi-Yu for a while. But against people who are not running that Chi-Yu, I think that looks like it could be a pretty strong Pokemon that obviously has been taking people by surprise as Aaron made it to 4-0 before this.
Definitely. Well, we have an interview ready to go with Kyle, so why don't we go ahead and take it over to that interview.
A quick 2-0 to be setting off our next round, and I am here with the victor, Kyle Livinghouse. Congratulations, 5-0 on the day so far, having a pretty good run. How are you feeling about your tournament so far?
Pretty great. The flight got delayed, a lot of other stuff went wrong, so it's good that the games are going pretty well so far and pulling the right matchups that I expected to see. Chi-Yu is just going kind of crazy into all these psychic spam teams that are so common right now, so it's doing really well.
Let's talk more about the Chi-Yu, because we've gotten to see for the Treasures of Ruin this Chien-Pao running around for a while, and Chi-Yu kind of went by the wayside a little bit. So is it just because of all this size spam running around that's making it so popular, or is there just other things in this regulation that kind of contribute to that success?
Sure, so it's definitely that. The Fridgeref Blood Moon teams that are also very popular right now. Chi-Yu enables like my Glamora to hit like crazy numbers and just like kind of just one-shot the Fridgeref and prevent their Trick Room setup. So it's more than just having an Expanding Force. It's more like I also want to be enabling my Flutter Mane damage and my Glamora damage. I have a lot of special attackers that can take advantage of Beads of Ruin.
And is it then something that you're worried about your team at all that's a little squishy, or is it just more so, hey, if I'm just getting these KOs, it won't really matter in the end?
Yeah, if you just KO them first, they don't do damage back, so that's a good plan. I like to live by that when I can because they can't crit you if they're gone. Like, it's just an easier way to play the game.
There was a couple of close calls, though, with your Pokemon, both Game 1 and Game 2, having them live on just 1 HP there. How do you think things would have shaken up otherwise if maybe your Pokemon did get taken down?
Game 1, I definitely would have lost if I went down to the Expanding Force. I didn't notice the Terra Psychic on the team sheet, Once I saw it, I had 10 seconds left, and I couldn't find another play, so I just went with my play, assuming it wasn't Terra Psychic. And then the Terra Psychic went off. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get KO'd, and then I lived on one, and I was just like, wow, that'll work. I wasn't like expecting that at all.
Definitely fortunate. Sometimes, you know, the Pokemon toughed out the hit. Well, I don't know what it is in the game, but endured it so you wouldn't feel sad. But now that you're 5-0, how are you feeling about the rest of the tournament run? Like, what was your priorities heading into this event for how you're prepping and planning?
I just want to make day 2, like play those 6 rounds that we have. That's just really exciting. I went 6-3 at the 2 regionals I went to back in October. So losing round 9 on stream both of those times. So it's good to be like in the win column and on track for that.
Hey, we've already pulled you now for stream. We can't pull you for that round 9 loss,
Yeah,
so we're breaking.
I'm immune.
Break that curse there. Maybe we'll make an exception. I'm just kidding. But I'll let you go rest up for your next round. But of course, before I do you have any shout outs?
I'm going to shout out Jackson for the EVs on this team because they came in clutch and he did them all. So shout outs to that guy. He's awesome.
It's always good when your Pokemon are trained up well, but congratulations. Best of luck for your next couple of rounds. As for us, time to head back over to our casters.
Shout-outs to Jackson for that 1 hit point survival on Flutter Main. That was real nice.
Sometimes you have to wonder, like, was the math done to ensure that, or was that just one of those things where life finds a way?
It could be a little bit of both.
Of course.
Congratulations again to Kyle for going 5-0. Like he mentioned, he has been at that 6-3 mark for the last couple of regionals, and this team looks like it may be enough to take him just over that hump. 2 more wins will get him into day 2 to compete in 6 more rounds of Pokemon tomorrow.
I know, and that's really historic. I mean, I love the way that Kyle phrased that. I believe this is the first time we're having a 6-round day 2 Swiss at any Pokemon tournament. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but it's just absolutely insane to think about how much the game has grown, not only just over the years since you and I started playing, but also like since September in Pittsburgh. So congratulations. And thank you to all the staff and tournament organizers who made this possible this weekend.
And the players.
And the players, yeah. We couldn't have a tournament unless players showed up. That's a very good point.
Well, let's take a look at our predictions, as we did get to see a couple of the Pokemon that we were excited for in that last match. I was really stoked to see that Glamora going off in that first game after getting the Meteor Beam boost. Like Kyle mentioned, if you get that +1, you start doing stupid damage to things. And we saw that with Glamora just picking up 1-hit KOs on Pokemon left and right after getting that boost.
For sure. If you can knock out the Pokemon, then you don't necessarily need to worry about how much damage you can take in return. I find it interesting as well that, we did see an Ursaluna in that matchup, but it wasn't the Blood Moon Ursaluna that both Sierra and Aaron predicted going into this tournament. And I will say, I feel like the Blood Moon Ursaluna has been picking up steam recently. One of my locals loves to run it on actually a Trick Room team, but it doesn't need Trick Room. It only needs an Icy Wind drop on like a majority of the meta to outspeed it guaranteed, which is really exciting. But to see the normal Ursaluna making a comeback, I can't help but wonder just what Aaron was thinking when he made that decision.
Absolutely, and it's something to remember not to sleep on the original Ursaluna, even though we have the new toy in Blood Moon Ursaluna. Although those Blood Moon Ursaluna teams are still doing very good. Plenty of them at the top tables as well. I'm sure we will be seeing them very soon. Of course, also the Iron Crown and the Indeedee combo. Iron Crown looked really good for a while in that game 1 up until it came across the dark type Chi-Yu, whose dark fire typing just completely shuts down Iron Crown. This is one of the things that people were running a lot of Terra Water Iron Crowns.
Yeah.
And initially it was like, oh, that's because Incineroar is in the format. We have to worry about Incineroar. You have to be able to deal damage to Incineroar. You know what has the exact same typing as Incineroar? It's Chi-Yu and deals so much more damage back.
I know. You do have to lose the access to Calm Mind and also, I guess, the Psychic type Terra boost if you do decide to go that route. But I honestly honestly wouldn't be surprised if that is a minor adjustment we see players making after seeing its performance this weekend. It's just a little tweak. You do lose your damage output, but it would have helped turn a unwinnable situation at the end of that game one into a situation where you had a chance. And I think that in Regulation F in particular, where there are so many Pokemon that you have to worry about, giving yourself a chance against everything is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, you may not be able to have a winning matchup against everything, but you need to have a non-zero matchup.
Yeah, you have to have a out.
Well, we have also been checking in with how you, the community, think these Pokemon are going to do with our community prediction bracket.
All right.
And you know, I think this is an upset. Do you think this is an upset?
I think this is a big upset, though I will say, y'all, you don't have to vote based off of typings. Fluttermane and Urshifu is more neutral than you'd expect it is if you looked at the type chart. But Incineroar winning over Tornadus Incarnate is very, very surprising to me.
Yeah, Incineroar, of course, being the sort of hugely hyped up new addition to the decks with the Indigo Disc DLC, but has not yet converted that into, you know, obviously it did not win Portland, and honestly, there was only one, maybe two in the top 8 of Portland.
It wasn't as ubiquitous as it was back in the day, for
Absolutely, and falling down to number 4, the 4 seed in our community prediction bracket here. I don't know. Tornadus looked really good on Kyle's team, which did not include Incineroar, and I think that that team has a good shot of making it real deep.
I will say that whether or not you prefer Incineroar to Tornadus Incarnate, I think does sort of depend on what kind of player you are. As Tornadus Incarnate, especially with Bleakwind Storm, you know, that new addition from the Legends of Arceus, just has so much more damage output than an Incineroar has. Yes, Flare Blitz is a base 120 power attack that's really powerful, but it just doesn't match the utility and the damage that Bleakwind Storm can bring over a longer period of time. So
we saw that one Bleakwind Storm drop had a huge impact on game 2.
Exactly. So I do think that Tornadus Incarnate for now is still a little bit better situated to do well in these tournaments. But, you know, it's Incineroar. I feel like if there's any Pokemon that can surprise me in the metagame this weekend, it would probably be a Helping Hand Incineroar. Like, I think Helping Hand Incineroar is the spice that would allow it to sort of go back to the top again.
I can see it, and we actually do have the poll live for our next matchup, which is Chin Pao versus Raging Bolt.
2 long Pokemon. One of them is...
One is vertical, one is horizontal.
No, I think that's a really fun matchup too, because they're really the pillars of priority in the metagame right now. You know, Chen Pao has Sucker Punch with the Sword of Ruin ability, and then Raging Bolt with Thunderclap and Photosynthesis potentially to boost it. That's a tough one. I think I would pick one, but I'm also biased because I gave it a cool nickname in my game, and you know how that sort of influences you towards Pokemon, so...
Definitely influences. It is an interesting matchup, the 2 basically Sucker Punch Pokemon. I think the world knows how I would vote on this one, as the biggest anti-Raging Bolt person on the broadcast. But I am willing to be proven wrong, as always.
You know, I think we might align more than you think in that matter, but for different reasoning, for sure. Make sure as well, if you're watching us live, or if you're watching us in the Paradox future, make sure to follow our channel here on Twitch/YouTube, depending on where you're watching in this moment of time. So you will be notified when we go live. There's day 2 of the tournament tomorrow, and of course, there's Liverpool next weekend, Knoxville the weekend after that. And they've also been running on Twitch some of the Pokemon movies. They'll have like movie nights. That's always exciting too.
It's really fun.
I know. I love hopping in and just watching Twitch chat react to like some of the moments from my childhood where I was like devastated because of one of the Pokemon movies. It's a good time.
Very good time. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have even more very good times here from the Charlotte Regional Championships.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, you know, if I have more wins than losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think Dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or your stomach gets a little worked up because you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute, and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and really just try to not think about the match. 'Cause, yeah, it helps a lot. Because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
All right, trainers, we have already seen some fantastic competition going out today at the Charlotte Pokemon Regional Championships, and things are about to get even more intense as 3 of us are going to be sitting here in the lounge playing some Pokemon Stadium mini games. The true indicator of somebody's skill at Pokemon, I think.
I think it's 2 of you that are going to be playing, and I'm going to be sitting here just making an absolute fool out of myself, I'm pretty sure.
I think this game is almost as old as I am, so.
Well, now I feel like ancient. Uh-oh.
Oh no, okay. Well, I feel like, is that what's gonna fire you up here?
Showing that I'm not just like an ancient fossil Pokemon, maybe. We'll see.
All right, well, I'm excited because I grew up playing some Pokemon Stadium mini games. I gotta figure out, how do you even like get over to it though? I think that's the first part of this.
Oh?
Nope, that is the wrong one. Was it right? Do we go to the stadium and then there's the mini games here? We figure this out.
No, because I think this is just the cups, which are really fun, by the way. That's where I spent most of my time, was in the stadium and the battle
Rose,
tower.
help me.
Oh crap. Okay. Wait.
Why isn't it working?
Oh, because you need the D-pad, the little pad.
Oh, I can't use like the.
No.
Wait, are we going to the kids
right.
club because we're kids?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do the who's the best. That's how we have to do this, right?
Okay.
All right, Ava, if you want to play.
Okay.
All right,
Let's
we're
go.
ready.
Okay, we got this. Thanks for fixing it, Rose.
I'm sitting here. I've already won, actually.
All right, how many wins to become the champ?
I feel like 5 is.
5's good.
I think 5.
All right.
Just like 9 rounds of Swiss.
True.
9 mini game wins.
Okay.
All right, and we're going back to the OG, the first Pokemon Stadium. Oh,
Magikarp Splash.
A classic.
Okay.
All right. You gotta make them all splash high, hit the counter to score, and you just gotta do the
Press and hold.
Press and hold. It has been so long, but I think
I have not played this in a very long time.
No, we got this. We got this. Everyone ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right, make sure to be putting in chat too who you think's gonna be the victor of all.
Wait,
of
am I
this.
player 3?
I don't know which one.
I think
you
I'm.
select.
I think.
Wait,
I'm
are we just
2.
trying to get this as high as possible?
You're trying to get it to jump as many times
I don't
as
know
possible.
what.
and hit the counter.
I don't know which Magikarp I am.
I'm 3, right? Right?
I don't know.
Can someone confirm?
I think I'm 3. I think I'm 3.
No, I'm 3, right? Fudge!
It doesn't matter.
Chocolates.
It doesn't matter. You both lose. Yeah, which one of you is?
Wait, I don't know which one I am.
Doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't say on y'all's controller.
Uh-oh.
Well, this is fun.
I'm not having a good time.
We'll figure out the next game. Oh, well, whoever gets
Come on,
to choose
come on,
yours,
come
too.
on. Oh, who let this guy in?
Oh, he picked a good game, though.
Oh, Arbok definitely is the computer.
All right, well, you'll get to figure out, like,
What?
right away who you are. All right.
Okay.
We all got the
All right.
rules?
I think so.
You're trying to throw the Ekans onto the
Wait, who go?
All right, I'm the second player. You're right.
Wait, are we trying to toss it around the?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, this one's actually really hard on one of these controllers.
Wait, how do you make them throw them?
You have to pull back
It's
on
the
the button.
left trigger.
Oh.
Apparently, I can't do like a light. Oh, okay, I can't.
Wait,
oh, I sniped.
Oh, but goodbye, Arbok. Wait, this is so hard.
I know, right? Why is this so difficult?
I don't know.
No.
I can only hit the back row.
Oh my god.
How
the
do you
Diglett.
get this dude up here?
You're like,
I'm literally flicking it as lightly as possible.
okay, same here. I'm actually like, there's no pressure. Okay, going for the back one.
Wait, how do you get the ones up in front? I don't get it.
I don't think we.
I don't think we're actually able to.
Oh, gold, dude! No! Wait, that was you?
Yeah. That was Sierra.
No!
I'm not last.
Let's go.
Holly, so you beat the computer. That's actually really impressive.
No, we put a computer on normal. It's not.
Oh.
All right.
I don't know. The computer for some of these
Okay,
minigames is possible.
it's over.
Aaron's time.
It's over.
It's over. All right.
What do we got? Snore War. Clefairy says. I've never played any of these actually. Okay, I like Clefairy, so.
This one's a good one. This one's a good one.
Oh, the arrows. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
And the control pad.
Okay.
Control bag, yeah.
And I'm player 3.
You're player 3.
Okay.
Wait. It auto-picked arrows for me.
Wait, what?
It hit up twice for me. That wasn't my fault. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm so
no.
screwed.
No.
It hit left twice for me.
Oh god.
Watch.
I don't know. Yes!
I'm gonna lose because my controller. I swear.
Oh,
I.
Oh no.
I
oh,
didn't
no.
even get it on time.
I didn't either. I'm about to lose right here.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's me and the computer! No!
You do it,
Aaron.
Aaron. really did beat us. Come on, Aaron.
Yeah, maybe I should have taken that computer compliment when I had the chance. Aaron, you got this. You're our last hope. Oh no, you can do it. You can do it. Oh. It's okay. The computer throw is here every time. Right, right.
Yeah! Yes!
Yo, computer got body. Let's go. Good stuff. Good stuff. You're on
One
the
on the board. Come on now.
Uh-oh. Please tell me I get to pick now because I haven't won yet.
Neither is the computer.
Wait, the computer just picked!
I'm so sad. It's okay.
Rigged?
Thundering Dynamo.
Oh, I hate this one.
Okay. I'm
Tap
ready.
A when it's blue and B when it's green.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
A when
bad
it's
at
blue,
this.
B when it's green.
Dude, like, my Pikachu isn't even doing anything. I am pressing the button. Y'all can see this. Oh!
Aaron's overconfident now.
I'm here to win.
We gotta take him down a few pegs.
Dude, I mashed the button, and my Pikachu just sat there like, all right, bud.
Your Pikachu
Useless.
needs more food.
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right, you get.
Finally.
I finally get to pick. What am I gonna pick? I feel like I'm gonna get judged in chat based on what I pick.
No,
And
no,
that's
no.
okay.
The sushi go around? No, this one's so good.
This is my favorite mini game, I think.
It's so good. This one's so rage-inducing.
Wait, press A to eat it.
Yeah.
How can you remember the prices?
I feel like it's based on what you would eat normally. I don't know.
Hey, computer, what are you? Get out of here. Wait.
No, I'm trying. There we go. All right, I did not like that.
Does it not show our point count?
Nope. You have to like kind of like keep track, which is difficult.
Where are the yummy pieces? I'm
Oops.
hungry. Oh my, I have one plate of sushi. I'm waiting for like the rare ones. Oh. Yeah. No. Okay. Come on. No, I didn't want the tea.
Is that actually tea? I always thought it was like toxic sludge.
Oh.
Is it tea?
Come on, come on, come on.
I always thought it was sludge.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
Ah!
Gimme, gimme. 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 Oh, gimme. Gimme! No!
Did the computer just beat us?
Wow, it wasn't even close.
Wow.
We actually all just got
We
crushed.
got bodied. I see. I just went for all the cheap sushi, but like I got a lot of it, and I got like the bonuses. But yeah, apparently not. But good. You get to pick.
I get to pick again.
You get to pick.
Look, dealer's choice.
Should we run it back?
We're gonna run it back. I feel like we finally got the hang of it. How could we not?
If we're gonna be there at the end, we'll be on like the 4th time the computer winning in a row. We're like, no, we run it back.
You'll get it this time.
Don't see the computer. Oh my god. I'm glad it burnt him. I'm glad. Oh no. Okay, well the tea's hot.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I always thought it was just like toxic sludge. I'm not gonna lie.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, I don't want that. I want that. Oh, I want that. Come on, I'm hungry. I need more. Feed me.
Feed me. Feed me, mother. I hunger.
I'm trying to. I'm just stealing the food from the computer.
No,
I feel like that's the strategy.
Oh, is that one spicy? Dude, I keep missing. And my lickitung is blind. Oh, I got bodied.
Come on, come on. I just want to beat the computer.
Oh, let's go. Good job, good job.
Okay, okay.
Guess what?
Come on.
I get to pick again.
Please don't pick this one
Run
again.
it
I'm not doing
Run
good.
it back.
My lickitung is so dumb. Please don't pick this one.
Here, we'll do dig, dig, dig. I like this one
Diglet,
too.
Diglet. L and R to make it dig.
All right.
We just go back and forth?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, the computer's... Ah! Wait.
Yes!
What?
Yes! I got one!
I'm blaming not having a wired controller because I'm spamming just as fast as y'all, and my sand crew's just like having vacation.
I think Sarah's getting bodied by the controller. I'm not gonna lie.
Controller diff.
I pick.
Again?
It's a 50-50. It's always between the people that have the lowest stars, and I know this because I'm usually there. That's where I am. I'm so tempted. It's okay. I'll pick something else. Let's do the
chat. Help me. I'm getting controller diff right now.
You actually are.
Press the A to harden and avoid being squashed by boulders. It only works when the A is pressed, but it consumes HP.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can like hold A to stay hardened. Oh, I've got the Metapod diff. It's over.
It is over.
Wait, I got hit by... Oh, I understand.
Oops.
My controller doesn't work.
Oh, I got squashed! Wait, the computer's smoking us. Oh my.
Oh, I'm dead. We're doing great over here. Sierra's not having a good time.
I'm getting reaction diffed. I can't do it.
I think low-key, I played this once when it released. And I couldn't play with the Joy-Cons because I felt like it was always some amount of like latency or lag from the input of the controller. And I still feel it with this. We'll go back to Clefairy says.
Oh, okay, okay. I like this one.
No one can mess up. The
No, we
controller
can't mess
you
this up. All right, let's go.
No Johns.
I'm gonna get bodied again by Aaron, but it's fine. Oh my gosh, it actually just...
What? Oh my god!
That's not the controller this time. I tried.
Wait, I didn't input the last one. Oh.
I'm ready win.
Oh. Maybe I did.
I'm determined to beat Aaron.
I believe in you. Do you want me to start pressing random buttons on his controller?
Oh my god.
I don't know if I got the last one.
I have to beat him with sheer willpower.
I believe in you. Ooh. This is tense. This is tense.
Oh gosh. I don't know if I got that.
Is this the moment where Rose pulls ahead?
Oh! Oh no! Oh my god!
Huh? Oh no.
I'm so confident. Come on, just get one wrong, Aaron. Just one. Did we just tie? Holy crap!
Flawless.
Flawless victory.
Good job, good
Oh,
job.
I didn't realize you could tie and both win.
I didn't either.
Nice,
I thought they
nice.
would just give you like more rows on the chalkboard, and I was like, "This is where I'm gonna start
Yeah.
to lose."
We're out of space on the chalkboard.
Then they start writing it like in unknowns on the wall or something.
This is the
Oh,
first
come on,
Pokemon
one
Stadium.
more. One more.
It's okay, I can choose again. Nope.
Oh. All right, Sierra, I will let you
Let 'em
choose.
cook.
What do you want to play?
I don't know. It's all been bad. It's all been bad. We'll do the ratata.
Ratata.
The ratata.
You got it. This is probably my worst, least favorite one.
Tap A to repeatedly run and to
I don't
jump.
think this one will work out well for me, but I like the game. I think it's cute.
It is so cute.
Wait, do we stay in our lane? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh. Ah! Wait, this is so hard. What?
I think I'm gonna hit every single one.
Come on, come on, come on! Go, go, go!
Oh my god, Aaron might win. No, no, the computer.
No! No! Okay, Rattata's kind of cute though.
It's really cute.
Mine is trying so hard.
He's trying his best.
I have talked so much trash about how good this game, and people are sitting there being like, "Wow, Sierra's bad," and it's like, "No, I swear."
No, you know what it is?
Oh my gosh.
We had to give you the controller with the most lag because we knew you were too powerful.
Oh,
This
Rose
was
gets
a
to pick?
setup by production. I pick again? Oh no. I'm so determined.
Do it, do it. Does that mean we're getting sushi tonight?
We might need to. This is making me too hungry. Uh-oh.
No, I'm just gonna sit here and just keep pressing A on
Dude,
everything.
eat the piece of fish!
He doesn't like fish. He's a chicken guy. Oh, that one's zombie. Okay, that was actually just a skill issue. That's me being silly. Don't do it, Aaron. Okay.
Oh. Uh-oh.
How is that one spicy?
Come on, come on, come on.
Why is it spicy?
I don't know. Uh-oh. This computer is like cooking us. I'm like actually convinced this computer is gonna cook us.
Do we just play the
Where are the
sushi?
pieces I'm looking for? Oh, it's
Aaron's
such a
like
nice.
actually strategizing over here.
Why it's such a nice chain going, but the. Oh, I think the computer wins.
I think he might be right.
No!
Aaron, please, our ears.
This is such a different side of Aaron than I'm used to seeing too. I'm like, wow, Aaron's like actually really competitive.
All right, run it back, run it
That's
back.
why I
We gotta run back. We have to beat him now. This is our life's mission, Sierra.
No, 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 not the sushi.
Is to beat Aaron at sushi.
Come on, come on.
Yeah, that was mine. Oh, aw. No! Okay, there we go.
Please, lick a tongue.
Like how it's
gosh,
so
this is hacks.
quiet from the concentration. Dude, I just want a certain piece. I'm so hungry.
I want to steal from the computer. This is the only way to ensure victory against the computer.
Oh no.
This is game point.
Is it?
Yeah, the computer wins.
All right,
if-
steal from Aaron, steal from Aaron.
Wait, no, steal from the computer!
Steal from
Why
Aaron.
me? Why? What have I done?
Get back here.
No, this is...
Oh my god.
If I can't win, no one can.
There's no way I won that. Oh, no. Oh.
Oh no.
I'm that person that's like, if I can't win, nobody's winning.
So you let the computer win?
Wait, we gotta see the final results.
Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game.
That was a normal computer, by the way. Normal difficulty computer.
So apparently the AI is better than us. Either that or our controllers.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
You get him next time, Aaron.
You'll get him next time.
I will remember this, you all.
All right, before it gets bad in here, maybe we should just head back over to Gabby and Evan to fix this for us, please.
Well, well, well. Happy Porygon Community Day, everybody.
Happy Porygon Community Day. The computer out here in force. Praise the algorithm and all that good stuff.
Artificial intelligence is here to take all of our jobs, including Pokemon Stadium 1 minigames.
I was
going
gonna say, I feel like you could use generative AI to come with up with some really cool stadium minigame ideas. Game Freak, you know who to call. But until then, we do have our round 6 of Swiss here ready and raring to go. And I gotta say, I think thankfully for me, we're gonna be cranking the heat up a little bit in this matchup.
Yeah, we've got some spice coming in our round 6 matchup, and it's going to be really exciting. We're going to see one of the cores that has been talked up, indefinitely coming up or throughout the weeks leading up to this tournament, up against, one of my caster predictions that's having a great tournament so far, Glamora, but with some additional partners that we're not used to. And I think it's going to be really fun. We're going to see Jimmy Friedel versus Nick Navarre.
Yeah, both trainers are currently undefeated in this tournament, which means they only need to win 2 more rounds in order to secure their invite into day 2 of the competition. So you win this one, you win the next one, and then you try to win out for the rest of the day just so that you have a good start for tomorrow.
Absolutely, and both of these players will really be looking to add their victory here in round 6, because at 6-0, you only have to win one of your next 3 matches, which is possible to lose, to not make it, but you're in really good position. And both of these players are no stranger to making day 2. They've made multiple day 2s. Of course, Nick has made some really deep runs as well, but has not really, sealed the deal and closed on a championship, always sort of topping out at around the 4th place position, which is pretty good. Like, I would take a 4th place finish, but I know that Nick is chasing a championship.
I have taken a 4th place finish, and it's great. You get a trophy. I guess now it's a medal.
A medal.
But, no, it's also interesting that you bring that up, because I was just thinking to myself, like, Chepo also sort of fell into that position, but he finally had his breakthrough performance. So maybe this will be the weekend for Nick. And I do think he has the team that could take him there. I mean, I don't want to go into details, as the players are probably still getting seated, and who knows what they can hear out there in the hall. But I am very excited to see how this game is going to play out, if only for a couple of Nick's interesting techs.
Yeah, Nick has some interesting techs, but also Jimmy has some
Very
interesting techs as
on Jimmy's side, yeah.
Most likely won't see them coming out in this particular matchup, but We're going to be really excited to show that off once we get those players seeded. But, you know, this has been a really interesting tournament so far. We've seen so many different cores, so many different types of teams raising up here in Charlotte. The meta, you know, sometimes after the first regional, it settles into a nice groove, but here, there is clearly still fertile ground for players to experiment and find things that work for them.
I think it's because Regulation F is one of the most open-ended metagames we've had in Pokemon in a very long time. You know, yes, it's true that there are Pokemon like Fluttermanes, like your Urshifu, either type, that will bubble up to the top naturally, but it doesn't really feel like there is a solution to the problem that is the metagame.
Yeah.
You can approach it with whatever bits of creativity, whatever strategies that you find yourself naturally gravitating towards, and still have a very good shot of making it to day 2 of a regional, making it into top cut. And I'm really hoping we'll see that persist throughout Regulation F. I personally believe we're going to see that, as I do feel like there's enough of a healthy rotation between what's good and what, you know, maybe struggles against what's good and so on and so forth, to keep things interesting for a very long time. But I don't know. I'm also not the best team builder, so.
Yeah, I mean, the power level is really high in Regulation F, so there's a lot of things that could slot into that top of the meta, and then the things that counter that, and the things that counter that. Speaking of high power levels, let's take a look at our trainers with the highest so far. These are the trainers who will be hoping to make it into day 2 by winning 2 more of their next 4 matches. These are our 5 and O's. And of course, we have Nick Navarre. We also have Jimmy Friedel, who we'll be seeing later today, later on in just a few moments. But also some big names still for the rest of this top 16 right now.
Yeah, previous Charlotte Regional Champion Justin Carris, still undefeated in the tournament. Justin Tang, another fellow Justin who does very well at Pokemon, also undefeated. Stephen Mia, Sam Daniker, Yoram Cohen, Luis Diaz. There are just so many good, recognizable names who are doing well in this tournament that it's still very early doors when we think about where we are relative to that final matchup tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we are in round 6, and because there are so many players here, there are plenty more undefeated players just off screen, ready and waiting to make it into day 2 as well. So should be really exciting to see as these players continue to move on. Not all of them will be undefeated by the end of, you know, this next round. Not all of them will be undefeated by the end of the next 2 rounds, but plenty of these players we would expect to see in day 2 tomorrow.
And there are some incredible matchups going on this round as well. Unfortunately, we can only pick 1 match to feature on stream, but Wolf Glick still undefeated in the tournament, facing off against Samuel Maori. Justin Tang versus Sohaib Mufti. Those are 2 very accomplished trainers facing off against each other. Justin Burns versus Chup Across the Fourth. Like, these are such incredible matchups that we wish we had the opportunity to showcase.
Yeah, and of course, Dylan versus Zach, as well as rounding out our notable matches. But as we have been previewing, it will be Jimmy versus Nick for our featured match here for round 6. And this is going to be an extremely cool matchup. We're going to get a chance to see that Glamora that we mentioned, but we're also going to get a chance to see the Gouging Fire that we have been hyping up all tournament long. I think this is our first Gouging Fire that we'll actually see on stream here. And it's not the Gouging Fire I was expecting to see.
Yeah, Gouging Fire is sort of building a reputation for itself. I will admit that, myself included, some people overlooked it initially because Raging Bolt with Thunderclap was just such a huge adjustment that felt like it was personally tailored towards countering Tornadus or Shifu in particular. But Gouging Fire it's a, you know, the Paradox version of Entei, or maybe a past ancestor of Entei. Who knows? I'm not the scientist who determines that. But it has access to Howl, which is pretty cool. Its signature move, Burning Bulwark, will burn a Pokemon that makes contact with it, like when it's protecting, essentially. And then you can also run Breaking Swipe on it to drop the opposing Pokemon's attack. So I think you made this comparison right before we came back from our stadium break. It feels a lot like Roaring Moon did. It has different tech for sure, but at the end of the day, its primary goal is to just hang out on the field, you know, lower the attack of opposing Pokemon, especially if they're inner focus Pokemon where an Intimidate wouldn't otherwise work, and then provide some support to the Pokemon on your side of the field. Jimmy's Gouging Fire is a little bit interesting for a couple of move choices that it's made, but again, we'll save those for when we get into the battle proper. But still, it's a very unique Pokemon. I think it wins the title of Pokemon with the best hat.
Tallest
headdress?
hat.
Tallest hat, yeah. It just has that whole thing going on for it, and I respect it.
Yeah, and actually, you know, this other variant of Gouging Fire that we're going to be seeing is actually going to be the other version of Roaring Moon that we've sometimes seen.
Yeah, actually.
So yeah, typically you would see the Breaking Swipe and Tailwind on Roaring Moon. Now we see Breaking Swipe and Howl. We're actually going to see another look at Gouging Fire. But before we do that, let's meet Nick Navarre as we head down to stage.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, yeah, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Evan, I have a quick question. Are you Team Rocket?
I would like to invoke my Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
All right, well, let's just avoid that entirely then and talk about the team matchup here as players are seated and ready to go. And just like you were alluding to before we got a chance to meet Nick Navarre, Gouging Fire on Jimmy's side of the field is running Dragon Dance, which is that weird tech that sometimes you'd see on Roaring Moon teams that would indicate that you would want that Pokemon to be a bit more offensive, deal a bit more damage with the Breaking Swipes. And on top of that, it has Heat Crash, which is the most powerful physical fire type move I think in the game right now, and it also allows you to ditch your fire typing. So overall, this Gouging Fire, I think, is ready to deal some massive damage to support its Pokemon. And on top of all that, it's probably going to get a photosynthesis boost thanks to the Torkoal.
Absolutely, the Torkoal is there to give that photosynthesis boost instead of the booster energy, opting for Clear Amulet to avoid any kind of status drops against enemy Gouging Fire or Intimidates. But also really interesting here, we have been talking about this Farigiraf and Ursaluna Blood Moon core that has been popping up on online tournaments and grassroots tournaments over the weeks in between Portland and Charlotte. And here it is as an option for Jimmy. Lots of players seeing that Ursaluna as an extremely powerful offensive threat, and the Farigiraf countering all that priority.
I know. There's not going to be as much priority on Nick's side of the field as that Farigiraf would want to see. However, it still does have a very good matchup into the Glimmora in particular for Nick. He is running that Power Herb variant that we've seen already do well here today. In addition to that, he has a Tornadus Incarnate and a Landorus Incarnate. So a lot of times people who run Landorus Incarnate with Life Orb Sheer Force are just looking to deal that big damage very quickly. There's some really good type coverage here. And the other thing I want to touch on real quick is the fact that the King Gambit is holding the Assault Vest item, which is something that has fallen off a little bit in popularity as of late, but has the access to Assurance and Low Kick, which are not moves you typically see on it anymore.
Yeah, the Assault Vest item allowing King Gambit to have a variety of different options, not just the only dark type attacks, Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave. And like you mentioned, this is actually running the Assurance instead of Kowtow Cleave. So King Gambit now has options for Steel type coverage, has options for Fighting type coverage, which means that it has the ability to face off against enemy King Gambit pretty well. Also, of course, we have to shout out the Screamtail. We last saw Anton Galkin in Portland doing a lot of work with this disruptive Screamtail, with the Encore, with the Disable combo there. Of course, that booster energy there to boost the speed of that Pokemon to make sure that it is the fastest thing on the field and gets that Disable or Encore off as it needs to.
Yeah, I did misspeak earlier. I do want to correct myself real quick. Heat Crash actually does damage based off of the relative weights of the Pokemon, but still, that is a very powerful fire type attack, especially if you are throwing it into a lighter Pokemon, like let's say the Screamtail. The one thing that I do want to think about as we go into team preview and sort of look at how this matchup is going to work out in game number 1 is that Jimmy's team has a very apparent Sun mode with it. You can lead the Fluttermane and the Torkoal particularly next to each other. You could lead Torkoal Gouging Fire if you want to really go into that fire type damage as a start, or you can just go something completely opposite and do like Fluttermane Farigiraf for Trick Room. I do think Jimmy has to be really intentional about how he plays Sun into this matchup, especially given that the Screamtail on the opposing side of the field would certainly benefit from having that photosynthesis activate maybe more than once in the matchup. But still, I do think that he has a lot of damage that he can threaten, whereas I feel like Nick has to play a bit more responsive, if only because it feels like he's going to have to search for, you know, the matchup that he wants in this. I don't think he's going to be able to pick a lead and just say confidently, these two Pokemon will be able to handle what I think Jimmy's going to throw out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. You know, whenever I see a team that has a pretty obvious Trick Room mode, the first thing I do is I look at the team sheet and see, is there taunt anywhere on this team? What is the way to stop Trick Room from going up? There is no taunt on Nick's side, so the only option for getting Trick Room off the field is going to be to delete that Farigiraf before it can set Trick Room. And with the support of Follow Me Ogerpon, that's actually going to be really difficult, if not impossible, for Nick to pull off. He'll just have to worry about, you know, stalling out those Trick Room turns, and that's where King Gambit with the Assault Vest could do pretty decently, but both Torkoal and Blood Moon Ursaluna are going to have a decent matchup into that.
Yeah, and I think because of that, we actually see the King Gambit as a lead for Nick alongside of that Glimmora, but like you just called, Evan, that Ogerpon and the Farigiraf out on the field for Jimmy. So if he so chooses, Follow Me in Trick Room is almost guaranteed to be successful here. The other thing that I find interesting about that option for Jimmy is that the King Gambit's only dark type attack that is guaranteed to attack would be Assurance at this point in time, and it has a very weak base power unless it gets hit by an attack first, and I don't think Jimmy has to throw damage into that spot to open up this game.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy is going to be trying to do any damage at all on this first turn, just trying to get the positioning for the sweepers in the back. And here's where it gets kind of tricky, because having that King Gambit out right now feels pretty good into Trick Room, but if that Ogerpon goes down, then Jimmy is able to bring in one of his own sweepers. So Nick actually retreating the Glimmora, saving that Pokemon for later, and swapping in his own Ogerpon to add Follow Me pressure to wasting some Trick Room turns, as Nick is able to get a little bit of damage off onto the enemy Ogerpon, but the Trick Room goes up. But again, no huge sweeper on the field right now. Jimmy is going to have to reposition.
I think that Jimmy was honestly hoping that the Ogerpon would have been taken out there. I mean, if you look at his backline with the Torkoal and the Gouging Fire, getting one of those Pokemon in essentially for free in between turns would have been way more beneficial, because he could have just gone straight for an Eruption plus an Expanding Force, or the Hyper Voice from the Farigiraf on his side of the field should have been more than enough to secure a double knockout. Instead, forced to awkwardly play through his first turn of Trick Room here, which does open things up for Nick. Certainly he could try and go for a Follow Me here if he's worried about the Ivy Cudgel's target, but I think that you don't necessarily worry about that. You're still at full health. You can go for some big damage onto the opposing side of the field if you feel comfortable with that.
Yet now is the time for stalling turns of Trick Room, as Nick actually just going to protect with the Ogerpon, while Jimmy is going for the patented Follow Me plus Switch turn here, which means that another turn of Trick Room has been wasted. However, Torkoal is now out on the field, which does not care about the Follow Me from Ogerpon, has access to Eruption, which would do big damage, and the Ogerpon on Jimmy's side can protect from the Sucker Punch by using that Follow Me. So Jimmy had to take an extra turn to get there, but has ended up in a position where he has a sweeper on the field.
And knowing that Nick's only Water-type Pokemon is out on the field right now, and it's a neutral matchup into Ogerpon thanks to its dual typing, means that Jimmy Jimmy, if he wants to do even more damage this turn, he can go for a follow me to block any sucker punches, and then you terrastalize into that fire type, and then you have a Terrifier Sun boosted, Charcoal boosted, full health Eruption. There is not a lot of Pokemon that can take that in this metagame right now.
Yeah, you were cold a little bit earlier, Gabby. I think things are about to heat up on the field as the Chandelabra shows up on top of the Torkoal, as a Terrestrialization coming out on Nick's side as well, getting the special defense boost, plus adding the resistance to this Eruption for his own Ogerpon. Of course, King Gambit with the Assault Vest item does not have access to Protect, so is going to have to take this Eruption, as Jimmy's Follow Me on his own Ogerpon is going to prevent this Sucker Punch from Nick. So this is just going to be a full power Eruption into both the King Gambit and the Ogerpon. That's going to be connecting. That's full health. That's a one-hit KO on an Assault Vest King Gambit, and almost 50% damage to the Ogerpon as well, even after the boost and after the Terrestrialization. But it will trade with the Power Whip into Jimmy's Ogerpon.
Yeah, a very smart Terrestrialization there from Nick, being able to avoid a majority of the Eruption damage, and also falling just shy of a 2-hit knockout from an Eruption. So now that there are no more priority moves left for Nick in the matchup as we know it right now, that does mean that this Torkoal will be guaranteed another Eruption before either of Nick's Pokemon can attack. And seeing how that damage played out does mean that if Jimmy wants to guarantee the KO on the Ogerpon this turn, you either have to do some additional damage with the Farigiraf via an attack, or you go for Helping Hand and hope that that's going to be enough. I think the bigger threat right now, honestly, is going to be that Glamora instead of the Ogerpon, because a Meteor Beam right now would be very, very strong into that Torkoal, and it could possibly take a Eruption if it's not Helping Hand boosted. But then you have to worry about this Farigiraf with Expanding Force. There is so much going in Jimmy's favor right now. Chuppa still has to play very defensively until the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. And with a Helping Hand Eruption coming your way, I'm not sure you can necessarily power through that.
Well, the only way to do that is a Spiky Shield, so Nick's Glamora will protect itself from this Eruption, and a double Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon. That means that we are now headed into our final turn of Trick Room. Nick has done a great job of trying to stall out these Twisted Dimensions. One more turn for Jimmy to make something happen, because, you know, if these Pokemon, both Glamora and Ogerpon, make it through out of Trick Room, Nick will be in extremely strong position, still has an unrevealed fourth Pokemon. We know that Jimmy has Gouging Fire in the back, which means that Glamora's pretty well positioned at this point, so Jimmy's gonna have to make something happen here.
Yeah, and I do like how Jimmy is thinking about this turn in particular, because again, Glamora is that Pokemon to beat right now, and last turn we saw him try and power through the Glamora with the Helping Hand combination. I think this time around we saw him lock into a damage dealing attack against that Glamora in particular. Nick is not guaranteed a double Spiky Shield, and he doesn't get it, which means this Glamora is now in huge danger. But he got the double on the Ogerpon.
Got the double on the Ogerpon, but didn't get the double on the Glamora, so this Eruption will connect with Glamora. That's going to deal good damage, but it will be resisted damage from this Eruption coming out from the Torkoal.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that Helping Hand would have actually picked up the KO onto Glamora. Even with all of that, that's huge damage, and the Expanding Force cleaning up there. Of course, now Nick will have the speed advantage for this turn as the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. But it's going to be Ogerpon and now Landorus, the final options for Nick. Going to have to make something happen, and these are two heavy hitters.
They are heavy hitters, but can they do enough damage in a single turn to potentially knock out the Farigiraf, knowing that Sun is still active on the field right now? This Farigiraf could always just click Trick Room, because you know that Gouging Fire, more likely than not, is going to be slower than the Ogerpon and the Landorus, assuming they are trained at full speed like they typically are. And if you're worried about the Torkoal making it through this turn, you can always make a switch, or I've seen some trainers as well just walk into Eruption in this position regardless, hoping to catch your opponent off guard by a double target.
Well, Torkoal is going to retreat in favor of the Gouging Fire in the back. Gouging Fire now out on the field, getting a Photosynthesis boost. That is going to boost the speed of that Pokemon. Ogerpon's going to focus down the Farigiraf, that Power Whip dealing over 50%, activating the Citrus Berry. So Farigiraf is going to go ahead and restore some of its health with that Citrus Berry, and an Earth Power targeting it down as well.
That'll do
Both
it.
the Power Whip and the Earth Power able to pick up the KO on the Farigiraf. So no chance for Trick Room there. Jimmy is going to have to win with the Torkoal and the Gouging Fire, and in perfect timing, Sun has faded just for Torkoal to come back out on the field.
Yeah, that switch there did mean that there was no damage from Jimmy, but seeing how the sunlight interactions are playing out, it is so important for that Gouging Fire that Photosynthesis is activated so that it has the speed advantage here. He did not need Trick Room as his win condition in this situation. He just needs that speed boost. Still in a tough spot when you consider the Landorus can deal some significant damage here, and Ogerpon still available to protect its partner as well.
Yeah, Ogerpon able to tank this Heat Crash with the Follow Me, and Landorus has the Sandsear Storm, hits both, double one-hit KO! That is the power of Landorus incarnate form. Nick hitting both of those Sandsear Storms, knocking out both of Jimmy's Pokemon. That is it for game one, and Landorus just, actually again, the Ogerpon, it was that Follow Me, the one Follow Me that mattered, and then picking up that double Oko.
Yeah, it's tough to say whether or not the Heat Crash would have picked up the knockout on the Landorus. I want to say that with the help of the sunlight in particular, it probably would have. But still, seeing that Sandsear Storm connect with both Pokemon and just knock them out outright goes to show why Landorus Incarnate is so good right now in this metagame. I don't necessarily think that Jimmy had the right Pokemon available to him in that scenario to stop the Sandsear Storm. Your win condition really was just hoping that that attack would not connect with both Pokemon, but that's just how the game goes.
Yeah, and that was, you know, Jimmy is looking at potential Trick Room sweepers. You have the Torkoal, and so the Torkoal Gouging Fire mode. I see where Jimmy was coming from, right? You wanted to have the first Trick Room up so that Torkoal could fire off some eruptions, get some good damage, and maybe if Jimmy had had that one extra turn of Trick Room, he could have made it happen. But because Nick was stalling it out until, you know, the Trick Room subsided, and then it was just, you know, Jimmy had hoped for the post-Trick Room sweeper of the Gouging Fire in the back. Unfortunately, that Ogerpon was still up to redirect that attack, and both of those Pokemon are weak to Sandsear Storm, and if Landorus is landing those Sandsear Storms, your Fire-type Pokemon are going down.
Yeah, it was a really smart play from Nick, saving that Landorus for the end. Going into game number 2, honestly, I don't see why you wouldn't keep that as your end game regardless. It does have access to Protect, so worst case scenario, you could stall through a turn or two of Trick Room with that Landorus itself, but it's just a lot easier to stall, I think, with the King Gambit, with the Assault Vest, as Jimmy really has to bring that Torkoal in order to check that Pokemon in particular. You know, the Ogerpon alternating between Follow Me and Spiky Shield, and then also giving itself the special defense and really typing boost with committing to that water type terrestrialization just was so important for Nick's strategy. And, you know, even looking at possible adjustments, if Jimmy does decide to leave the Gouging Fire behind, Ursaluna is still going to struggle with the Ogerpon and the King Gambit on the opposing side of the field. So I don't think there's necessarily a straightforward answer here for Jimmy. I love how he was able to use the Torkoal to put so much damage potential, so much damage pressure on the field, but Nick just showcased that he's very comfortable playing that slow piece of game.
Yeah, and I think I totally agree with you. It's really hard to see what kind of adjustments Jimmy could make here. And I think it really comes down to that lead that Nick chose. Having the Glamora and the King Gambit lead puts so much pressure on your potential Trick Room mode. You kind of have to lock in to Follow Me, or else you're risking your Farigiraf going down, and then that entire mode is gone. But at the same time, you know, Nick showed that he is going to be able to play really heads up, going to be able to stall that out, and just the
the discipline not to try to pick up that KO on turn 1 and instead let Jimmy have to maneuver around, have to waste valuable Trick Room turns on switching to get sweepers in play, even though that Torkoal came in at full health, even though it was able to launch off Sun boosted, Terrestrialization boosted, Charcoal boosted eruptions, just was not fast enough to get the damage down that Jimmy needed in that game 1. And it's really hard to see how you get that, how you get there faster in game 2 without making a hard read.
Yeah, and I think this also goes to show just Nick's experience playing competitive Pokemon. I think when you start out playing and you face off against a Trick Room team, you think that I need to have a specific answer for Trick Room. I need a taunt, or maybe my own Trick Room user, or Trick Room in prison, whatever it may be, you need that defined answer. But realistically speaking, if you have enough bulk and you have enough access to protect and or spiky shield and or I guess burning bulwark, but in order to get you through those 5 turns, you don't necessarily have to have a scripted answer. And I think Nick is probably going to rely on that same strategy going into this game number 2.
Well, here we are in game 2, and Nick is actually going to adjust quite a bit here, going for the Tornadus and Landorus lead up against the Ogerpon and Farigiraf. So Jimmy has opted to stick with the Ogerpon and Farigiraf lead, which we have seen a follow me can help guarantee a Trick Room here. Although Nick does have 2 spread attacks here, has the ability to go for Bleak Wind Storm and Sandsear Storm. Likely not going to pick up the KO on Farigiraf, depends on how it's been trained, but a huge shakeup from Nick here.
I know, and just making assumptions here, you know, assuming that if Jimmy led the same 2 Pokemon, he probably has at least that Torkoal in the back. I feel like rather than set up Trick Room this turn, or at least guarantee follow me Trick Room, I think you have to go for the KO onto the Landorus to ensure that the Torkoal just has everything in its favor as we go into the first couple of turns of Trick Room. But look at how much that Bleak Wind Storm does!
That Bleak Wind Storm did so much damage to Ogerpon. No follow me here, so the Farigiraf actually hanging on after the Sandsear Storm. Ogerpon also hanging on after the Bleak Wind and the Sandsteer. Both of the storms have gone through, and Jimmy has weathered those storms to fire back with an Ivy Cudgel and pick up a 1-hit KO as he sets Trick Room. That is a massive difference over game 1.
That's a massive difference, and that was all just the natural bulk of these Pokemon. You know, both those attacks did as much damage as they could, and they still was not enough to get a knockout on either Pokemon. So that is great information for Jimmy in this overall set. He does have Trick Room up now, and we did see that his own Ogerpon is a lot slower than the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. I can't help but wonder if that maybe foreshadows how it's been trained. Maybe it is on the slower side of things, knowing that he favors Trick Room as a mode. That could mean that a Horn Leech here into the opposing Ogerpon would be a great opportunity to heal up some of that health. He could also go on the offense with the Farigiraf, but realistically speaking, I don't think either of these Pokemon are equipped to get another 1-hit knockout here. I think you just have to hope that Nick knocks out something so you can get Torkoal on the field next turn.
Yeah, Jimmy is still in that awkward position, like you mentioned, of having to basically support Pokemon out on the field, Farigiraf and the Ogerpon. Just going to try to deal some damage and get a sweeper out on the field as Tornadus showing off the Protect here. Tornadus protects itself, Ogerpon also protecting itself with the Spiky Shield, while Nick is also going to protect with the Spiky Shield as well. So this is a completely wasted Trick Room turn, and not even repositioning. It's still just Farigiraf and Ogerpon out on the field.
I find it very interesting that we see the Protect on the Tornadus here from Nick, as that is a move that has really fallen out of favor for trainers on Tornadus in particular. So, you know, yes, this was open team sheet. Yes, you know, both trainers were aware of that fact going into this match, but it really would have paid off very nicely if we saw a double attack there from the Ogerpon and the Farigiraf from Jimmy. I think that the fact that everybody sort of took a step back that previous turn does mean that Nick has to be a bit more careful this upcoming turn. But Jimmy still has his 2 defensive Pokemon on the field. The only thing that's changed is there's 1 less turn of Trick Room now for Nick to try and power his way through.
Yeah, there's 1 less turn of Trick Room. There is also now a much freer offensive option into that Ogerpon Wellspring on the opposite side.
Hyper Voice going to deal a little bit of chip damage onto both, and Horn Leech actually picking up a good amount of damage back onto the Ogerpon while healing up a little bit of health as well. This Bleak Wind Storm, though, from the Tornadus connects on both Pokemon. Nick is hitting all of the storms, knocks out the Ogerpon. This Farigiraf likely extremely close behind as this Power Whip lands as well. So both Pokemon now off the field. That means that Jimmy is down to his final 2 Pokemon with a couple of turns of Trick Room left. So that is going to be Torkoal and Gouging Fire. We have already seen this Gouging Fire is speed booster from the Photosynthesis, which means it's going to be the fastest, aka slowest thing on the field, at least until these dimensions reverse.
The nice thing, though, is that there is enough chip damage down on both the Tornadus and the Ogerpon to ensure a knockout here if the Torkoal opts to go for Eruption, especially if the Torkoal opts to Terrastalize as well. I think the only thing that Nick has to be careful about is just his sequencing into the final turns here. If he double protects, next turn the Torkoal will have one final turn to go for that Eruption. And then he will have one Pokemon against Jimmy's 2. If he tries to protect one thing but not the other, it could get a little bit weird. I feel like his best option here might honestly be to just let these go double protect this turn. Next turn, let the 2 Pokemon get knocked out, and then just hope that whatever your last Pokemon is, maybe if it's that Glamora, you can then deal enough damage to the Gouging Fire fast enough for a KO.
Maybe, but then you still have to deal with the Torkoal, and I love what I am seeing from Jimmy here. Using the threat of this Terrafire Eruption with the Charcoal, that will pick up KOs on both Pokemon on the field. So Jimmy knows that Gouging Fire is just going to have free turns if Nick protects, or Gouging Fire will have free turns if Nick doesn't protect. Nick will go for the Tailwind this turn to try and get a speed advantage after Trick Room expires as Torkoal fires off the Eruption. But we already saw Jimmy locked into Dragon Dance on Gouging Fire. So Jimmy is already thinking about the post-Trick Room world and setting up this Gouging Fire for big damage and to negate the power of that Tailwind.
He's also playing a bit more predictively. This was actually something I just jotted down for myself in between matches. You know, Nick has been very consistent with protect attack going through Trick Room. And if you have a Pokemon like Gouging Fire that can use a move, Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, what have you, to boost your own damage on those passive turns, you can really catch your opponent by surprise. Now that it is the final turn of Trick Room, I think this Gouging Fire with the Photosynthesis boost as well as that Dragon Dance boost should be the fastest thing on the field when the dimensions turn back to normal. So it's really just how much damage do you need to get down onto this Glamora to ensure that you can knock it out before something like Meteor Beam takes you out instead.
Yeah, I see it. I see it here. I see the play.
You see the play. All right. Tell me, Evan, what's your future sight? What's the play?
I mean, this Glamora, if a Glamora is able to get off a Meteor Beam into that Gouging Fire, then it will be able to pick up the KO on the Torkoal in turn 2. Ogerpon goes for the spiky shield here, does not get it. Torkoal just goes for Eruption, will connect onto both of them, but that big damage, we already saw how much damage it could do to Glamora, not enough for a one-hit KO. With this Gouging Fire, with the Photosynthesis boost, with the Dragon Dance, it's slower, faster, aka slower. The Meteor Beam gets off from the Glamora. It goes off, it will get the special attack boost. Glamora raising its special attack, consuming the Power Herb, firing the Meteor Beam, hits the Gouging Fire. That's a one-hit KO. Gouging Fire is down. Trick Room is down. Glamora at +1 threatens a huge Earth Power into this Torkoal.
It could be possible for this Torkoal to take a single Earth Power for Glamora without that special attack boost, but with that special attack boost in play, I don't think there's a way that this Torkoal could necessarily guarantee its survival. I do think that going for an accurate attack is the way to play it here, but Torkoal just doesn't have the opportunity with another one-hit knockout to win the game for Nick Navarre.
Well, that Glamora was overflowing with space energy.
Oh, yeah.
That Meteor Beam picking up the one-hit KO on the Gouging Fire. That Dragon Dance actually working against Jimmy there, getting the Gouging Fire faster, aka slower in Trick Room than the Glamora, even after the Tailwind, meant that Nick was able to fire off that Meteor Beam, pick up the KO, get the boost, and then threaten the Torkoal immediately afterwards. Incredible end game there from Nick to see the out there, to figure it out, to stall the Trick Room perfectly.
Yeah, I think if Jimmy had recognized the need to stall out his own Trick Room at that point in time and gone for the Burning Bulwark, I think that he would have been able to win that game and we would be going into game 3. But, you know, that's just how things play out. Occasionally, especially if there's like a Dragon Dance in play alongside of a Photosynthesis, it's not straightforward how all these speeds work out at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a really cool team from Jimmy. I'm really excited to see the Torkoal and the Gouging Fire side by side in particular. And I mean, he's still only at 1 loss. There are plenty of opportunities for him to win his way into the competition tomorrow. But what a decisive match between both these trainers. I want to say that almost every single knockout was a one-hit KO. I felt like we just kept seeing that left and right.
Yeah, except for these first ones with the double storms on Ogerpon and Farigiraf. They were mostly one-hit KOs. Just a little bit of cleanup there from the Ogerpon cleanup crew. But then once Trick Room went up, Jimmy was in control, was threatening a lot of damage with Ogerpon and getting the KOs on the Tornadus and threatening big damage with Eruption. But those Dragon Dances coming back to bite Jimmy as this Gouging Fire, the Eruption we already knew wasn't enough to KO the Glamora in 1 shot with the other Pokemon still on the field. And then this Meteor Beam, 1-hit KO into Earth Power, 1-hit KO. Glamora just cleaning up here.
I can see why Glamora won its spot as one of your caster predictions, and also Gouging Fire for both of us, I suppose. But no, I'm honestly surprised at just how well Glamora is doing in the metagame with Power Herb. It makes sense. I do feel like rock types right now have an advantage over some of the other types of Pokemon present. I know that there's been some conversation about Incineroar and Hisuian Arcanine and which one may be better or not, but I do think that Glamora is probably one of the best rock types available right now, probably with that Hisuian Arcanine coming in second.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. The rock typing was really good in Regulation D and E when Hisuian Arcanine was running the table and like winning every single event. The typing has not gotten worse.
No, it hasn't.
Actually, more Pokemon that are meta, that are weak to rock, have entered the arena. Like Incineroar loses to rock-type Pokemon, Gouging Fire loses to rock-type Pokemon. This is a typing that's only gotten better. So seeing a Pokemon like Glamora, especially with the huge buff by getting Meteor Beam and being able to access the +1 boost on the special attack with Power Herb and still be able to switch moves and, you know, use Spiky Shield, you really only get the 1 Meteor Beam, you only get the 1 rock type attack. But if you're blowing something up with it, if your space power is so strong that you can just wipe a Pokemon off the field, who cares?
I know. I think it was Kyle in his interview earlier who said if you just deal damage and knock them out, then you don't have to worry about anything else. And it's wise words. You know, at the end of the day, I feel like competitive Pokemon is just a continual challenge to maximize the amount of times you can deal damage to your opponent while minimizing the amount of time they can do damage to you. And you know, just knocking things out is obviously the most straightforward way to do that.
Yeah, and these new Pokemon with these new abilities are making it really hard to withstand those hits. I was, you know, pretty surprised. I thought Farigiraf would take the Sandsear Storm and the Bleakwind Storm a little bit better than it did in that second game. I expected it to survive. I did not expect it to survive at like 20 hit points. That felt weird to me, but like the power level of these Pokemon is so high, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot more of these offensive teams. We're seeing much more of a trading meta, not as much of a balance and positioning meta, and you know, that's a kind of one of the weaknesses of Trick Room is it really needs to both, it kind of needs to do both. It needs to both position, and then it needs to trade really well once it gets into position. And I really loved watching this. This was a textbook game for playing against Trick Room when you don't have like the basic Trick Room counter of taunt on your team.
Yeah, well, I believe Nick is ready to go for an interview. So let's talk to the winner of Round 6 Swiss here on stream right now.
Thanks, Gabby. Evan, I am here with the winner of our previous round, now 6-0 at the Charlotte Regional Champions, Nick Navarre. That's a great start to the day, one away from making it to day 2. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I haven't dropped a set yet. It's going great. Team has been working. I've been hitting my moves. There's it's nice to have a bit of a hot streak.
Especially too, this team, you stuck to one core from your Portland run with this double genies, but kind of reinvented it for this event. So was there a shortcoming in the previous team that you wanted to address with this team going on forward?
It's not exactly that. I was really impressed with Anton Galkin's top 4 Portland team. The Screamtail was really cool on his stuff, and so it's a mon that I used a bunch in Reg C, and I just wanted to try it out again and give it, present my own spin on it, and I think it's pretty cool into the format, and it's pretty tricky to play against, and so at the biggest regional of all time, I figured there would be some players in the field who weren't very practiced against Screamtail, and it's getting a chance to just lock up some endgames very nicely.
Especially too, we didn't get to see it in that set, but how has Screamtail been the rest of the day? Has it been a Pokemon that actually has come quite a bit?
Yeah, no, it's been a valuable contributor in 4 of my 6 sets. Coming to both games in 3 of them, or both are both of my wins or whatever. I've had some game 3s, but yeah, it's just been very good. Screamtails, honestly, it's like a support sweeper, which is not something that really is very common, but in VGC's history, I can't really think of anything else that just sweeps with support moves, but once you get down to a 2v2 endgame, Screamtail kind of just wins those. And so the team is designed to just blow up the first couple of mons that the opponent has out and give Screamtail room to operate. And yeah, it's been working.
I mean, you definitely have some heavy hitters on the team that are able to accomplish that. We got to see that Glamora dishing out some mad damage, and it's interesting because Glamora kind of was known for this Dondozo Tatsugiri Glamora pairing, and now it's kind of on its own. So what do you think has been the main reason for that Pokemon really showing up here this weekend?
Sure. So Screamtail and Glamora have a bunch of synergy that they were both big names coming out of Portland, but they when you put them together, they do a bunch of really cool things. So I mentioned that Screamtail just wants to get to a 2v2 and then it can win. Meteor Beam is really good at just taking one shots. It does so much damage. Toxic Spikes getting set up are really cool for Screamtail. It just makes the Encore disable stuff extra threatening. There's Tornadus in particular is really important. Just you get taunted, and so you need to make them undead, and so the Rock Nuke is a good way to make it dead. And yeah, they just go really well together.
Strong team for sure. That pairing, I think, is just absolutely incredible. And it seems really interesting too, specifically with those 2 Pokemon, because I don't feel like they've been so widely adopted, specifically looking at the Screamtail, because the team kind of looks like it might be a little bit difficult to pilot, but have you put a lot of work into this team knowing that this would be kind of a format for it to shine in?
Sort of. I came up with the idea for it after Portland and labbed it a bit, but I've been a little demoralized, honestly, so I didn't give it the due diligence that I was giving to some of my teams from the last year. I think the format is really volatile and it's hard to perform consistently, and I've just had a string of performances that I'm underwhelmed by, so I've been a bit down, but today is going my way because I've been hitting my moves, so it's nice to just be in a good spot.
Yeah, being at 6-0 is definitely a good feeling. I hope boost the morale a little bit for you there, but definitely best of luck going on for the rest of the day. And before I let you go for your round 7, do you have any final words, shout-outs?
Yeah, so shout-outs to Tub. I love y'all. You know it, but you're great. Shout-outs to Townsville. Shout-outs to the Bigs. That's Let's see, who else do I need to shout out? My parents, I love you guys. You're the best. That's about it. Thanks for having me.
Of course, the best of luck for your next round. Hopefully we'll get to see you in day 2. As for us, time to head back over to our casters for a little bit to chat a little bit more about that round.
Thanks, Sierra. Thank you, Nick. I am really excited to see Nick getting some better results here after feeling down a little bit after some of the other results from earlier in the season. 6-0 is a pretty good place to start heading into your final 3 rounds of the day.
For sure, for sure. And I want to emphasize something that he said. You know, he's hitting his moves and things are going great. You know, I think that a lot of times people will take it personally if luck just isn't on their side at a tournament or two. But it is sometimes just how things work out. You can be the best player at the event in the world even and still just have those days where your moves just don't connect. So it happens to all of us. And Nick, congratulations on beating the curse and going 6-0.
Yeah, and congratulations to Nick for hitting all of your moves.
Yeah.
That is Nick is not using the Riley Factura Joe Ugarte 100% fully accurate move team. Those Sandsear Storms and Bleak Wind Storms have been known to miss, and he hit all of them, even the Meteor Beam and the Power Whip that we saw earlier. So if Nick can continue hitting his moves, he'll be looking pretty good going into day 2.
For sure, but still only one more win to lock in that spot. It feels so close, especially after having a couple of events where, you know, things just didn't quite work out. What a great way to come back.
Well, speaking of looking good heading into day 2, let's take a look at our community predictions bracket where we have been taking our top 8 usage Pokemon and then seeing who you think is going to win the tournament. And Chen Pao has defeated Raging Bolt. Oh no, are we a bad influence on the chat?
I think an influence, yes. A bad influence? No. You know, it is one of those things where I will admit that Raging Bolt's full potential has not been explored yet.
Not even close.
I do think that there is some crazy damage numbers it can do, especially if you start doing like photosynthesis, special attack boost, throw in some helping hands there. You know, it has a lot of potential. But in terms of what we've seen so far and personal biases, I do think that Chen Pao is the better Pokemon. I think it also just offers a lot of really good synergy with teams in general, thanks to the Sword of Ruin ability.
Absolutely.
So that is why, personally, I would place it above Raging Bolt, and I gave my Chen Pao a really good nickname. So there's also that.
Yeah, I definitely think that Chen Pao is one of the best Pokemon in the game right now. Probably not as good as Fluttermane, but I think it's definitely sitting at that 2, maybe 3 slot right now at the worst. This Pokemon just has such good coverage, it deals so much damage, and has access to that priority Sucker Punch as well if it wants to. And, you know, it's actually, you know, I was down on it, but it's one of the only good users of the Stellar Terra out there, so you can do even more offensive damage. It's a great Focus Sash user, the Ghost Terra to avoid fake outs, and like you mentioned, just the additional support for Pokemon like Dragonite, like Entei, like any physical attacker, being able to have that Sword of Ruin ability on the field is huge.
Well, we still have one more Pokemon to move on to the semifinals, and it's gonna be a water-type Pokemon. I can say that pretty confidently.
This is a classic matchup here, Eric.
I actually love how this bracket worked out for that reason. You know, being able to see Ogerpon up against Urshifu with the Wellspring Mask form on Ogerpon and that Rapid Strike form for Urshifu, it really is the showdown of your water-type Pokemon. I think that going into regulation, what was it for Worlds this past year? D. Urshifu just was looking uncontested, but then with the release of the Hidden Treasures of Area Zero DLC, you know, Ogerpon having that grass typing, having the ability to also go for grassy glides boosted by priority, just really felt like it threatened Urshifu, but yet they still feel like they are toe-and-toe at the end of the day.
It's so fascinating because Wellspring Mask form Ogerpon in particular having the water absorb ability, so taking not just resisted damage from Rapid Rapid Strike Urshifu's Surging Strikes, taking zero and actually healing off of it, you know, sets that up to be like the premier counter to Urshifu. And, you know, having Horn Leech or Power Whip or Grassy Glide, able to pick up KOs on that Pokemon. But one of the things that we saw, and we have been seeing so far over this tournament, is the rise in Choice Scarf Urshifu in particular, but also Choice Band Urshifu we saw a little bit earlier, both of which are going to carry U-Turn, which deals super effective damage to Ogerpon because of the grass typing. And if you Terrasilize to get rid of that grass typing, you no longer have the water absorbability. That's one of the key reasons that you can resist Urshifu so well. So these Pokemon are actually just locked in this weird, toxic relationship of I counter you, no, I counter you, you counter me, I counter you kind of thing. It's wild to see how these two Pokemon play out in the course of a game. And of course, Ogerpon doesn't want to take close combats at all anyway, even if you end up having the regular Mystic Water one out on the field. So it's been really interesting to watch these two Pokemon and how the water type has evolved over the course of the last 3 regulations.
Yeah, so make sure you get your vote in on Twitch right now if you're watching live. I'm very curious about how this one's going to shake out. I do feel like we just had the pulse of the community for the last one, but this one, I know my own personal preference, but it's really informed by my playstyle, and it's not really informed by which would be objectively the better Pokemon, because I don't think there is one. I think it's just, do you like to play this way or do you like to play that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think it's personal preference. I think the Wellspring Ogerpon has become more splashable on teams. It works on more teams than the Rapid Strike Urshifu does, but they are both extremely good Pokemon. I think I would probably put them at 3 and 4, maybe 5 if Incineroar sneaks in there, but we'll see how Incineroar goes a little bit later on.
Yeah, so make sure to get those votes in. And what else can people vote on? I think we have another community choice coming up in a few rounds, so you're going to want to keep your eyes out for that.
Yeah, get ready to keep voting on those polls.
Yeah, I feel like Twitch has done a very good job just throughout these community picks, picking really interesting matches. I do really love how in earlier rounds we kind of just throw the teams out there and see what people pick. But, you know, round 9, if we do the community poll, then I do feel like that's going to be a very tough decision. So you're going to want to vote on that.
Yeah, just keep your eye on the Twitch chat for those polls as they come up. For now, we're going to play a little bit of Who's That Pokedex entry, which you can play along with us as well back home in Twitch chat. If you know the answer, shout it out as loud as possible in the Twitch chat. We will hear it for sure.
Yeah, I think we're going to need that help too. Phone a friend, please, on this one. It gathers static electricity from its surroundings. The beams it launches when down on all 4s are tremendously powerful. So I don't want to do the obvious thing and say it's Pikachu, but I do genuinely feel like it's Pikachu with this one. Because on 4, I guess it could be Pikachu or Pawmot.
Well, I don't know. Both of those Pokemon are happy to stand on their hind legs and still, like the classic Pikachu pose.
No. But when Pikachu goes full Pika power, especially when a certain Ash Ketchum is its trainer, it does go down on all 4s to launch what I would call a beam of electricity.
Do you want to do these together, or would you like to? Would you like to keep score? Would you like to compete?
I love to collab, to steal words from our famed co-caster Duiha, but if you want to compete, I will respect that as well.
I would be happy to collab. I'm pretty sure I know this answer though. I don't think it's Pikachu.
Is it Pawmot?
No, I don't think it's either.
No. Well, what's another 4-legged Pokemon that's an electric type? Surely there's only like 2 of them,
I don't think it's an electric type at all.
Okay. Well, then would that be Archaludon?
I think it's a Dragon Steel type. I think it's Archaludon.
Okay. The only reason I said that was you said it wasn't an electric type at all, for the record. So this would definitely be +1 to the collab.
Yeah, and +1 to our special attack as Archaludon fires off an Electro Shot. That's right.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You saved me. You saved me.
Gabby, that's what we do here. We have each other's back. We collab. We make sure that we don't make mistakes, and we got each other's back.
All right. Well, let's get the next one rolling in, and hopefully this one will be a little... Oh, no. It's still awful. It sprinkles some of its powdery body onto food and drains the life force from those who so much as lick it.
Okay.
Oh, goodness gracious
Fascinating.
me.
Okay.
Powdery body.
Right.
Draining life force.
I have a thought.
Okay.
Matcha is super powdery.
It is super powdery, and I do know that Sinistra in particular was known for taking some people's souls at some point in time.
Yeah, that is what the ghost type Pokemon like to do.
Yes. The other one that came to mind, because I just recently finished the epilogue for Scarlet and Violet, was Pecharunt. But Pecharunt doesn't spread powder. Pecharunt makes the mochi.
Yeah, it's the poison mochi.
Yeah.
Mochi.
Yeah. I like your Sinistra pick.
I
think that's it.
Or it could be the early version of Sinistra.
Poltergeist?
No,
that's the
British one.
Yeah, the Galar
That's the
one.
Galar one.
I'm blanking on that name.
Same. So I can only remember Sinistra. We should probably go with
let's
Sinistra.
lock in Sinistra. We know that's a Pokemon.
The masterpiece form, please. Oh no, it's
What's
the other one.
All right.
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
Well,
We were close.
Yeah, I'm going to count that as half.
I think that's like in the ballpark, definitely.
Yeah, definitely in the tea set. We're in the tea room.
In the tea room.
All right, let's take a look at our final Pokedex entry. This Pokemon is a ruffian with a short temper. It can pulverize anything by swinging around the chain on its neck.
Okay. I can only think of one Pokemon that would be wearing something like a chain around its neck. Okie dokie, right?
Okie dokie?
Okie dokie?
We okie dokie?
We okie dokie with that?
Yeah, I think I'm
Okay.
okie dokie with that.
I think I'm also okie dokie with that.
Oh, that's okie dokie!
There we go. Shout outs to Pecharunt for gathering such a group of rapscallions to help it
Yeah,
on
these ruffians.
Yeah.
It was definitely not unpheasant to see that.
I know. If you want to learn more about the hidden treasures of Area Zero and some of the Pokemon that we featured in these Who's That Pokemon segments, make sure to check out the DLC for Scarlet and Violet. It's honestly, it's a lot of
Extremely
fun,
fun.
and there are a ton of amazing quality of life improvements they've introduced as well to those games. Like you can Z-target to see if Pokemon have marks. But you can also Z-target the prize wall to check out our next interview. I believe Sierra is over there showcasing what our trainers can win from side events this weekend. Sierra, why don't you take it away?
All right, it's not just the competition that goes on at a regional, though that is what we focus on a lot of the time. There is so much more to be doing, and I'm at the prize wall here for Charlotte, checking out some of the really cool things that you could be getting. So you can get tickets through these side events. We have them available for all different games, the TCG, VGC, and Pokemon Go. Different ways and a lot of fun times to be earning points for these prizes. And this wall is stacked. We have merch coming from Yokohama Worlds, and so many of them. We have the plushies. We have everything you could ever want. Earrings, if there's something a little bit more style, we got those for you as well. If you're not interested in going through that grueling 9 rounds of Swiss to try and make it to day 2, the side events is definitely such a great way to try and make some friends, have some fun at these events. I got to compete at the Portland Regional Championships, and I got to play the MSS and the PC, and I got enough tickets to take this giant Piplup home. Terrible to try and take through the plane, by the way. I don't recommend that part, but regardless, such a great time. This spans on forever as well. We have plushies of all different kinds for any one of your favorites. Even if you want to get the super cute Plusle, absolutely adorable. So definitely so many different ways you can be spending your time at the event. You could be competing even on day 1, try and make your way to day 2. And if you just miss that mark, well, the side events go all day on day 2 as well. So definitely a lot of opportunities to come on by, play some fun different formats, and try and see what you could win. There's even, out of all things, I think this is amazing. We got the Pikachu with the little felt hat. Absolutely incredible. There is a prize wall and the side events too happening at every regional. So if you weren't able to come make it out to Charlotte, well, you definitely have an opportunity at further events. But of course, for us, we do like to talk about the competition. So we're gonna be sending to a break so we can get started with our next round.
when it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So when I was making my Mew deck, I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spicy team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
Welcome back, everybody. It is day number 1 of the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships, and we are through round number 6 of our Swiss competition, and now we're going to be heading into the next rounds where we're going to have some players earn their spots in day 2 of Swiss. That's very exciting.
I can't believe there's still 3 rounds today and then another 6 rounds of Swiss left. Like, we're only 6 out of 15 Swiss rounds in, which is so wild because it's just such a large tournament, right? And
it's not even half.
Yeah, it's wild to think about. I mean, this is the largest VGC tournament of all time to take place in person, but I've been really happy with the teams that we've seen on stream. Like, we've gotten a pretty wide variety, and we got Gouging Fire, we have Glamora in the last one, as well as Berger and Ursaluna Blood Moon, which was on that team as well. So it's checked off a lot of our predictions for Pokemon we expected to see in this tournament.
Yeah, I think we're just missing Dondozo, really.
Yes.
So
I saw there was like, I don't think there are any more Dondozos that are undefeated at 6-0, but I think there was at least one or a couple at 5-1. But yeah, Dondozo has definitely fallen off a little bit. I think it's mainly just not as many people using it. Like, most of the top players in this tournament, I think, did not opt to bring Dondozo. I wonder if part of it is because it became so high profile after Portland Regionals, people are going out of their way to make sure they have like multiple Dondozo answers.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the last thing I kind of want to see. But I think we've honestly checked off so many of the other archetypes that we expected to rise going into this tournament.
I think we have, especially when it comes to balance. I feel like there's still so many more possibilities though for us to encounter when it comes to that type of archetype, because you have like 20 viable Pokemon in any sort of combination that can make up a balanced team, and we have yet to see all of those possible iterations.
Totally, yeah. And I think Raging Bull has felt a little bit underwhelming. We've seen players have it on stream, but it hasn't really come out in a lot of the battles. So I think that's one Pokemon I actually have a big question mark around, because I remember feeling a little underwhelmed by it, but when I first tried it, but then of course it won the Portland Regional Championships. I was like, okay, yeah, this Pokemon's clearly like pretty decent. So I'm curious how far it'll go in this tournament, especially with Gouging Fire picking up in usage. We saw Walking Wake pick up a really impressive win on stream back in round 3 as well. And so the battle of these brand new Paradox Pokemon is really interesting because they all feel pretty viable.
What about Iron Boulder?
There was one player who was undefeated with it at one point, I think either 4-0 or 5-0 with it, and so that is really cool to see. I think it's really underexplored Pokemon. I think being able to have your signature move attack through protect is really impressive, but I think it struggles from just kind of a weird defensive typing, and it's not nearly as easy to throw onto a team as some of the other Paradox Pokemon. But to me, it feels like all the new Paradox Pokemon at least have some viability, which is cool.
Yeah, it is really neat, and I can't wait to see what else we're going to get in terms of like day 2 usage. So as soon as we start seeing trainers lock in their spots for day number 2, I feel like that's where I'm going to be drawing a lot of my attention towards. It's like, how does the day 1 to day 2 meta really change? Especially when you have a smaller sample size of players that were able to make it through such an impressive field of competition.
Totally, yeah. I think the stats that we had for this day 1 were pretty interesting as was. Like Flutter Mane water overpawn usage was through the roof. Both of the Urshifus had good representation, with Dark Urshifu just lagging behind Water Urshifu by 0.5%. Landers Incarnate broke into the top 12. Tornadoes was a lot higher than I actually expected it to be. It was like number 5, I think, which was pretty surprising, but we've already seen it on stream at this point as well. And then there was Entei making it into that top 12 as well. So Dragonite was probably most notably the Pokemon that fell out, especially after a dominant victory in Portland. Expected to see a little bit more of it. I'm curious if players are just not bringing it, or if people are not succeeding with it as much, because we haven't seen too many on the top team so far.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I've played against Dragonite personally, I feel like it's been a little bit easier to take it out. Like sometimes it's a little bit slower than a lot of the things in the format, so you can kind of just hit it with a 1-2 punch, especially if you're expecting it to run something like Choice Band. If it's not locking into extreme speed, it's a really, really easy target, and I just think maybe people have found better answers to it. And there's also just really good inner focus users outside of Dragonite, like the Entei. So I feel like it's maybe we'll see a resurgence. Maybe it's one of those things where we'll see like the usage dip down a little bit, and then it'll restabilize, as we've seen in the past from some of our other Pokemon, like Hisui and Arcanine.
Totally, yeah. I think it's clear that people are very prepared for kind of priority spam going into this tournament, with Indy and Fergaraf feeling like they've had really good success. We've seen a lot of players bring those on stream already, and so having a way to just stop that priority extreme speed from Dragonite alone is a really big deal, especially given that so many Dragonites are choice banded. And so I'm curious to see how Fergaraf and Indy specifically do throughout the course of this tournament. We were talking about Iron Crown. We've seen multiple Iron Crowns featured on stream already.
Yeah.
That feels like definitely one of the biggest rising stars going into this tournament, and so eager to see how it continues to perform. I think what's cool is the kind of variation in crowns as well. I mean, obviously you're going to want to run like Tacking Cutter, Expanding Force Protect. Like that 4th move can be flex. We saw Water Terra Blast on one team. We saw Calm Mind on another team as well. And so, yeah, I'm curious how far Crown specifically can make it, because that was like easily one of the top picks I had going into this event.
Yeah, same. I think that was one that we shared on our predictions. I was like, same wavelength.
Exactly.
We got it. And I think that for sure, like, I think Psychic spam with Expanding Force as well as just Psychic Terrain has been doing really well. I think something else that we haven't really gotten a chance to tunnel in on yet is like, think about how many variations of Trick Room and just Trick Room options that we've had.
Totally.
Like Indeedee, great Trick Room setter. We didn't necessarily see any of those Trick Room modes go up for the Indeedee, but you still have that available. There's a bunch of hard Trick Room that I know has been running around the tournament.
Yep.
And then of course like the Fergaraf and Bloodwinner, so Luna falls into that bucket, but usually with that team too, you do have a fast mode available outside of the Trick Room.
Yeah, we've seen some cool teams. I think Aaron Clemens, who played on stream earlier, had a Ursaluna, and it could slot either under Trick Room with Indeedee or Tailwind with Tornadus, which I thought was really interesting. We're seeing a lot of like flex modes as well. In the last round we just streamed, you know, there was Fergaraf with Trick Room, but there was also Gouging Fire with Dragon Dance. And so it's interesting where it's like you're not hard committing to Trick Room. I don't think we've actually featured a hard Trick Room team on stream yet, but it's essentially like I have a Trick Room core, which has like 2, 3, maybe 4 Pokemon, but then there's some really fast Pokemon as well. And so, yeah, I mean, I think like Trick Room is such a interesting strategy to build around. Like hard Trick Room, you fully commit to it, but obviously there's a fair amount of things that can counter that. Whereas with like kind of the semi-committal Trick Room teams, I think what can be difficult is picking the right Pokemon. I feel like that last match that we just saw on stream, one of the challenging things is, do I actually want to go all Trick Room mode in a game, or do I want to have like one fast Pokemon? That fast Pokemon sometimes can actually be a liability in end games when you're like, well, okay, if I just had one more slow Pokemon to sweep under Trick Room, I'd be in a better spot. And so it makes picking your 4 out of 6, I think, really challenging as well.
That's a really good point. And so maybe we have to see if trainers can continue to balance that. I feel like when it comes down to Trick Room teams too, you kind of wonder, like, is one Trick Room enough? Do you have enough stamina to actually get to a second Trick Room to be able to keep the game going? But we'll have to see if Hard Trick Room does make an appearance on the stream. We're going to get a social update from the lounge, so let's head over to hear from Sierra, Gabby, and Evan.
I promise everyone, round 7 is coming up soon, but we have a Registeel out in the field, so we're waiting for that one to be finishing up here. But Sierra, Dawn, Gabby, and Evan hit a couple of more of those posts, see what everyone has been up to. So First off, I didn't think Registeel was going to make its way, but it's 4-1 right now. Like, Registeel's doing good.
Registeel's doing fine. I mean, Registeel made day 2 in Portland. Nora Bauman brought it, I believe.
Yeah.
So, you know, Registeel's real.
I mean, you just got to go over to the Go side of things. Registeel has been there for a very long time, and I'm sure its beeps will be beeping for all eternity at this point. So
those haunt my nightmares. I know the exact sound.
Yeah.
Tragic. But no, we want to see what everyone has been up to and go through a couple of the more posts that have been posted. You can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon and get included on that. VGC also broke regional records for the largest Masters division ever, 838 competitors. I love seeing the growth of this game because I used to play TCG, and these are numbers that we would get, and VGC was very small in comparison, and it's cool to see both of the games and how much they've grown.
Yeah, it's wild to see just how much the game has grown. And, you know, it's not just 838 competitors, it's 838 players who are playing at a higher level than, like, the average level is so much higher. You know, it's not just go through one day of, you know, 6-7 rounds maybe for a tournament to make it into the top 4, top cut finals. Now it's, you know, a whole thing of, you know, 9 rounds of Swiss today, 6 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and top cut. Lots of Pokemon being played.
It goes to show as well just how accessible VGC is now. I feel like back in the day, you had to be lucky enough to hear about it, and then lucky enough to be around a tournament, and then to even get good. I feel like you had to go to a few tournaments until you met the right person, and then next thing you know, you're team building and you're actually starting to find success. The fact that anybody can just go online, look at resources on like the Pokemon website, you know, practice with the Battle Stadium ladder, and then come to these events and be successful is something really special. And I hope that we get to see, you know, continue into the future.
Yeah, and top players sharing their rental codes of their teams as well has just been a game changer for getting people into the game. And, you know, the hardest thing about this sometimes is building that team. So having some real examples in game of what people are building is just so incredible.
I love to see the growth of the game, and I cannot wait for just in the future years exactly where we're going to be going and heading up. We'll get past that 1,000 one day. Oh, we got yo, Professor Toro.
I gotta
Call your
say,
son.
Yes, but also we might need to do a bit of a Turing test here. Do we know that is Professor Turo?
True.
You can't say for sure.
Oh, it might be the AI. It might be the computer that beat Aaron Zheng at Pokemon Stadium minigames earlier.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, a Turing test is something that's used to determine if a computer can ever gain sentience. So that being said, would AI Turo pass the Turing test? I don't know. We could certainly debate that on end, but I don't think that's what people are here for.
Whichever one is going to treat Arvin right is the one that matters to me.
True. Can we just talk about how the main character, though, like, just completely like meets with the professor and then just like glosses over it entirely?
Yeah, your son misses you or like anything.
You could. I took a selfie and I couldn't show that selfie to Arvin. And I
Would
just
you
thought
want
that,
to? Show the selfie of you doing like the pose. Look who I'm at.
Your parent comes from the past or future paradox or whatever and didn't actually stop to say hi to Arvin. I don't think I want to know about that either.
Right.
All right, that is awesome. We have to see the Professor Sada out there soon. That's what I'm looking for next. But here we go. Hello, Charlotte. Having the best time. Happy day one. Happy day one. Glad they're having a great time. Honestly, going out in the crowd, being able to see everyone join together. There's a lot of smiles out there. It hasn't gotten to the tragic win and ins, I'm out moments yet, so it's still smiles. It's a good day.
Yeah, it's still a good day. And I think, honestly, even if you do run into a bit of a tough run, I mean, that prize wall that you showcased earlier, those prizes, people can win those? That's crazy.
Gabby has been looking for a way to sneak over there.
Gabby almost like ran out from behind the desk as you were.
It's so tempting. I mean, they have so many amazing things back there, and I hate to say it, I like collecting Pokemon plushies. I would also struggle with the Squishmallow on the flight home. Just saying.
That was I'm glad I was able to get it on the plane because there has definitely been a Piplup that I've bought before that has not passed the plane test that had to get delivered. Someone had to drive it the way back for me. Shout out to the Canadians. They know. All right, our next post here coming out from Charlotte.
Killing time between rounds for Charlotte by playing VGC the most natural way. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Niall is an amazing human being, first of all. They have so many unique official GameCube controllers that they can use to play Pokemon Scarlet, Violet, Pokemon Sword and Shield, what have you, via the USB adapter they released with the Super Smash Bros. Game that came out. And I mean, the Donkey Konga bongos are certainly a highlight for sure, but they also have a dance pad, they have a chainsaw. Like, dude, Niall is incredible. I love him so much.
I just want to know if he won this game. Honestly.
I can't tell you that, but
Definitely
he wins
did.
in swag.
How could you lose if you're using the Donkey Konga bongos?
Yes.
I'm kind of, at least put your Surging Strike's your best move first, because I don't know if we're moving around too much. But
That's true. You've got Tailwind first move, Surging Strike's first move.
Yeah, but you can't get, you can always select your targets at least with the bongos because you have to be very intentional. Like, have you ever played with them before?
No.
You have to be very intentional about where you tap.
I've never played the bongos, real or virtual, so
okay.
But hey, maybe I'll have to bring them out to an event and we can
we can start a drum circle in the lounge.
I hear that he might bring them to Liverpool for something.
Perfect. Have to try it out then. Final post. Love the pet pictures. Please send us pictures of your pets watching the stream and hashtag play Pokemon so we can look at the good cats and dogs. New apartment watching DGC as well. That is definitely a good way to be breaking in the new apartment.
I agree for sure. And I mean, talk about optimal placement. You have the cat right next to the box. The cat is just in their best life right now.
Yeah, ignoring the cat tree in the back, just hanging out by the box, giving you that nice coquettish, like, look over the shoulder, like, oh, me? You're taking a photo of me watching the Pokemon stream?
Why is the cat next to the box, not in the box? My cats don't do that. As soon as there is a box, they're in there. I got something the other day that was a really narrow box, and the cat instantly flipped it over and just stuck its head inside. The rest of the body doesn't fit, but it has to be somehow in that box. So
cats
if I
rule.
fit, I sit.
Yeah, he definitely tried. Points for effort on that one, but different way we can get points on the broadcast. I know both of y'all already played some. Who's that Pokemon? Pokedex entries. Who won? That's the one I want to know.
Well, we were a team.
We collabed.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to pit you two against each other, and me too, because I don't know these entries. And we are playing for that championship title of Who's That Pokemon.
Oh, no.
Jeez. All right, when it flies to land from across the sea, the bitter winter comes to an end. This is really poetic. According to legend, the Pokemon's love gives rise to the budding of fresh life across the sea. I didn't play Legends Arceus.
I mean, you're missing a fantastic game, first of all. Second of all, I feel like...
Is this Hizui and Bravery?
No.
Do the forms have different entries?
No. But, I mean...
There's only one answer.
I was going to say, I mean, it was obviously Pikachu that first time, and it wasn't. So I could be wrong, but I feel like there is only one answer here.
I like how you said it's obvious, like I didn't guess the wrong thing to start things out. My bad. Thanks, Gabby.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. All right, so it's Enamorous.
It's Enamorous.
It's Enamorous. Okay.
It has to be, right?
It must be. Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
there
them.
it is. There it is.
The look on the Enamorous's face, too, is definitely like, you should have gotten us.
That's a face that stops the bitter winter.
Honestly, all I can see is Quagsire, so I think all my answers from here on out are Quagsire.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It would be like that.
If you get it right, though, that would be pretty cool. So, all right, well, I guess you two are on the board with a 1 each, and I'll 0, because it'll be the first guess. I won't try and take that. So it's rumored that this Pokemon was born deep underground in the planet's mantle and that it emerged onto the surface 10,000 years later.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Would this be, like,
This?
Groudon?
What's that?
Like Groudon?
Groudon?
I mean...
I don't know.
Camerupt?
I don't think it's Camerupt, because Numel.
Yeah.
Numel would be the one that would emerge, and then...
Maybe it was like a chicken before the egg type.
Oh, no. Is it Numel before the Camerupt?
I don't know. I would say Groudon. Like, it's coming from the planet mantle. I don't know.
I do feel like
10,000.
the 10,000 to me screams like a legend of some sort. And I'm trying to think if there were like any other legendary Pokemon that could have like emerged from the mantle. And I really can't think of anything other than Groudon.
Yeah.
Like, he has that nice like lava thing going
Yeah,
on.
the Primal
The
Groudon
Primal
especially.
reversion, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not buying Groudon.
Oh, what are you buying then? What are you looking to purchase?
I'm going with Orthworm.
That's a pick.
That is a pick.
That is a pick.
That's a burrower.
Is that a legendary Pokemon though?
Well, it doesn't say that it's a
Yeah.
legendary.
That's true.
It can just be
That's
old.
true.
We don't know.
It's just an old Orthworm.
It's just an old worm.
I like the
Trying his
worm.
best.
I think Orthworm's got this.
All right.
All right, let's see. Who's that Pokemon?
It's Quagsire. No.
Oh, it's Regis.
It is the one holding up our round 6. Wow. Wouldn't it melt in the mantle because it's steel, right?
Or it was forged.
I want to talk to whichever 10-year-old child wrote this Pokedex entry. I don't know. I guess it could have been forged.
You'll have to talk to them
Forged.
after I talk about talk to the person who wrote the Bidoof Pokedex entry. So you have to be next in line for that one.
That one I've had memorized for years, though.
All right, some say an additional program made this Pokemon evolve, but even academics can't agree on whether this Pokemon is really an evolution. I would assume P2 or PZ, right?
I know exactly which one it is.
Any Community Day gamers out there in Twitch chat? Any Community Day gamers?
Community Day?
Yeah, it's Porygon Community Day. Well, Community Day Classic, technically. So they're rerunning the Community Day from like 5 years ago.
And I'm clapping you two in Pokedex trivia as opposed to catching some shinies right now.
Yeah, you got to get on that. You only have until 5 p.m. local time, which is coming up.
Also, are you doing that?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. All right. I'm going to say an additional program made. Well, I'll assume that like the first evolution, so I'll say P2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's P2.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's definitely P2, which there are multiple in the field right now, still doing
Yeah.
pretty well. Which I'm
Yeah.
excited about. I love Porygon. Oh no, what?
I was going to say.
That's not a program, it's a virus.
So the Pokedex is split on whether or not Porygon Z is a corruption of data or if it is like an intentional evolution. And you do use the dubious disc item to evolve it, which, as name implies, is dubious, but it's still a disc, which means that somebody theoretically did program it.
Sure.
Interesting.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, dude.
Yeah.
All right. We're not doing well, guys. We're not doing well.
Trying.
But
we can still collab. We can still collab.
we kind of been doing that.
Actually, yeah. You're right.
All right. This Pokemon embodies the passion of magma.
Oh, no.
It is thought to have been born in the eruption of a volcano. It sends up massive bursts of fire that utterly consume all that they touch. Is this one camera?
Registeel.
This one could be Camerupt.
This could be.
It's Registeel.
No, I do feel like Camerupt is speaking to me, especially with like Mega Camerupt. It turns into like the volcano thing.
Yeah, I feel like
I
that
like-
just kind of makes sense.
I like Heatran.
Oh,
I think it has to be
yeah.
one of Camerupt, Heatran, Torkoal.
I was about to say Torkoal, if we've gotten to see the eruption.
Groudon.
I don't think it's Torkoal, and I feel like it's not Groudon. Like I really like the Heatran.
I think
pick.
it's Heatran.
Yeah, I want to lock Heatran.
I'm going to pick Camerupt here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to be right, and then I'm going to gloat about it.
But it's actually Quagsire, right?
That would be pretty
It's
cool.
always
I can't see
Quagsire.
it.
It'd be
so-
pretty cool.
Oh no, it's probably Magmar.
Oh, is it actually Magmar?
What is it?
No, let's roll it.
See, I can't
We
see
can't
when
do-
it comes
It's
in.
Entei.
It's Entei? Is it actually? Oh, it is
What is-
actually.
like Sacred Fire angle, and
All right, give Entei Eruption.
Yeah, actually.
yeah, based, honestly. What are you doing, cowards? All right, our final entry, our
no.
last chance to get this one right. Give us a freebie, please. Oh, is this bottle? Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
The larger
okay.
its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. Its big head is heavy and hard to hold up. Wow.
I think I know what this is, and it was in the field earlier today. I noticed one of these.
What, really?
Is it the?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not thinking of what you're thinking
Was
of.
it the Vileplume
The
that was on
Vileplume.
the
Wait,
there was a
Slitherwing team?
Vileplume?
Yeah,
on a
on the
Slitherwing
Slitherwing
team.
Oh my
team.
god, okay. Because I was going to say Vileplume has the big petals. It has a heavy head, and I believe there was also some lore in the animation about using its flower for like perfume or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just no substitute for Vileplume right here.
Yeah.
I mean, Venusaur.
Right. No, but Venusaur's, I think its head is separate
But yeah,
from the
it is
petals.
kind of separate. It would just be like kind of like the trend of how our guesses have gone. It would be
Actually.
something like Venusaur instead, you
All
know,
right.
but
You know what? I'm going to lock in Quagsire. I'm feeling really good about this one.
all right. Well, We'll run it for Vileplume and on a win. Let's
Yeah.
go. It's Quagsire.
It's Quagsire.
It's blue. It's blue. It's close enough. You basically got that, Gabby. You're doing real good. But,
Thank you.
All right, I think I kind of need to touch up on my Pokedex. And
Yeah, we got to
knowledge.
research a little bit. That was
Just
rough.
a bit. I mean, you can at least read through all the fun entries in Scarlet and Violet and see all the unique photos. I don't think that would have necessarily helped us here, but it could have.
No, I just would have looked at the pretty pictures.
Actually, yeah, good point. Me too.
Those are worth 1,000 words, so.
It's true.
Very true.
Perfect. So we're going to end on that inspiring words, original words coming out from Evan Latt there at the end. But I think we've got enough time for our Registeel to end off. So I think let's kick off round 7 for real this time.
Thank you so much, Sierra, Gabby, and Evan, for the endless content when it comes down to trying to figure out these Pokedex entries. I'm not gonna lie, all of those also stumped me. I think that Evan and Gabby got way easier ones when they were up on the casting desk.
I would definitely not have gotten a fair number of those, especially Registeel. That was out of left field.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's the Pokedex entry still. But we do have our round 7 paired up and ready to go. And these are the players and how they have shaken out so far in these first 6 rounds of Swiss. There's 14 6-0 players. That is a lot of undefeateds.
Yeah, and there are a lot of ex-regional champions within this field as well from those X&O players. Kyle Livinghouse, Nick Navari, Brady Smith, Wolf Glick, just to name a couple. Zachary Thornburg won a special premiere event last season as well. And we have a couple of other really notable names here, players that have done very well throughout many, many different circuits. I also didn't even mention number 1, Jie Zheng, who won the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We actually got to commentate that. But yeah, all of the notable matches here are players who are undefeated 6-0 right now, 14 of those left. It's a big field, but those that are able to win this round will guarantee them a slot in the day 2 of the competition. And we've got quite the feature match here. It's going to be Wolf Glick against Zachary Thornburg.
I cannot wait for this matchup, especially looking at the teams, the caliber of these 2 players. I feel like we are in for a very, very big treat when it comes down to this best of 3. I am so excited to dive in.
Yeah, 2 of the most notable players from last season in particular. And I believe the last time they actually faced against each other was at the North American International Championships. It was the last round of Swiss on day 2. Winner would likely advance on to the top and the loser would be eliminated, and Zachary defeated Wolf back then. And so, it's been many, many months since their last encounter, but should make for a really interesting game as we look at the teams here. There's actually only 1 Pokemon in common between the 2 teams. That's going to be Incineroar, but Zachary actually opting for a very unique Trick Room team here that also features Golden Go as well as Hatterene, which we haven't seen much of today.
We really haven't, but this is kind of part of the hard Trick Room teams that we have seen floating around, so we'll have to take a look at what those Hatterene details are in just a second. But let's hone in on Wolf's team here. I feel like these are all very common pieces when put together, but the one thing that you were pointing out to me even before we got into this match is that Fluttermane is calm mind in this situation.
Yeah, I talked to Wolf before this event, and he said, well, last season I spent a lot of time kind of trying to figure out strategies around really obscure Pokemon. And for this tournament, I want to focus on just figuring out how to win with the best Pokemon and how do I basically optimize them for my play style. So I think Calm Mind Fluttermane going up against Hatterene is one of the most interesting tools here. It's not a move that we see very frequently on Fluttermane, but when paired with double Fake Out support from Rillaboom and Incineroar as well as grassy terrain recovery from Rillaboom, it can be an absolute monster.
Yeah, there was also the Swords Dance on the Ogerpon, so I think that's another way you can really boost up damage on this team. But taking a look over at Zachary's team, there are so many different things to call out here, but I think the first thing that jumps out at me is that Hatterene is a light clay with Reflect and Light Screen.
Yeah, immediately when I saw Zach's team, I was like, what is Hatterene doing there? Like, there's no NDD, right? So he can't click Expanding Forest. I've never seen Light Clay on Hatterene before, combined with screens, but it's so fascinating because you're paired with this Ursaluna, you're paired with Golden Go. Both of those Pokemon really appreciate having the screens. The Amoonguss here also has Pollen Puff to heal its partners, and notably, we've been talking about stat boosts. Well, it's got Clear Smog, so it can actually get rid of any Calm Mind boosts from the Fluttermane as well as any Swords Dance boosts from the Ogerpon. One other thing to call out here is Porygon too. That's not a Pokemon we've seen very much of so far in this tournament, but I think it's really underplayed and it can do a lot of interesting things. This is actually a set with Trace instead of Download, which is more conventional as well. So Zach has a lot of surprises. There's also that Eerie Impulse on Porygon, making it harder for Fluttermane to really thrive here.
There's also Flying Terra Blast on the Porygon
Yep.
too. Cannot wait to see if that actually comes into play. I feel like there's 3 very prime targets on Wolf's side that you might want to actually have that Flying Terra Blast for, but there's only one way to find out one of these players can maintain their undefeated run in Charlotte, day number 1 of Swiss, and they will secure a spot in day 2 of Swiss with a victory here. Zach is going to lead for this first game with the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, and Wolf is going to bring the Incineroar and the Farigiraf.
Yeah, so Farigiraf here, quite the nice lead just to block this potential fake out immediately. As, it traces the Armor Tail. Okay, already some shenanigans here from Trace, and of course that is going to bypass the fake out from Wolf's end, and so not going to be able to click fake out there. Wolf trying to play really aggressively here, going straight for knockoff onto Incineroar on Hyper Voice. Knockoff a really key move for Wolf to have in this matchup because getting rid of Eviolite from Porygon 2 is a very, very big deal.
Yeah, we're going to see the parting shot, though, first. So it's just going to go into the Farigiraf. Not really too much of an issue here. When you know the Farigiraf has the Throat Spray, it can kind of get that special attack back up into neutral. But this does allow Zach to get a pivot in for something else that might want to try to utilize that Trick Room. And it is going to be the Ursaluna.
Yeah, Ursaluna, however, is going to lose its item here. We saw Knockoff go into that slot. So Hyper Voice here won't do that much damage with that great parting shot to start. But Throat Spray, get it back down to neutral. And Incineroar here, of course, critically will be able to remove the Flame Orb here from the Ursaluna. So damage isn't that great, but getting rid of Flame Orb is big because if Ursaluna had his Flame Orb activate this turn and Trick Room gets set up, the Ursaluna can just start KOing everything.
Yeah, it's a really big like neutralization of damage. I never even thought about that before, that you could just knock off the Flame Orb before it gets the burn, and no longer will you have Guts at your disposal. But the Trick Room does get set up here, so Porygon 2 is able to get that off. But that's why I feel like the Farigiraf in this instance is really interesting to have.
Yeah, totally. I think being able to reverse Trick Room is a huge deal. You saw Wolf was considering it just now. You know, Ursaluna still has the ability to go for a Swords Dance right now, right? And so it would instantly increase its damage output, but Wolf brought the Rillaboom in the back, and so Rillaboom becomes really scary. And so Zach's already taken a fair amount of damage and hasn't actually gotten very much off with it. It's going to be Golden Go coming out now as the adjustment.
Ooh, okay, so we now know what all 4 of Zach's Pokemon are for this first game. And despite the fact that he got the Trick Room up in that first turn, it's just going to be a full pivot with the Golden Go coming out as well as the Incineroar to get another attack drop. This will critically start to lower some of the damage of the Incineroar if it were to go for something like that knockoff once again, but it's going to be a parting shot to get yet another pivot. It's going to be a very big positional game, especially knowing how good both Wolf and Zach are at that positional game.
Yeah, position is going to be so important in this matchup, and it's a great opportunity for the Ogerpon now to come out. I think Ogerpon is probably the most important Pokemon in this matchup for Wolf. It is able to set up with Swords Dance. It does massive amounts of damage to everything, and the fact that he was able to get Ogerpon out and reverse Trick Room when Incineroar just hit the field means that you don't have to worry about an Intimidate, and Farigiraf still protects the Ogerpon from Fake Out. And so Wolf looking to just play a little bit aggressively right now. Still hasn't even taken any damage yet. This Golden Go critically is Fairy Terra, so can't really defensively Terra that well. You can Fairy Terra to survive an Ivy Cudgel here, but you're still very likely going to get 2-hit knocked out. And so really great control by Wolf so far in this early game.
It was good awareness, though, from Zach to be able to get the Golden Go in, maybe anticipating a Trick Room reversal. So at the very least, you do have Golden Go to do some amount of damage, but what are you really doing in response? It's just going to have to be a Protect here to try to get another chance to pivot around.
Protect there, definitely a risky play because Ogerpon had the opportunity to go for a Swords Dance, but Wolf opted to just go for damage there and ends up getting a huge parting shot off here. This is now going to reduce Ogerpon's attack, of course, by 1, and now you can pivot Incineroar back in and out for a potential second attack drop, and so a Golden Go actually in a really good spot now. This turn was really pivotal. I think if Ogerpon goes for Swords Dance, things can get a lot scarier immediately.
Now Porygon 2 is back on the field to tank a little bit out of damage, and it's also going to trace the Armor Tail once again. Psychic, though, from the Farigiraf is just going to continue to chip away at this Porygon bit by bit, and this Porygon does have Recover, so you have to worry about that, too, if you're Wolf, letting the Porygon stay on the field too long, or just have room to try to reheal itself.
Yeah, so you can see Wolf thinking about going on the offensive, saying, okay, I've already actually done a lot of damage to Porygon, so I'm going to just try to knock out your Trick Room user right now here in this moment. So, one of the interesting things to pay attention to in this matchup is that Flying Terra Porygon. You could Flying Terra, Terra Blast into Ogerpon, but Ogerpon, by going for Terra, not only gives you a nice offensive boost, but you also get rid of that grass typing. So I think it's the perfect time to go for this right now. And Zachary critically did not switch into Incineroar this turn, so no Intimidate onto this Ogerpon.
Yeah, so now it's going to be back to neutral. right? I am trying to keep track of all of the boosts and drops that we've had so far, but the Embody aspect will be able to get that attack back up to neutral and should be able to deal quite a bit of damage there. But it is going to be a Terra on Zach's side as well, and it's the Golden Go that's going to take on that Terra Fairy.
Yeah, so it feels like Zach has to basically commit to Golden Go in this matchup, right? Like, the Ursaluna is going to struggle here because there is no Trick Room at this point in the game. So we're going to start off with an Ivy Cudgel here, but it makes sense to Terra the Golden Go to make sure you just don't faint this turn.
Porygon 2, wow. It is going to take that damage pretty comfortably as Golden Go goes for the nasty plot, hoping to weave in just an extra bit of special attack boost here.
Oh.
That looked like it might have been a little close.
Yeah, I was wondering if it actually survives there and Porygon manages to get a Trick Room up. That could be a complete disaster because then Porygon can just heal back all the damage with a recover the subsequent turn, but very critically does get the knockout on a Porygon. But yeah, that looked really close.
Yeah, it does look really, really close here. Maybe you get a chance to get the Incineroar back in.
Yep.
You still can't go for something like the Fake Out because the Farigiraf is on the field, but you do have the opportunity to drop this Ogerpon's attack by one stage again, and that might allow this Golden Go to survive.
Yeah, I think Incineroar definitely the right call here. Ursaluna honestly feels like dead weight for Zachary at this point. You don't have your Flame Orb, you don't have Trick Room up, there's not much that Pokemon can offer. I'm sure Zachary's actually probably thinking, okay, you know, even past this game, is there a better option I could bring? Like, I think Hatterene could actually make for a really interesting case so that you have two Trick Room users. But at this point, I think for Zachary to win, it's all about this Golden Go right now. It's about deciding when do I click Make It Rain versus Shadow Ball versus Nasty Plot, right? Like, because Wolf does have a bunch of Pokemon that actually resist the Make It Rain. You have the Ogerpon, you have the Incineroar as well. And so a lot about this is trying to maintain a position. And Incin is just such a good Pokemon to have against the Golden Go because you resist both of the attacks, right? So Zach's going to need to play really well with Golden Go, I think, in order to mount a comeback after a quick early start for Wolf.
Well, it's going to be a Make It Rain, so that +2 from the special attack, it's not going to be enough to deal with the Farigiraf, so it's still going to hold on with a sliver of HP, not before this Incineroar is able to finish the job with the knockoff. So now that pesky Farigiraf is off the field, and you can go for some of these priority attacks again. If you're able to get the Incineroar out, you can finally actually go for a Fake Out.
Yeah, I think the main thing to pay attention to is essentially when does Ogerpon actually attack into the Golden Go slot, but with Incineroar pivoting in right now, I think from Wolf's end, you have a very free Fake Out into Golden Go, and you could Swords Dance with Ogerpon. I think Incineroar from the opposing side would probably want to go for a Parting Shot on Ogerpon, right? But I think for Wolf's end right now, the main win condition is to just go for the knockout on a Golden Go. You're not going to lose to Incineroar and Ursaluna without a Flame Orb, and so yep, there's the Fake Out coming out as well as the Swords Dance.
Yeah, super, super big play here just to try to get this Ogerpon set up for success. And it does, as you said, mitigate some of the rotation that Zachary could go for with the Parting Shot and just manually bringing that Incineroar back in for extra attack drops. So you're already set up in such a big way here, and this is going to be a big amount of damage now, I think, on this next turn from this Ogerpon.
Yeah, getting rid of that Flame Orb on Ursaluna was such a big deal, right? Because if Ursaluna had its Flame Orb, you actually threaten a double knockout with Earthquake immediately, and so you kind of force Ogerpon to pick a slot to get a knockout onto. I think what's interesting here is maybe Ursaluna could still put in some work even without Flame Orb thanks to Swords Dance, but Incineroar can just Parting Shot into that slot and then pivot back in for Intimidate. Wolf has a really threatening Ogerpon right now, right, with the double attack boost here, so even if you switch in Incineroar, I think it's still going to be able to get the knockout onto Golden Go, and so I think, oh, okay, Golden Go goes for the Protect here, and so Ursaluna might at least be able to get some damage off here. It's a great Protect.
It's a really good Protect. Maybe you go for just the Earthquake, because it seems like you're just trying to get some damage down onto both, but the Parting Shot is going to lower this Ursaluna's attack again, and now you have to consider, well, what's in the back? Because Wolf has not revealed that fourth and final yet to Zach, and so you're kind of just hoping that it's going to be something that will be able to actually get some damage with the Earthquake, but it's going to be Rillaboom, and that Grassy Surge, if it is Earthquake that's coming up from this Ursaluna, it is going to be neutered.
Yeah, this is probably the saddest Earthquake you'll ever see from an Ursaluna, honestly.
Oh my gosh.
It's at -1 attack, there's no Flame Orb, and Grassy Terrain is up. So actually still does okay damage to Ogerpon, so good awareness by Wolf to bring Rillaboom as the final one. But yeah, now you have a very free, Fake Out into Ivy Cudgel once again. So a lot about Wolf's team is having so much setup pressure with both Swords Dance Ogerpon as well as Calm Mind Flutter Mane. Really good decision to realize, okay, Ogerpon is the right call in this matchup. There's just not very much that can handle it super well. And I think honestly, the turn 1 knockoff play was just absolutely huge. Getting rid of Ursaluna's Flame War meant that he just became irrelevant in this game, more or less. And so I think Wolf in a very safe position now to just keep dishing out damage. But Zach doing what he can here, at least pivot Incineroar for Intimidate. You can protect the Ursaluna, pressure with Fake Out at least next turn, but there's just no KO pressure from Ursaluna.
Yeah, Ursaluna is just going to try to be here to do its best, and it will be the protect as you called out, but Wolf did target down into the Golden Goat just to be able to get some damage into whatever was going to be in that slot. Either you get the switch, or you do get damage down into the Golden Goat and take it out. But the Incineroar still is going to take a sizable chunk of damage there from the Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, and as a result, like, how do you actually start dealing damage if you're Zach, right? Because your Pokemon just are slower right now. They're not really putting on that much KO pressure. You know, Incineroar could fake out into one of the 2 slots here, but you can just Wood Hammer and Ivy Cudgel into the Ursaluna slot and guarantee a knockout onto that slot. If you're Zach, maybe you can consider going for a double protect to try to get around that, basically. But even if you double protect, what do you really get off of it? Incineroar can maybe go for a Flare Blitz critical hit onto Rillaboom, but looks like Zach's not going to try the double protect and just switch out instead.
So we're still going to see Golden Goat take a lot of damage. I mean, it's about at full health thanks to some of the recovery that it's gotten from the grassy terrain as well as the leftovers, but it's going to be just the 1-2 punch with the Grassy Glide and the Wood Hammer. And so Golden Goat just gets taken out. There wasn't even a fake out coming out from Zach's Incineroar.
Yeah, there's just not much you could do here. I would expect a Flare Blitz, maybe Parting Shot into the Ogre Pond slots. Actually, into Rillaboom. Okay, so, I mean, the attack stats have been dropped, but there's still no KO pressure. If this were Flame Orb Ursaluna, I think it would be kind of a different story because at least you then can pressure a slot with a 1-hit knockout with Facade. But with this not having the Flame Orb activated, Facade is just not the strongest attack, right? And so I think it's really interesting to see how Wolf maneuvered this game with Incineroar in particular, being able to go for that knockoff on turn 1, not onto Porygon, but honestly Incineroar switch was really, really pivotal. And part of that was kind of taking advantage of the speeds. We saw, I think, Zach's Incineroar's Intimidate go off first, so Wolf figured, okay, you're probably going to want to switch out or Parting Shot here, and if you do, hey, I get rid of a really key item, and it pays off perfectly.
Yeah, otherwise you kind of anticipate like a Spiky Shield, and then you're just, well, I get to get damage down regardless, so I think that's a really great play there from Wolf. I half wonder if maybe we see the Incineroar go for like side Flare Blitz and hope to like burn the Ursaluna.
I like it. That's a creative solution.
I'm just thinking outside the box here because it's a little looking a little rough for this first game.
Yeah, I think it felt like the game's honestly been over for a while now. Definitely commend Zach for trying to stay in this one and hope for a mistake, but like Wolf's just in such an advantageous position. Super effective Grassy Glide. Doesn't knock out Ursaluna, but once again, the thing is Ursaluna's not doing very much damage in return here, right? Even with the critical hit there, still not able to get the knockout. And now if you are Zach, or sorry, if you're Wolf, you can just go for Fake Out again and target again. And yeah, it's just basically felt impossible to win this because of the lack of damage pressure onto Ogre Pond.
Yeah, it's definitely been really tough. This is moments, though, that Zach can take to think about adjustments for game number 2.
Yep.
You have a lot of knowledge you can still gain from this based on, okay, well, how much damage is a certain Pokemon taking? I now know a lot more speed interactions, so that's all knowledge that Zach can take into that second game.
Yeah, I think if I'm Zach, I want to be a lot more careful about getting Ursaluna out on the field. Eating up a knockoff was basically a complete disaster in turn 1 of that previous game. You could also opt to not bring Ursaluna. Hattering would be an interesting mix-up here. Ursaluna's just going to go for the Protect, as Incineroar is probably going to try to Flare Blitz or knock off something, but yeah, very free Fake Out into Incineroar. Not much that Zach can do in response, and even if Zach gets a double Protect this next turn, his Incineroar still can't really pressure Wolf's Ogre Pond for a knockout because your only moves are Flare Blitz and Knockoff, and neither really do that much damage, but in these scenarios, even if, a game has been completely lost, it's really valuable to honestly take the time to think a little bit about what you can do in games 2 and 3.
Exactly.
Because I'd say, this game felt fairly one-sided, right? I think Wolf made some fantastic plays with Incineroar in the early game. Ogre Pond demonstrated just how big of a threat it was, and I think Zach's got to kind of reinvent the wheel and go back to the drawing board. So, just taking the time now to kind of think, okay, what are some mix-ups I can do? How can I use my time effectively before we get into team preview in game 2?
One of the things that I had identified from the team sheet is well, if you want Trick Room up and you want to be able to sweep in it, how silly is it to put both Hatterene and Porygon 2 on the field at the same time and say, pick?
Yeah.
You know, pick which one you think I'm going to actually use Trick Room on.
Yeah, it's really interesting because in this game, we actually saw Zach set up Trick Room on turn 1, but it didn't matter because Wolf's Furgraph was able to just reverse it. So I think if you're Zach and your goal is to play a Trick Room-oriented game, you need to eliminate the Furgraph first because otherwise it's just going to be able to reverse the Trick Room, right? So, for example, in turn 1 of that game, Zach could have just gone for some damage immediately onto Furgraph. Like, knockoff's actually pretty good until the opposing Furgraph. You get rid of Throat Spray, but Wolf was actually kind of one step ahead because he ended up clicking Hyper Voice with the Furgraph. And so, yeah, I think it's interesting because if you're able to, I'm curious about the speed interactions between the two, right? But if you're able to get the knockoff before Furgraph moves, that would be a really, really big deal. But yeah, I think point being here is Trick Room is not very easy when your opponent can just reverse it in one move, and Zachary's team, I'd say, does rely fairly heavily on Trick Room. And so I think Wolf should continue to play around Fire Ogerpon. It feels really, really good here. And Zach's response would be to maybe like prioritize Ursaluna a little bit more. You know, if you are able to just like lead it and protect it, then the Flame Orb activates, right? So you don't have to worry about it getting removed immediately. So I think lead Ursaluna could be interesting. We didn't see Hattery make an appearance in that last game, but I don't know. Screens I feel like can be pretty good here, but I think the scary thing is it still kind of loses the trade-off when Ogerpon can just boost its attack with Swords Dance consecutively.
Could also just crit with Ivy Cudgel. And then sadly, the screens just are rendered useless in that scenario. Increased crit chance is kind of nice when it comes down to a move like that, and if you're able to put all of your eggs into the Ogerpon basket, then it could just really get the ball rolling. But we get a chance to look back at some highlights from that very first game, and you could see, like, it was really tough in that scenario, too. When the Porygon went down, it felt like after that point, then it was really, really tough for Zachary to come back.
Totally, I agree. I think that was the most pivotal turn in this battle, it felt like, where if Porygon was able to survive and get a recover, or sorry, a Trick Room off that turn specifically, I think the game actually looks really different. So I was really curious. I was not sure that Hyper Voice was actually going to get the knockout based on the damage that had been done previously, but it did just enough to actually secure that KO. So I think Zach's also got to be thinking about how do I like better utilize Incineroar, basically, right? Because Incin was really kind of the answer into Ogerpon, but Wolf was able to position Ogerpon to a point where it just got into a good spot, wasn't threatened immediately. And even though Zach was able to like pivot in and out, I think the problem for him in that game was the lack of damage. And so to me, I'm really looking at Ursaluna, right? Like Golden Goal was able to get a nasty plot in that last game, but even at +2, Make It Rain wasn't able to knock out the Golden Go, or sorry, not knock out the Farigiraf. You're staring down so many things that resist Make It Rain. So if I'm Zach, I think I want to play around Ursaluna, and I really want to focus on protecting it as much as possible.
Yeah, we'll see if Zachary does bring it to the leads this time. Just say, hey, it's here and you got to deal with it, but it's not going to be the Ursaluna. It's going to be the Porygon 2 and the Incineroar, and Wolf switching things up. The Urshifu now hitting the field next to that Farigiraf.
Yeah, so with Farigiraf out on the field, as Porygon traces Unseen Fist.
Oh my gosh.
You have a very free Surging Strikes here, right? But one thing that Zach could do is switch that Incineroar out immediately. You could also go for Flying Terra with Porygon 2 and then Terra Blast into Urshifu, which I think would be really interesting. You see Wolf's actually thinking about clicking Trick Room here, and the idea is to reverse Trick Room from the opposing end if Zach clicks Trick Room immediately. But I think the one thing that could really punish him here, if he tries to reverse Trick Room, is if Porygon just goes for the Terra and tries to Hyper Voice into, or Terra Blast into Urshifu.
Oh my gosh, that's a big, this is a big risky play. At the very least, like Wolf can kind of feel a little more comfortable to do that because you are up one game.
Yeah.
So let's say we can kind of risk it for the biscuit, if you will, but it is going to be a Terra, but onto the Incineroar. So that could have been the Porygon 2, but it's not. It is going to be the Incineroar over to the Terra Dragon, and now it's going to take the Surging Strikes way better because you have that resist.
Yeah, I think, you know, as cool as Terra flying Porygon 2 is in that position, Urshifu could just Terra to get around. It's like you really want to commit your Terra just to get Terra Blast versus, like, the Incineroar slot is so exposed right now, right? Because you can't stop the attacks with the Fake Out. So it's going to be a parting shot again, but this is a big deal, right? Because this time at least you are able to you know that your opponent has a Choice Scarf Urshifu out on the field, right? It's locked into Surging Strikes, and so the plays that Wolf can make with that slot are fairly limited. So Ursaluna gets to come out for free.
So Ursaluna does hit the field, but it's about what this Porygon 2 does. It's going to be the Trick Room. It's going to be the Trick Room. Porygon 2 gets a chance to set it up, but Wolf with the Farigiraf had also selected the Trick Room. It's going to just reverse it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play by Wolf. If you do not if you do not click Trick Room there, Ursaluna suddenly is so threatening, right? You come out and you just pressure the Urshifu slot with a Facade immediately. Now that Terra is committed, so you see Wolf trying to just go on the offensive and try to knock out the Ursaluna. So this is kind of what I was talking about in the previous game, where I was like, okay, I feel like if you knock out Frigraph early, at least like you keep yourself in the game, or not keep yourself in the game, but you eliminate kind of the main threat to Trick Room, and then you can play towards Trick Room. It's actually going to be a switch into the Incineroar here on the Porygon slot, but that means Ursaluna might be in some trouble.
Okay, well, the Frigraph is also going to get out of there, but knowing that we do have two of the slowest things on the field leaving, it's going to be Rillaboom that takes its place, but doesn't look like the Ursaluna might be here to stay.
Yeah, and that would really be a disaster here, and it looks like it's staying in. I mean, we know it's going to be Water Terra Surging Strikes into that slot, and so I think if that just gets the knockout, Zach's going to be so far behind because, once again, Ursaluna feels like the primary carry in this game, and so that turn one could have played out really differently if Zach just didn't click Trick Room, if he went Flying Terra, Terra Blast onto the Urshifu, but neither come out, and there's that Surging Strikes into Ursaluna. You can see Zach shaking his head. He knows this is going to get the knockout, and it's been a perfect first two turns by Wolf.
Had to be a call there, though, right? You have to call that Wolf is going to switch out the Urshifu, try to reset that Choice Scarf into something else, but the Ursaluna tries to stick it out, get an attack off, but it's just going to be down for the count. Now, Zachary has to find that source of damage elsewhere. It's not going to be the Incineroar or the Porygon 2. What is in the back that Zach might be able to rely upon to be able to close out this game and try to bring us to a Game 3?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, honestly, as Porygon just isn't really dealing damage. There's the threat of Frigraph just switching in to bypass the priority. You also have fake out pressure from Rillaboom, so I think very happy here from Zach's end, or sorry, from Wolf's end to just target down Porygon, make sure Trick Room doesn't get set up. I mean, that was a great call on turn one. This Porygon actually takes the Surging Strikes decently well, but it's the same problem as the last game, right? Where's the damage coming from at this point?
Yeah, and this Porygon 2 can't protect. So you're very safe to go for like a Grassy Glide and an additional Surging Strikes into that slot, because Rillaboom's going to survive through this.
Ooh.
Oh, it gets burned though. I don't know if that means that's going to be enough damage to be able to finish off this Porygon 2 with a double up.
Yeah, the burn makes this more interesting. I think my question still is, like, how does Zachary actually do enough damage to everything in the back, right? But there is a chance now Porygon maybe survives Woodhammer and Surging Strikes, which would be a really big deal. Even if you get that knockout, though, the question is, where do you go from there? But let's see. I think this is the first question. For Zachary to have a chance, like, he needed to either get, I think, a crit or a burn there. Gets the burn, so now the question is, does Porygon feint to this double? Because if not, then you could actually set up Trick Room, and Porygon can become pretty annoying with Recover afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. So it's going to be a switch out, though, so trying to preserve that Porygon 2 for a little later. As it's going to be the Golden Go now that has to take both of these hits.
Okay, so Surging Strike still does pretty meaningful damage here with the Terra.
Yeah.
That's a lot, yeah. I mean, it's going to fall under 50% here. So, oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
that's almost just
a
a KO,
lot.
yeah.
Rillaboom, can it follow up, though, and actually get the KO? Because if the Golden Go just goes down here, then this is game over. Golden Go is able to hang on, but at what cost?
Yeah, it's another Flare Blitz coming out. I think Zach recognizing, okay, my win con is getting another burn here on Urshifu, and then getting Porygon plus Incin kind of in this endgame where I resist everything, but no burn comes out there. So I think the game should pretty much be secured, as you can just safely Surging Strikes into the Golden Go slot once again. Rillaboom can consider switching out, but doesn't even really need to. I think this game, to me, felt like it was one off turn one into turn two, right? Like, turn one put Wolf into a really good spot. If he doesn't make that Trick Room call, he's actually in a really tough spot because Ursaluna comes out, Flame Orb is activated, Facade looks so strong, but making the call to say, I'm going to reverse Trick Room, I know I'm up one game like you called out, so it's a risk, but even if it doesn't pay off, like, I think it's still worth taking, but taking it here ended up definitely resulting in a victory, and Wolf Blake is going to advance the day two here in Charlotte.
Really great set from Wolf. That looked like such clinical play, especially early on in that game number 2. And it's so difficult to have to make those calls as well, because Zachary is one of those players, you kind of never know what you're going to get. Is it going to be just clean game plans, or is it going to be some of those riskier plays? And I feel like Zach had to go for some of those risks. It just didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, it's honestly such a volatile matchup just off like turn one, turn two, like the Trick Room interactions, right? If you're able to predict that Wolf is going to Trick Room and you don't click Trick Room, or you click Trick Room the same time he clicks Trick Room when you've already set up Trick Room, that can really give you an advantage. But essentially, I think Zach had like two turns of Trick Room max between the two games to work with, and
Yeah.
the Ursaluna just really, really wants to be under Trick Room, right? So yeah, I think, you know, the main thing is you kind of need to shut down Farigiraf on Wolf's end, but how do you actually effectively do that? Because there's not that much damage that actually threatens Farigiraf for a knockout early game, and so I think that nice adjustment into Urshifu for game 2 on Wolf's end as well. I think Urshifu can be really scary to use when you're going up against a Trick Room matchup, but correctly making the call immediately on turn 1 here, and yeah, I think this first game, or this second game, looks so different if Trick Room doesn't come up from either end, right? If Zachary makes a prediction, you're going to Trick Room, or if Wolf like makes anything that's other than Trick Room, suddenly Ursaluna threatens Wolf so much. But that Trick Room coming out immediately just put Wolf in such a good spot.
I think what's really great about the Urshifu call in that very beginning of game 2 as well as a lead is that, you know how you called out, well, maybe Ursaluna, you just lead it if you're Zach.
Yeah.
Urshifu covers for that. You can't just protect in front of the Urshifu because you're going to get hit regardless. And so I thought that was just such a strong call from the very get-go in terms of the leads, and then beautiful execution for those first few turns.
Yeah, and I think Zach's team generally wants to play like a really bulky-oriented game, right? You've got Hatterene, and I wouldn't be surprised if Wolf also brought the Urshifu as a mix-up in case Hatterene came out in game 2, for example. And so you are able to, you know, get these crits. You have a lot of boosting potential via Swords Dance Ogerpon as well as Calm Mind Fluttermane, and so the combination of those I think can be really tricky to deal with. And Zach's team is generally pretty passive, right? Like there's 2 main damage dealers in Ursaluna and Golden Go, but normally those Pokemon want to just like get into a position where you can sweep, attack, but it's really difficult, right? Because in this game, like Wolf never really gave Zach the room in order to like fully be able to position that in. And so, yeah, I think in game 1, the awareness to go for knockoff, not onto Porygon, but onto Incineroar and catching the Ursaluna as it switched in was huge. And then in turn 2, the immediate Trick Room reversal. Like I feel like Wolf made the perfect play on turn 1 both games, and it just gave him a huge advantage that was just too difficult for Zach to come back from.
I agree. Yeah, it was super, super heads up. And I think like Wolf too, it's great to see him back at an event. Like, this is his first time back after Worlds. He took such a long break.
Yeah, I think he played in Pittsburgh, which was right after Worlds, but it's been about like 4 months since we've seen Wolf at one of the regional championships. And so, you know, he wanted to take a break, but he was feeling really refreshed, saying he was enjoying the format a lot, and now he's 7-0, got an automatic spot into day 2 tomorrow. And of course, you know, he was the winner of the largest tournament before this event, which was the Orlando Regional Championships last year. So we'll see if we can add another regional title to his already stacked resume, probably the most stacked resume of all time. But I'm sure he's got to be feeling good about his play in that one.
Well, why don't we hear from him, huh?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We're going to head over to Sierra with an interview with Wolf.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Wolf Glick, 7-0, day 2 now. Congratulations. Aaron was saying you got to be feeling pretty good. I'd imagine so, right?
I feel very good. Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've been to a tournament. You know, my last one was in Pittsburgh in early September, so I don't know. Like, I wasn't really that worried about coming back. Like 4 months or so it's not so long that I'm like, oh, do I still have it? But it's certainly nice to come back and put on a strong start to the tournament.
Yeah, so how has that break been, and how was then coming to an event, and I'm assuming being pretty refreshed, right?
Yeah, here's what I'll tell you. Here's the thing. Taking a break is nice. It's good. This is novel information. So if you have a notebook, write this down because you're not going to learn this anywhere else. But yeah, you know, I went to a ton of events last season. I tried really hard at all of them. Like, and some of them went well, some of them didn't go as well. And by the end, you know, like this fall, I got back from World, and I was like, my friends were like, oh, you're back from Japan. Like, we should hang out. And I was like, I will see you guys in November. I'm going to lie in my bed for 2 months, and I'm going to see nobody. I'm going to do nothing. And that's what I did. And now I'm feeling much more refreshed. So it's nice because, you know, I was really excited to come back and play. I've really been enjoying the new format, and I feel like the break was exactly what I needed to kind of just make sure that I can keep loving Pokemon and keep, you know, interacting with it in a healthy way, because it's hard to compete. It's hard to kind of give your all to something and not always, you know, have the finishes you want. So for me, I think one of the tools that I use to kind of have longevity is making sure that when I'm feeling a little burnt out, I take breaks.
A break is definitely good, so I'm glad to see that you're refreshed and you're back at it. But after you had to stop the break at some point, and I want to know this team that you've built, how much prep and work has gone into then this event then, coming off that break?
I would say a fair bit. So last season, I really focused a lot of my prep around trying to find some of these unconventional Pokemon, some of these kind of like diamonds in the rough that have been overlooked by the field. And I've had a lot of really cool Pokemon. I used Screamtail, I used Iron Jugulus, I used Tinkaton, a bunch of kind of Pokemon that people were not paying as much attention to. This season, though, my goal is to focus a little bit more on my battling preparation and my ability to kind of not necessarily necessarily win via team advantage, but win via a play advantage. And so going to this event, I knew I wanted to focus on Pokemon that were kind of proven to be strong. I didn't want to look for any like super out of the box suggestions unless they really came screaming at me. And so yeah, so I had a fair bit of practice with this team because all the Pokemon on the team are like good Pokemon, which isn't always the case on the teams that I use. I was able to like actually start preparing for the event like 3 or 4 months ago. I had the skeleton of the team, so I have a lot of games with it, and I've been able to practice a fair bit with it, so I feel pretty comfortable with it, yeah.
You definitely picked up some good Pokemon. We'll talk about that in Incineroar, because it was funny. We did have the community poll earlier, and you were on it, and we listed you under like Incineroar, and people in chat did not vote for it, and people were like,
come on.
they didn't think that you would have been an Incineroar guy,
Yeah.
but I mean, it seemed really strong. That first game especially completely neutralized the matchup.
Here's the thing. I don't like Incineroar as a Pokemon. I think it's way too strong. I think it's way too oppressive. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it. You know what I mean? Like, of course, I'm going to... Like, my Incineroar is actually nicknamed Don't Look At Me, because that's how I feel when I'm using it. Like, you're on the team, you're doing your job, but, like, I don't want to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like, go out there, hit the field, and then, like, hit the showers after you're done. But, like, I don't want to... You and I are not talking. But, no, Incineroar did a really good job on that set. It's been doing well for me all day. I mean, it is debatably the best Pokemon of all time. You know, it's funny. People are online, and they are being blasphemous, and they are saying, oh, Incineroar is not that good. Look, its usage isn't that high. Like, wow, Incineroar didn't even win the first tournament. And I'm here to tell you right now, I'm going to need a lot more proof before I start believing that. I think Incineroar is the king, and I think he's back, baby.
Hey, if those are words coming from Wolfglick there, I mean, I feel like that holds all the weight right there about Incineroar, because I thought this conversation was going to take a different turn from there. But I want to talk a little bit about that matchup, because I have to say that Zachary's team is definitely one of the more unique teams out there. Obviously, he's been super strong considering this was the win and in. Has this been the wackiest team you've gone up against today?
Yeah, definitely. I actually, the team was so wacky that I did something I almost never do, and I misread one of the moves on his team sheet. I was like, why does your Hatterene have rest? And he was like, it's reflect. And I was like, that makes a lot more sense. But then it's reflect, light screen, dual, like light clay, Hatterene. It's a very, I kept looking at the team sheet, and like I was looking for the camera, you know what I mean? I was like I was being punked, you know, like I was on a reality TV show, like they were playing a trick on me. But no, it's a really unusual team. It's a really unorthodox team, and I felt like my team had a lot of good tools into Zach's team. But I'm not surprised at all to see him doing really well. It's a really strong team, and I think I got a little bit, I'm not gonna say lucky, but I had like good calls in both the first and the second game to kind of remove the Ursaluna before it ran away with the game. And I think that was kind of the real success. But if I hadn't managed to get rid of the Flame Orb game 1 or take the KO game 2, I think that game could have gone very differently.
Yeah, we definitely got to see a couple of really good calls. Of course, that knockoff in game 1, but game 2 as well on that first turn. We got to see the infamous, you're going to set Trick Room, but I'm also going to click it this same turn. Did you feel at that point, like you're in game 2, it's just kind of worth that risk of maybe setting it up for him? Or do you think that there wasn't really a drawback and just going for it at that point?
Yeah, you know, so my thought process was basically Zach's team, his only Amoonguss resistance on, or sorry, his only Urshifu resistance on the team is Amoonguss. And because I brought Ogerpon and kind of centered my game plan around Ogerpon, like I brought 3 Spore Immunes game 1 and Farigiraf, who does a ton of damage to Amoonguss, so I thought that like he probably wasn't going to bring Amoonguss game 2, and so I thought, okay, well, if I'm in Zach's position and I assume he's got 4 Pokemon, like he doesn't have Amoonguss on his team, his only way to prevent me from taking a KO on this turn is to Terra Dragon and Incineroar and Parting Shot my Farigiraf and go into Ursaluna to get the Flame Orb, because even if he just like lets me take the KO that turn, it doesn't deal with the Urshifu problem. And so I basically like thought it was a relatively safe prediction in that I felt like it was his only real move if he didn't want me to just run away with the game, if I was right about him not having Amoonguss there, was to make the play that he went for, which is Terra Dragon, Parting Shot to get Ursaluna in and burn in the same turn and go for Trick Room. And so I felt pretty confident, especially given that I didn't do any crazy like Trick Room predictions game 1. I felt like it was a worthwhile risk to take. Yeah.
And Farigiraf too, I want to talk specifically about that Pokemon, because that was obviously your key to being able to reverse it. But it's one of those Pokemon too that kind of had eyes on it heading into this event. It's always been kind of thrown to the side a little bit here. But with all the priority coming out, a lot of this Trick Room, we've gotten to see a little bit more of it. Do you think it manages to hold up? Because a lot of people feel it kind of falls into a trap of it does the one thing, but it doesn't do it well enough that you can really justify running it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of players coming to this event were using Farigiraf as a Trick Room setter specifically for Blood Moon Ursaluna. It was a team that saw a lot of usage in online tournaments and preparation, and a lot of top players were talking about. My Farigiraf is a little different. That Farigiraf tends to be really defensive. I think it is really strong for what it's worth, because one of the best tools against Trick Room is priority attacks, using Fake Out, using Sucker Punch, Grassy Glide, all these powerful moves to kind of finish off low HP targets are still allow you to move before your opponent. So I think that Farigiraf is very strong, though it requires the team to kind of be built around the Farigiraf Ursaluna duo, in my opinion. Like, you need maybe fake out support or follow me support or both. My Farigiraf is a little bit different. It's not supporting a big Trick Room, big attacker. It kind of is the attacker. I'm using the Throat Spray item to allow me to get a special attack boost. It wasn't super effective in that battle as a damage dealer because of the fact that Zach used Parting Shot and kind of dropped the special attack right away, but you still saw the value out of using the Armor Tail ability. I think Farigiraf's a great Pokemon. I think the ability is really effective and really gives you a lot of control, even in matchups where you don't have Trick Room. So personally, I'm a believer, but I understand why people are doubtful, and I'll be curious to see kind of how things shape up after this event.
I'm definitely keeping my eye on the usage going into that day 2. See if it can definitely get a lot of those day 2 results. But of course, you're now in day 2. The run's going good. Are we going to see a lot more of you this season off of this performance?
Yeah, I'm going to be going to a fair few events. My plan is to go to Knoxville Regionals, Orlando Regionals, and then European Internationals and North American Internationals, and then Worlds, of course, as long as I qualify. So, yeah, plan to do a fair few events. I think I went to too many events last season for my own well-being. I was definitely pretty, again, burnt out by the end of the year. So my goal this year is to do well at events, be able to prepare, be able to compete, but do it in a way that's sustainable and doesn't leave me kind of feeling just exhausted at the end of the season. So yes to more events, but not to every event.
It's a smart choice. That you have to have that balance. You have to have it for sure. Maybe you can just take the victory here, and then everything else could be
long way to go. long way to go.
Well, you're day 2, so there's the first hurdle there. But before I let you go get rested for the next round, any shout outs?
Yeah, big shout out to Billa, actually. Billa Barish, one of my good friends. He sat down with me and prepared a ton going into this event. He threw a bunch of different teams at me, and in my first 5 rounds, I played against 3 teams that Billa had specifically used to help me practice for this event, including some teams that were not even on my radar, and one of them was versus this really unique Sun team, and I only won the set today, and it was really close, down to the wire, and the only reason I won is because Billa had helped me practice, and it wasn't like I'd asked him hey, can you use Sun? He was like, hey, I heard this team might be okay, maybe you'll play against it, let me try it against you. So I'm really grateful to him, and of course to Aaron and Brendan and Aaron and all my support back home as well. I think Haley might be watching, so yeah, I'm really lucky to have such a great support network of friends, both inside Pokemon and outside Pokemon, and fans as well. I feel really lucky in that I always know that there's people rooting for me, and yeah, I don't take it for granted. I really feel lucky to kind of just be in the position that I'm in. So yeah, thank you if you're watching this and you don't hate me. Cheers.
No shout out to the haters? Or?
No shout out to the haters. That's after I win.
Okay. Well, like you said, you got a long ways to go until.
Long ways to go, yeah.
But best of luck with that goal. Hopefully see you there. As for us, we should have our next round up soon, so stay tuned.
So exciting to hear from Wolf. You could hear his thought process as well about the Farigiraf specifically. That was actually something I looked at and I went, usually you would see Farigiraf on some of the more meta teams as a Trick Room setter for something like Blood Moon or Saluna, but on this team, it's not as obvious that you would want Trick Room.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting because we were talking about kind of hard Trick Room teams before this match and the lack of hard Trick Room teams that we've seen. I don't know if I would, 100% call Zach's team hard Trick Room because there is a Golden Go, and that doesn't necessarily need Trick Room to thrive, but it does rely really heavily on Trick Room, right? And of course it relies on that Ursaluna specifically to try to dominate under Trick Room. And so, yeah, I think having a Pokemon with Trick Room doesn't necessarily mean you always need to use it, and to see the way Wolf played on turn 1 to reverse Zach's Trick Room in that game too was really, really pivotal and gave him a huge advantage immediately. But yeah, I would be very shocked if Zach missed on day 2. He's 6-1 right now. He's still got 2 more chances to move on, and all you need to do is get to 7 wins in order to play tomorrow. So we'll see if he can close it out. But he definitely brought, I think, one of the most unique teams in this tournament. I'm hoping we get to see more of it because I think, yeah, there's so much that team can do, and one incorrect turn against that team can just blow the game wide open.
Oh, for sure. It was definitely a match that we will remember heading into tomorrow, see if Wolf can keep it up. If he gets to 9-0 too as well to close out the day, that's a really nice feeling going into 6 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow. So yeah, and Zach, of course, not out of the running by any stretch of the means. He still has just 1 loss under his belt, and so he has 2 more rounds to be able to pick up that final win in order to make his way into day number 2, and I feel like he can definitely clutch it out. But speaking of amazing teams, trainers, and seeing the art come out from all of these impressive regional events, there is an Illustrator contest happening right now for the trading card game. Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024. It's back for another year and are inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, Magical Pokemon Moments. There's 10 different Pokemon that you can choose from, so make sure you read up on the rules. But you've got Charizard, Pikachu, Koraidon, I think a couple of others that I'm totally not remembering off the top of my head. But I feel like if you had to pick for magical moments, like what do you feel like would be the perfect Pokemon for that?
There's a Bidoof there, and there's that Bidoof art is I'm obsessed with. Like, he's kind of just relaxing, like washing his face, you know, having a little me time, and so I'm a big Bidoof believer.
Gabby would be very happy with that answer. So I think we're gonna have to see some Bidoof art from you, maybe. Give us your best Bidoof stick drawing.
If you think I'm bad at Pokemon Stadium minigames, you haven't seen my art yet. So
Aaron, you were literally beating both of us.
I don't know if you want to see. I don't know if you want to see it, Rose. Yeah, that's.
I might
accepted,
get it.
I guess.
I'm gonna get the drawing out of Aaron. Just you watch. Maybe we'll try to do something in the lounge. We'll make our own magical Pokemon moment. But make sure you do check out the link. Submit your artwork. Last year, they did actually make cards for the winners of the illustration contest. They turned out beautiful. I feel like TCG has just elevated itself when it's come to actually putting art on these cards. I don't know.
I know there are a lot of talented artists who are watching this just off the tweets that we've seen, so we hope to see you featured.
That would be great. Send us your tweets again with the hashtag #PlayPokemon, and maybe we get a chance to see some of the submissions that you're actually going to put forth. We do have our community bracket, so all of you at home have been voting all day long on which Pokemon you think will win the regional. And Wellspring Ogerpon won over Rapid Strike Urshifu. That's actually not a surprise.
Yeah, these matchups are so funny to me because I feel like in pretty much all of them, the Pokemon that's winning is the one that would win in a 1v1 against that Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree.
So, it's 4 for 4 so far, you know, if I had to say. But we were down to the final 4, and we just had a semifinal, or we just had a match that featured both of the Pokemon in that first top of half of the semifinals bracket.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe there's some recency bias that could affect the semi-final community choice, but that poll is going to be open. You can choose between Fluttermane and Incineroar, which Pokemon you think is going to win the regional. That's actually a really, really tough choice. I feel
What's your pick, Rose?
On paper, I'm going to say Flutter.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
same.
Yeah.
But I do agree with Wolf's speech about Incineroar. I think that people have greatly overstated its downfall, and I think that Incineroar is back here to prove why it should remain on top. I think it's also interesting. I actually feel like we've seen a lot less Inner Focus. Like Dragonite has not really made an appearance on stream today, and it's fallen out. It's not in the top 12 in terms of usage stats either, and so you know, Incineroar is kind of like, okay, like Dragonite, I don't see you anymore. It's like my time to come in and shine. And so, you know, of course, there are other anti-Incineroar options that people are using, like Indeedee and like Farigiraf. But you know, what's kind of interesting is those Pokemon block priority, but Incineroar doesn't actually necessarily hate going up against them because you have that super effective knockoff. You can party shot as well, and so yeah, you know, I think. Maybe it will take someone like Wolf piloting Incineroar all the way to the top. But I agree with you. If I had to bet, I would still pick Fluttermane. Just like statistically, it's on 62% of teams.
I do like those odds.
Yeah,
I do like those odds. I will say that the final thing, like when I looked at Incineroar heading into Regulation F, I think like I'm not totally on the train of like, oh, this is not a good Pokemon. Like I was saying it was overrated because I think some people put it so in like S+ tier as a Pokemon that I felt like that was almost disingenuous to the amount of work that Incineroar can put in. A lot of people were like, oh, you can slot it onto any team. It's going to be a beast no matter what sort of role it's filling on the team. And I thought that was almost an overcorrection. I'm like, I think Incineroar is going to be good. I just don't think it's going to be like that. You can't just put it on any team and have it work.
Yeah, I think definitely agree with you there. Like, to kind of expand on it, I feel like it's just harder to use now because there's more counterplay, right? Like,
I agree.
Inner Focus Dragonite, Inner Focus Entei, Terrain Control or Psychic Terrain blocking Fake Out.
Sacred Sword, Chien-Pao.
Right, exactly. Like, there are a lot of, like Urshifu, right? Urshifu now exists as well.
Oh, true, true.
I think, like, back in the day, it feels like Incineroar was just so good because there was so little counterplay to Fake Out. But now, like, Fake Out was nerfed indirectly through other things getting stronger, becoming, you know, like, immune to it, essentially. And so I think Incineroar is still really good, and I think, like, if you want to see why it's good, that last game feels like a great example where it was able to, you know, like, knock off as a move so undervalued, right? Like, being able to remove items can be a really, really darn big deal. And, like, getting rid of Ursaluna's Flame Orb in that game 1 was absolutely pivotal. But you have to be smarter about Incineroar because it's not like you can always just guarantee, like, get Fake Out off for free anymore, right? It's a big decision. When do I go for Fake Out versus Knockoff versus Parting Shot? There's a lot of things to be thinking about. How do I conserve Incineroar? I'm not expecting to do that much damage with it, but Incineroar can be good in certain situations. Flare Blitz into something like a Flutter Mane, for example, can be valuable.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of the poll, Flutter Mane versus Incineroar, you know, it's an interesting trade, especially because, you know, in that last matchup, actually, neither of the Incineroars were buried. You know, Citrus Berry is pretty common, but a lot of the times, like, the Citrus Berry will could be committed on a different Pokemon, or a lot of people do just value safety goggles. Amoonguss was in the top 12 in terms of usage for this tournament as well. So just having another Amoonguss answer is really, really nice. But I think that's one of the interesting things. Like, throughout history in VGC, we've seen Incineroar run Citrus Berry, bulkier berries, safety goggles, and Assault Vest as well. So a lot of flexibility in terms of how you want to build with it.
Oh, maybe some helping hand in there. That gets my vote.
I like it a lot.
It gets my vote.
The problem, though, Rose, let me ask you, like, what move do you drop when you have helping hand? Because both of our players just now had Fake Out, Knockoff, Flare Blitz, Parting Shot. It feels so bad to give up any of those.
I know. I think, like, Knockoff feels like such a necessity because I think before, Incineroar had this problem where you're like, I have a lot of dark moves, but none of them feel good.
Yeah.
Like, Darkest Lariat feels okay.
He's just spinning all the way around.
Just to give him the top animation and let him go. But now that you have Knockoff, that's a new part of its kit. It feels so good to be able to have it. But none of us actually put that on our predictions. I think all of us were kind of like, yeah, well, Incineroar, Flutter Mane, they're around. But I think actually we've hit everything now except for Dondozo.
Yep, Dondozo is pretty much the only thing, and Slitherwing.
Well,
I know Sierra is a big Slitherwing believer.
We
were closely tracking the results of it, but I think the 2 or 3 Slitherwings that were in the tournament, like, dropped a couple rounds early on. So maybe next time, Sierra, you know, if you aim enough, surely one of the times it'll be correct. But
exactly.
Dondozo is the one Pokemon I'm really curious about. You know, I feel like I probably expect to see maybe like 2 or 3 squeak into day 2, but it's clear that in terms of pure volume, it's not nearly as popular as some of these other picks. I was really happy we actually got the Pelipper as well as the Torkoal feature in that round 2 that we had. Or round 3 it was.
I agree. I would love to see Hisui and Arcanine. Have we actually seen that yet, or am I?
I don't think so, no.
Okay,
not on stream.
okay.
But I was looking through the team list of some of the top players, and it's definitely there, but once again, just not nearly at a frequent rate as something like Incineroar.
Yeah, I still think that Hisui and Arcanine is a place. I think Evan's definitely onto something when it comes down to some of like the rock type damage we were seeing. That's why we have like the Glamora, the Hisui and Arcanine. They will hopefully make an appearance at some point. Because I'm still in the boat that Hisui and Arcanine is still top dog. It's still top dog.
What about, we've talked a lot about like our caster predictions, Pokemon we've seen on stream. Is there anything else you have either been surprised by or have expected to see a little bit more of? Any other sleeper picks that we haven't talked about?
Well, I also saw some Sylveon in the field.
Okay. Hey, we got to cast Sylveon winning Worlds. I think that's the peak, Rose. I think, you know, just take what you can get because it's only downhill from there.
I know. I've tried so hard to make Sylveon work, and it just every single time I put it on a team, I'm like, but it's not Flutter Mane, and it feels so awful that it's just not filling that role in particular.
Yeah.
But I think like I'm actually really unsurprised by the single strike Urshifu usage. I think that we actually saw it sneak onto the top 12 for day 2 of Portland, and so I feel like it's gonna kind of keep going up. I'm surprised at the surgence of Chiyu. We talked about why it's here, but I think it's still on more teams at high tables than I expected it to be.
Totally, yeah, and I think we've maybe only had it on stream for 1 game, but it's a Pokemon I think will have a pretty big impact tomorrow, if I had to guess. I'm personally surprised at the lack of Whimsicott. Like, Whimsicott, when it came onto the scene, I was like, goodbye, Tornadus. I don't want to play with you anymore. We've got a new toy. But I think people, realize, well, Tornadus is still really good. Like, yeah, I'm a little bit slower than Whimsicott, but Bleak Wind Storm, Icy Wind, those are just ridiculously good moves to have.
Such good
Flying Pipe
coverage.
is really nice to give you some, immunity to ground type damage as well. So yeah, I'm curious if Whimsicott is broad and people just like haven't been succeeding with it as much, or if like people just aren't really using it in general. Fire Ogerpon I think has looked really good on stream as well. Both Wolfglick and Justin Carris had wins with it, and Water Ogerpon feels like it was kind of the new rising star. Its usage rate is so high in this tournament, but turns out, yeah, Heartflame Ogerpon still pretty darn good.
So pretty good, and in different ways as well for both of those Ogerpon and how they were built. We're gonna take a short break and maybe dive into the data, see if there are any Whimsicott that are still running around. I think that would be a great way to be able to, try to crunch some numbers. But when we come back, we will have round number 8 here at the Charlotte Regional Championships.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a beautiful day here in Charlotte, North Carolina for some Pokemon. And we are here in day 1 of our Swiss rounds where we are approaching round number 8 and the end of the day. So we're looking right now at our trainers that are sitting at a 6-1 record to see which trainers can move forward to lock in their spot for day 2.
It has been a very fun day of competition. I feel like this has been the most variety in terms of Pokemon and strategies we've seen on stream in quite a while. So these early formats are always such a delight to play and, of course, commentate as well. And I think we're going to get some pretty new, unique Pokemon for this next one as well.
I think you might be right about that one. Oh, I was sifting through some of the X1s, and I'm seeing an Iron Boulder on somebody's team. That's going to be John Rutledge that's going to be running that Pokemon. There's still a couple of our Chaladon that are sitting at a 6-1 record, so I feel like we just got kind of spoiled for choice a little bit when it comes down to what we might be able to get a chance to see. But I'm really looking forward to the next matchup that we've got picked.
Yeah, I'm thinking about all the unique Pokemon we've seen make an appearance on stream today. There was Archaladon, there was Pelipper, there was Torkoal, Gouging Fire,
Walking Wake,
Iron Crown, Jumpluff, Porygon 2,
Hatterene.
Unfortunately, Hatterene did not make an appearance, very sadly, but it was on the team. It always feels really sad when we're like, oh, there's a really unique Pokemon, but it doesn't make an appearance. But yeah, it's really cool to see so many of these, individual Pokemon that aren't like maybe super popular in terms of the overall field pop up.
Yeah.
And so I think early metas are such a good spot for that when people haven't entirely figured out like what's strongest, and there's a kind of wider spread of matchups as well.
It's kind of like how I felt about Regulation A. When we just had the Paldea Pokedex to really play around with, I felt like we saw so many unique strategies and also a ton of different Pokemon be viable. I was even sifting through some of the meta usage for the very first tournament of the Regulation in Portland, and I felt like even there too, we just saw so much variety because it's a wide open blank slate and people are really having fun with the format.
Yeah, totally. I keep thinking about that Iron Boulder. Let's sitting at 6-1.
Right?
Like I really hope we
look
can
at it.
get to see that at some point because we were talking about that Pokemon. I think it's one that very few people have even tried to use, and to see it really kind of getting the code cracked and figuring out what's the best way to run it, I think is fascinating. I would not have predicted it to be at 6-1 here.
Yeah, me
Iron
either.
Leaves, another Pokemon I'm very curious about. I don't think it's up
where
there.
Is that Pokemon?
Non-existent, sitting in everyone's box, because it's, I don't know, I would love to see.
I don't have one. I had to touch trade it to finish my decks with somebody that actually did the raid.
I would love to see that thrive because I think we've seen at least a lot of the other new Paradox mons already being explored, as well as our Chaladon, one of the brand new Pokemon from the DLC. And so,
wait, where's Hydrapple?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I want to see Fickle Beam work on broadcast. That would be like a bucket list item for me if we were able to get a Hydrapple that gets to hit.
If you are watching,
Beam.
you're going to a future competition. We ask for one favor, and that's to bring Hydrapple. Just one, please.
Just one, please, bro. Just one. I think Hydrapple would be really interesting to see. I wonder if anyone can actually make it work because I do feel like that's one of the Pokemon that, just like Iron Leaves, it feels really difficult to actually craft a team for it.
Totally, yeah. It's, I mean, the thing about Pokemon is it's a game where you can make most Pokemon work. The question is, how good is that Pokemon, even if you find the best set for it, right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason why when we get kind of these old returning Pokemon is that they often just outclass like other Pokemon that fulfill a similar role.
Yeah.
But, there are really unique niche cases for so many different Pokemon out there, right? Like, if we think about even just Tailwind, at first it was Talonflame, and then like Murkrow was being used, and now Tornadus, right? And so Whimsicott is now back as well. Illumise won a regional championship in Taiwan right before we rolled over to the new format as well, right? And so I think like the challenging thing is when you use Pokemon that are maybe like not as popular, or objectively weaker because their base stats are worse, like you have to work a little bit harder in order to make those Pokemon work, but that's not to say that it's not possible. However, team building in this game I think is really intricate. It's so difficult, and it can be really discouraging to try to bring your favorite Pokemon, but then you just like constantly get defeated by these really powerful Pokemon.
True.
So it kind of like forces you into a position where it's like, how do I figure out how to really make this Pokemon work and allow it to beat all these really popular picks out there?
It's tough, but we've definitely seen some people make it work, maybe with some more of the unique picks that we have seen on stream. So it's not that it's impossible. You just have to work really hard to do it. Well, I am so excited to discuss some of these upcoming matches that we have for this round number 8. Our featured match on stream is going to be between Brendan and Toller. This is an absolute, like, smackdown. I feel like when you look at some of these names, it's like it's so difficult to even just choose because all of these matchups look like they would be really, really fun, but Brendan versus Toller.
I know those guys.
I know those guys.
This is a really, really stacked list. These are all players who are 6-1 right now, so they've done incredibly well today, and they just need to win one of their next 2 matches in order to move on to day 2 and continue to stay in the tournament. So even a loss here won't eliminate them immediately, but you really want to win here, so you just go into the final round with no pressure. And the match that we're featuring, of course, is Brendan against Toller. Brendan, the 2013 Senior Division World Champion, first player to top cut the World Championships in every age division, juniors, seniors, and masters. Toller, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated players in VGC history. I competed against him a lot, especially in the 2011 to 2015 era. We played in round 6 of Worlds in 2013 in a win-in match, and he eliminated me from US Nationals in 2015 in top 4. Of course, Toller won that national championship with a really cool team as well, and he is one of the few players who have won a tournament, a regionals, a nationals, and a world championship. And he's done it in different formats, different age divisions as well, and I always really, really like seeing kind of what he's brought. I think even though he's someone that has achieved the highest of highs that this game has to offer, continues to work really hard and is seeking to kind of get back to that kind of glory.
Yeah, and he's actually going to be on the same team that we saw from Justin Carris earlier today, so we get a chance to see the run back potentially of the Iron Crown and the Ndidi. But you're so right about the history and just the accolades that both of these players have, and I'm so pumped to see them both go head-to-head against each other for this next round. So I would have loved to kind of check in on see kind of like some of these other matchups, but we only get a chance to feature one, which is so tough.
Yeah, a lot of other amazing players here, though. We just saw Zachary Thornburg lose to Wolf Glick, but he was one of the most dominant players in North America last season. Paul Chua as well, so hype. Mufti, very, very popular on stream last year. Neil Patel, who top cut the World Championships. Raghav Malavia, by the way, a player that has had one of the most dominant runs I've seen in the circuit, and deserves more attention if anything. Like, he had a run where he had top 4 regionals, and second at regionals in San Antonio. That is a crazy, crazy run of events, not to mention getting second at North American Internationals just last year. It has been, I think one of the most dominant runs, and, he came so close to winning all of those events, and he's told me, like, I just want to win one, like, I love playing Pokemon, it's not, I've come so close, so yeah, like, I'm sure you can taste it after so many attempts, but a lot of other incredible players who are hunting for that spot in day 2. I saw James Evans there, of course, the 2022 North American International Champion, playing against Tristan Medine, who is a very old school VGC player, a regional champion way back in the day, has come back and putting in a really impressive performance as well.
I feel like I've seen that from a lot of players that maybe I was seeing just like top of the leaderboards in like 2014, 2015. They're coming back for Scarlet and Violet and absolutely dominating the competition. I feel like I've just seen that left and right, and so to see Trista coming back and competing and at like this high level again, I think that speaks volumes as well to some of the foundations that players can build from those earlier formats and really take in to translate those skills.
Yeah, I'm still laughing just thinking about Brendan playing Toller because, we were all like VGC players way back in the day, starting in 2011, 12, and at that time when Brendan first started playing Toller was probably double his height.
Oh my gosh!
Brendan was just a little kid, a little baby, but now he is in the Masters division, and so it's really cool to see, as someone who has played against Toller. It's like surreal to see him honestly back as well. I know he kind of took a few years off on the game, but I don't know. I just really love his team building approach. And you talked about Justin Carris. We featured him in the beginning of the day on the stream. Justin, Toller, Yotam, and a couple of other of their friends is a team building group that's all had some of the best players in the country working together. And I feel like every event they come up with something really, really smart. I think they were one of the groups that were really known for innovating Great Tusk and Talonflame way back last year when Justin won the Charlotte Regional Championships. Yep, exactly. And so they've come up with this new composition with Iron Crown. But I'm really interested in this matchup because Brendan is also using a really unique Pokemon, and that's Iron Jugulis, Rosemary.
Okay, if you told me maybe in Regulation B that we would see a Iron Jugulis on stream, I'm like, okay, I believe you. Right now in Regulation F in 2024, I don't believe you.
I think Jugulis is going to be fascinating, and one of the reasons why Brendan picked it is because of the rise of Psychic Spam, right? Iron Crown and Indy were trending very much upwards going into this tournament, and so Brendan wanted something to counter it. I was asking him, so I mean, why are you using Jugulus? And he was like, Dark typing is just really good, Snarl's really good, Tailwind's really good. Air Slash is also really nice into Ogerpon as well as Urshifu, right? Being able to get a speed booster, thread in both of those with just a lot of damage before they can even move is a big deal.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So is it booster energy speed?
It is, yeah.
Okay, that changes things a lot. That's a really smart realization that this could be kind of one of the surprise picks that catch people off guard. I think one of the things that we've seen a lot of is that while we know that there are specific meta staples and teams that people have to prepare for, sometimes it is that Pokemon like an Iron Jugulus you look at and go, do I know my calcs for this? Do I actually know how much damage?
That's such a good point. I'm laughing because I'm like, I would have no idea. Like, when was the last time I played against Iron Jugulus? Like a year ago, right? It's just so uncommon of a Pokemon. There was one really, prevalent Iron Jugulus team. Wolfblick and Marcus Thatcher used it about a year ago. Marcus won a regional championship over in Europe. Wolf got top 8 at, I think it was Knoxville Regionals with it, but it's completely fallen off, right? And so to see it make an appearance here already is fascinating. We talked a lot about Farigiraf plus Ursaluna Blood Moon as a combo going into this event, and this is going to be such a fascinating matchup because both players have Tailwind and both players have Trick Room.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's like, so this is really interesting to see the Iron Jugulus here, because if you take that piece out of the equation, you're really looking at a team that has started to dominate online competitions.
Yeah.
And so like the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna Blood Moon is a common duo that we have seen on a couple of different teams now. Even already, I think today, we already saw a Farigiraf and Ursaluna Blood Moon team. And I really like the way that Iron Jugulus can kind of round that out.
I think what'll be really interesting here is what means of speed control do you think the opponent is going to go for, right? Because I think from Tolar's end, you've got to be a little bit scared about Trick Room, right? You've got the Farigiraf, you've got the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a really scary combination. So what's Tolar's way to stop the Trick Room? Well, it's to reverse Trick Room using your own Indeedee, right? But if Tolar leads into Indeedee, well, he has to be worried about the Iron Jugulus on the opposing side, right? Let's say you try to cover and really try to stop the Trick Room mode and you go like Indeedee, Urshifu, Indeedee, Fluttermane. Iron Jugulus can be really scary then, right? Because it can pressure with Snarl. Brendan can also like not necessarily set up Trick Room, but you could still have like Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back, where even if Tolar sets up Trick Room, you can bring out the Blood Moon then to take advantage of it. And so I know one of the kind of main points of Brendan's team is that the Blood Moon Ursaluna actually is not like super slow. It can take advantage of Tailwind and Trick Room, which I think is a really cool combo.
Super smart, yeah. It means that you are able to kind of play both sides of that coin, and so it kind of feels like it is almost up to Tolar to figure out what mode are we really going to actually play in. So you can see that this is going to be the same team that Justin Carris ended up playing earlier on in the stream, but in case you missed it, really key features of this are going to be the Iron Crown and Indeedee combination, where you can use Expanding Force on the Psychic terrain, but you still have the faster pieces like the Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Choice Scarf, as well as the Tornadus that can set both Tailwind and Rain Dance, and also still has Icy Wind as that form of speed control. Not to mention, we saw just how much work Hearthflame Ogerpon can put into a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, their Ogerpon seems to be fairly bulky. I don't know if if it's the exact same spreads that the players are using. One other thing, this is the third Protect Fluttermane that we've seen. Obviously, Tolar and Justin are using the same team, but Protect Fluttermane on choice specs in particular, I think is really fascinating. So to me, a lot about this matchup is basically like, for Brendan, do you lean into the Iron Jugulus? And for Tolar, right, there's Jugulus and Incineroar on the opposing side. So if I were in Tolar's shoes, I'd actually be really scared about bringing the Iron Crown and the Indeedee. You might still want to bring the Indeedee to try to reverse Trick Room though, right? Because a lot about this is, can you actually deny the Trick Room on Brendan's end or reverse it? If not, I think Farigiraf and Ursaluna Blood Moon can put in so much work.
And we did see Justin actually opt to leave the Iron Crown at home in the very first game of this set that he played.
Yep.
But the Indeedee was still so impactful, being able to set the Psychic terrain and denying priority. So I do think that the Indeedee could still have a place in this matchup, even without the Iron Crown present.
Definitely agreed with that. Yeah, I think Indeedee just offering Follow Me support in itself is a big deal, right?
Exactly.
You could just even lead Indeedee with like Fluttermane or Indeedee with Urshifu and immediately go for a lot of damage. Flutter and Urshifu aren't the bulkiest of Pokemon, but when you have redirection support from Follow Me, it becomes a little bit easier. I think I'm mainly curious about how Tolar approaches this matchup with Tornadus. It offers some really good speed control. Tornadus can be really good if you're staring down that Iron Jugulus, but the problem is if your opponent, Brendan, leads Farigiraf, because Farigiraf versus Tornadus, it's a very favorite into into Farigiraf. Farigiraf can just threaten with Trick Room immediately.
Right.
One thing that Toller can consider is this Farigiraf doesn't have Protect, and it's Terra's Fairy, right? So if you lead something like Tornadus plus Ogerpon, you do threaten with something like Bleak Wind Storm plus Terra immediately, go for that Ivy Cudgel on the Farigiraf. There's no Citrus Berry on Farigiraf either.
I was going to say, that's also a really key difference to a lot of the Farigiraf that we've seen be able to set up Trick Room for Blood Moon or Saluna, is that because you don't have the Citrus Berry, you're not guaranteed to actually survive a double up. So you might just get knocked out depending on how bulky this particular Farigiraf is trained. The safety goggles is nice though if you're facing something like an Amoonguss, but there is no Amoonguss present here on Toller's end, so you don't actually need to use that utility in particular. But we are moments away from being able to get into the first game of this best of 3, and we will really start to get an idea of what both Brendan and Toller feel like is the most important thing to prioritize.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the Iron Jugulus, the Farigiraf, Ursaluna, but we haven't really touched on the Wellspring Ogerpon on Brendan's end. I think Wellspring Ogerpon's really interesting, right? Because into Toller's team, like, there are a lot of special attackers. Like, Urshifu doesn't love going up against the Ogerpon. You're normally going to U-turn out and then maybe go for close combat later. So one of the things I'm actually paying attention to is Wellspring Ogerpon on Brendan's end, and on Toller's end, you have the Heartflame Ogerpon, right? And one of the unique things about this is if either of the one's Terra, then you're suddenly weak to the other one, right? Like Fire Ogerpon Terra, you get rid of grass typing, so you're weak to water type attacks. But then on Brendan's end, if the Ogerpon Terras, then you're suddenly weak to the Horn Leech on the opposing side. And so I'm going to be really interested in watching the dynamic between the Ogerpons. That's one thing I'm paying attention to. And then the other thing is just the speed interactions. Which form of speed control do both players prioritize?
Yeah, I still think that maybe, like, if they're trained the same, the Ogerpon we saw earlier did get outsped by the Wellspring Ogerpon on the other side.
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder if that is something that Toller has banked for later and, like, needs to kind of keep in mind. But yeah, I feel like terastallizing the Wellspring Ogerpon in this matchup still feels strong regardless.
Here we go. We are about to get into game 1, the battle of two former world champions. Brendan, the 2013 Junior Division World Champion. Toller, the 2012 Senior Division World Champion, in what should be an amazing match with a lot of unique Pokemon. Let's get this first game started.
I cannot wait. It's going to be Fluttermane and Indeedee here for Toller, and for Brendan, the Iron Jugulus and the Wellspring Ogerpon.
So we were talking about just bringing Indeedee, and I think this makes a lot of sense, right? Flutter is not nearly as threatened now. If you didn't have Indeedee on the field, what Brendan can do is just Tailwind Terra and go for Ivy Cudgel onto Fluttermane. But now from Brendan's end, you have to be worried about even a Trick Room potentially from Indeedee, right? Do you actually want to Tailwind with Iron Jugulus? I think Brendan could make a relatively safe play here, which is to go for a Terra with Ogerpon immediately and just go for Horn Leech and then protect with the Iron Jugulus. I think in this case, Snarl's the other consideration, which is also a really good move, right? You're up against two special attackers, so really don't mind getting a Snarl off. The question is, what does Fluttermane want to commit to here? Do you want to just Fairy Terra and Dazzling Gleam?
Yeah, I think you're really safe to do that. I mean, you might just secure a knockout on the Iron Jugulus, and it is going to be the Fluttermane that takes the Terra on Toller's side. So I'm expecting a lot of damage to come through, especially because we know that Brendan locked into 2 attacks for his Pokemon.
Yeah, so it's an interesting trade, right? I think what I was kind of going for when I was talking about the Protect play is, okay, you don't take any damage on turn 1. Indeedee here would likely want to go for Follow Me. Could go for a Helping Hand as well, but you just, like, burst it with damage immediately. Then on turn 2, you pressure with, like, Snarl into a Ivy Cudgel, maybe look for a double knockout. So I'm mainly curious, the Flutter versus Jugulus matchup. Is there any chance that the Jugulus actually can survive the Dazzling Gleam? My guess would be no, but like I said, it's been a while since I've seen this Pokemon.
You are going to get the Snarl, so you drop the special attack of the Fluttermane. At least that's going to help out a little bit in terms of the special attack output, but you're still staring down a Terra Fairy Choice Specs Fluttermane. Going for the Dazzling Gleam, it is not going to be enough to knock out the Iron Jugulus here, so the Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon to follow up into the Indeedee. That is going to be a KO.
Wow, that's impressive bulk from Jugulus there. It survived actually with even more HP than I expected, and I was thinking, okay, you know, if you get that knockout, then suddenly Brendan doesn't have the fast speed control here, right? So if Toller's not bringing out Tornadus right now, he's going to be at a pretty big speed disadvantage, and yeah, Brendan can pressure with something like Tailwind immediately, which is a big deal. And here's Ogerpon coming out, so yeah, no ability to kind of control the speed right now. I think Jugulus is in a very, very nice position.
It's in such a good position, because I feel like it's a really good call to just try to go after the Fluttermane. You know it's locked into the Dazzling Gleam, and maybe you get lucky here if you're you're Brendan and you do see something like the Ogerpon just go for the spiky shield. But it's just going to be a quick tailwind. And honestly, even if you lose your own Ogerpon, it got the job done.
Yeah, totally. Like, what you're looking for here is just the trade, right? You're already ahead in the game, so Ivy Cudgel now onto the Flutter main slot, and that is going to secure the knockout. Safe play because you know Toller is choice specs. You're committed to that Dazzling Gleam. There's no follow me from Ogerpon here either. And the only thing Toller could really switch in to take that was basically Urshifu, but even then, you don't mind getting some chip damage onto it. So it's been a very fast-paced, aggressive game. Both players are trading left and right, but I say Brendan definitely has the advantage right now because of the speed control that he has on his field, and Jugulis still pressures with Air Slash here too.
That's true. I didn't even think about that you still have damage output on this Jugulis outside of Snarl. Incineroar gets a free switch in though, and you now know that you can kind of start to cycle through those Intimidates and parting shots. Whoa, it's the Iron Crown. That catches you by surprise, huh?
Yeah, I was curious if Crown would be brought into this battle, and this is kind of the dream scenario for Brendan, right? You've got Incineroar, you've got Iron Jugulis, both of those are Dark-type Pokemon, and so, hey, if there's anything that can counter Expanding Force, it is this duo. And so, yeah, you know, you get that immediate Intimidate off onto Ogerpon as well, which puts it into a tougher position, and the Terra has already been committed on Toller's end, right? So you can't go for something like that Water Terra Blast onto Incineroar. So Brendan right now kind of opting for a safer play. I think Incineroar is a nice pivot to just confirm what the final Pokemon is, and so now able to go for that parting shot. We'll see if a Spiky Shield comes out, but I think Iron Crown just in a really awkward spot right now.
Yeah, it is going to be the Spiky Shield, so you aren't going to be able to land the parting shot, but even still, it's just going to be a double protect on Toller's side. So you actually don't get a chance to pivot out the Incineroar at all.
Yeah, but the double protect means that you can just safely double up this next turn,
That's
right?
true.
Flare Blitz plus the Air Slash should just knock out Ogerpon, so as long as you don't miss Air Slash, or Toller doesn't go for the double, you get that knockout and it's a 3v1, right? Crown can get a knockout onto maybe the Jugulis with Attacky and Cutter, but that's basically it. And so, yeah, I think pretty safe for Brendan to go for this. The odds are extremely in your favor. So let's see if Toller opts for the double Spiky Shield or Air Slash misses, because its accuracy is high, but it still can miss 5% of the time.
That's true, but it's 95% of the time, it's 100% of the time. So it is going to be an Air Slash into the Ogerpon and the Flare Blitz to follow up. Ogerpon has now been knocked out, and it's all down to Toller's Iron Crown to try to take this first game, but at this point, Brendan's running away with it. Even the Tachyon Cutter here into the Incineroar, look at how little damage that's doing.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Iron Crown is not an easy Pokemon to use is because of Incineroar. Incineroar's usage is still fairly high in this format, so when you are staring down it in this position, it's just not going to be able to do very much damage, right? The only way Crown can really handle it is that Water Terra Blast. And so I think turn one of this game was a really big deal. Fluttermane opted to go for Dazzling Gleam rather than Moonblast. Moonblast would have given you the extra damage to at least knock out Jugulis. I think Jugulis was a huge problem actually for Toller to deal with in this game because not only can it Snarl, but it also set up the Tailwind and putting Brendan in a really good spot.
Yep, it's going to be a towel thrown in here for Toller for this first game. Seeing the writing on the wall, Brendan is able to grab that first game, and as you said, right from the get-go, it felt like Brendan had such a good read on the situation, and now he's just one game away from being able to lock in a spot for that day too.
Yeah, and I was really impressed by Jugulis. Like, I was like,
Yeah,
I don't know if it's
too.
going to survive this Dazzling Gleam. We don't know this calc. Like, what is it, right? And ends up taking it quite nicely. So, you know, going into this game too, I think one thing that I'm thinking about if I'm in Toller's shoes is, okay, you decided to go for the fast mode. You didn't go with Trick Room in that game. So if I'm Toller, I'm thinking, well, if I eliminate Jugulis, that means you no longer have Tailwind. And then if I bring my own Tornadus instead of the Iron Crown, you can bring in Tornadus first, set up Tailwind with Tornadus, and then just use Ogerpon on your side to potentially sweep. So I think one of the things was that the trades just didn't work out very well for Toller in that early game. And it all started with just going for that Terra, right? By going for Terra with Fluttermane, it means that you can't Terra with Iron Crown. And so if you're going to Terra Flutter, maybe consider going for the Moonblast instead, right? Instead of the Dazzling Gleam. And I think you could also consider not using that Terra early with Flutter and then trying to conserve your Terra for Iron Crown in the end game, because Incineroar was a pretty big problem, obviously, for Crown to deal with in that end game.
I think it's hard in Toller's shoes, though. Like, do you think he knew that Dazzling Gleam wouldn't pick up? Right? Like,
it's exactly what
maybe
we're talking about.
Maybe Brendan knew, but Toller did not.
Exactly, and that's the advantage of using a Pokemon like Jugulis. It's very likely your opponent's going to have very little experience fighting against it. When you're fighting against conventional Pokemon, you know, most of the top level players will have a very good sense of exactly how much damage to expect, other than some like really crazy, you know, spread. But in this case, it's very different because you're going up against a Pokemon that's like sees under, you know, 1%, maybe even 0.5% usage rate. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you and I were casting Unburdened Psychic Seed Hawlucha.
Exactly.
How much damage
And we
is
had
that
no
going to
idea.
do? Where's the speed?
Precisely. So I'm excited to see Tolar's adjustment here. I think,
me too.
You know, he's not going to fall into the same trap of just going for Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam. So I think if he wants to stick with the same Pokemon, that's definitely one approach, and it is going to be Indeedee plus Fluttermane. Yep.
Okay, so it's about what happens on the on this very first turn. What decisions are different, because it's going to be a run back of the same leads as we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, so I think there's a bunch of different things that can be different this time. Brendan can consider going for the Protect with the Jugulus, and then go for the same Terra plus Ivy Cudgel play into Indeedee. And then Tolar here could consider going for a Fairy Terra with the Fluttermane, and then of course go for Moonblast instead. You also have Helping Hand, right? So you could theoretically go for Helping Hand Moonblast. Then the question, if you go for that, is who do you end up targeting, right? Because Ogerpon's going to get that special defense boost. I actually expect it to survive Fairy Terra, Helping Hand. And if you end up targeting into Jugulus, Brendan just protected Jugulus. So that would be a complete disastrous trade, because then you would just knock out Fluttermane, as Brendan is critically also targeting Flutter, but no Terra from Flutter this time around.
Yeah, okay, so maybe, and we're not seeing a switch here either. So what is happening? It's going to be the Embody Aspect boost, so it does help to bolster up this Ogerpon special defense, but with the Protect coming through from the Iron Jugulus, we're going to expect to see some attacks coming through from the Fluttermane. Follow Me, though, so it does redirect away the attention from the Fluttermane. A very smart choice from Tolar, knowing what we know, but the Moonblast. That would have been able to get the knockout without the Snarl.
Exactly. Both players kind of making the adjustments that we were just kind of highlighting on turn 1. And so Brendan gets the better end of this trade for sure, as the Cudgel almost just knocks out. So now Brendan's in a really interesting spot, right? Because you can just Cudgel Snarl and pick up a double knockout. The Snarl, as long as it connects with Indeedee, should just get the KO. And what do you do with Fluttermane, right? You don't want to just blow your Terra here. So, but like, I could see Tolar going all in and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to Fairy Terra, Helping Hand, Moonblast anyway to trade right now, and I trade 2 for 1 essentially. If it's Iron Crown or Tornadoes over Iron Crown, like maybe Tornadoes plus Ogerpon can actually pull off this endgame, but I think Tolar's already in a really tricky spot because neither of these Pokemon can protect themselves right now.
No, and you can't really go for the Trick Room either, I feel like. Even if Indeedee wants to try to make that call, it's just so unsafe.
Oh, he's going for it!
No way.
Okay.
It's just a full send here. I think you have to, but it's... Oh, what?
Okay.
It's Terra Fairy Indeedee for Dazzling Gleam?
I think it's just to survive the Snarl, so you can go for Follow Me here. Oh, but it's Helping Hand. Okay.
I was like, is this a Trick Room? I don't know. But no, it's just going to be the Helping Hand. The Snarl does hit into the Indeedee, but the Terra allows it to survive. But can the Fluttermane actually follow up on its promises with the Moonblast into the Iron Jugulus? It does get the knockout, but is the trade worth it?
Okay, I mean, I think if Tolar has Tornadus in the back, this becomes super interesting. But the problem is, you know, Brendan can have Farigiraf, and so you don't necessarily need Tailwind to succeed here. That's a clever Terra, though. You know, I was thinking about Terra Fluttermane, but instead Terraing with the Indeedee just to survive the turn. The question is whether or not that trade is worth it, right? Because you were going to get the Helping Hand off anyway, so the main point of going for that Terra is essentially to buy an extra turn with the Indeedee slot. Urshifu comes out, and that does put on pressure with Surging Strikes, but there is Follow Me Ogerpon right now. So you can't go for Surging Strikes very easily, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, like, the good news is that if you're Tolar, you're like, okay, well, at least you're in Body Aspect. You've overwritten the Water Absorb, but you're still not going to be doing very much damage to the Ogerpon.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, it's definitely really risky. And you also have Horn Leech. Like, I don't think there's a really easy way to pick up the KO onto this Ogerpon that doesn't leave your Urshifu vulnerable.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where I think if Tolar makes the incorrect move, the game is just over. But the question is, do you make a hard read and just go for something like the Surging Strikes onto Incineroar anyway, right?
Yeah.
You could theoretically Follow Me Surging Strikes here. A lot of the times, Urshifu in these positions will want to go for a U-turn, but I think U-turn's actually really risky here, right? Because it's like, what do you really get off of it? It's going to be Indeedee pivoting out, though.
Okay, so we get to see Tolar's 4th Pokemon here, and it is going to be the Hearthflame Ogerpon. So making a huge adjustment to leave that Iron Crown at home and have the Ogerpon rock alongside this Urshifu.
There's that U-turn, though. So, yeah, does not go for Surging Strikes or Close Combat, but this is a smart play to get some positioning. The main thing that I'm still thinking about, though, is how fast is your Ogerpon relative to Brendan's Ogerpon? You can't Terra here anymore, so you don't get any increase in damage.
No, you don't. It's going to be the Ivy Cudgel, though, to at least finish off this Indeedee as it gets to tank one for the team. Urshifu gets to come back in and change up its move as well, which is super, super critical. You don't want to be locked into U-turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but now you can only lock into one move, right? It's going to be one of Close Combat or Surging Strikes. Flare Blitz comes out as well, so Brendan makes a nice play expecting that U-turn. Look how much damage that just did to Overcon. Yeah.
No way. I mean, Incineroar here in this position as well, like, it can take a trade for the Urshifu if you want to lock into something like the Surging Strikes, but still the same predicament that you were talking about before, that you could just go for the Follow Me.
Exactly. So, oh man, it's going to be really close, and a lot of this comes down also, I think, to how the Ogerpon speeds are relative to each other. So Brendan's actually opting for the Follow Me here to play it safe. The idea here is to just try to get the guaranteed knockout onto Ogerpon. But if Ogerpon on the other side goes for Spiky Shield and Toller locks into Close Combat, this could be a tricky turn for Brendan.
Yeah, especially depending on what is in the back here for Toller to have to kind of think about as well. That's another layer into this, is that Toller has no idea what that 4th and final is and if that play is going to be worth it. So the Follow Me does come through. What does Toller lock into? It is the Close Combat, and that's just going to pick up the KO onto the Ogerpon.
Yeah, but critically, the opposing Ogerpon did not Spiky Shield, so Flare Blitz did just do over 50% to it. It will feint to another one. Toller's Ogerpon doesn't really have anything that can do that much damage. It can heal back from Horn Leech, though, so I wonder if you Horn Leech, do you heal back enough here?
Okay, we're about to find out.
Oh, that's actually pretty good damage.
Pretty good chunk, so it now maybe comes down to the roll. Yeah, that might do it.
Does it survive?
That might do it.
Oh my goodness.
Unless it's a high roll.
Oh, but the Rocky Helmet.
Oh, no way! It just completely negates that healing, so Flare Blitz into the Ogerpon is plenty to pick it off.
A little bit of drama there, but Rocky Helmet saves it. Despite the critical hit.
Drama.
Now it's a 2v1, so Urshifu is locked into Close Combat, but Farigiraf is the perfect final Pokemon here. You're going to need a critical hit Close Combat to knock out Farigiraf. If not, Farigiraf just gets the knockout onto the Urshifu in return. So it all comes down to this. Are you able to get a critical hit right now?
Yeah, and you get to go for the Flare Blitz too, even to fish for a burn just in case something goes horribly wrong. But at this point, the Close Combat into the Farigiraf is not going to be enough. It's so bulky. That Pokemon is so bulky. The Flare Blitz to be able to just kind of take that Urshifu to half. I mean, that's after the Close Combat drops. Wow.
That is a wild amount of damage from something that resists it, but Farigiraf does not get crit. Psychic comes out, knocks out Urshifu, and Brendan Zheng will be moving on to day 2 here at Charlotte Regionals. Toller Web will drop to 6-2, and of course we'll have one more shot of moving on to tomorrow with one final round here in round 9.
I was impressed by Iron Jugulus.
It was so good.
I was very impressed.
It put on so much pressure. I think this was kind of the dream matchup for Jugulus, right? You are up against really fast Pokemon, but you outpace them. Basically, yeah, I think the game plan I was thinking Toller could maybe approach was kind of, aggressively knock out Jugulus on turn 1 and then like go for Tailwind later on, but there was no Tornadus in the back, and so I think what was tricky here, and Brendan, of course, making a really nice call in that second game by going for the Ivy Cudgel and Flare Blitz onto the Urshifu slot. Like I said, Urshifu there could take a really big risk and just go for Close Combat onto the Incineroar. One of the other tricky things is, because of Rocky Helmet, Surging Strike's also a lot scary on Incineroar as well. So I think that was probably what Brendan was thinking. It's like, okay, even if you lock into Surging Strikes and you knock out Incin, well, you take so much damage, Cudgel on my end might just knock you out in return.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot the Incineroar even had Rocky Helmet, because I looked at the Farigiraf and I'm like, well, usually it's that, but we had already talked about it being safety goggles, so I was like, oh, it's probably Citrus Berry, right? Like, I think Incineroar is gonna be just fine, but the Rocky Helmet came in so clutch to be able to deny the Horn Leech healing from the Ogerpon, which we were both looking at and saying, it might actually be able to out-heal another, just another attack, and it could not. So, yeah, Flare Blitz able to do the job.
Yeah, I think one thing that was really interesting in that matchup was Brendan prioritizing Incineroar despite there being Psychic terrain. So, Incin feels a little worse because you can't go for that fake out immediately when you bring it out, but ended up being in really good spots in both of the games where it was able to just come out and be able to pressure with Intimidate onto the opposing Ogerpon. That game too, I think the Terra on Ogerpon was really interesting. I think Toller's other Terras were Water Terra with Urshifu, which honestly doesn't do too much for him because you're still weak to Horn Leech, and it would have been, of course, just the Fire Terra on the Ogerpon. I think the Fire Terra on Ogerpon is interesting because you get an increase in damage, but then the problem is you're just weak to the opposing Ogerpon, right? So unless Toller is confident that his Ogerpon is going to be faster than Brendan's, I can see why Toller was like, you know what, I'm just going to go for the Terra with Indeedee to try to at least survive and not lose both Pokemon immediately.
Did feel like it bought himself an extra few turns.
Yeah.
And had those calls been a little different, maybe this game does look different. But Brendan had to make some risky plays against what Toller brought, and it paid off in dividends. And you could see how Toller was trying to also make, and had to, make some really tough reads in situations, and just Brendan a couple steps ahead.
Yeah, I think it's tricky mainly because like Ogerpon plus Jugulus felt like a really nice lead into anything that Toller could bring. I was trying to kind of brainstorm other solutions that Toller could have, and I feel like this was definitely a matchup that was skewed more in Brendan's favor. And of course, he executed it very well as well. I feel like he got the better end of the trade both turn ones in the 2 games, but Toller just doesn't have that many solutions, right? Like, Jugulus completely shuts down the Crown plus Indie duo, right? And so that can't do very much. You can't lead that, which a lot of players like to do when you're using a composition like this. So if you're not leading that, then the question is, what else can you go for, right? I think something like Tornadus plus Ogerpon is interesting.
I
because
thought about that too.
Yeah, like the idea behind Tornadus Ogerpon is you have priority Tailwind, so then your Ogerpon can outpace the other Ogerpon guaranteed. You also just have Bleak Wind Storm, right? So you can just try to go for Bleak Wind Storm immediately, pressure with some damage, and if the opposing Ogerpon Terras, then well, you can take advantage of that and go for Grass Terra, or sorry, you can Terra your Ogerpon and go for like Horn Leech onto it, try to just knock it out. So I think Torn Ogerpon could have been an interesting solution into Jugulus plus Ogerpon specifically. I think Torn Urshifu could also be interesting, where you like U-turn out immediately, Tailwind, and save Urshifu for the late game. Because if you're able to eliminate the Ogerpon from Brendan's end, then maybe your Urshifu could put in some more work. But I think the leads were really, really tough for Toller.
I was going to say with the Urshifu too, maybe you even force the Terra out of the Ogerpon right away.
Yeah.
Just so you don't take like 60%
from a U-turn. Exactly, yeah.
And then it makes the Ogerpon Hearthflame in the back a little bit easier to weave in. But yeah, it was definitely an uphill battle, I think, for Toller to have to decide. And you said that from the very beginning, that the onus is on Toller to figure out how the speeds are going to interact and how the game is actually going to go, whether it is going to be Trick Room or Tailwind.
Yeah, totally. And we didn't even see the Trick Room mode come out in that game, right? Brendan brought Farigiraf, but never actually ended up clicking Trick Room. But that's one of the things that makes this really hard, right? I think we talk about the leads, and of course, like Toller's lead into Jugulus plus Ogerpon doesn't feel that great, but his lead is so much stronger if Brendan just opts for the Trick Room mode, right? If you go with like Farigiraf and Incineroar, that's a completely different matchup where Fluttermane applies so much pressure and the Entity can reverse Trick Room. So part of what makes competitive Pokemon so challenging is calling the leads, figuring out who to lead with, who do you want in the back. And so, yeah, really, really challenging there for Toller, especially to make the call, because I think like Brendan has more options to work with either Tailwind or Trick Room versus Toller. Like, you have Trick Room on Entity, but you're not going to be clicking Trick Room unless you're trying to reverse Trick Room. You're up against like an opposing Tailwind team, right? Whereas with Brendan's team, like I think on paper, most people would expect it to lean very heavily into Trick Room specifically, because you've got the Farigiraf, you've got the Ursaluna, but turns out there's this fast mode as well, and that fast mode covers for a lot of the things that otherwise beat the Trick Room mode.
Which is honestly amazing, because I look at this team and I really wrote off the Iron Jugulus when I first looked at it. Iron, I was like I have to be convinced.
Yeah.
I have to be convinced that this is the right call in this tournament, and it really has been paying off for Brendan. So major credit to him and congratulations, because what a cool Pokemon to make work.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think like Jugulus was on no one's radar basically going into this event, and so you know, like the value of using a Pokemon like that is, once again, people just don't have experience fighting against it. But it feels like really good in the meta, right? Like we saw how much work you put in throughout those 2 games, like fast Tailwind, Snarl, immunity to expanding Force, and Air Slash into Urshifu plus Ogerpon and other Pokemon are weak to it, like Amoonguss and Grass Terra Pokemon, is really valuable as well. And so it's just so cool to see Jugulus succeed here, and I'm eager to see, you know, how much further Brendan can convert that in day 2. But Toller, of course, has one more shot here. He's a phenomenal player, and I think that was a tricky matchup for him. So, yeah, I definitely expect to see him win round 9, move on to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I do too. We're going to definitely see more from both of these trainers, and for sure from Brendan tomorrow, but also now, because we've got an interview with him over with Sierra.
We have another competitor joining us for day 2 after a nice clean 2-0 victory on stream. And it's a congrats. You're in day 2. How's it feel?
Feels really good. I've made day 2 at all the 3 regionals that I've been to this year. So I think having that consistency is really nice after taking such a long break from Pokemon.
No, that's definitely nice to see this consistency coming back. We've gotten to see a lot of people coming back, and the consistency throughout showing that, hey, breaks are good.
Right.
But I want to address the elephant in the room right off the bat. This Iron Jugulus.
Iron Jugulus.
It's crazy. Did you know going into it right away that you wanted to run this Pokemon, or was it something kind of testing you stumbled upon it?
Right, yeah, so the team was kind of built around Ursaluna, and I really love using like unorthodox versions of slow Pokemon. So my Ursaluna is maximum speed, and it operates in Tailwind, and it outspeeds Fluttermane. It outspeeds everything in the metagame, basically. I haven't pulled it off that much yet, but Iron Jugulus I kind of added as a Tailwind Pokemon. I didn't really like Tornadus. I didn't like Whimsicott, and Iron Jugulus has been just incredible this tournament.
So what were the reasons behind not liking Tornadus and Whimsicott? Because specifically looking at Torn, that has been the premium selection out there for Tailwinds, and you went complete opposite way in this Pokemon that nobody's really using.
Right. I think Iron Jugulus is like positioned really nicely right now. It has that dark resistance, which is really nice against Urshifu Dark, which has been popping up everywhere. It also has that flying type that Whimsicott doesn't have, so it can still damage, grass types, fighting types. And Tornadus, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of the Pokemon. I hate Bleak Windstorm, and I feel like Air Slash is like okay on it, but at that point you might as well just run Jugulus, in my opinion.
Well, looking at this team too, this Iron Jugulus, there has been a lot more Psy Spam kind of popping up, and being able to go for these snarls and stuff also seems like it's been really good. So do you think that maybe going on forward, if this meta that we have, this regulation's been crazy already,
right,
do you think maybe we'll see a little bit more of Iron Jugulus, or is this kind of a special that only you can pull off?
I mean, I hope so. I hope people take inspiration from my team, but I do think like this team is a very me team, all the different elements of it. So I think it's really difficult to play, but I would love to see a lot more Iron Jugulus. I think it's just like such a great Pokemon right now.
Another cool part of the team too, it's always the what item is on the Incineroar when we're looking at it. And we got to see yours with that Rocky helmet, which ended up putting a role obviously more so in your favor, since there couldn't be that Hornleech heal. How has that been through the rest of the day?
It hasn't come up too much today, but it's very important against Focus Sash, Urshifu, and Chien-Pao. That's kind of why I have it. I couldn't really think of another item to put on it that made sense, so yeah.
So it's just like, okay, default, here's
exactly.
the Rocky
And
helmet.
it just happened to work out really well, as everyone saw in the match too.
We all just got to witness the time that Rocky helmet actually was good for the day. But now that you're in day 2 and you've gotten a chance to see what's out in the field, has there been anything that's kind of caught you off guard or that's been kind of interesting? Because there's been a lot of whack things.
Yeah, I think like for the most part, I prepared pretty well for this tournament. Nothing was like too out of the ordinary. Pretty much all the teams that I played were things that I prepared for. So I'm definitely looking forward to playing in tomorrow and seeing what people have to bring.
Well, you definitely have one more round to try and maybe get that a better record going into tomorrow. So I'll let you get rested up for that. Before I let you go, any shout outs?
Just shout outs to all my friends here. Obviously shout outs to my brother, my parents, all my friends back at home. Thank you.
He definitely had fun casting your match, I'm sure. It was a fun one for us to watch too. So best of luck for your last match and for tomorrow. As for us, back to our casters as we start getting ready for round 9.
I love that you got a shout out.
Thanks, Brendan. I'll let you come back to the hotel room tonight.
It must feel really nice though to like go watch your brother succeed.
It is amazing. It's funny because my friends always reference Brendan's Worlds interview when he won in 2013, and it was Evan interviewing him, and well, first of all, like, oh my God, that's been 10 years. We're getting old. But,
oh my goodness.
Evan was like, oh yeah, so, do you and your brother like play against each other much? And Brendan was like, yeah, but I always beat him, and he didn't really help me out for this tournament. All jokes, obviously. But yeah, it's surreal. We started playing VGC in 2010, so it's been 14 years.
I love
kind of doing this
though.
together, and we've grown up a lot throughout the years. So it's just, I'm really, really happy for Brendan. I think he's day 2 to all the regionals he's been to so far as well.
Wow,
and he hasn't
yeah.
attended that many tournaments, but he took a few years off from playing VGC, and yeah, to see him come out, and he built this team truly independently. Like
That's really cool.
He texted me I think a week ago, and he was like, dude, I've been cooking, and like he sent me a pace, and I was like, Iron Jugulus, like. Who let this man in the kitchen? Like, I didn't know if I was a believer, but yeah, to see it dominate so much, like I think it's really a great time for it in the metagame specifically. So I think in Pokemon in particular, watching unique picks is always such a treat.
It is.
And Jugulis is not a Pokemon I would have expected to do well at all. But Brendan is right when he says it's a very him team. And so, I'm sure he's happy getting a win on stream with it in particular.
Hey, I'm eating whatever he's serving. I believe in Iron Jugulis now. And even if it's the only Iron Jugulis in day 2 tomorrow, I'm here for it and I am cheering it on. I feel like it might be. It might be a one of, but that's great.
I really would be shocked, honestly, if it weren't. But it's also just like, it's cool seeing Toller once again. Like I've been such a big fan of Toller, and we played against each other for so many years. And once again, I think like he's such a great player, and he just dominated in so many different eras and just, won the Senior Division World Championships in 2012, used Ludicolo to do that, and then won the National Championships back in 2015. So, yeah, I'm really hoping he makes it through to tomorrow as well. But let's quickly recap the popular Pokemon we've seen from day 1.
Yeah, unlike Iron Jugulis, these are the top 12 Pokemon that are in day number 1 of Swiss. And I do expect that some of these are going to change heading into tomorrow. What are your predictions? What do you think is gonna, how do you think this shakes up?
I feel like we've seen a lot of Fire Ogerpon on stream, so I would expect that to crack the top 12. I think Entei, I'd expect to see less of personally. Same with Raging Bolt. Like, I feel like I've actually been a little bit underwhelmed by those Pokemon, and a lot of top players actually aren't using those. So those are 2 Pokemon in particular, and maybe this is just kind of recency bias and what we've seen on stream in particular, because I do think there are a fair amount of those still out in the field. But yeah, I kind of expect Cornerstone Ogerpon, or sorry, Heartflame Ogerpon to maybe make an appearance in the top 12.
I agree with you on the Raging Bolt. I think that even looking across some of the top teams, I maybe cheated a little bit, but I do think that Raging Bolt, no, but I agree with you that Raging Bolt, I think like when you actually add the numbers together, might fall out of the top 12. I think it just might not be on this graphic tomorrow.
I am just fascinated that like Farigiraf and Landorus actually are as high as they are. I think if anything, Farigiraf might be even higher. Like we saw Brendan and Wolf win with it on stream.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is it's just such a good utility Pokemon, and bypassing all this priority is valuable. Dark Urshifu, I feel like we've actually not seen as much despite us talking about it all day. Where's this guy?
I think it's gonna fall. I think it'll still be on the top 12, but I do think it's gonna fall down to the lower ranks of the top 12. I just feel like it might still be threatened by a lot of things that are in this meta that make it a little bit harder to have as the sole answer to something like Psy-Spam. You still have Flutter Mane you got to deal with, and a lot of the Urshifu that I've seen for Single Strike are all Terra Dark. So I feel like you have just so many threats, like Sacred Sword from Qianpao, Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam from Flutter, just a lot of answers.
Let me ask you a question, Rose.
Okay.
Do you think Flutter Mane's usage in day 2 will be higher than 61.7%?
Oh, no. Yes, actually.
Really?
No, I think it might hit 70%.
Wow.
I think it might hit 70%.
I'm going to take the under. I think it'll be lower than 61.7.
Okay. All right. I'm excited to check this out tomorrow.
I am too.
I'm going to remember this. All right, so I'm banking that for later, but, we still have to figure out what we think is going to win the regional. And you know what? Flutter Mane already made the finals.
All right, we are down then. Yeah, that's a big upset. Wolf was it was an upset at the time because right when we did the bracket, Wolf gave a very empowered speech about Incineroar and how people are counting it out. But turns out Flutter Mane, the number 1 seed, says, you know what, I'm here for a reason. I'm in the finals.
Yes.
We got Qianpao and Wellspring Ogerpon, and I think that's actually really interesting. It's because I actually feel like even though Qianpao's usage rate was really high, I don't know if we've seen that many on stream specifically. Still a really good Pokemon though. Wellspring Ogerpon, though, I feel like, man, it is still just such a beast, and it was very good in that last game. I think the fact that you have the combination of really good offense when you go for that Terra, as well as good defense by that special defense boost and Follow Me, makes it a really nice utility Pokemon that also offers a lot of offense. So this is a tough one. I'm curious what chat will go with here.
I agree. I think I'm on the Wellspring Ogerpon boat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I think that has more of a potential to win the regional. Just knowing that it has so many amazing options, like you were just saying, like the utility that it provides.
Yeah.
It's so good by itself. It's felt very splashable onto a lot of teams that I feel like I don't know, it has a good shot. It has a good shot.
I think this might be the best format for it, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just like, I just feel so good into a lot of the things that are common right now, right? Like if you look at that top 12 graphic we had up earlier, right, there was Fluttermane. Okay, Ogerpon loves going up against Fluttermane because you can just Terra and then survive those attacks. You know, both Urshifus, they're not that scary to go up against. Landers, you can just Terra and then go for an Ivy Cudgel as well. Entei as well. You're immune to Spore from Amoonguss before you Terra. And so I'm not shocked to see it be so good, and I think I'd probably agree with you on that. But I feel like every time I count out Chien-Pao comes out and, you know, wins another tournament here and there. You know, won the World Championships, it won NAIC, it won Regionals, Nationals, and Worlds last year, right?
That's
so it's like,
true.
Pokemon is, it's just like, it's just good. You have Focus Sash, triple offense, you know, you're one of the fastest Pokemon in the format. I think there's like less creativity in how you build with Chien-Pao. The main decisions are, do I want to run Ice Spin or Icicle Crash, Crunch, you know, versus Sucker Punch, Stellar Terra versus Ghost Terra. Whereas with Ogerpon, I think there's actually a lot of intricacy in how you train it. Some people run a lot of speed, some people run no speed. I feel like we've seen a lot of fast Ogerpons in this tournament in particular, which is a different adaptation from what I expected, which was like really slow Ogerpon. But I think people are trying to speed creep Landers Incarnate because Landers has also been on the rise.
Yeah, it's very nice to just get it out of there before it sets up the substitute. Very, very nice to just have an answer to that right away. But while we have seen 2 players already lock their spots in day 2 of Swiss, Evan got a chance to check in with a couple more.
Hey y'all, I'm here on the floor with Zheng, who has just punched his ticket into day 2 with a 7-0 record. Zheng, congratulations.
Thank you. My name is Zheng, and I'm from mainland China, and I'm currently in the Boston, Massachusetts, and it's a great chance for me to play again in the Pokemon VGC tournaments, because when I crowned in the 2022 Milwaukee, I was in a hurry because I was planning to come back my hometown and go to work, so it's a great chance for me to come back, and I'm very convinced that it's a good place to make myself fulfillment. And about my Livestone right now, I have played several very tough sets today, and I just wish myself good luck.
Yeah, it seems like you've had some pretty good luck so far, making it to 7-0. Can you tell us a little bit about the team you're running?
My team is just like the one I used in Portland. Is just like Terrastella, Chien-Pao, and I changed two members of my teams comparing with the Portland to deal with some matchups, and they're working very well today. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, your matches have seemed to gone pretty well so far. What was your favorite moment of the tournament so far?
I think that definitely will be the moment I won the round 7. It just makes me relaxed. Now I can just enjoy the restaurants of the day 1 of mine. Yes.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on making it into day 2. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out for helping you out on this road?
Yeah, I will shout out for my friends in Massachusetts and also in the China VGC communities. They also, both of them are gives me a lot of help, and I also want to shout out to my parents who are always support me. Yes.
Awesome. Well, Zheng, thank you so much for taking some time to talk with me at the end of your round 7. Congratulations, and we'll see you in day 2.
Thank you.
Now I'm here on the floor with Nathan Parker. Nathan, congratulations. You just won round 7, making your first day 2. How does it feel?
Oh, I mean, it feels absolutely amazing. I think before this, my top win was 5 wins at a regional. So to be able to go 7-0 my first rounds, not only day 2, but go 7-0 start off, really just feels amazing. Like, I can't describe it. It's really a dream come true, so I feel amazing.
Awesome. Well, I'm so glad we could help make that dream come true. Tell us a little bit about the team that's helped make that dream come true for you. What are you running?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I won't get into like too much detail, but definitely running the Crown DD size spam hype has definitely treated me well. I definitely doubted it for a little bit first playing it. I thought it was a little too predictable, but then once I started learning the lines, it started feeling a lot better, started clicking, and I knew that was the team I had to bring today.
Awesome. Well, I'm so glad that it's been working out for you so far. What do you think has been your highlight of the tournament so far? I mean, obviously making day 2 is pretty good, but what else has there been for you?
I would say aside from that, definitely like I think I had one read in my last one that read Incineroar coming in to a Terra Blast. So obviously it was a big read. It was really risky, but I felt like I had to make that risk to get that 7th win, and yeah, that felt amazing.
Awesome. Well, Nathan, congratulations on your first day 2 at a regional, not just any regional, the biggest regional in history. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out and thank for helping your support here?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I'd love to shout out my friend that came with me, Zheng. He's been hyping me up the whole way, no matter how he's doing. He's been hyping me up the whole time. Big shout out to my friends who've been super supportive of this. Definitely had to take some time away from them to prep as much as possible. They've always been supportive, so that's really nice. And then just thank you to anybody else that I've obviously played along the way or given me tips here and there.
Awesome. Well, Nathan, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me here. Congratulations on your day 2, and good luck on the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
All right, I just grabbed Nick Navarre, who just punched his ticket into day 2 by winning round 7. Nick, congratulations on making yet another day 2 at a regional championship.
Thank you, Evan. It's great to be back and playing on Sunday.
Absolutely, and I heard you talking about being kind of disappointed in your results so far this season, but now you've made day 2 of the largest regional we've ever had. How are you feeling at 7-0, no less?
It's just great to have stuff bounce my way today. Had a string of results that I was disappointed in after a pretty great 2023 season, and yeah, it's just nice to be back and talking to you guys.
Yeah, well, I really loved watching your team when we saw it on stream in round 6. The Glamora, we didn't get to see the Screamtail, unfortunately. So how's that Screamtail been working out for you?
Screamtail was really good. Last round, it clutched out game 3 by disabling a Choice Specs Fluttermane, and it just swept an endgame. Screamtail's just been really good today.
Yeah, that's really the dream, isn't it? Just getting that Screamtail out in front of a Choice Specs Fluttermane. Yeah. I love it. Well, congratulations on making day 2. What do you think has been the highlight of your tournament so far?
Just hitting all my attacks. There's a lot of high variance moves in the format right now, and they've been going my way today.
Yeah, you got both of the storms. You got the power whip. I saw those. I was kind of surprised we didn't see a miss on our stream game, but they've been hitting the entire day.
I've been hitting only slightly more than 80% of my Bleak Winds and Sand Series, and I've been clicking it a decent amount. A bit of high rolling, but it's just I've been making plays, and as well as slightly high rolling. It's been a good day on pretty much every front.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on making day 2. We will let you go and get prepared for your round 8 match in just a second. But anyone else you want to shout out now that you have finally qualified for day 2, not just put yourself in good position to qualify for day 2?
Shout outs to Tub Nation, shout outs to Townsville, shout outs to Amberflight Gaming, shout outs to Biggs, and shout outs to my parents. Love y'all.
All right, well, Nick, congratulations on day 2 again, and congratulations to all of our day 2 competitors. To make sure that you don't miss any of the action, stay tuned to see all of these players and more compete in day 2 tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Evan, for checking in with a couple of our other trainers that made it into day number 2. I'm so excited to be able to get that information from them. I feel like we never get a chance to hear from, well, we can't hear from everybody, so I guess.
That was a great mix of interviews, though, from old and new players, and 2 old regional champions from that mix as well. And I mean, this is just the largest tournament of all time. I keep saying that, but that's a big deal. We are a year into this game, and the attendance numbers are higher than they've ever been in the history of competitive Pokemon. So it's a great time for VGC. A lot of amazing players have advanced to day 2, and I have been really happy with the teams that we've seen on stream in particular. It just feels really refreshing to see so many cool Pokemon succeed.
I agree. I want to just update about a couple more people that have already continue to do well, locked in their day. Nicholas Donnelly is 8-0 with an Iron Hands.
Hey, we were talking about, hey, where's Iron Hands? It's
at
8-0.
It's 8-0. Okay, so it's not fraudulent just yet. Wolf is also 8-0, continuing on his undefeated run. We also have either Zach or Neil that are going to lock in a day 2 spot after their win. We have Joshua Dank as well as Michael Perusa, who have both also made day 2. Also, actually getting a win over some really strong players as well.
Yeah, Michael defeating Joseph Ugarte running, and Michael's using Wheezing. Wow. Okay.
And Raging Bolt.
Talk about unique Pokemon. I also saw Scott Iwafuchi, who got top 32 at the World Championships, top cut this year, and he, I think, has been one of the premier users of Porygon 2. We got to see Porygon 2 a little bit earlier on stream. Didn't really have like a super strong performance, but if there's anyone that I think can make a deep run with Porygon 2, I think Scott is a player that I have my eye out on. He brought it to Portland, just missed out on day 2 at 6 wins and 3 losses, but went 7-0 today to guarantee a spot at day 2 already, is playing to continue his undefeated record.
That's amazing. So yeah, we might even get a chance to see a little bit more Porygon 2. We also had Raghav Malavia, Shiliang Tang, Luca Traget all also lock in a day 2, and just so many more. We got to see Aaron Clemens on stream a little bit earlier, and he's also locked in his day 2.
Hold on, I gotta stop you.
Yes,
Scroll up.
Hang on.
Look at who is at 7-1.
That's Snow. Oh my gosh,
we were
Don
talking about the
Check.
lack of Alolan Ninetales, but Don Check from the United States, 7-1, using Alolan Ninetales, Magmar, and Articuno.
What is this?
Don, we need you on the stream.
We need this.
We need you.
We need this. This is the level of hype we wish to showcase. No, but that's so cool.
Wow.
I feel like maybe we need to revisit that team in particular, but. Yeah, Justin Burns is also going to lock in the day 2. James Evans and Tristan Medine are still looking for their day 2, still playing it out. We also saw Justin Tang, Donghoon Yum also both lock in their day 2s. So a lot of other players that we get a chance to celebrate a little bit later. So congratulations to them for making those 7 wins. We still have one more round of Swiss. I believe we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to get ready for the final round of Swiss of the day. It's round 9 here for day 1 of the Charlotte Regional Championships. You're not going to want to miss it.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Listen, one of these players is going to have their cake and eat it too.
James Beck.
James Beck.
I think what we saw from James throughout this entire weekend was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play.
My strategy involved 2 different modes where it was either try to overwhelm teams using a Scarf or Shifu next to Tornadus, or by setting up Nasty Plot with Golden Go and supporting it to sweep other teams.
Golden Go is just going to go for a Nasty Plot here.
I think that is the right play at the end of the day.
It shifted between the matchup, and if I thought that there was something better that I could do, I would change up leads and board positions. When I made it to top cuts, it was all the opponents that I actually played in Day 2 Swiss. I actually got to rematch everyone, so my strategy actually did not really end up changing except my finals match.
GU is knocked out for all of its troubles, and it's just the Ogre Pond remaining. The Rock Slide to connect. James takes it out, and he wins this top 4 set 2-0.
I was worried about facing the Fire Ogre Pond Rillaboom, specifically with Sword Stance, alongside King Gambit.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals between James Beck and Luca Traget is underway. Luca is going to kick things off with the Fluttermane and the Hard Flame Ogre Pond.
My plan was to bait attacks and get calls correctly because they hit me for so much damage. So overall, I do just have to get the read right of who they're going to target and then punish it accordingly.
Luca's just content for this Ogre Pond to go down here as it's going to fall to the Earth Surging Strikes coming through from James.
My most difficult matchup, I would say, would have been Luca in the finals. He was the one who brought me to one of my closest sets today, and he's just a really good player, one of my best friends too from this game. So like I knew that he would be able to threaten a lot of pressure against me.
That is not an Ogre Pond. It's not an Ogre Pond. That is in fact a Tornadus, and you are seeing things correctly. That is the Poison Terror type. Luca's going to continue to commit to the Tailwind and Bleakwind Storm.
The moment that I knew was when I was able to just get Scarf Urshifu into a really good position with Surging Strikes under Tailwind, and he just was not able to do enough damage to bring back the position, and I had Water Ogre Pond in the back to threaten the Fluttermane in rain.
James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to Charlotte, North Carolina for our final round of the day. Our day one Swiss competition is coming to an end. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined behind the desk by Gabby Snyder to take us home. Sweet home, North Carolina here in Charlotte, our final round of Swiss for the day.
Those lyrics are a little bit different than I remember, but I think sweet home indeed. For many trainers who are on the cusp of locking in their day two invite, you know they want that homecoming to come through for them. But shout outs to everybody who's still out there competing. It has been a very long day of Pokemon here, and you only have one more round to go. That's easy, right?
Just easy. You've done 8 rounds already. What's one more round?
You've done it 8 times already. That's like what I tell myself when I'm at like the 20-mile marker in a marathon or something. Like, it's just one more, you're
just
fine.
A few more, don't worry about it. Well, if you want to have your say in deciding our round 9 match, make sure you keep an eye on that Twitch chat, because we will be running our community choice poll to figure out what match we're going to see for our final match of the day. And again, these will be win and in matches. Whoever wins this upcoming match will be making it into day 2, and for the loser, unfortunately, their tournament will end there. However, all of these are going to be pretty incredible matches. We've seen some really ridiculous stuff so far today, and I think the Regulation F meta is only just now starting to heat up.
I know. I think that I'm so excited about this poll in particular as I see discussions going on behind the scene of which Pokemon to feature for the poll. There's just been so many unique picks coming into this tournament that I personally wasn't expecting to see. You know, Porygon 2 feels like it's having a bit of a comeback. We had the Iron Jugulus last round from Brendan Zheng. There's some Iron Boulders in the field. I do think that there are a lot of Pokemon that have potential in Regulation F that just have not been explored yet. So we're certainly getting that this weekend, and you know that people are going to follow up on this in Liverpool the next weekend. And then,
and then the weekend after that.
I was going to say that when you're there competing in Knoxville, Evan, unfortunately, I think there are going to be a lot of creative picks for people to draw from that point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I am. I have been coming into this weekend with the sole purpose of finding out what the best team is for me to be running, and I don't think I have any clue right now. It could be anything. We've seen such diversity of the meta, and it really just feels like there are so many different picks that can work if you get the right matchups. And, you know, special picks like Brendan showing off the Iron Jugulus, which, let's not forget, is a regional champion, won a regional last season, and Brendan on track to give it another shot at another here in Regulation F in 2024.
Well, while we're waiting for that poll to run, again, if you are not watching this on Twitch, hop on over there so your voice can be heard. Evan, I have a question for you. Do you like surprises?
I love a surprise. Nothing makes me happier than a thing I was not expecting and was not prepared for.
Well, I have some great news for you, Evan, because there is something that's about to happen that neither of us are prepared for.
Oh, God.
Let me set the scene on this one for you.
Who are those babies?
Who are those babies? Let me take you back to the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver, Canada, the same location where we have our regional events now. I believe this was the first ever time a World Championships was live streamed by the Pokemon Company, and blazers and t-shirts were in vogue back then.
Blazers and t-shirts, thick-rimmed glasses. I had hair, clean shaven. Things have changed.
And you were also interviewing Brendan Zheng, who I believe this must have been, what, after he won Worlds?
This would have been after he became world champion. And one thing that hasn't changed is Brendan is still the king of trash talk. And I know, I heard Aaron try to play it off like a joke that, oh, Brendan didn't really mean it when he says that Brendan beats me all the time. I know for a fact that Brendan meant that sincerely. He was too young to know how to be sarcastic at that point. That was sincere trash talk of Aaron.
Years of practice as well, probably, right?
So many years of practice.
No, I remember I was in attendance for this event. I entered the LCQ to try and get in, made it to top 32, unfortunately did not convert, but just just being able to watch the event with your and Scott commentary, you know, seeing the finals play out, it was such a cool experience because prior to that, the year before, like literally prior to that, there was the MC on stage trying to run around and commentate 3 matches
at the same
once.
time.
And it was just one guy. Like, this just felt like such a step up. And back then, I didn't know what esports were, but it just felt like there might be something here. Like, this is legitimate. So thank you for your years of service, and congratulations on the fashion glow up as well. I feel like the shirt and blazer combination this weekend is a really strong improvement.
It's a little bit better than the shirt that was, I think, a 2XL because it was the only shirt left. But we do our best. We're doing our best with what we got.
Roll with the punches sometimes.
Exactly.
Or just always click focus punch, apparently.
Click focus punch. It'll never let you down. Well, it is kind of humbling to look back and see both that I'm still back here behind the desk, but also Brendan's still out there competing now as a full-fledged adult, as opposed to winning the Juniors World Championship. And you know, it's just, we have so many players who have stuck with the game this whole time. We just saw, you know, another one of our players who's been playing since the dawn of EGC, Trista Medine, just won her win and in. So she went 7-1, defeating James Evans. So she will be competing in day 2. There are very few people out there in the field right now who can say that they won a regional in 2011 and are still competing and being able to threaten a win here in Charlotte. And actually, we have 2 of them here. We have Trista and we have Wolf Glick, both of whom won regionals in 2011.
I was going to say as well, I know Trista's really been struggling to find like a team that works for her in the format and find her footing in Scarlet and Violet. So to see her finally clutch a day 2 invitation to compete, congratulations to her, and you know, best of luck going forwards in the tournament. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Like, her team is excellent. Like, it's again, it's just those unique picks that we've been seeing across the board and that you may be seeing soon on your screen, if not already. Did you vote? I didn't vote. I was too busy talking.
I haven't had a chance to vote. I needed to fill out my absentee ballot before we went on camera.
We got to get those little stickers next time too that say I voted.
I community choice voted.
Maybe we can get an emote for that at some point. That'd be hype.
Oh, I would be so down for that. You have no idea.
But it does seem like we picked somebody, so we will figure out who that is and let you all know. But
yeah, this is one of those times where Twitch chat maybe knows a little bit more than we do.
They're totally clowning on us right now, I gotta say. These commentators, they don't know what's happening
They don't
online.
even know.
Whatever it is, I'm sure y'all picked great, and I'm very excited to see just who we're going to be featuring in. I believe all the tables we picked were X2 tables, so we are guaranteed a win and in, and I think that in and of itself is exciting.
Absolutely. The win and in is one of the most hype moments for both day 1 and then day 2, because this is what like, every other match, there's been some leeway. There has been some space for you to be able to, you know, drop a match, it's fine, regroup, then come back for the next round. This is the final round of the day. There is no more tournament after this for the rest of the day. You have to win this match if you want to continue on in the tournament. It's an elimination match. That is something that very few people can deal with the stress of, at least their first time.
Yeah.
It's so intense to be sitting there realizing that you have to win this match or you're just done. And you'll probably get some championship points. You'll definitely get championship points at 6 and 3. But when you get that close, you're so close to making to day 2 and keeping that hope alive, that dream alive of being champion. Man, I don't envy the players that are about to sit down.
I don't either. I mean, just thinking back to, admittedly, I have never competed in a day 2 Swiss competition. All my, I guess, conversions were like winning in for Top Cut. And I always remember going into that final round, like, everything just feels weird. Like, you're nervous, you know, you haven't really had a lot of time that day to like take care of yourself. You know, maybe you're hydrated or maybe you've had food. Sometimes you're not guaranteed to have either. Like, it's just so stressful going into that situation, and I do not envy the players who are competing with that stress. But like we've said throughout this broadcast, that is just something that you have to learn how to deal with, and the best way to do that is to show up at these tournaments. I mean, even if you're competing at a local, you know, usually people can figure out going into the final round of Swiss where everybody's going to end up on the standings. And it's a great opportunity to just start to learn how to exist with the nerves and maybe not necessarily shut them down, because I don't know about you, but I got to feel my emotions when they decide to come out to play. But just learn how to coexist with them, learn how to maybe set them aside and be like, okay, this is the game in front of me. This is what I have to do. Let's just try and tune out everything else for the time being.
Yeah, it's really the only way that you can get through that. It's to make sure that you are focused on that one match, because if you let yourself fall under the pressure of this is my win and end match, then it becomes so much more than what it is. It's just another game of Pokemon.
Yeah.
We were kind of joking about it, but you have just played 8 rounds of Pokemon. Just do it like you were earlier, at least for the 6 ones that you won.
Yeah.
Don't play like the 2 that you lost. That's what you have to avoid at all costs. But other than that,
On that note, let's take a look at our Swiss standings and see some of the people who maybe are going into this final round with a little less pressure on their backs. It looks like we currently have 4 undefeated trainers, which means we're guaranteed to have 2 undefeated trainers going into competition tomorrow. Zheng, who you interviewed earlier, Nicholas Donnelly, Wolf Glick, and Scott Iwafuchi, all undefeated right now, which is insane. Congratulations.
Congratulations to them. It also means we're going to have at least 2 9-0s headed into day 2 tomorrow, which is pretty incredible for those players.
For sure. And then we have a ton of players locking in their invite at X and 1. Obviously, you want to win that final round of Swiss, but even if you lose, you are guaranteed to compete tomorrow, which means you could, you know, win out to make it into Top Cut, or you could even just win enough matches to go from like top 64 championship points awarded to top 32, top 16.
Absolutely.
There are still plenty of opportunities for all these trainers.
Yeah, and just to shout out a couple of other players who looks like just qualified for day 2, Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang. The Tang gang is in day 2. Aaron Clemens, who we saw earlier on stream, at 7-1, bringing that Iron Crown Indeedee team on to day 2. And Brady Smith there also qualified for day 2, winning that last round. I believe Joshua Denk also won that last round to qualify for day 2. And then, of course, we watched Brendan do it.
We did indeed. So there is at least 1 Iron Jugulus in day 2 tomorrow.
Which, you know, honestly, the way that Iron Jugulus performed against Toller's Iron Crown team, I was probably really happy to see a bunch of Iron Crown players also in day 2.
I wonder if it'll make the top 12 graphic. Probably not.
I
but
suspect there will only be 1 Iron Jugulus in day 2.
Well, we will have to see how that works out. I do want to take a moment, though, while we're talking about day 2 and we're starting to think about, you know, what we're going to feature on broadcast tomorrow, to talk about some additional predictions, because you have an opinion about Raging Bolt and the day 2 top 12 Pokemon usage, and I think now is a great opportunity to express that opinion and maybe get it down into the court record, if you will, before we see what's going to pop up tomorrow.
Oh, you're putting me on record.
I am. And to be fair, you can pull it back. It's fair.
No, it's okay.
It's fair to play the Uno reverse card here.
It's okay. I maybe in hubris, maybe in extremely smart foresight, mentioned backstage, I don't think Raging Bolt makes the day 2 graphic. I think it totally drops off from day 1. I may have done a little bit of research, and there are still quite a few Raging Bolts that could be there, but it's definitely on the second line.
All right.
It's definitely on the second line. I don't think it gets higher than 10.
All right. So
we'll see.
To put myself on the record, I think that we're going to see Single Strike or Shifu way above Rapid Strike, like first line, second line comparison, but that is tomorrow's problem. Today, we can go ahead and take to the stage to showcase our next 2 competitors in this final round of Swiss here at the Charlotte Regional Championships.
All right, well, before we go down the stage, let's watch this video about one of our competitors, Joe Ugarte, who's getting ready for his match.
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge in, it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It was, well, it went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and like I definitely respect that a lot because I understand like how hard it is to be consistent. Even like having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, like no question about it. I think Dark types have like some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good like players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really, insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be like a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because like, I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or like, your stomach gets a little like worked up because, you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and, I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then, mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Hey, Gabby. Are you Team Rocket?
I'm Team Magma. We've been over this many times. But what I'm not is on stage ready to compete in this round 9 of Swiss. Shout out to Joe Ugarte with that incredible interview. I love hearing that he would call his parents first if he won Worlds. I think that's really sweet. And what's also sweet is that he's running a team that looks very similar to what he ran in Portland just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's the team he ran in Portland. It's the team that he and Riley, sort of different variations of it. Riley, of course, being the first to pioneer this, and then Joe picking it up from him. And again, number 1 and 2 on the leaderboard for championship points, but no one else seems to be trying to pick up on this team, which of course does have the Amoonguss, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, King Gambit, Dragonite, Hearthflame Ogerpon, and Chin Pao. He will be facing off against Paul Chua, who, this is kind of a bonkers matchup. Joe Ugarte versus Paul Chua for their winning in at the biggest regional in history. Yeah, that seems right.
I mean, these are two players who could easily find themselves in the finals tomorrow. So with this being an elimination matchup is absolutely intense. And we'll talk about Paul's team as we go into this game number 1 because these players are already good to go.
Yeah, they are ready for this. And that's going to be Raging Bolt and the Wellspring Ogerpon on Paul's side up against the Amoonguss and the Hearthflame Ogerpon on Joe's. So the booster energy coming out from Raging Bolt indicating that is not going to hold the safety goggles that you sometimes see. It is instead the Grass Terra type to protect against sleeves from the Amoonguss, but of course you do still have Follow Me on that Wellspring Amoonguss, able to block the Spore as well. So this Amoonguss not really too effective at the moment.
Not really effective at all. And what I find really curious about this start from both these trainers is that Ogerpon is really the Pokemon that's going to want to do damage here. And we'll see Joe go for that with a Power Whip into the Spiky Shield off of the Ogerpon. Wellspring on Paul's side of the field will get some recoil damage from that Spiky Shield. And we do see Spore try to connect with the Raging Bolt. So that is a great tournament information for Paul, knowing that there was an attempt at putting that Raging Bolt to sleep, but now it seems like it's very easy for him to just click Follow Me on that Ogerpon. It's going to take neutral damage or from any of the attacks from this Hearthflame Ogerpon on Joe's side of the field, and that'll give this Raging Bolt an opportunity to either go for damage or set up. Paul is running the Calm Mind variant on that Raging Bolt, and this seems like a great opportunity to go for it, but instead just resisting the damage outright.
Wow, even with a critical hit, that Raging Bolt able to tank that Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Hearthflame Ogerpon. The Wellspring Ogerpon fires back with an Ivy Cudgel of its own, which is then followed up by a Dragon Pulse from the Raging Bolt. So Joe's Ogerpon will go down. However, there was no Follow Me, there was no Terastallization, which means that the Spore does connect with the Raging Bolt. So trading the Hearthflame Ogerpon for a sleep on the Raging Bolt, there will be at least one turn now where that Pokemon is not able to move.
I think that was a fair trade for Joe, if only because had there been a Terastallization there to try and avoid being put to sleep, that Ivy Cudgel would have picked up the KO on that Raging Bolt easily. Even a redirection there would have probably put this Ogerpon within knockout range of something like a Sucker Punch, especially now that we see the Chien-Pao next to the King Gambit, like we've seen Joe pivot to so many times.
Well, another turn where this Raging Bolt is blowing a turn of sleep, and Ivy Cudgel into that King Gambit. The Chien-Pao actually working a little bit against it. That is now a 2-hit KO on the King Gambit, and the Kowtow Cleave doesn't quite pick up the KO on Raging Bolt, which means that Paul still has an opportunity to potentially attack with that Pokemon.
Yeah, and going for a spiky shield here as well to try and buy as much time possible for this Raging Bolt. Great too, because those Sucker Punches, no attacking moves.
No attacking moves, and the Raging Bolt is still asleep. So the Spiky Shield dodging both of those Sucker Punches, and that Raging Bolt also potentially going for a Calm Mind there. So no Sucker Punches.
I know, I wish we could have seen the targeting there, because that could have very well have been double Sucker Punch into that Ogerpon Wellspring to try and pick up the knockout. But instead, the Ogerpon still has the option to go for Follow Me this turn if it wants to avoid a double Sucker Punch play. I don't think that's something that Joe can comfortably click back to back. Instead, I think he has to focus back to maybe the Ice Spinner on that Chien-Pao to try and pick up the remaining amount of damage. But we're getting our first Terastallization of the match, and it's going to be that King Gambit.
Yeah, King Gambit is now a Dragon type, which means it will resist further Ivy Cudgels coming out from that Wellspring Ogerpon, but does make it vulnerable to a Dragon Pulse from Raging Bolt. But Paul has now taken a full 3 turns of sleep, and the King Gambit Sucker Punch connects with the Ogerpon. The Ice Spinner from Chien-Pao will also connect with the Ogerpon. So with 3 turns of sleep, Raging Bolt just taking a nap while his partner buddy Ogerpon goes down.
And looking at how the turn order went there, I feel like the Raging Bolt, I don't think it's naturally faster than that Chien-Pao. That had to have been a Thunderclap there, maybe trying to target down the King Gambit or the Chien-Pao, really. But it is guaranteed to wake up this turn, which means, especially at such low health, I think you have to go for that Thunderclap to try and pick up some damage, but going to be resisted by the King Gambit, and now with the Amoonguss returning to the field as well, that's another slot where that damage just would not convert.
Well, the Amoonguss back on the field, Chien-Pao running in fear of this Flutter Mane, which is going to go ahead and Terastallize into the Fairy type. This King Gambit, now Dragon type, is even more scared of the Flutter Mane, unable to actually threaten it with Sucker Punch just yet, so it has to protect in the face of this Pokemon. Raging Bolt finally wakes up, but the Thunderclap is going to whiff on the switch and into the Protect, while this Dazzling Gleam will deal some damage, but kind of negligible to the Amoonguss on the switch end.
This is going to be a Choice Specs Flutter Mane, which means regardless of a Rage Powder from the Amoonguss, that attack is going to connect with the King Gambit this turn. You could try and get a double Protect, but realistically speaking, that doesn't necessarily buy you enough time in this matchup. It's better to lock in your KO against the opposing Raging Bolt, and then hopefully Amoonguss can find a way to put this Flutter Mane to sleep.
Well, it can definitely do that by tanking a Dazzling Gleam. Will pick up the KO on King Gambit, but Joe got an incredible amount of value out of that Pokemon, actually dealing good damage to both the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt, and finally picking up the KO on the Raging Bolt this turn, while Amoonguss spores the Flutter Mane, which means Chien-Pao gets to come back in, which means Chien-Pao is going to be next to this Amoonguss, can protect itself with Rage Powder from whatever the 4th Pokemon Paltrua has brought, which is going to be the Incineroar.
actually probably the best possible Pokemon for Paul to have brought in this matchup.
Yeah, the other thing that's really interesting about this matchup right now is just how quickly these players are playing. You know, Paul Chua is a player that I feel like I consistently have to watch the timers on because he will take the maximum amount of time to think through his moves.
Not today.
Both these players are just flying.
Well, there's the Sacred Sword into the Incineroar, not dealing a lot of damage after that Intimidate. Flare Blitz will pick up the KO on Amoonguss, which means Joe is going to need at least another 3-turn sleep from that Flutter Mane, and likely even more help from the Sacred Sword, potentially a critical hit to get this Incineroar off the field.
I know, that damage was so close in the previous turn. That Incineroar is sitting at about 40% of its health. We saw it do about 30, but he was able to get the damage thanks to the Flare Blitz recoil in particular. But that is still a Flutter Mane with the Fairy-type Terastallization at full health. So Chen Pao will need to connect one attack with this Flutter Mane before it could be in knockout range from a Sucker Punch.
Flutter Mane is awake, will bring this Chen Pao down to its Focus Sash. This Ice Spinner, though, coming out from Chen Pao will deal big damage, and then locked into Choice Specs. Finally getting that KO on the Incineroar could have been huge, but I don't think that's enough damage.
It's so close here. It's resisted damage, and it is not enough. It was the Intimidate ultimately from that Incineroar that gave Paul the win condition. I think it was great how Joe tried to play around that, going for the Ice Spinner first. That attack would deal the most damage to that Flutter Mane, but just could not match the speed of that Pokemon at the end.
Yeah, incredible match there. Joe almost clutched it out, needed one more turn of sleep on that Flutter Mane to get the win, but did not get the full double 3 turns of sleep on both the Raging Bolt and the Flutter Mane. So clearly that Amoonguss is going to be a key piece for Joe. And yeah, wow, those players both knew exactly what they wanted to do on every single turn of the game. And fellas, you know your timer doesn't carry over into game 2. You can take a little bit of time to think.
I know, and again, both these players are very, notorious for taking their time. So just to see them commit so quickly to the Pokemon that they're going to bring in this matchup, to the moves they're going to be using, it does make me wonder just how experienced they are playing this archetype. We've seen Joe run this team, Riley as well, his own variant of it, for several events now. So it's definitely something on Paul Chua's radar to practice against. And even Chua's team, I feel like, is the very comfortable earlier metagame take on Raging Bolt, where you run it alongside of these more tried and true partners in order to find your outs.
Yeah.
Going into game number 2, I do like your call out about the Amoonguss, but I have to wonder if it's comfortable to rely on that Pokemon's sleep in particular a second time around, just because sleep is variable. And yes, Spore is guaranteed to connect and put that Pokemon to sleep, but I do worry about, getting the number of sleep turns you need in order to play to those outs. I think Joe would be better off keeping the Amoonguss more as a Rage Powder user, and then maybe pivoting to something like a Dragonite that's going to be easier to resist the damage coming out from everything minus the Flutter Mane, and then just have a little bit more of a game plan for that final Pokemon.
Yeah, I like the shout for Dragonite because we saw the King Gambit Terra into the Dragon type just to try to resist the Ogre Bond damage.
Yeah.
But then it was just so weak to Flutter Mane and was nothing that Joe could do, and didn't actually get any value out of it. The next attack was a Flutter Mane Dazzling Gleam. But here we go into game 2, and things are looking a little bit better if you are a Joe Ugarte fan, because King Gambit has just caught a Defiant boost off of that Incineroar. And next to Chen Pao means that these Sucker Punches, these Kowtow Cleaves, these Iron Heads will deal big damage to anything that has the misfortune of being struck by them.
Unfortunately for Joe, though, he is in a position where a Flare Blitz from that Incineroar could do some big damage. Obviously, Joe knows how his King Gambit has been trained. It's possible that maybe it could take one attack from the Incineroar, but if that Raging Bolt decides to double into that Pokemon, will it be able to survive? It looks like for now, it's only that Incineroar that's going to be attacking this turn.
Well, Ice Spinner will hit into the Protect of the Raging Bolt that decided not to attack this turn at all. Here comes the Flare Blitz, connects with the King Gambit.
Oh.
Huge damage, not enough to pick up the KO, but the burn! That's going to make all of that Defiant boost worthless, cutting the attack in half as Kowtow Cleave will connect with the Incineroar, dealing pitiful damage after the burn.
plus the chip means there's only one more turn for that King Gambit on the field no matter what.
That is such an unfortunate turn of events for Joe. Like you were saying, Burn will just have the amount of damage that you are doing at the end of that calculation. So you just do not benefit from the Defiant boost anymore, and really even sort of Ruin isn't necessarily helping you out at this point, given how little damage that did. It's possible that this King Gambit could have gotten one more Sucker Punch in, but Paul just correctly going Thunderclap into that slot to ensure there was no chance of that happening.
Yeah, Paul not allowing any additional residual damage to come through from that King Gambit, and the Ice Spinner only dealing about 50% to the Raging Bolt, thanks to the Intimidate from the Incineroar. That U-turn dealing about 50% probably puts that Chien Pao in range of a Thunderclap as Ogerpon comes in favor of the Incineroar. Also being able to redirect any damage coming out from the Chien Pao, keeping that Raging Bolt very, very healthy.
One benefit for Joe's positioning in this match compared to the previous one is that he hasn't gone for his Terastallization yet, so he does have the option to power up his Ogerpon and give it a +1 in its attack thanks to that Hearthflame Mask and the Embody Aspect ability. I think he's really going to have to rely on that, especially knowing that there is an Incineroar in the back that could come in and intimidate at any point in time.
Well, Amoonguss will switch in for the Chien Pao. Chien Pao trying to reset that attack, like you mentioned, afraid of the Incineroar, also weakened thanks to the U-turn. Both Ogerpon on the field, just going to go ahead and the Spiky Shield on this turn, which gives a turn for Raging Bolt to go for a Thunderclap. But once again, no attacks made on this turn. Amoonguss switching in and both Ogerpons protecting.
Both Ogerpon protecting as well means that Joe will have to attack with his Ogerpon this turn, because I don't think this is necessarily a opportunity for you to take that 30% chance to go for the double Spiky Shield. He's already down a lot. He needs to find his footing here, and with Incineroar coming in again to intimidate that Ogerpon, it's going to be that much harder.
Well, Incineroar back on the field, dropping the attack of the Ogerpon. No Follow Me coming out from Paul, which means that the Stomping Tantrum will connect. Deals a decent amount of damage. The Ivy Cudgel, a critical hit! That's a one-hit KO. Joe is not getting any of the rolls here. This Pollen Puff will fail, trying to target down the Hearthflame Ogerpon, keep it healthy, but that critical hit means no can do. Incineroar on the field against Chien Pao and Amoonguss, and this is an extremely strong position for Paul. Seems really difficult for Joe to get out of this one.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Joe that the burn in that first turn and the critical hit on that Ogerpon as well has really given Paul such a leg up in this matchup. But it does feel like on paper, Paul just has the Pokemon that he needs to play through this, and it feels so much easier for him to find the positioning he needs in this matchup compared to Joe, where he's constantly having to maneuver around what Paul's bringing to the field.
Yeah, and Paul even just flinching the Amoonguss there with Fake Out, knowing that Chien Pao is going to be too scared to do anything. Amoonguss does have the ability to Terastallize into the Water type to resist a Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar, but really going to be difficult. There's not a lot of damage from that Amoonguss, and Chien Pao just going for a double protect that fails. Not going to be able to clutch this one out. It looks like another critical hit for good measure from that Ogerpon. Ogerpon, you're supposed to do that against the Loyal 3, not the Treasures of Ruin. But it looks like Ogerpon is just angry today, and Incineroar's U-turn will be able to switch back out, and Paul gets to choose which Pokemon he wants to be out on the field to win this match and make it to day 2.
That was such a tough call for Joe in that previous turn as well, because if you go for the Terastallization plus the Rage Powder, you're not going to be able to redirect that Ogerpon's attack regardless, because it is still part Grass type. So at the end of the day, you would have only been redirecting the Flare Blitz, which really would have knocked out that Chien Pao regardless. So very well played. Unfortunately for Joe, this just is not his weekend, but there will be more Pokemon tournaments for sure, and it's possible, depending on how he finishes, and especially given the large player pool here, that he's still going to lock up some championship points for his accomplishments today.
Absolutely, and well played by Paul Chua to just really put a chokehold on Joe in that game too. Got a couple rolls, and then once the slight advantages went Paul's way, there was nothing Joe could do to get out of that. He was on the back foot from the moment honestly, just from the moment that King Gambit took that big flare blitz that put it within like 20 hit points, the burn was just icing on the cake there, made that King Gambit not a threat at all, but it really wasn't threatening the Incineroar to begin with, and was slower than the Raging Bolt. Would have gotten into some weird Sucker Punch, Thunderclap mind games, but yeah, man, there was just no way for Joe to claw back into that after that.
Yeah, and it's just what happens sometimes in Pokemon. You know, I do think that Paul has a team that just had very great synergy. You know, Incineroar is known for being able to switch around on the field, and with U-turn as well over a parting shot, that does mean that you are essentially guaranteed to make that switch, you know, barring... I feel like with parting shot, sometimes you worry about the Hatterenes of the world getting in the way and stuff, but it just goes to show you, if you can switch that Pokemon in and out, it just applies that consistent pressure. And that's the exact style of gameplay that's given Incineroar its championship title in the video game championship series time and time and time again. And it just goes to show you it's not out. It's not out of the running.
It's not out of the running at all, and it's also the gameplay that Paul Chua is known for, one of our premier balance players, and Incineroar is the balance Pokemon. This is the Pokemon that you use if you want to position, if you want to switch in and out. And here's where I think Raging Bolt makes a lot of sense. Bulky Pokemon has the Calm Mind option, and if you can position really well, have all those pieces next to it, this core looks really strong. Amoonguss, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Ogerpon Wellspring, Raging Bolt, and Chin Pao. Those are all really good Pokemon. They all have great synergy with each other, and Paul clearly showing that he has a mastery over this new format already.
Yeah, and I think that's something I look forward to seeing as we go into tomorrow and day 2 of gameplay. You know, we're going to see some of those interesting Pokemon picks make it through for sure, but where they end up relative to the Paul Chuas of the world, you know, those trainers who just know their matchups, know how they need to position to lock in those win conditions, is really exciting. And I think that's always what I look forward to seeing as a tournament progresses. It's, okay, where are the cool new toys that people are playing with? How do they end up relative to the tried and true partners? And is there any potential there?
Yeah, I think there is on both sides. And, you know, it's really cool to see Incineroar having sort of, you know, we kind of talked down on it earlier in the day. Last few rounds, Incineroar is starting to look pretty good again.
Because we're getting later on in the tournament, I'm pretty sure.
And of course, seeing players like Wolf Glick and like Paul Chua who are just like masterful at this type of positioning game. I don't think it's any surprise that, you know, Incineroar, in the face of all of these new, extremely strong Pokemon, like there are Pokemon with extremely high base stat totals. We have Pokemon that are out here with just like crazy moves like Expanding Force, like Ivy Cudgel. Ogerpon gets a free attack boost or special defense boost when it terastallizes. You know, it can be really hard to figure out the moments when a defensive team that wants to position can actually do some of that positioning. So it takes someone like Paul Chua, like Wolf Glick, who has played over and over again, who has that experience to know the precise moments to do so.
And to be able to do that over 9 rounds of Swiss as well. That's not even talking about, you know, the additional 6 tomorrow into Top Cut. Just goes to show how comfortable that is, because that's a lot of mental load that you're taking on. You know, sometimes when I'm like looking at a team build, like we were talking about this earlier, you know, I want a mode of the team that's like no thoughts, head empty, deal damage, don't even think about it. But the thing with balanced teams is that you don't really get those options as often. You know, maybe if you just hit the person who's just competing online to get their 10,000 LP and move on with their lives, like you get one of those. But at the end of the day, it is such a difficult mental load to take on. So I always admire those players who can pilot that, especially into the later rounds.
Well, let's go ahead and toss it down to the lounge where Sierra is going to be talking with a head full, so many thoughts about the game, Pokemon, Paul Chua, who has just made it into day 2.
Thanks so much, you two. It took till round 9, but you're officially in day 2, Paul. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty happy. You know, like, I mean, it's a lot different than Toronto where I went 9-0 in Swiss, so this was a lot more obviously stressful where I had to play like Joe 2 in the last round, so I'm just happy to make it to day 2 for now. So.
Well, you had to play against Joe, who's a strong player, but you
accomplished getting a 2-0 there, which means we haven't had any 2-0s on the day, and it was a pretty swift victory. Did you feel confident going into that matchup, or?
A little bit, just because, well, one, I faced someone earlier that used basically what Joe was using, and also because I played him before in Reggie, and the team I'm using now is kind of similar. I just changed like a few things, but it still keeps like the Chen, Pao, Ogerpon, Amoonguss, so I assumed he'd take like a similar approach, so I just used that knowledge to figure out a game plan for this.
It's fair, and you're saying the rest of the day has been stressful, so what has been like the most stressful parts about it? Like, did you take some losses early, or how's it been?
I mean, like, I took a loss in like, what's it called, round 5, and then the last round was X1, and I lost that round. So obviously, like, I would have liked to be 7-1 earlier, but obviously I wasn't able to do that, so I'm here 7-2.
Hey, you made it. That's the most important part of it all. So looking at Reg F so far, because you're using a team that kind of feels a bit more comfortable considering you've used some of these pieces before, was that something you really wanted to prioritize going into this event, having something that was more comfortable, or did it just so happen that you landed on a team that was comfortable for you that happens to also be strong?
So usually, like people usually ask me like what I think is the best team in the format. I think right now we're at the point where everything is still like pretty good. So I think there's no like right thing. So I just stuck with stuff that I liked using. So like Incineroar and Amoonguss. And then I just found like the rest of the team when I was just going around on Battle Stadium, and I saw someone use that, and I was like, oh, this looks cool. It's really similar to what I have, so I just stuck with that and made my own improvements or changes to it. I don't know if they're improvements, but yeah, that's how I got to my team.
So with today being stressful and now going into day 2 at a 7-2 with this team, how are you feeling about day 2 with what you've seen today?
I mean, at least I have like the night to prepare for whatever on earth people are using in day 2. I'm at 7-2 though, so there's a lot of people. But yeah, I think just like overnight, I could probably just like figure out like how to improve some matchups with this team, and hopefully tomorrow goes well. I know tomorrow's gonna be like 6 rounds, I think, so that's a lot longer than the usual 5, so hopefully it won't be too bad.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a long day tomorrow, so with that in mind, we'll definitely start wrapping this one up. But before I let you go, any final words or shout-outs?
Oh yeah, you know, there's a lot of people that I asked for help. Like way too many people, so I don't want to leave them out, but you all know who you are, so thank you very much for helping me. I wouldn't be here without you. So yeah, hopefully I'll do well tomorrow to make you all proud.
Well, best of luck going on for tomorrow, and congratulations again on your win. As for us, we'll head back to our casters real quick before we're back here to wrap up our day.
Thanks, Sierra. Thank you, Paul. Incredible play there from Paul to sort of recognize that he's played this team before, knows this matchup pretty well, came up with some great game plans, and like we could see it, both players clearly had a game plan for this matchup, and man, I think I'm still trying to catch my breath from going through that match as quickly as we did.
I'm not gonna lie, for a second I had Pokemon Go flashbacks from my time behind that desk, where I was like, I don't have enough time to say my thoughts. This is exciting.
I was thinking about just busting into the poker rap at some point, because like, it seemed like that was the cadence we were in.
Yeah, no, I worry about saying this, but if there was ever a karaoke portion of this stream, the poker rap I could reliably cover, probably.
I think I just heard all of production scream, enjoy, and make notes for future regionals, so enjoy that, everybody.
Yeah, future Gabby's gonna really wish that she just, I don't know, paradoxed back to this time. It was like, no.
Yeah, maybe tried to keep the Paris trap shut on that one.
All right, well, there's still one other bracket that we have to talk about here this weekend, and that is our community choice bracket, and we have brought it all the way into the finals.
Can I just throw out real quick that our semifinals here is Paul's team?
Actually, oh my goodness, you're right.
We're just missing the Amoonguss from the top 8 here for Paul. So if you're a believer in Paul, you've known it since the semifinals of our community prediction bracket.
I will say the fact that consistently, event after event, you can look at the top 6 Pokemon in usage and build a decent team from those Pokemon is something that very, very excites me. Like, it feels like that is just the definition of accessible. Like,
absolutely.
I need something to pick up. Well, here's 6 Pokemon. Go have fun. Unfortunately for us, these 8 Pokemon have been boiled down to the final 2 of Fluttermane and Ogerpon Wellspring Mask. And again, this is the Pokemon that you think is going to win the tournament this weekend. it's not your favorite Pokemon. Well, it could be your favorite Pokemon. Or
My favorite Pokemon is Fluttermane, the best Pokemon in the game.
you know, people do be like that sometimes, and I respect it. My favorite is not the best Pokemon in the game, but we'll not get into that.
No, yeah, Sunflora has not actually made an appearance, so.
No, but it's a really exciting thing to sort of ponder through, because while on the one hand, yes, Fluttermane probably has the statistics to back it up, I do think that Ogerpon Wellspring has shown us time and time again on stream this weekend that it is here to make that claim for the crown.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting finals matchup, because we know that there were more Fluttermane than there were Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. I'm really curious how many teams there are with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon that don't have Fluttermane on it as well.
That's a
Because
really
this is
good question.
a really common core. Like, these are
Yeah.
two of the best, they're the highest usage Pokemon. They're two of the best Pokemon in the game. And I don't think anyone would doubt that a lot of team building starts with, well, I'm using Fluttermane, I'm using Ogerpon. You know what? Let me try out Incineroar. It's the new toy. And Incineroar's damage isn't that great. Let me put on Chien Pao and then see what my last two Pokemon are going to be of some various other types of new toys that are out there.
All right, well, get your votes in. Don't be like Evan playing both sides of the bracket, trying to make sure he comes out on top. There is going to be a winner for this, unless y'all orchestrate a tie, at which point, you know what? I'm happy for you. But
And you would probably be right.
Actually, yeah, you probably would be right, statistically speaking. But while we wait for the votes to come in, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule coming up next week for Twitch. Because if you haven't joined in on the Pokemon animation watch-alongs, you're really
so much
missing
fun.
out, because they are legitimately the best times ever.
They're really silly. I remember just browsing the other day and seeing, oh, there are a bunch of Sunflora and Blossom hanging out. I want to watch that episode. That sounds like fun.
Dude, season 3 of Johto as well was a really good season. I definitely have those DVDs tucked away somewhere in my house. But not only are we airing that on Tuesday and Thursday, on Wednesday we'll be flashing back to the World's 2023 Finals for Pokemon Unite, which is
You
also,
have to watch that.
I mean, being in the hall when they were doing that finals, because I think they were like one of the last streams running at that point, and it was just insane. There was so much noise and excitement, and that's just something that I think is very it aligns very well with the type of game Pokemon Unite is, and you just can't really capture that kind of excitement in some of the other more turn-based games.
Yeah, I love watching the Unite Championships. Our colleagues over at the Unite desk do an amazing job.
Oh, they're so fashionable too.
Yeah, they really put us to
They're
shame.
so fashionable.
I need to get their tailors for real.
Seriously.
But you got to make sure you watch that. And of course, Liverpool this weekend coming
Yeah.
up. So if you are seeing what could possibly happen after this regional championships, Liverpool is where you're going to find that this weekend. But
Yeah, and if you're like me and planning on sleeping in next weekend because you can, don't forget you can check out the VODs at any time on YouTube, which I will be doing after I get a good rest.
yeah, go to the past Paradox and watch the VODs.
Yeah, or that.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more from the Pokemon Regional Championships here in Charlotte.
Evan, Gabby, y'all are looking forward to Liverpool Regional Championships. We have to focus back up at our Charlotte Regional Championships as we just wrapped up our day 1 now, and so many skilled players making their way onto day 2. Honestly, this list that we haven't gotten the final list yet, as there is still matches going, but already just eyeing up through this, incredible.
Yeah, it's honestly hard to focus in on one player in particular, because if you look across the field, this is so stacked for a day 2 competition, but I feel like we keep saying that. It's kind of like the old running, I was going to say I don't know what I'm thinking of. The theme of every single event ever is that the day 2s get better and better.
Which is funny because we're having events that are getting bigger and bigger. So to be able to see the consistency from these top players that they're consistently able to be making these runs through, I think it's just incredible. Because, I mean, having over 800 competitors for a day 1 here, but we're still seeing a lot of the familiar names, I think is something special.
I was doing the math in my head, and I think there's at least like 24 regional championship victories between just the players on this list alone. Of course, a lot of that comes from Wolf Click and Paul Chua, who are #1 and #2 in terms of most regional wins of all time. But there are a lot of players that have won at least one, a couple, 2-time plus regional champions in that list as well. And so I'm very eager to see who's going to be able to take it all tomorrow.
It'll be so much fun. And of course, this might be the end of the day one action, but you want to make sure that you're here bright and early for day 2 of the competition, as trainers are going to be having a grueling day. 6 rounds of Swiss here too, to try and make their way into our top cut. So it's going to be super, super exciting. Make sure that's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're up, get your coffee, get your snacks. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day. And of course, we want to know your favorite part of the day. You can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon over on our socials. And if you post that on X, we might be able to feature your post on stream. There has been some fantastic memes being shared. And of course, we love hearing about people's regional experiences and seeing pet photos. And of course, make sure to be following the channel. So even if you sleep in, you're going to get notified of the stream going live. But any final thoughts on our day, friends?
I can't wait to see the day 2 usage. That's something that's been weighing on my mind, is after what we saw from day #1, I am just so curious to see where those Pokemon are going to end up. Because I feel like we have some idea. I know you and I talked about it a little bit, about maybe where we think some of those Pokemon are going to change, but only time will tell.
I think this feels like it's one of the most open meta games in a while. We saw a lot of variety on stream. A lot of unique teams with like one-ups, right? One player, I think tomorrow in day 2, there will be a lot of players who are like the only player that are essentially using one, maybe multiple of the Pokemon on their team. Rose and I were talking about like Alola Ninetales earlier in the day.
Yeah.
I would not have bet on Alola Ninetales making day 2, but there's a team with Alola Ninetales, Articuno, and Magmar, who's at 7-1 going into last round. And so I hope that we get to see some of those teams. I think this metagame feels so open. It feels like so many different teams and comps can win, and it should be an amazing day of competition. But I really want to see those like kind of niche pocket picks end up winning.
Yeah, if you're just too focused on the Flutter main usage and you're missing the bigger picture, there's a lot of things that are out there that are making things a lot of fun right now.
True.
So you got to make sure you're coming back for that day 2 to catch it all. But that is it for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.